Chapter 1. The God-Slaying Sword. Shameless. Shameless Tang San. Can you be any more shameless? Lying on his bed, Su Ran perused the novel in his hands, savoring the vividly depicted scenes within. Tang San, the protagonist of the Douluo Continent, a figure akin to a paragon of excellence, had once again been thoroughly outshone by another. Upon reaching this point, Su Ran did not hesitate. He directly recharged 1 million starting coins and rewarded a Silver Alliance member with a casual gesture. Alas, even after reading over 100 fanfictions, I can do nothing. If only I could traverse to the Douluo Continent and possess exceptional talent, what would a mere protagonist mean to me? Sigh. It is unfortunate that I am powerless to intervene, merely watching as Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong are bullied by Tang San and his companions. Moreover, the Douluo Continent is home to so many captivating girls. Yi Lingling, Shui Binger, and Shuewu are all still lonely and forlorn. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the qualification to traverse the Douluo Continent. The task system is now binding in progress. Ding! The host can enhance their strength by completing tasks assigned by the system in exchange for rewards. A soft, melodious female voice resonated, and suddenly, Su Ran's vision was engulfed in darkness. In that void, he felt his body grow lighter, as if he were traversing through the fabric of time and space, with a rush of air whistling past his ears. Could it be? Su Ran's spirit jolted. Had he truly crossed over into the Douluo Continent? No less. System lady, what is happening? Su Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly recalled that his system had a female persona, her voice exceedingly sweet. Upon system analysis, the host desires align perfectly with the requirements of the system, thus qualifying you to become its host, the system explained. Ah, so that is how it is. Su Ran nodded, feeling a sense of clarity. However, what further aspirations could he have upon traversing the Douluo Continent? To flaunt and charm like Tang San? It seems the system lady shared his sentiments regarding Tang San. System lady, could you expedite the process? Does it really take this long to traverse? Are you unable to do so? Su Ran urged, unable to contain his eagerness to venture into the Douluo Continent. Before him lay an expanse of profound darkness. Su Ran suspected this was akin to the black hole spoken of by experts. To traverse through this void would lead him into the realm of the Douluo Continent. Host brother, this system is merely a girl. How could I possibly be incapable? Only boys would find themselves at a loss. Men are always at a disadvantage. In the unseen realms of the system lady, adorned in a floral gown, sat on a fragrant bed, propping her chin in her hand, her beautiful eyes peering through the void at Su Ran, smiling, enchanting. Su Ran, system lady, such words should not be spoken lightly. This host happens to be quite capable. Su Ran quickly denied, for as the chosen host, how could he possibly be weak? If he were too feeble, how could he have been selected as a traveler? Such an accusation was utterly unfounded. He, Su Ran, harbored grand ambitions. If he were too weak, how could he ever charm the ladies? How would I know? I've never seen. The system lady replied in a teasing tone, her voice laced with an alluring charm, causing Su Ran to entertain a bold notion. The system lady must be quite beautiful, perhaps. This system is merely a virtual entity. Host must not harbor any improper thoughts. The system lady sensed Su Ran's inclinations and admonished him softly. Naturally, this host is upright and noble, akin to a refined gentleman. How could I entertain base thoughts? Su Ran chuckled. Even if the system lady were stunning, she remained a virtual being. Yet the Douluo Continent was replete with countless enchanting maidens, all awaiting his exploration. By the way, system, please do not transform me into a child. If I were to become that, I might as well embrace death. Su Ran suddenly interjected, recalling the myriad fanfictions where countless travelers would find themselves adopting parental figures. How utterly absurd. As a traveler, to be forced to acknowledge a father figure before even beginning to flaunt was devoid of dignity. Most importantly, if he were to arrive as a child, or even as an embryo developing from a fertilized egg, what meaning would that hold? How could he charm maidens then? Would it be akin to children playing house? Host brother is indeed that type of person. However, should you deviate from the timeline, It could result in significant trouble. If you follow the plot, you may even have the opportunity to eliminate Tang San and assume the role of protagonist yourself, the system cautioned. That matters little with the system lady by my side. I surely won't fare too poorly, right? I only need to traverse at around 12 or 13 years of age, without parents, and that will suffice. Moreover, remember to ensure the timeline is set before Tang San and the others arrive at Shrek Academy. Su Ran urged. The timeline concerning Shrek Academy was of utmost importance if he arrived too late. The maidens would have been wooed by others. Such a fate was unacceptable. Ding! Identity assignment in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have become a branch descendant of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire, having just turned 12, with both parents deceased. Ding! The talent standard for 12-year-old youths in the Douluo Continent has been detected. The host currently possesses a cultivation level of 31. Congratulations, host! You have received a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? The system continued. Open it. Su Ran replied decisively. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the system-equipped martial soul, the God-slaying sword. God-slaying sword. An ancient, unparalleled divine sword of immense power, with a 100% damage bonus against divine beings. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the first soul skill of the century, blood slaughter. Blood slaughter. Exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter, the user transforms into a god of death, wielding a sword imbued with a potent atmosphere of bloodshed, possessing terrifying lethality. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the second soul skill of the century, Star Conceal. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the third soul skill of a millennium, Sword Qi Supremacy. As the system's voice echoed, a series of profound messages flooded into Su Ran's mind. Star Luo Empire, Zhu family, both parents deceased, God-slaying sword. Su Ran smiled, astonished at the fortuitous start he had received. The Star Luo Empire was dominated by the Dai, and Zhu families, having become a disciple of the Zhu family, was quite favorable. In this martial soul, Su Ran gazed at the long sword that had suddenly manifested in his hand, momentarily taken aback. The god-slaying sword measured 3 feet in length, its scabbard adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes that Su Ran could not comprehend. Drawing the sword, a chilling light surged forth, invigorating Su Ran's spirit. All information regarding the sword flooded into his consciousness. In a vague vision, Su Ran seemed to see a figure clad in black robes, wielding the god-slaying sword, each swing resulting in the demise of multiple foes. Those adversaries bore 10 soul rings, all divine beings, yet their lives appeared utterly fragile and vulnerable before the might of the god-slaying sword. After a protracted moment, Su Ran emerged from that haunting memory, gripping the obsidian-hued god-slaying sword, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. His palm rested upon the blade, which resonated with a thunderous roar, as if acknowledging its master. Su Ran sheathed the god-slaying sword, regaining his focus before stepping outside. The god-slaying sword was not only his martial soul, but also a divine artifact. Even without releasing his martial soul, he could always keep it at hand. Swords differ from other martial souls as a swordsman. The sword is an inseparable companion. Ding! Task issued. Please showcase your prowess at the Zhu family clan gathering in 3 days, and earn the family head's approval for marriage, becoming Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Task reward: 100 skill points. Note: skill points can be used to upgrade soul ring years or for lottery draws. Chapter 2. The Treasure Girl Zhu Zhuqing. Become Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé? Su Ran was taken aback, not expecting his first task to be this. Among the leading ladies of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing was renowned for her stunning figure. Such a woman was naturally appealing to Su Ran. He was indeed drawn to her physique. He was honest about it. No man could claim to dislike a woman with a splendid figure. If there was such a man, he would either be a hypocrite or a eunuch. Beyond that, no other possibilities existed. First, let me access the system panel. Su Ran pondered for a moment before speaking. He needed to familiarize himself with the system. Soon, a mysterious light and shadow appeared in Su Ran's mind. Host: Su Ran. Age: 12 years. Martial soul: God-slaying sword. Skill points: none. Cultivation: Level 31 upgradable in the future. Bloodline none. Harem, none to be established in the future. Task, showcase your prowess at the Zhu family clan gathering in 3 days, and earn the family head's approval for marriage, becoming Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing was the second daughter of the Zhu family, though she possessed unparalleled beauty. The disciples of the Zhu family were well aware of her engagement to Mu Bai and dared not overstep their bounds. However, as a traveler, Su Ran was unconcerned with such matters. With his current cultivation level of 12-year-old soul master, he was an unrivaled genius within the Zhu family. The Zhu family held immense power within the Star Luo Empire. Yet in terms of cultivation, they could not compare to the pure martial clans of the Heaven Do Empire. A 12-year-old soul master, even within the Spirit Hall, would be regarded as a remarkable genius in the Zhu family. He would be no different. Given his talent, should it be revealed, the Zhu family would make every effort to court him. At that point, he could propose to the family head to annul Zhu Zhuqing's engagement with Mu Bai. Though Mu Bai was a prince, he was a waste of a prince, with no hope of ascending the throne. Su Ran could directly seize the opportunity. Subsequently, he could attend Shrek Academy with Zhu Qing and flaunt their affection before Mu Bai. With such an exceptional girl as Zhu Qing, it is I who should guard her. No one else will suffice, Su Ran remarked with a smile. Contemplating the manner in which he should approach Zhu Qing, should he adopt a more ostentatious demeanor or take a subtler approach? The Zhu family had not produced a titled Douluo for centuries. If he were to unveil his innate talent, perhaps the family head would not object to his association with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he still needed to win Zhu Qing's heart if she were unwilling. What value would it hold to possess her against her will? Moreover, Mu Bai had abandoned her, disregarding her safety as he fled alone to the Heaven Do Empire. She was already heartbroken. In her world, her sister did not cherish her. Her fiancé had succumbed to debauchery, and even in his escape, he considered her a burden unworthy of companionship. Under such circumstances, how could he bear to inflict further pain upon her heart? He would pursue Zhu Qing openly and protect her with honor. With him by her side, all she needed to do was to remain joyous. In Xingluo City, the Zhu family stood as a prominent clan within the Douluo Continent. However, due to their long-standing political ties with the Dai family in controlling the Xingluo Empire, they had grown complacent in their martial training, rendering it nearly impossible for the Zhu family to produce formidable warriors capable of holding their ground in the continent. At that moment, in the plaza, numerous disciples were diligently honing their skills. Many of the Zhu family's young women were strikingly beautiful, possessing slender figures and fair complexions, with long legs that could rival the most admired beauties and stars on earth. The natural environment of the Douluo Continent seemed to foster exceptional beauty among its inhabitants. Su Ran's gaze roamed, kindling his anticipation for Zhu Qing's allure. If the passers-by were so stunning, Zhu Qing would surely surpass them. Not to mention Zhu Zhuqing, whose curves were even more pronounced than Zhu Qing's. Before long, Su Ran's attention was captivated by a young woman. She donned a form-fitting black leather outfit, her exquisite figure accentuated by its contours, her perfect curves rendering countless girls in the plaza overshadowed. Her beauty was breathtaking. Her long, delicate legs, accentuated by the leather pants, exuded an enchanting charm that drew the gazes of numerous young men in the vicinity. As the throngs of youths regarded her, admiration gleamed in their eyes. To win over such a girl would be a triumph indeed. Furthermore, achieving her affection would elevate their standing within the Zhu family significantly. As for Mu Bai, in their eyes, he was merely a cowardly fool, too timid to confront Davis directly, fleeing instead. Such a worthless character was hardly worthy of respect. Yet, they could only entertain such thoughts in silence. Though they looked down upon Mu Bai, they dared not belittle the authority of the imperial family. After a moment, all eyes averted, too intimidated to entertain any notions regarding Zhu Zhuqing. All except for Su Ran. Could this be Zhu Zhuqing? Su Ran mused, struck by her beauty, undoubtedly one of the protagonists from Shrek's Seven Monsters, her visage exquisite, waist slender, legs long, and with a bosom that appeared to boast a cup. Such a girl could only be deemed a true beauty. After stealing a few glances, Su Ran averted his gaze. He understood that Zhu Qing despised lecherous individuals. He could not allow himself to leave a negative impression on her. "Who are you?" Zhu Qing inquired, her gaze fixed on the young man before her, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Greetings, I am Su Ran, a collateral disciple of the Zhu family. I have been training outside and have returned to the family for the first time today," Su Ran replied, stepping closer to Zhu Qing with a gentle smile, exuding the poise of a gentleman. As he approached, he caught a whiff of the faint, pleasant fragrance unique to Zhu Qing, warm and delightful. "Oh," Zhu Qing acknowledged, her frosty eyes glancing at Su Ran, offering a cold nod. As he was merely an ordinary disciple of the Zhu family, she showed little interest. However, she still extended her hand. "Best of luck in a few days. The family meeting will take place, and I look forward to your performance," Su Ran encouraged, lightly grasping Zhu Qing's hand, feeling a soft sensation. "You too. Good luck," Zhu Qing responded, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Su Ran intently, sensing that he harbored a different sentiment towards her. Yet, did he not know her status? She was already betrothed, and so many disciples of the Zhu family dared not entertain any notions toward her, yet he gazed at her so openly. Chapter 3. Zhu Zhuqing, a beautiful girl. Zhu Zhuqing was merely slightly curious. Within the Zhu family, and even in Xinghua City, many admired her. However, once they learned of her identity, they kept their distance, scarcely daring to speak with her. They feared being misunderstood by Davis and his entourage, leading to potential trouble. The same was true within the Zhu family. Few dared to grow too close to her. Su Ran's initiative to approach her piqued her curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing found a quiet spot in the plaza to sit, her rounded legs bending, the leather pants tightening further. Her beautiful eyes gazed ahead, her delicate features tinged with a hint of melancholy. In the square, numerous disciples of the Zhu family engaged in mutual sparring. A soul master can only truly grow stronger through combat. However, she is Zhu Zhuqing, and even in her training, she remains solitary. No one dares to challenge her, fearing the displeasure of the crown prince and the young lady. The Zhu and Dai families have long upheld a tradition. Through marriage, the younger generation competes, and the most outstanding pair in each generation inherits the throne. While those who fail in competition face a death sentence, everyone believes that Davis and Zhu Zhuqing will become the future emperor and empress of the Star Luo Empire. As their competitors, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing naturally do not receive favorable treatment. Su Ran observed the girl before him, feeling a twinge of sympathy. He recalled that in the original story, Zhu Zhuqing had always been reclusive and taciturn. Perhaps her personality was shaped by the environment around her. It wasn't that she didn't wish to be cheerful like Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Rather, in the Zhu family, there was no one brave enough to converse with her. "May I sit here?" Su Ran approached Zhu Zhuqing's side. "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing replied, taken aback upon realizing it was Su Ran. She nodded slightly, and then fell silent. Su Ran too remained quiet, sitting beside Zhu Zhuqing. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it her unique fragrance. He couldn't help but glance at the exquisite girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a remarkable figure, her form already comparable to that of an adult woman despite still being a young girl. "Aren't you afraid of me? Why do you dare to sit so close?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curiosity. Did he not fear being reprimanded by her sister? Furthermore, there was a possibility that Davis's people might take action against him. "I'm not afraid. The second lady is so beautiful, many would wish to be closer to her. Why should I fear?" Su Ran replied, inhaling the unique scent that enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, a radiant smile gracing his face. "You know that is not what I meant. If my sister or the crown prince were to discover how close you are to me, you would be affected. Many might also target you," Zhu Zhuqing said, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks, though she felt a flicker of happiness within. All girls enjoy being complimented on their beauty, and she was no exception. Yet, within the Zhu family, due to her status, no one dared to utter such words. They merely gazed at her with lewd eyes, which filled her with disdain. "I'm not afraid. No matter how formidable the crown prince is, I remain unafraid," Su Ran declared, shaking his head. When the time came for his true strength to be revealed, Davis might even seek to ally with him. If he became involved with Zhu Zhuqing, it could tarnish Dai Mu Bai's reputation, which would only please Davis, the beneficiary. If Davis aspired to the throne, he would naturally target Dai Mu Bai, and to pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mu Bai was his greatest obstacle. For now, He and Davis shared a common enemy in Mu Bai, thus he would maintain a friendly rapport with Davis. However, the future remained uncertain, as Zhu Zhuqing was also quite beautiful, her figure possessing even more alluring curves than Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, he understood that Zhu Zhuqing did not genuinely wish to isolate Zhu Zhuqing. Her actions aimed to protect Zhu Zhuqing, hoping she would recognize the challenges and voluntarily depart from the Star Luo Empire. This way, even if Davis ascended the throne, he would not turn against her. "What are you thinking? Are you afraid?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. Most would likely be intimidated upon hearing the crown prince's name. Perhaps Su Ran was no different. "I'm not thinking of anything. Second lady, did you not come to the square to train? I can accompany you in sparring to practice combat," Su Ran suggested. "You wish to train with me? My strength is considerable. Are you certain? What is your cultivation level?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, noting that Su Ran was merely a branch disciple of the Zhu family. From his name, she could tell that Su Ran's father was an outsider, which meant he might not even have inherited a family martial soul. How could his strength possibly be formidable? "My cultivation level? I am a 31st level soul master," Su Ran replied. "You're boasting. How could you possibly be a soul master? Even I am only at 25, Zhu Zhuqing expressed her disbelief. Her current cultivation as a 25-level Great Soul Master was already impressive, a testament to her talent. In the Zhu family, even her sister did not possess her level of innate ability. Believe me or not, do you still want me to accompany you in practice? If not, I might as well leave, Su Ran challenged. Of course I want to. I wish to see your true strength, Zhu Zhuqing responded, not even realizing that she was speaking more than usual in Su Ran's presence. I shall make my move, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her beautiful eyes suddenly serious. Standing there in black-fitted attire, her perfect curves were accentuated. As the breeze swept through, her long black hair danced, drawing the attention of many. Her gaze was filled with determination. She would exert her full strength against any opponent. Moreover, she felt that Su Ran's strength should not be weak, at the very least. He was likely a great soul master. Her martial soul quietly manifested, revealing a massive shadow of a black cat behind her. From her flowing black hair sprouted a pair of soft, adorable black cat ears, and a phantasmal black cat tail emerged from behind her. 2 yellow soul rings swirled beneath her, exuding a darker energy. Many disciples of the Zhu family turned their attention toward them, astonished. What? Su Ran actually wishes to spar with Zhu Zhuqing? Is he out of his mind? Does he not realize the repercussions of getting too close to the second lady? Perhaps he simply seeks to draw attention and capture her notice. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing is betrothed to Mu Bai. What more does Su Ran hope to achieve? Moreover, he is merely a branch disciple of the family. Even if he garnered the second lady's attention, it would amount to naught. Chapter 4. The favorable waters should not flow to others' fields. It is your turn. As Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her martial soul, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Su Ran. She was eager to discern his cultivation level. Although she did not believe Su Ran to be a soul master of the Soul King rank, she assumed he must at least possess the prowess of a great soul master. Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of anticipation. She hoped for Su Ran to be formidable, as such strength would garner attention from her family. Otherwise, with their close association, he might soon become a target. Numerous disciples of the Zhu family also observed Su Ran, curious about his cultivation. If Su Ran proved to be lacking in strength, his standing within the Zhu family would inevitably diminish. How could one maintain their position while being closely affiliated with Zhu Zhuqing if they lacked power? Su Ran calmed his mind and summoned his martial soul. With his current talent, possessing the rank of a soul king at the tender age of 12, he would be personally welcomed by Bibi Dong if he were to visit the martial soul hall. No one in the Zhu family, or even throughout the entire Star Luo Empire, boasted a greater talent than he. Furthermore, with the system he possessed, his potential would only continue to flourish. Under the watchful gaze of all, a black longsword materialized in Su Ran's hand. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its blade exuding a pure ebony hue, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. The moment he grasped the sword, Su Ran's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. His gaze sharpened, as if he himself were a blade, emanating an invincible aura. Everyone stared in astonishment at Su Ran, who wielded the longsword. He radiated a unique charm that stirred their spirits. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Ran's figure. What was his cultivation level? It was now glaringly evident. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings shimmered around him, marking him as a soul king. Many disciples' expressions shifted instantly upon realizing Su Ran's rank. Though they were unaware of his age, it was evident he was quite young. At most, he could not be more than 15 years old. Achieving the rank of Soul King at such an age signified that Su Ran was a prodigious soul master. Such talent promised a bright future, and those who could ally with Su Ran would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. Numerous young women regarded Su Ran with tender gazes, some even casting flirtatious glances. A talent like his would surely hold a high status within the family. If they could cultivate a close relationship with Su Ran or even become his partner, they could circumvent decades of struggle. Is he truly a Soul King? Zhu Zhuqing marveled, her astonishment deepening. Having observed Su Ran closely, she noted that he seemed to be of a similar age to her, perhaps only a year or two older. To attain the rank of Soul King at such an age surpassed even her own talents. This realization made her feel a flush of embarrassment for her earlier words. I told you I am a Soul King. I may deceive others, but I would never mislead you, Su Ran replied with a smile, observing the girl before him, who was blushing and silent. Humph. The flush on Zhu Zhuqing's face began to fade slightly. She refrained from further remarks, instead accelerating towards Su Ran. As an agile attacking soul master, she reached her peak speed, resembling a shadow as she lunged at Su Ran. Her fingers curled, elongated nails glinting ominously. At level 25, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was not weak among her peers in the Zhu family, and to onlookers, her speed seemed impressive. However, to Su Ran, her speed appeared sluggish in comparison. He stood firm, shifting his stance and positioning the sword sheath before him. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws grazed against the obsidian sheath, producing a hissing sound as 5 white marks etched themselves into the surface, a testament to her nails' friction against the sword. As her attack unexpectedly missed, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted slightly, and she attempted to pivot to continue her assault on Su Ran. However, in her haste, she lost her balance and stumbled forward. Be careful, Su Ran cautioned, swiftly catching Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. The surrounding crowd was rendered speechless by the scene, filled with envy as Su Ran embraced the stunning Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, they couldn't help but recall the figure of Mu Bai. Rumor had it that Mu Bai had fled to the Heaven Do Empire. What would his reaction be upon discovering Zhu Zhuqing in the arms of another man? Many thoughts swirled among them, and they felt a twinge of anticipation. They had long harbored disdain for Mu Bai. The alliances between the Dai and Zhu families had left many in the Zhu family feeling resentful. The finest women of the Zhu family had all married into the Dai family, leaving none behind. Who would not be infuriated by such a situation? As the saying goes, the favorable waters should not flow to others' fields. For generations, the Zhu family had seen their resources flow to the Dai family. While this may have been acceptable for a year or two, the accumulated frustration had long since boiled over among the Zhu disciples. Nevertheless, they understood the necessity of the alliance due to the martial soul fusion technique. They typically did not voice their grievances regarding the unions. However, the cowardice of Mu Bai had ignited their ire. His timidity and lack of ambition led him to abandon Zhu Zhuqing, leaving her to face the pressures from both families alone in the Star Luo Empire. Such behavior was considered the most disgraceful in the eyes of all. Regardless of Mu Bai's strength, they paid little heed to it. Abandoning one's fiancé out of cowardice was the most contemptible trait in their view. Such actions condemned Mu Bai to be perceived as a good-for-nothing. Discontent simmered among countless Zhu family disciples. Why should such a waste be allowed to marry their exceptional women? Was it merely due to the Dai family's royal status? Mu Bai was nothing more than a joke. In comparison to Su Ran, he paled in insignificance. A man who abandoned his fiancée and fled could never be worthy of the second Mississippi. Yet, it remained uncertain what Su Ran truly thought. He had not previously been mentioned within the family, and it was unclear whether he genuinely had feelings for the second Mississippi. If Su Ran was indeed sincere, it would create an intriguing scenario. One was the family's unparalleled genius, while the other was the royal family's incompetent third prince. It was uncertain what decision the family head would make. Whispers filled the air. If Su Ran were to unite with Zhu Zhuqing, they would not raise any objections. After all, Su Ran was a member of the Zhu family, and there would be no complications in such an internal affair. However, if Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran became a couple, would that not signify that the worthless third prince, Mu Bai, had been cuckolded? Chapter 5. I can help you. Zhu Zhuqing found herself enveloped in Su Ran's embrace, a delicate blush gracing her cool countenance, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Throughout her life, she had seldom interacted with boys, let alone been held so intimately. Let go of me, she urged, pushing against Su Ran's chest with her delicate hand. But to no avail. The deepening crimson on her cheeks only intensified as the whispers of those around them made her wish for a hidden sanctuary to escape into. After today, there would likely be numerous rumors circulating about her and Su Ran within the Zhu family. Regrettably, their relationship had not yet reached such a level. But once he successfully pursued her, he would embrace her without a hint of hesitation. At that time, not only would he be able to hold Zhu Zhuqing, but he would also possess the freedom to act as he desired. Though she appeared aloof, Zhu Zhuqing had a warm heart and was fiercely loyal. Gaining her affection meant acquiring her entire being. Be more careful next time. Had I not been here today, you could have fallen, Su Ran remarked with a gentle smile, releasing his hold on her slender waist. It seems you lack practical experience. Surely, you have a sparring instructor within your family? He inquired, sensing her insufficient combat skills, noting that even her basic techniques were not yet perfected. In the original story, Zhu Zhuqing had gradually risen through relentless training at Shrek Academy. I do have instructors, but they are quite fierce, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her gaze cast downward at her beautiful legs. She felt a wave of shyness as she sensed Su Ran's masculine aura lingering around her, causing her skin to flush. Her petite toes tapped nervously against the ground as a gentle breeze swept through, causing her inky hair to dance. In the Zhu family, her status was unique. Even her mentors would attempt to maintain a semblance of distance from her. Contemplating this, Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Zhu Zhuqing had endured countless injustices in silence, and he had witnessed it all. Just moments ago, amidst the crowd engaged in training, she had stood alone. Had he not arrived, she would have borne even more hardships. Meanwhile, Mu Bai was reveling at Shrek Academy, having not only fled but also betrayed Zhu Zhuqing, engaging in dubious activities with twin beauties. Such a person could ultimately redeem himself? It was utterly absurd. If strength could indeed forge history, then Su Ran would take it upon himself to write that history from this moment forward. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately accepted her fate and ended up with Mu Bai. However, having arrived in this world, Su Ran would not permit such an outcome. Zhu Zhuqing, I shall guard you henceforth, he vowed, stepping closer to the girl before him, longing to caress her hair. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Zhu Zhuqing stepped aside, preventing Su Ran's hand from reaching her. His bold words stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. No girl could remain composed in such circumstances. Even she, Zhu Zhuqing, was merely an ordinary girl. I can protect myself. You need not concern yourself with me, she responded, her voice softening slightly. Though her gaze remained averted. I already have a fiancé. It would be best for us to keep our distance. She withdrew her martial spirit, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. A sense of unwillingness welled within her. Why was she bound by a betrothal from birth? Other girls had the freedom to choose their partners, but she did not. Her fiancé had been predetermined since her arrival in the world. Why was that? Moreover, Mu Bai's character was appalling, known for his womanizing ways and abandoning her to escape. Why should she be forced to marry such a man? Yet, what alternative did she have? The Zhu and Dai families had intermarried for generations. Her thoughts would not alter that reality. Mu Bai was a prince, and his marriage represented the dignity of the royal family. How could she resist? I can help you, Su Ran said softly, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing. Filled with a protective instinct for the girl before him, he understood that she bore too much alone. My matters are of no concern to you. Do not seek me out in the future. I have my own mentors and do not need your assistance, Zhu Zhuqing replied, a hint of mist forming in her eyes. Her fate was predetermined, and she saw no path for change. While she could sense Su Ran's feelings for her, she would not accept them. Nor would she drag him into her predicament. Su Ran remained oblivious to the intricate relationship between the Zhu and Dai families. He did not yet comprehend the dangers that awaited him should he become entangled in their affairs. She would not allow herself to burden anyone else. For so many years, even her sister, who had always cared for her, had grown indifferent. Her suffering within the family was a solitary burden. No one was there to converse with her, nor to lend a listening ear. Yet now, there was Su Ran. Knowing that someone still cared for her was enough. Everything else was irrelevant. She would not allow Su Ran's feelings for her to deepen. It was the only way to ensure his safety. Let today's sparring conclude. I must take my leave. And please do not seek me out again, Zhu Zhuqing declared, turning away and running toward the horizon, tears welling in her eyes. In the Zhu family, she had always been alone. Even when someone wished to treat her well, she instinctively maintained her distance, unwilling to let those who cared for her suffer, even in the slightest. Su Ran watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing's heart was tumultuous, and she could not accept him just yet. However, he had not anticipated such rapid progress in winning her over. There was still ample time ahead. Zhu Qing would eventually belong to him. As he observed her gradually disappearing from view, Su Ran left the plaza, knowing that only by truly proving his strength and his ability to protect her would Zhu Zhuqing cease to reject him. Only then would she be willing to draw closer to him. Chapter 6. Su Ran, the extraordinary genius. Not long after Su Ran departed, Zhu Zihai, the head of the Zhu family, along with the 3 esteemed elders, hastily arrived at the square. Their gazes were infused with urgency, and there was a palpable excitement in their demeanor. They had received news that another prodigy had emerged from the Zhu family, possessing remarkable talent and having already attained the rank of sole respect. Naturally, the individual they sought was Su Ran. Upon hearing reports from their subordinates, they rushed over, only to discover that they had arrived too late. Su Ran had already left, leaving behind a throng of Zhu disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Listening to the multitude of voices around him, Zhu Zihai could not help but furrow his brow. Su Ran was indeed a genius. At such a young age, he had already surpassed the sole respect rank. Such talent was undoubtedly a precious asset for the Zhu family. With some nurturing, it was conceivable that the Zhu family could witness the rise of another formidable Sol de Law in the future. However, Su Ran's inappropriate intentions toward his daughter left him feeling somewhat displeased. No matter the caliber of genius, it should never jeopardize the long-standing friendship between the Dai and Zhu families. The 2 families had intermarried for generations, a tradition that even he, as the head of the Zhu family, could not alter, let alone an ordinary disciple. If Su Ran wished to be with Zhu Qing, he would need to be an extraordinary genius, akin to a taboo. To safeguard such a talent, he would find ways to navigate this complex situation. However, other talents of lesser ranks did not qualify for such considerations. The connection between Su Ran and Zhu Qing, if it reached the ears of the Dai family, could lead to serious repercussions. Although Su Ran's aptitude was commendable, his temperament required refinement. At the very least, he could no longer be entangled with the second young lady. The second elder remarked, his gaze growing cold as he absorbed the surrounding chatter. The alliance between the Zhu and Dai families was mutually beneficial. Division would only lead to mutual harm. The 2 families possessed a unique martial soul fusion technique, and only through their union could they secure a place of prominence on the continent. Despite the harshness of their marital arrangements, which could even lead to fraternal strife, it was not inherently wrong. Such measures were necessary to cultivate the most exceptional descendants. Only then could the Zhu and Dai families endure through the ages. This was an unbreakable rule that had been followed for millennia, one that included even the elders among them. Sighing, the 3rd elder could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Zhu Qing's future. However, no matter how reluctant he felt, rules were rules. They could only be altered by the emergence of an absolute genius or powerful figure. Yet, it had been a long time since the Zhu family had seen such a prodigy. The ancestors of the Zhu and Dai families were both titled Douluo, who had co-founded the Star Luo Empire. Since then, it had become increasingly challenging for the Zhu family to produce any formidable warriors. As a military and political family, the Zhu family had fallen behind compared to the purely cultivation-focused families of the Tiando Empire. Given their political involvement, it was inevitable that cultivation would wane. Although Su Ran was a genius worthy of their attention, he remained merely an ordinary prodigy, a collateral descendant whose martial soul might not even be exceptional. How could they expect him to excel if even the main lineage of the Zhu family had not birthed an unparalleled genius? How could they expect it from the collateral branches? Zihai, I understand your grievances, the second elder said, placing a comforting hand on Zhu Zihai's shoulder. It pains you to witness such familial strife. Yet, this is the reality of the Zhu family. Even we cannot escape the confines of these rules. Generations of Zhu family heads faced similar tribulations, yet in the end, they all grasped that the family's interests were paramount. Yes, I am fully aware. Zhu Zihai replied with a bitter smile. In that moment, his silhouette seemed to age considerably. Sitting in this position, no one could fathom the extent of his helplessness and anguish. There were certain actions he wished to avoid but felt compelled to undertake. By the way, elder, how old is Su Ran? Zhu Zihai suddenly inquired, turning to the elder. Only by knowing Su Ran's age could they ascertain the strength of his talent in relation to his cultivation level. Su Ran had never returned to the family. leaving them unaware of his circumstances. The elder was currently perusing the family annals for information on Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of unease as the elder stood there, seemingly frozen in place, his expression oddly peculiar, as though he had encountered something extraordinary. The other two elders, hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, gazed curiously at the elder as well. With a deep breath, the elder exhaled, a hint of excitement coloring his aged features. From this day forth, all shadow guards shall be mobilized to ensure Su Ran's safety. Should any harm befall him, we will surely feel the weight of disgrace before our ancestors, he declared, his voice trembling with fervor. How many years had it been since the Zhu family had seen an extraordinary genius? The world recognized the 7 major sects, and yet, despite the Zhu family's esteemed name, their reputation in the realm of soul masters paled in comparison to even the most minor sections. However, from this moment on, the Zhu family was destined to rise, potentially even surpassing the Dai family, for they had given birth to a true dragon, Su Ran. Shadow guards? Zhu Zhuqing and the two elders exclaimed in unison. The Zhu family shadow guards, numbering over 10, each boasted strength at the level of Soul Emperor or even Soul Saint. These shadow guards were tasked with executing various actions for the Zhu family while discreetly safeguarding key figures. The shadow guards held a position of significant importance within the Zhu family, with even Zhu Zhuqing protected by 2 powerful individuals from their ranks. But what had the elder just stated? Mobilizing all the shadow guards solely to protect Su Ran? Surely, this could not be a jest. Elder, what do you mean by this? Is Su Ran's talent truly that exceptional? Zhu Zhuqing asked respectfully, his gaze fixed on the venerable elder. The elder was the most powerful figure in the Zhu family, boasting the strength of an 89th level Soul Douluo, someone who had weathered countless storms throughout his life. Yet why did he now display such uncharacteristic emotions? Judge for yourselves, then make your decision, the elder replied with a smile, handing the family register to Zhu Zhuqing. Unable to restrain his emotions, tears streamed down his face. The Zhu family, as the second highest authority in the Star Luo Empire, had not even produced a titled Douluo. But that would soon change. A sole respect at the age of 12, such a genius had been born into the Zhu family. As Zhu Zhuqing and the two elders examined the register, their expressions mirrored that of the elder. Reassign the shadow guards stationed by my side. They must ensure Su Ran's safety at all costs, Zhu Zhuqing declared, taking a deep breath and speaking resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. The moment he grasped the extent of Su Ran's talent, all prior thoughts dissipated. He recognized that such a genius must be cultivated with utmost effort. We must never offend Su Ran. He is merely a collateral descendant, having spent his time cultivating externally, thus lacking a deep emotional connection to the family. The two elders concurred, exchanging glances that simultaneously recalled Su Ran's connection with Zhu Zhuqing. It was not impossible for Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing to be together. If such a genius could belong to the Zhu family, it would be far better than perpetually relying on others, the elder aptly reminded them. Despite the amicable relations between the Zhu and Dai families, the martial soul fusion technique was predominantly led by the Dai family. The women of the Zhu family possessed exceptional talent, yet upon marrying into the Dai family, they became part of the Dai family. The Zhu family had consistently been at a disadvantage. The Zhu family's talents had always been dressed in the garments of the Dai family, resulting in a perpetual loss. In his youth, the elder had harbored affections for the Zhu family's eldest daughter, who reciprocated his feelings. Yet he could only stand by and watch as the crown prince embraced the woman he cherished, treating her with disdain. His life had already been a tragedy. He wished to prevent history from repeating itself. Furthermore, with Su Ran's talent, should he advance to the rank of titled Douluo in the future, the Zhu families standing on the continent would undoubtedly rise. The Zhu family was distinct from the Ning, Tang, and Yu families of the Tiando Empire. The Zhu and Dai families held dominion over the Star Luo Empire. They possess a formidable army and political resources that other families lack. Should the Zhu family produce a titled Douluo, with the powerful military they command and their connections with various officials, the Zhu family would wield significant influence. Standing on equal footing with the Dai family, this is their paramount concern. As Su Ran is capable of securing greater benefits for the Zhu family, they will undoubtedly strive to cultivate his allegiance, even at the expense of the valued alliance between the Dai and Zhu families. In familial relations, there are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. When the advantages Su Ran can provide outweigh the value of the Dai-Zhu connection, they will not hesitate to forsake it. Chapter 7. What? 100,000 skill points to transform? Sigh, cultivating is so tedious. There are no beautiful ladies around. Su Ran sighed as he practiced his soul skills on the outskirts of Xinglua City. He had now mastered the application of his soul skills. His second soul skill, Star Concealment, allowed him to shroud his presence, merging seamlessly with the surrounding void for a brief period. The effect was even more pronounced under the starlit sky. With his already formidable martial spirit and this ability to conceal himself, he could strike unseen. If he combined this with his first soul skill, Su Ran felt confident that even a soul sect would be no match for him. After all, when your opponent suddenly vanishes and then reappears with a powerful strike, few can react in time. His third soul skill, Sword Chi Across the Horizon, was a wide-area attack skill that unleashed numerous sword energies. Having thoroughly explored his soul skills, Su Ran began to feel a sense of monotony. He was not fond of violence. He had come to this realm to pursue beautiful girls and live a blissful life. Host brother, you can now pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Given your talent, the Zhu family would surely do their utmost to fulfill any request you make. The system's melodious voice chimed in. What requests? Su Ran's eyes brightened as he pretended to be oblivious. Humph, shameless host, still pretending, the system teased. Her delicate face slightly flushed. She did not fully understand the implications. She merely wished to assist her host. As a system, her primary task was to fulfill his desires, allowing him to engage in whatever he wished in this new world. By the way, host, why didn't you seize the opportunity to approach Zhu Zhuqing earlier? The system detects that she has developed some distinct feelings towards you. The system inquired, though she remained oblivious to human emotions despite her beauty. You wouldn't understand. I need to give Zhuqing some space. Distance creates beauty. You see? If I leave, it will stir her emotions. If we are together all the time, we won't cherish each other. Prolonged absence can lead to fading feelings. A state of being near yet distant is what keeps one longing, Su Ran replied with a smile. You are quite impressive, host, the system said with a gentle smile, not fully grasping the concept, but sensing the profundity of his words. By the way, system, can you take human form? Su Ran asked with a meaningful smile, having long been curious if the intelligent system could manifest as a human. After all, the system's voice was lovely. If she took human form, she might be an exquisite beauty, at the very least, fair-skinned and long-legged. That is indeed possible. However, it requires 10,000 skill points to reveal your face and 100,000 skill points to take human form, the system explained, her tone laced with a hint of temptation. In the system's space, she donned a light blue floral gown, gracefully twirling in front of a long mirror, admiring her figure with a satisfied smile. After all, she was a system and deemed herself the most beautiful. However, that's rather expensive. Just to see your face costs 10,000 skill points. How pretentious, Su Ran remarked, suddenly realizing his poverty. He didn't possess a single skill point. Even if he completed a task, he would only earn 100 skill points. 100,000 was exorbitant. Even if he wished to transform the system into human form, it would be a challenge. Host, please do not be disheartened. As long as you focus on completing your tasks, you will soon accumulate enough skill points, the system encouraged. Let's forget about that for now. I will focus on my soul skills and raise the age of my soul rings first. If necessary, I can also try my luck in the lottery. Skill points are hard to come by. I cannot afford to squander them, Su Ran replied with a mischievous grin. He was still unaware of what the system looked like. Revealing her face required 10,000 skill points, so he would pass. What if she turned out to be a plain girl? Host brother, you must not be so cruel. The system's voice came through, slightly vexed. I am so beautiful, with perfect curves and long legs. How can you think so of me? I'll let you take human form once I have enough skill points. My strength is too low right now, Su Ran said, no longer teasing the system. He understood that if he allowed the system to take human form, he could gain a formidable ally. If he had enough points, he would certainly be willing. Well, enough of this. I should go see Zhuqing now. After I pursue her, I will also check on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is also a wonderful girl. Besides, if I manage to win her over, Tang San might be quite upset. As night fell, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone on a flat boulder on the back mountain, relishing the tranquility surrounding her. The chorus of insects and the gentle rustle of the cool breeze accompanied her. The girl, clad in a black gauze skirt, let her lustrous black hair cascade over her shoulders, swaying gently in the wind. She hugged her knees, savoring the serene night. At some point, she had developed a fondness for sitting here alone to admire the night sky. The darkness enveloped her, and though no one accompanied her, she felt content in her solitude. Today, her spirits were somewhat lifted, knowing there were still those who cared for her, and that was enough. However, she resolved never to engage with Su Ran again, determined to prevent him from suffering any harm because of her. Su Ran possessed remarkable talent, surpassing her own, and his future was boundless. She could not allow herself to be a burden. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes gazed at the sky, where the moonlight radiated a pure glow. As she contemplated the moon's brilliance, a sense of determination mingled with a hint of melancholy rose within her. She yearned to live like an ordinary girl, embracing joy. Yet, she could not afford to be selfish. She was Zhu Zhuqing. Such desires were beyond her reach. In a few months, she would seek Mu Bai. And if he remained unchanged, she would walk alone. After all, her departure from this world would not alter anything. This way, her sister could serve as the empress of the Xinghua Empire without the burden of unexpected events, and the Zhu family would continue as usual. As for Su Ran, he too would eventually find a beautiful girl to marry and start a family. Chapter 8. Do you remember brothers Su Ran by the shores of Daming Lake 6 years ago? Su Ran silently appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the girl before him. The resplendent moonlight bathed her in its glow, enhancing her already fair complexion with a touch of radiance. Her delicate figure appeared even more voluptuous under the soft, golden halo. Her long, lustrous black hair shimmered with an ethereal glow, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, there was an elusive quality to her beauty, as though it would vanish upon the slightest touch. Witnessing this scene, a pang of ache stirred within Su Ran. He harbored no sordid thoughts towards Zhu Zhuqing anymore. Instead, he felt an overwhelming desire to protect her, to shield her from harm inflicted by others. Though he yearned for her physically, he was not the sort to treat her as mere plaything. He sought her heart, for only then would she be complete. A mere shell, no matter how beautiful, loses its essence without a soul. What are you thinking about here alone? Su Ran approached Zhu Zhuqing and sat beside her. Su Ran, why are you here? Zhu Zhuqing was startled by his sudden presence, her heart racing until she realized it was him. I went to your room and saw you weren't there. I was worried about you, so I came to find you, he replied. Oh. A warmth spread through Zhu Zhuqing's heart, realizing Su Ran genuinely cared for her well-being. Yet, they were destined to remain strangers. It was futile to hope for a favorable outcome, so perhaps it was best to keep their distance. Su Ran, please don't come looking for me anymore, and don't allow yourself to like me. You possess great talent and will encounter many beautiful girls in the future. Don't waste your time on me. I am not worth it, she said softly, her gaze lowered. Whether it's worth it or not is not for you to decide. It's for me to determine, Su Ran responded, glancing at the girl beside him. Her dress was somewhat thin, and as she sat there, her fair calves were exposed. A chilly breeze swept over her, making her appear a bit cold. Without hesitation, Su Ran removed his outer coat and draped it over her bare legs. From now on, you should not wear skirts at night. Even if you do, they should be long ones. It's too cold, you might catch a cold. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted with her hands, feeling somewhat flustered. She was not accustomed to such care, especially from a male, which made her feel embarrassed. She wanted to retort, he was not someone significant to her. Why should she heed his words? Yet, the words died on her lips. Su Ran's concern for her was palpable, and she found herself relishing this feeling of being cared for. Su Ran, you are so kind to me. What is it that you desire? I may not be able to give you what you want. Zhu Zhuqing looked up, meeting Su Ran's gaze. Is Su Ran also one of those lecherous men? She pondered, the kind of shameless person she despised most. Could Su Ran be such a person? Yet, if not, why would he treat her with such kindness? Zhu Zhuqing, the second daughter of the Zhu family, was viewed as a mere victim in the family's power struggles, destined to be a casualty. How could someone like her capture Su Ran's attention? All she possessed was her exterior. Perhaps Su Ran sought her out solely for her beauty. Much like the other men outside who judged based on appearances. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled bitterly. Was there truly anyone who cared for her in this world? Perhaps not. I simply wish to see you happy. I do not want anyone to bully you, that is all, Su Ran replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of determination. Of course. There was another thought he left unspoken, only he had the right to bully her, but even then, it would be in jest. For he could never truly bear to hurt her. Is that so? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as she turned away, discreetly wiping them away before Su Ran noticed. She felt an overwhelming urge to weep. For how many years had it been? Since awakening her martial soul at the age of 6, even her sister had begun to despise her. Her father, preoccupied with state affairs, and the household staff avoided her as though she were a plague. The teacher who guided her in cultivation dared not form any bond with her. She was the second daughter of the Zhu family, a position of nobility, yet what did it matter? No one believed in her. She was merely a pawn in the family's power struggles, devoid of worth. People only respected her for her lineage and bloodline. Without that, she might have been discarded like refuse within her own family. She had previously thought Su Ran to be a mere lecher, but she was utterly mistaken, even dreadfully so. Su Ran was not that kind of person. All he sought was her happiness, with no ulterior motives. But I do not deserve such kindness from you, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, turning away to wipe her tears once more. You should know, although I am a disciple of the Zhu family, I am merely a branch member. I have been cultivating alone outside since childhood, harboring no attachment to the Zhu family. With my current talent, even without returning to the Zhu family, I could access abundant resources at the Spirit Hall, even more than I might find here. Yet, I chose to return, because I knew there was someone in the Zhu family waiting for me. If I did not return to find her, I would never forgive myself. I cannot allow the one I cherish to become another's fiancé, Su Ran declared, his gaze fixed on the moonlit sky, exuding a sense of weariness and resolve. In that moment, he appeared extraordinarily genuine, leaving even the system's assistant in awe. Had she not been aware of the circumstances, she would certainly have believed Su Ran's words. Zhu Zhuqing was equally taken aback. Su Ran had returned to the Zhu family for her sake? Had he already developed feelings for her in the past? Yet, her mind was devoid of past memories of Su Ran. I still remember 6 years ago, when you were bullied on the streets of Xinglua City, calling me Brother Su Ran. From that moment, I began to harbor feelings for you. At that time, I was weak and lacked the ability to protect you. Though my strength may still be lacking now, I can no longer afford to wait. If I do, I fear I may lose my chance. Su Ran gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with deep affection, his eyes brimming with innocence and steadfastness. At that moment, a dazzling light seemed to shine from his eyes, rendering the world around them seemingly dim in comparison. In that instant, his gaze was solely upon Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure exquisite, her skin fair as snow, and her legs long and shapely. To win her affection would render his life complete. Moreover, having Zhu Zhuqing by his side would allow him to flaunt his triumph before Mu Bai. That scoundrel Mu Bai had allowed Zhu Zhuqing to suffer alone while he cavorted with Ma Hongjun. Su Ran would retrieve every ounce of grievance Zhu Zhuqing had endured. Chapter 9 Brother Su Ran, don't go. Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, blinking her beautiful eyes in surprise. She tilted her head, gazing at Su Ran with a hint of skepticism. When had she ever referred to him as Brother Su Ran? She couldn't recall. Was Su Ran attempting to deceive her? Ah, it seems you've forgotten. At the banks of Daming Lake in Xinglua City, I once rescued you. Back then, you called me Brother Su Ran. However, that was quite some time ago, so it's understandable that you don't remember, Su Ran quickly replied, eager to conclude the conversation. He sensed that lingering on this topic would only expose him. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, still wearing a perplexed expression. Yet, she refrained from asking further. 6 years ago, she had merely been a child. Who could possibly remember such distant events? Moreover, she was not a frivolous woman. She possessed her own discernment. From Su Ran's gaze, she perceived nothing but sincerity. What he said was true. He would not deceive her. Otherwise, why would he return to the Zhu family for her? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of guilt. Su Ran had saved her, yet she had forgotten him. Wasn't that a bit disheartening? If Su Ran were to find out, would he be disappointed? Could I hear you call me Brother Su Ran once more? It has been quite some time since I last heard you say that. Su Ran smiled gently, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing. He anticipated that she might address him in such a manner. Even Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, had never enjoyed such a privilege. In the original narrative, the relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai had always been strained. Su Ran recalled that their relationship only began to improve when Tang San distributed the celestial herbs among the 7 monsters. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing had been worried about Mu Bai's potential issues with absorbing the herbs. It was also during that period that their substantial power increase gave Zhu Zhuqing a glimmer of hope. Mu Bai, having emerged from his despondency, ultimately defeated Davis and began to redeem himself. Even a worthless individual could become formidable with a treasure, yet a worthless individual would remain just that. In this lifetime, he would never lay his hands on a single celestial herb. Moreover, once he won Zhu Zhuqing's heart, he would ensure that Mu Bai felt the sting of knowing his fiancé was cherished by another. At that moment, he could also discreetly inform Davis of Mu Bai's whereabouts, allowing Davis to confront him as well. While Davis was unaware of Mu Bai's presence in Suatua City, Su Ran was fully aware. Mu Bai had fled to the Heavendo Empire to evade Davis. If exposed, it would spell disaster for him. Brother Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran's unguarded eyes, lowering her head slightly. Her delicate lips parted as she spoke. She was uncertain whether she had ever had a brother Su Ran, but since he claimed she had, she chose to believe it. Su Ran was a good person. Although his gaze occasionally strayed to inappropriate places, for some reason, she found it impossible to harbor any resentment towards him. Especially knowing that he had come to the Zhu family for her, even risking danger, her fondness for Su Ran deepened considerably. In a few days, I shall request the family head to annul your engagement with Mu Bai. He is unworthy of you. I cannot stand idly by while you leap into a fiery abyss. Su Ran declared, rising to his feet and gently stroking Zhu Zhuqing's long hair with determination. Su Ran, no. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion shifted as she clutched his arm. If he approached her father with such a request, he would be met with severe consequences. I will not stand by and watch the girl I cherish plunge into danger. Even if she does not return my feelings, it is still unacceptable, Su Ran insisted, unable to resist stealing a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still clinging to his arm. You mustn't look around carelessly. And you certainly must not approach my father. I forbid you to do so. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she sensed Su Ran's gaze. She felt a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. At her age, she was aware of where Su Ran's eyes wandered. Yet, she dared not release Su Ran. What if he acted recklessly and put himself in harm's way? Her father and several elders were formidable. What would happen if they discovered Su Ran's feelings for her? If her father were to learn of Su Ran's affections, what fate would befall him? The thought of such punishment was daunting, and she knew it would be severe. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of worry. Tightening her embrace around Su Ran, her soft figure pressed against his arm stirred something within him. However, Su Ran was aware that in the original story, Xiao Wu's legs were the most beautiful, but pursuing Xiao Wu was no easy feat. Shu Qin was somewhat easier to court due to her disdain for Mu Bai. While Xiao Wu had Tang San by her side, if one did not possess sufficient charm, success would be elusive. Brother Su Ran, I implore you, please do not go. I do not wish for you to be harmed, Zhu Zhuqing pleaded when Su Ran remained silent. She was uncertain whether her feelings for Su Ran extended beyond friendship, but she knew she could not allow him to suffer for her sake. Very well, for now, I shall refrain from going, Su Ran nodded, extending his arms to envelop Zhu Zhuqing in a warm embrace. She felt soft and fragrant in his arms. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed as she realized Su Ran was taking liberties, holding her close. Did he not understand that a girl was not someone one could simply embrace at will? It is getting late. I should take my leave. Su Ran, you should also return home and rest. Zhu Zhuqing managed to extricate herself from his embrace. Her face flushed as she hurried away. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She could not fathom why she felt no aversion towards Su Ran. Even being held in his arms felt comfortable. She still held onto Su Ran's clothing, which he had draped over her legs moments ago. Clutching it to her chest, the lingering scent of Su Ran filled her senses, quickening her heartbeat. With long strides, she hurried towards her chamber, not allowing herself to calm until Su Ran was out of her sight. Chapter 10. No one but Su Ran, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Hao, along with 3 elders, arrived early in the grand hall, their minds seemingly elsewhere. Although the family meeting was of great significance, their attention was solely captured by one individual, Su Ran. The Zhu family boasted many soul emperors and soul saints. Yet only those like Su Ran, with the potential to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, could truly garner their interest. At 12 years of age, possessing a soul rank of 31, such prodigious talent had not graced the Xingluo Empire for centuries. The emergence of such a genius within their ranks was surely a divine blessing for the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing was also present in the hall, adorned in a long black gown with golden embroidery that accentuated her graceful form. Her long legs stood out, making her appear as a crane among chickens. Countless gazes were drawn to her, eliciting a mix of admiration and resignation. Zhu Zhuqing's talent surpassed that of her elder sister, Zhu Zhuqing, yet her fiancé was a coward, destined to dictate her fate. Historically, beautiful women often faced tragic fates. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing might meet her demise within the next decade. Zhu Zhuqing had grown accustomed to the stares over the years, choosing to live for herself, indifferent to the opinions of others. Her enchanting eyes searched the crowd for Su Ran, but her heart sank with disappointment. Since that fateful night, he had seemingly vanished from her life. Now absent, even from the family meeting. Was he disappointed in her? Yet, given their respective standings, how could they ever be together? Even if she harbored feelings for him, could they dare to defy the royal family? She wished not to burden Su Ran, yet his departure had left her heart aching. Would he return? Despite their limited encounters, Su Ran had indelibly marked her heart. Zhuqing, I'm late, Su Ran announced as he entered the grand hall, immediately spotting Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she looked exceptionally beautiful, her gown revealing a glimpse of her fair leg, causing onlookers to steal glances. This family meeting was crucial. He needed to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to annul Zhu Zhuqing's engagement to Mu Bai. Only then could he make his proposal, and with his talent. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing would consider betrothing Zhuqing to him. Su Ran, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't attend today's meeting, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her heart swelling with uncontainable joy upon hearing his voice. Looking at his face, she felt a sense of relief, realizing she had perhaps overthought things. How could someone as wonderful as Su Ran possibly be angry with her? I washed her clothes, she said, stepping forward to hand him the garments cradled in her arms. Thank you, Zhuqing. You're truly remarkable. Any man fortunate enough to marry you will be blessed, Su Ran replied with a smile as he accepted the clothes. He couldn't help but wonder if being with Qilin would inspire her to become even more capable. Don't say such things, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks flushing as she playfully punched him, though it lacked any real force, resembling the playful antics of a young girl. This side of her left the onlookers astonished. Who is that? Why is he so close to the second miss? Some murmured, noting how Zhu Zhuqing had just handed him her clothes. Whispers spread through the crowd, igniting wild speculation. Clothes? Could it be that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing have already? Meanwhile, some felt discontent, questioning Su Ran's identity. They had never heard of him before. Why should he enjoy such intimacy with Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed to reciprocate his affections? I am Zhu Ling, a level 28 soul master, here to spar. A youth in black attire boldly approached Su Ran, his tone dripping with disdain. Even if he could not win Zhu Zhuqing's heart, he would not allow her to be pursued by another. Zhu Ling's declaration captured the attention of those present, including Zhu Zhuqing and the three elders, who watched with keen interest. They too were curious about Su Ran's abilities. A 12-year-old soul master was indeed impressive. But how strong was he? Just you? You hardly stand a chance, Su Ran replied coolly, unimpressed by Zhu Ling's bravado. The audacity of someone from a side branch to disregard him was laughable. Arrogant. If you lose, keep your distance from Miss Zhuqing, Zhu Ling shot back, summoning his martial spirit, the nether spirit cat, as a wave of energy emanated from him, prompting nods of approval from the younger generation in attendance. At 16, Zhu Ling's level was considered respectable. Even as Zhu Ling unleashed his martial spirit, Su Ran remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and collected. This nonchalance infuriated Zhu Ling, who interpreted Su Ran's gaze as contempt and dismissal. Laughter erupted among the Zhu family members, who found Su Ran's bravado amusing. Does Su Ran really think he can compete? He hasn't even released his martial spirit. No matter how strong he is, he cannot match Zhu Ling. Su Ran's apparent arrogance only fueled Zhu Ling's confidence as he charged forward, intent on demonstrating the superiority of the main branch's disciples. He believed that by defeating Su Ran, he might earn Zhu Zhuqing's favor. However, Zhu Ling's fantasies shattered almost instantly. With a resounding boom, he was sent flying backward before he could even reach Su Ran, landing several meters away, all without Su Ran having released his martial spirit. Su Ran's actions were swift and decisive. Draw the sword, sheath the sword. The efficiency of his movements left the onlookers in a state of shock. Even Zhu Zhuqing and the elders stood in stunned silence, astonished by Su Ran's display of power. Zhu Ling lay on the ground, curled in pain, utterly taken aback by Su Ran's strength. The might of that single strike was overwhelming. It was evident that no one below the rank of Soul Sovereign could withstand it. Just how powerful was Su Ran? A Soul Sovereign? Otherwise, how could one be so formidable without manifesting a martial soul? Do you yield? Su Ran cast a glance at Zhu Ling and spoke with a nonchalant tone. This was his first encounter in actual combat, and the martial soul bestowed upon him by the system was evidently invincible. He had a premonition that although he was merely a soul master, he could, with full exertion, contend even against a soul king. I yield, I truly yield. Brother. Zhu Ling fervently nodded, her gaze drawn to the ebony longsword in Su Ran's grasp, involuntarily shuddering. Had Su Ran unleashed his martial soul, she feared he might have cleaved her in twain with a single stroke. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this spectacle, seemed to shiver as well, their eyes now reflecting a hint of reverence towards Su Ran. In this world, the strong command respect, and indeed, everything. Su Ran is remarkably powerful, far beyond my expectations. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment, a subtle smile betraying her usually composed demeanor. Su Ran's strength surpassed her imagination with such prowess. His true capabilities could very well rival those of the Soul Sect. Given his youth, he must be regarded as one of the continent's most exceptional talents. Su Ran's future appears boundless, and he may even have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. Chapter 11. The marriage contract. The head of the family remarked, Su Ran's strength surpasses our expectations by a considerable margin. The Grand Elder expressed his excitement. At such a young age, reaching this level of combat prowess is something only the prodigies of the Spirit Hall could achieve. He recalled the Spirit Hall's renowned figure, Qian Renxue, who possessed innate soul power of level 20 at the age of 12. As the daughter of the Pope, endowed with the six-winged angel spirit and all the resources of the Spirit Hall, her accomplishments were hardly surprising. However, Su Ran had none of these advantages. He had not even benefited from the resources of the Zhu family. The fact that a soul master, lacking substantial resources, could achieve such heights was what made Su Ran truly formidable. Did this not imply that Su Ran's talent might eclipse that of the legendary Qian Renxue? If Su Ran continues on this trajectory, his future could undoubtedly rival that of a sword Douluo, the second elder lamented. Not long ago, he had contemplated punishing Su Ran for his closeness to Zhu Zhuqing, but in hindsight, that notion now seemed utterly ludicrous. How could they, in their right minds, dare to reprimand such a genius? Su Ran, being merely a distant relative of the Zhu family, could easily deny his ties to them. After all, he bore the surname Su. They should be grateful for the connection between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, for it was the only thing keeping him within their family's orbit. Otherwise, he doubted they could offer anything to retain Su Ran's allegiance. If not for Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran could easily align himself with the Spirit Hall or join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, led by the sword Douluo. What reason would he have to remain with the Zhu family? Proud, you have raised a remarkable daughter, the Grand Elder said, patting Zhu Zihai's shoulder with a knowing look. At that moment, their course of action became abundantly clear. Mu Bai, a mere waste, was likely to lead Zhu Zhuqing to ruin. Su Ran was an extraordinary talent, destined to become a pinnacle powerhouse of the continent. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing herself was gifted. Should they both ascend to the level of titled Douluos, the power of the Zhu family would undoubtedly reach new heights. At that juncture, even the Dai family would have to regard them with utmost seriousness. Zhu Zihai understood what needed to be done. He gazed at Su Ran with unbridled excitement, as if beholding a rare treasure. With Zhu Zhuqing by Su Ran's side, he felt that as a father, he would have no regrets in life. Who would wish to witness the heart-wrenching sight of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yongning turning against one another? The clan meeting continued until the afternoon, serving merely to record the prowess of the younger generation and to reward those who had shown significant progress. As the gathering neared its conclusion, Zhu Zihai strode confidently to the center of the hall, surveying the youthful faces before him, finally resting his gaze upon Su Ran. Today's family meeting is hereby concluded. Su Ran, with your exceptional abilities and extraordinary talent, you shall henceforth be recognized as the core disciple of the Zhu family. With a monthly stipend of 3,000 gold soul coins, all resources of the family shall be directed toward your development. Every disciple of the Zhu family is expected to align themselves with you, aspiring to become a powerful force that will ensure the everlasting prosperity of our lineage. Zhu Zihai declared solemnly, his voice resonating with authority. As those words echoed through the hall, every individual present turned their attention to Su Ran, etching his name into their memories. They understood that Su Ran was to receive the full support of the Zhu family, and his future prospects were boundless. Head of the family, may I propose an alternative reward? Su Ran inquired, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, her lips curved slightly, and her elegant black gown accentuated her alluring figure, evoking a desire to cherish and pamper her. However, upon hearing Su Ran's words, her smile vanished abruptly. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, frozen, as memories of Su Ran's earlier remarks flooded her mind. Surely he did not intend for her father to annul her engagement to Mu Bai? Su Ran, please don't, Zhu Zhuqing implored, her face paling in urgency. She hurried to his side, grasping his sleeve with fervor. How could Su Ran be so reckless? Was he willing to jeopardize his life? Even if he desired her, they could elope in secret. Confronting her father would be tantamount to courting disaster. I cannot wait any longer. If this continues, I fear you may be taken from me. Therefore, I must take the risk. Even if it leads me through fire and peril, Su Ran declared. Many onlookers gasped in disbelief at this revelation. What was unfolding? Could it be that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing shared a deeper bond? Perhaps they had already crossed into such territory. Yet, Su Ran's audacity was astounding. Zhu Zhuqing was destined to marry into royalty. Was he truly attempting to win her affections? thereby humiliating the royal family? Nevertheless, they could not help but admire Su Ran's courage. A noble death beneath the peony blooms is still a romantic end. Zhu Zhuqing's stunning figure and ethereal beauty only amplified Su Ran's audacity. To win her heart was indeed a remarkable feat even if the royal family sought retribution. The opportunity to revel in her company was worth the risk of death. As their gazes lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite form, they could not help but feel a pang of envy. The young lady was a veritable treasure, her figure a perfect blend of grace and allure. Why had they not considered this sooner? To capture the heart of such a beauty, the prospect of facing royal wrath seemed a small price to pay. Feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Ran's audacity had led to misunderstandings regarding their relationship. Yet, she had no time to dwell on this. She was acutely aware that if Su Ran continued down this path, he would face grave consequences. The union between the Zhu and Dai families had long been regarded as paramount by their kin. Su Ran's desire to disrupt it would undoubtedly incite the anger of her father and the elders. Su Ran, come with us, and Zhuqing, you should join as well. Zhu Zihai commanded, his satisfaction palpable. He sensed Su Ran's genuine feelings for Zhuqing. Su Ran was far superior to Mu Bai. And securing a promising future for Zhuqing while enlisting a prodigious talent for the family was undoubtedly a fortuitous arrangement. In the study, Zhu Zihai and 3 elders stood above, observing Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing below. Su Ran, what did your earlier statement mean? What reward do you seek? With your talents, we shall endeavor to fulfill any request you make, Zhu Zihai stated, his eyes filled with an inscrutable gleam. In the Zhu family, I ask for nothing but the dissolution of Zhu Zhuqing's engagement to Mu Bai. He is but a waste, unworthy of Zhuqing. Should the head of the family insist on binding her to such a man, I shall consider the Zhu family my lifelong enemy. If I survive, I will seek vengeance. Su Ran proclaimed, standing tall, as his sword seemed to resonate with its master's fervor. Su Ran, such words are unacceptable. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, her heart racing. Father, Su Ran is merely overwhelmed with emotion. He did not truly mean it. Please, do not punish him. She was deeply moved by Su Ran's willingness to risk everything for her freedom, yet terror gripped her heart at the thought of him facing repercussions, perhaps even death. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had carved a significant place in her heart, and she could not bear the thought of him suffering for her sake. With clenched teeth, she stood resolutely, tears shimmering in her eyes. If her father were to punish Su Ran, she would share in his fate. Whether in life or death, she would remain by his side. Zhuqing, speak honestly, what feelings do you harbor for Su Ran? Zhu Zihai inquired, a smile gracing his face as he recognized the affection Zhuqing held for Su Ran. 2 prodigies united seemed a match made in heaven. I like Su Ran, she confessed. Zhu Zhuqing softly spoke, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Ran, a trace of determination evident in her gaze. Since they were to be punished, they would face it together. If her father imposed a severe penalty on Su Ran, she would claim that she had seduced him. She was unafraid of being labeled as shameless, for Su Ran's safety was her utmost priority. Very well, Zhu Zihai nodded. From this day forth, the Zhu family shall no longer recognize the relationship between Mu Bai and Zhuqing. Henceforth, Zhuqing's only fiancé will be Su Ran. Zhu Zihai declared without a hint of hesitation. He understood the significance of a talent like Su Ran, whose potential benefits to the Zhu family far surpassed those of Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at her father, her dark eyes wide with surprise. When had he become so open-minded? And now, she was to be Su Ran's fiancée? What was happening? Zhu Zhuqing felt a flush creep across her cheeks. She was momentarily at a loss. Were they not meant to face punishment together? Otherwise, she would not have professed her affection for Su Ran. Uncle, here is the marriage certificate, Su Ran said with a smile, quickly producing the prepared document and addressing Zhu Zihai as uncle. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing watched this scene in a daze, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. At that moment, she comprehended the reality of the situation. Her engagement to Mu Bai was annulled, and she would have no further ties to him. She would henceforth be Su Ran's fiancée. Yet, was it possible that Su Ran had anticipated this outcome all along, even preparing the marriage certificate in advance? What is your opinion, Zhuqing? If you agree, your relationship with Su Ran will be solidified. Zhu Zihai smiled, gazing at his beloved daughter. Zhu Zhuqing softly murmured, her chest rising and falling slightly as she felt too shy to meet his gaze. In that moment, she could not dare to refuse. If she did, she would be forced to marry Mu Bai. Considering this, she would much rather wed Su Ran, whose character was 100 times superior to that of Mu Bai. as Zhu Zihai handed the marriage certificate to Su Ran. Feeling the heat of Su Ran's gaze upon her, Zhu Zhuqing was overcome with a sense of embarrassment and anxiety. "Father, I will take my leave now," Zhu Zhuqing said softly, bowing slightly before hastily departing the scene. "Uncle, I too shall take my leave," Su Ran stated, observing proper etiquette. "Very well. You young ones may do as you please, but do remember that Zhuqing's health has been fragile since childhood," Zhu Zihai cautioned, recalling his own youthful escapades. He sighed, "No more reminiscing. Speaking too much only brings tears." "Understood," Su Ran replied with a nod, quickly pursuing Zhuqing. "Are you upset?" Su Ran stepped forward, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand. "Humph. Shameless Su Ran. You deceived me," Zhu Zhuqing retorted, blushing furiously as she withdrew her hand, casting a reproachful glance at him. She suspected that Su Ran had been aware of her father's impending agreement all along, causing her unnecessary worry. "What else could I do? The marriage certificate has been signed." Su Ran chuckled, holding the freshly signed document aloft. With this marriage certificate in hand, Qilin was now undeniably his, and no one could alter that fact. In the Douluo Continent, a marriage certificate served as a vital testament. With it, nothing could be changed. Even Mu Bai had no claim. For his prior engagement with Zhuqing lacked a formal certificate. The Zhu and Dai families had been allied through generations, their unions based on verbal agreements. However, in the past, no one dared to contest such matters. Yet, Su Ran, brimming with youthful audacity, feared no opposition. His grand ambition upon arriving in the Douluo Continent was simple: to pursue the most beautiful women, indulge in the finest wines, and stroll with the wildest of dogs. Humph. Shameless. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her chin, stealing a glance at the marriage certificate's contents, only to feel too shy to speak further. Was she truly to be Su Ran's fiancé? How had he managed to accomplish this? Why had her father so readily acquiesced to Su Ran's request? Directly marrying her off to him? She was entirely unprepared for this turn of events. "How did you do it?" Zhu Zhuqing asked softly, curiosity gleaming in her beautiful eyes. "That's a secret. First, let me hug my fiancé," Su Ran replied with a smile, tucking the marriage certificate away. With this document, he would be able to proudly showcase it to Mu Bai at Shrek Academy. "No way, no hugs." Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she lightly stepped away, her shapely legs shifting a few paces to avoid him. Su Ran was being so shameless, playing tricks on her, making her worry for no reason. She refused to give in to his request. How can a man who is now engaged to such a beautiful woman not receive a hug? Am I destined to be the most unfortunate fiancé in the world? Su Ran lamented playfully. He understood that Zhuqing needed time to adapt to her new identity. Once she embraced it, she would be his fiancée, free to be held whenever he wished. "Regardless, I must leave now. I shall see you tomorrow," Zhu Zhuqing blushed. Swiftly retreating, her face betraying a hint of delight. The marriage certificate held far greater validity than a mere verbal agreement. In the Douluo Continent, once a marriage certificate was issued, it signified that her bond with Su Ran could never be altered. What Su Ran did not fully comprehend was that even in the Douluo Continent, the significance of a marriage certificate was unprecedented. Possessing one ensured that even in death, Zhu Zhuqing, as a woman, would not remarry. Though her exterior did not reveal it, she held traditional values regarding her chastity in high esteem. By agreeing to sign the marriage certificate, she signified her willingness to entrust Su Ran with everything, including her very essence. Chapter 12. The Bloodline of the Qilin and Transformation into a Divine Beast. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and unlocking the identity, Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. You have gained 100 skill points. These skill points may be utilized to upgrade the age of your soul rings or to partake in a lottery. Of course, they can also be stored for the system to take form. The sweet voice of the system resonated. Store them? Not a chance. I refuse to do so. Su Ran shook his head resolutely. After much effort, he had finally earned 100 skill points, while the system required a staggering 100,000 for transformation. He was not foolish. More importantly, saving them was akin to hoarding money that would only depreciate over time. As his strength increased, he would complete subsequent tasks. And then the skill points would rise exponentially, wouldn't they? Once my power increases, I shall save more for the system, Su Ran added. He felt compelled to flatter the system, fearing it might conspire against him. Women are known for their grudges, and he suspected a female system would be no exception. System. How many years can 100 skill points extend the age of the soul rings? Su Ran inquired curiously. If tasks could consistently yield points, wouldn't everyone end up with soul rings spanning 10,000 years? Perhaps even more? If everyone reached 1,000,000 years, could he not challenge the divine realm? But how many skill points would that require? It seemed he would need to toil tirelessly, akin to a workhorse, completing tasks daily. One skill point can extend the age of a soul ring by 10 years. The host's 200-year soul rings currently stand at 300 and 500 years. Would you like to enhance their age? Perhaps not. What about the lottery? Su Ren asked, still eager to test his luck. The lottery consists of 3 tiers, silver, gold, and diamond, costing 10, 100, and 1,000 points respectively. Since this is your first lottery, you may use 100 points for 10 consecutive draws at the gold level. The system cheerfully announced, eager to provide benefits for the host. After all, the system's purpose was to serve him, though it had yet to take form and could only offer this for now. All right, I choose to participate in the lottery, Su Ren said, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Surely, a 10 consecutive draw at the gold level would yield something valuable. Congratulations! The host has received a pair of autumn pants from Aunt Wong. Su Ren's expression darkened. He pressed his hands to his forehead in disbelief, unable to comprehend the system's choice. Surely it did not think him incapable? His health was robust. How could he possibly find use for such an item? Was this some kind of jest? And what was this Aunt Wong's autumn pants? Did it assume he was the type to react oddly to clothing? Even if he were, he would prefer something from Chang'e or Niwa. An elderly woman? Was this some kind of joke? Su Ren felt utterly cheated. He had never felt so disadvantaged before. With 100 skill points directed towards the soul rings, they would all reach the 1,000-year level, leading to a significant boost in his strength. Was this lottery not a complete loss? Meanwhile, Su Ren awaited the results of the subsequent draws. Even with bad luck, surely there would be a safeguard for a 10 consecutive draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme bloodline, the Qilin bloodline. With the Qilin bloodline, the host can embody the form of a Qilin. Currently, the age is 100 years. Given it is your first awakening of the bloodline, you possess a one-time experience card to wield the power of a 10,000-year Qilin. As a divine beast, the host will bestow blessings upon all soul beasts within a radius of 300 miles, doubling their growth rate. Even if a soul beast were to be reborn as human, it would still benefit from the divine beast's protection, enhancing its cultivation speed by the same factor. Moreover, the divine beast possesses dual supreme attributes of light and flame, alongside mental and holy attributes. The system's sweet voice echoed, leaving Su Ren stunned in place. After a long moment, he finally emerged from his astonishment. He had never anticipated acquiring the Qilin bloodline and the ability to transform into one. My goodness, does this mean I can switch between human and soul beast forms? He pondered in awe. He would not merely be a human but also a soul beast. And a divine one at that. All soul beasts would experience a doubling of their growth rate. The thought of visiting the northernmost lands or the Star Doe forest filled him with excitement. Would he not be treated like royalty there? At that point, courting beauties from the soul beast realm would be effortless. Su Ren swiftly transformed into Qilin form, enveloped in a mysterious energy, his figure becoming a golden soul beast over a meter long. This creature was draped in shimmering golden fur, resembling a fusion of a lion's head, deer's antlers, tiger's eyes, a moose's body, and dragon scales, with a tail resembling that of a dragon, covered in golden fluff, radiating golden light. His paws were veiled by a halo of ethereal golden clouds. In Qilin form, Su Ren felt an overwhelming surge of power. With a gentle grasp, he felled a massive tree, though he possessed only 100 years of cultivation. His strength equated to that of a typical soul beast aged between 4,000 to 5,000 years. As Su Ren embraced his beast form, far away in the Star Doe forest, a similarly golden creature turned its gaze toward him. This soul beast was slightly larger than Su Ren's Qilin form, with a similar appearance, but its massive head bore 3 eyes. It felt a tingling sensation in the scarlet pupil at its forehead. Owu Awo, the golden creature, joyfully leaped by a verdant lake, its massive head raised high as it called out. It was filled with astonishment and excitement. Only one divine beast could appear in each generation, yet it sensed the presence of another divine beast besides itself. Divine beast, what is happening? A woman adorned in a palace gown, possessing breathtaking beauty and long green hair, cascading over her shoulders, inquired, her serene face revealing a hint of confusion. Sister Baiji, I sense the aura of kin. Its presence is not strong, yet it radiates the same fateful power as mine, the golden creature exclaimed, leaping beside the woman in exhilaration. What? You mean there is another divine beast? Baiji's tranquil expression shifted to one of shock. The capabilities of divine beasts were extraordinary. They could double the growth rate of surrounding soul beasts. Most importantly, this enhancement was cumulative, meaning only one divine beast could exist per era. Now that a divine beast had appeared in the Star Doe forest, it would elevate the overall cultivation rate of soul beasts. Should another emerge, the implications would be dire. Growth would double again, transforming the Star Doe into a sanctuary for all soul beasts. 1 becoming 2, and 2 becoming 4. No soul beast could resist such temptation. I must inform Emperor Tian at once. The emergence of a second divine beast held profound significance for the soul beast race. Bai Ji's delicate hand brushed her chest as her figure transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the center of the lake. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, who swiftly returned to human form after experiencing the Qilin's power, he made his way back to the Zhu family. The Star Luo Empire housed numerous formidable beings. Should they discern his anomaly, he would likely be dissected for research. Meanwhile, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding. Main quest issued. The host is to travel to Nodding City and disrupt the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu, inciting enmity between them. Additionally, the host must place this green hat upon Tang San's head, which will absorb his fortune, ensuring he faces relentless misfortune henceforth. Ding. Given the depth of Xiao Wu and Tang San's bond, the host will find this task exceedingly challenging. If the host completes the task, he shall receive 500 skill points. To pursue Xiao Wu, it is not a daunting challenge. Su Ran chuckled, jesting. After all, who is Su Ran, that he should find it difficult? If he cannot achieve this, what purpose does it serve to be a host? He is well versed in various tactics. And how could Tang San possibly rival him? Brother host, Xiao Wu has deep trust in Tang San. To undermine their bond will prove quite challenging. The system's sister reminded him. Xiao Wu's feelings for Tang San are profound, naturally making her less susceptible to persuasion than Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Bai has already suffered a collapse of his image in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, thus making him easier to pursue. However, the connection between Tang San and Xiao Wu is strong. 6 years have fostered an unwavering trust in her heart. Yet, he must attempt it regardless. Perhaps the system sister could allow him a shortcut. Muddling through the task would suffice. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with the thought, given his amiable rapport with the system sister. Surely a backdoor arrangement would be feasible. Shameless host, this system upholds a strict set of principles. Even in service to the host, I would not casually grant such favors. The system's sister retorted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she huffed softly. The host was truly audacious. She was merely a system, not yet taking physical form. Yet he already entertained such notions. Yet, a twinge of apprehension flickered within her. If she were to take form in the future, what if the host requested such things? The essence of the system is to serve the host. Would she acquiesce then? Never mind, I shall devise my own strategies. Su Ran declared as he made his way toward Zhu Zhuqing's chamber. He could not help but shrug. Surely, the system sister could not have been thinking along those lines. Was he truly such a person? However, if he amassed sufficient skill points in the future, transforming the system sister into a human form would indeed be an enticing choice. At that time, regardless of how formidable Tang Chen and Su Xian may be, could they ever match his prowess? Chapter 13. Tang San. I am here to show you outside Zhu Zhuqing's boudoir. In the courtyard, she sat on a stone bench, her long, elegant legs stretched out upon the stone table. Her gaze lost in the distant sky. She had just clarified everything with her father, and only now did she truly comprehend the extent of Su Ran's genius. A soul master at the tender age of 12, he was among the few in the history of the Star Luo Empire. Such talent was something even the Zhu family sought to cultivate, which is why they had so willingly arranged her marriage to Su Ran. At this moment, images of her time spent with Su Ran flooded her mind, and she found herself uncertain of her feelings for him. As a young girl, she was yet to grasp the concept of love or whether her feelings for Su Ran could be categorized as such. Then there was Mu Bai. Although she wished to forget his name, she had to admit that as the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, his marriage represented the dignity of the royal family. Even if her family consented, there remained a long road ahead for her and Su Ran to be together. The influential figures of the empire would not tolerate any disgrace to the royal lineage. Regardless of what happens, I will always stand by your side. Su Ran whispered as he approached Zhu Zhuqing from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Feeling the softness of her form against him filled his heart with contentment. Do not move. I am simply holding you. I shall do nothing else. Sensing her thoughts, he tightened his grip, pressing her perfectly sculpted figure closer to his chest. His face nestled in her silky black hair, inhaling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed stunning, at least. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered in the Zhu family, and she was now his fiancée, bound by a marriage certificate, making her exclusively his. Should anyone dare to harm her, he would not hesitate to eliminate them with a single stroke of his sword. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened slightly in his embrace, her heart racing, and she dared not breathe too loudly. She wished to escape from his hold. Yet she could feel Su Ran's deep affection and care for her, a warmth she had always longed for. Thus, she found it difficult to part from him. Su Ran, will you protect me in the future? Will you always protect me? She asked softly, uncertain of what lay ahead. But knowing that being together with Su Ran would not be easy. Yes, unless I am dead, Su Ran replied without hesitation, his gaze filled with determination. Though he was tempted by Zhu Zhuqing's form, his feelings for her transcended mere desire. He simply wished for her to rest comfortably in his embrace. If he could not safeguard the woman he cherished, then what purpose did his existence serve? Do not say such things, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, covering his lips with her delicate hand, unwilling to entertain the thought of any misfortune befalling him. All right, I shall not speak of it further, Su Ran chuckled, his gaze drifting to a distant point. Zhuqing, you truly are breathtaking. From his current position, he gazed along her flawless shoulders, taking in her pristine skin, and found himself momentarily captivated. Do not look so indiscreetly. Su Ran's breath brushed against her skin, causing her to turn her head, immediately aware of his gaze, which filled her with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Covering her chest with her hand, Zhu Zhuqing shot him an exasperated glance. You shameless rogue. Claiming you are not a lecher, yet you steal glances at me. A virtuous lady deserves a gentleman's attention. I do not indulge in lechery. It is merely my nature, something I cannot alter. Besides, I am only admiring my precious Zhuqing, not anyone else, Su Ran replied with amusement, finding her to be quite adorable. It was evident that no one in the Zhu family had cared for her, leading her to gradually withdraw into herself, becoming aloof. Yet he was determined to melt her icy demeanor. Who is your precious? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. How had she not noticed Su Ran's audacity before? Referring to her as his treasure, and with such roguish intent? Who else could it be but my fiancé, with a marriage certificate in hand? If you are not my treasure, then who is? Su Ran chuckled lightly, his fingers gently weaving through her long hair, savoring its silky texture. I have not yet fully captured your heart. If you do not treat me well, I shall not marry you, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, a hint of pride lacing her voice. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. In due time, you will find yourself comfortably nestled in my embrace as my beloved, Su Ran stated, his expression shifting as he continued. By the way, I must depart tomorrow. There are matters I must attend to outside. When will you return? Zhu Zhuqing inquired anxiously, feeling a pang of disappointment. They had only just entered into their engagement, and now he was preparing to leave. They had yet to truly converse, and she knew neither the length of his absence nor the depth of their connection. How could he leave so hastily? Soon, when I return, I will take you away from this place. We shall go to the Heaven Do Empire. Here, I fear the royal family may discover our relationship and act against us. Su Ran gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, aware that the enrollment period for Shrek Academy was approaching in a few months. He intended to show Mu Bai a thing or two upon his return. Very well, I shall await your return, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her eyes shimmering with longing, eager to explore the world beyond. Then I shall take my leave, Su Ran smiled, embracing Zhu Zhuqing once more before turning to depart. He had a mission to fulfill, saving the wayward girl, Xiao Wu. At present, she had yet to see through Tang San's true, hypocritical nature. Tang San fancied himself a paragon of justice, intent on destroying the spirit hall in the slaughter city, yet his actions were merely fueled by personal vendettas. He had reaped the benefits from the slaughter city in the realm of the god of slaughter, only to obliterate it in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Along with the inheritance of the Shura god, his actions were akin to the saying, eat from the bowl, while cursing the pot. Moreover, he had reigned as the Shura god in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years, showing no inclination to abdicate his position. It was likely that he had already tarnished the inheritance, making the notion of passing it on impossible. Although he had destroyed the spirit hall, he never lifted a finger to help soul masters establish a beneficial organization. Countless ordinary soul masters were unable to awaken their martial souls. During the period of the Tang sect, Ho Yuhua, possessing a martial soul, had to venture alone to the far north to obtain a spirit ring. One of the 7 monsters, Jiang Nan Nan, was willing to sell herself for a mere 10 gold spirit coins for a Xianshui pill. Indeed, the subsidies provided by the spirit hall to soul masters were forcibly extracted from the 2 great empires. However, if it were not for the spirit hall, The empires would never have offered such funds. As a ruler, one would prefer their subjects to be incompetent, ensuring no threat to their dominion. Why would they allow an uncontrollable force to grow stronger? If things were truly as splendid as claimed, the instances of book burning, the suppression of 100 schools of thought, and the imperial examination system would not exist. Moreover, what good deeds had Tang San accomplished? The continental calamity during the period of the Tang sect was inextricably linked to him. With the demise of the Spirit Hall, the legacies of countless families were destroyed, and even the divine positions of the angel god and the Rakshasa god were obliterated, leading to their extinction. The absence of the Rakshasa god meant that no one could govern the evil soul masters, while the severing of the inheritance of the six-winged angel, who possessed attributes of light, holiness, and fire, left the evil soul masters devoid of a formidable adversary. Proclaiming himself as just, he had become the greatest villain on Douluo Star. The divine decree that forbade divine beings from descending to the mortal realm meant nothing to him. He sent his daughter down, followed by his grandson. Every 10,000 years, when Douluo Star regained its vitality, he would dispatch his descendants to reap the rewards from the realm. Such a person, who falsely claimed to represent justice, bore no difference to Su Ran than the likes of Yubuchuan. What was more, he had the audacity to flaunt his prowess, only intervening when his companions were in peril. When Xiao found herself in danger, his strength surged, and he acted, winning her heart. However, with his emergence, Tang San's fate was sealed. He was destined for a life of mediocrity and, inevitably, betrayal. He aimed to take Xiao Wu from him, and he would learn the true meaning of cruelty. Certainly, after taking her away, he would flaunt before him, allowing him to witness the profound anguish of seeing the girl he adores enveloped in another's embrace. Chapter 14. The Injured Divine Beast. Little dances fury in the city of Notting. At the Notting Primary Soul Master Academy, a stunning young girl clad in a pink long shirt emerged from the academy. Her slender waist and exquisite features captivated all, but it was her long, graceful legs, tightly enveloped in fitted trousers, that drew the most attention. These legs alone could render countless women envious in her presence. At this moment, Little Dance's youthful visage bore a pallor as she sensed the aura of the divine beast, her heart racing with anxiety. How could the aura of a divine beast exist in the human realm? Little Dance murmured, her petite frame trembling slightly. The divine beast, the king of soul beasts, bestowed blessings upon all surrounding soul beasts, doubling their growth rate and significantly increasing their chances of transcending tribulations. Known as the Emperor Divine Beast, it held terrifying influence in the realm of soul beasts, being crucial to their well-being and the fate of their entire lineage. Fate, elusive and intangible, remained of utmost importance. 100,000-year soul beast, with the assistance of a divine beast, would possess a fortuitous advantage during tribulation, enhancing their success rate by 20 to 30%. The value of the divine beast transcended mere strength. Even the mightiest soul beasts sought to curry favor with it, hoping for assistance during their tribulations. Yet, such a divine beast was now in human territory. But the divine beast has been captured? Little Dance gasped, horrified at the thought. She could hardly fathom the wrath of powerful soul beasts if harm befell the divine beast. Humans, not only have you slain my mother, but now you dare to attack the divine beast? Do you understand its significance? The king of soul beasts is not to be trifled with. Her delicate face turned icy with rage. She had transformed to avenge her mother. Though she was now considered human, she had never forgotten her identity as a soul beast. All soul beasts were bound by an instinctive duty to protect the divine beast from the moment of their birth. Standing there, she felt the fading essence of the divine beast, her entire being turning cold, the aura of the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit within her slowly unfurling. She sensed the divine beast's aura weakening, igniting her fury. Not only she, but any awakened soul beast would feel a surge of anger at the thought of the divine beast in danger. Little Dance, what's wrong? Tang San noticed her distressed expression and asked with concern. It was the first time he had seen her like this, and unease filled him. I'm fine, brother. You should return. I have something to do. Little Dance's voice softened. Although Tang San was human, he was unlike ordinary humans. Over the years, she had come to trust him deeply. What happened? Let us face it together. Tang San insisted, still worried for her. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his heart, as though something was slipping away from him. This feeling was peculiar yet strikingly real, filling him with anxiety. His gaze fell upon Little Dance, and he realized, perhaps without conscious thought, how breathtakingly beautiful she had become, her chest rising and falling slightly, her youthful face hinting at an enchanting allure. In the future, Little Dance would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty, but he found solace in the fact that this flower was always by his side. He refused to believe she could slip away. "Brother, please go back. My matters don't concern you." Little Dance, filled with urgency, pushed Tang San aside and dashed outward. Little Dance. Tang San felt a pang in his heart. In the past, she would always seek his opinion before leaving, but now, it seemed different. Did she hold someone else in higher regard than him? He walked back to the dormitory, bewildered by his own feelings. A chill ran down his spine. An inexplicable fear that Little Dance might not return this time. Outside the city of Notting, Su Ran sat slumped beneath a great tree, emanating the aura of a divine beast. This essence could only be sensed by soul beasts or humans who had undergone soul beast reincarnation. He sought to entice to compel Little Dance to meet him. By revealing the aura of the divine beast, he hoped to gain her trust. "Host, Little Dance will arrive in 1 minute." The system alerted him. Curiosity sparked within him. How would he manipulate Little Dance? "All right," Su Ran nodded. With the system's assistance, the golden glow surrounding him gradually dimmed. The unique power of fate associated with the divine beast becoming unstable and weak. His body bore numerous small wounds, not deep but alarming in appearance, oozing with a substance resembling blood, crafted by the system. Divine beast, divine beast. Little Dance sprinted with unprecedented speed, her graceful form radiating urgency. Her beautiful eyes dimmed with sorrow. As a soul beast, witnessing the plight of a divine beast was a heartbreaking ordeal. She could not fathom what the divine beast was enduring, nor had she ever considered whether her strength could save it. All she knew was that every soul beast, regardless of strength, would place themselves before the divine beast in danger. Even if her mother, Aro, were still alive, they would defend the divine beast with all their might. Humans, is killing so many soul beasts not enough for you? Must you also harm the divine beast? If anything happens to it, prepare to face the wrath of the Star Do Forest. Little Dance murmured, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Having remained silent in the human realm for so long, she had nearly forgotten her true self. She was a soul beast, and her purpose here was revenge. The danger facing the divine beast reignited her long-suppressed memories of vengeance. 6 years had nearly caused her to forget her identity as the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. When Little Dance arrived, Su Ran's face was ashen, his body trembling. He flickered with a golden glow, yet it was faint, lacking the brilliance of sunlight, indicating his energy was severely depleted. "Soft-bone rabbit lineage, I greet the divine beast. How are you?" Little Dance knelt on one knee, performing the customary gesture of a subordinate before a superior, her gaze filled with urgency as she looked at Su Ran. Noticing the absence of human powerhouses nearby, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no humans around to complicate matters. At the same time, a sense of hatred brewed within her. Blood continued to seep from the divine beast's crimson wounds. 10,000 years soft-bone rabbit? You must be one of those 2 rabbits from the Stardo Forest. Su Ran said softly, his breath faint, as if he might depart at any moment. Even the system, observing Su Ran, marveled at his performance. If she hadn't known the truth, she might have believed it. Xiaowu's decision to undergo retraining was fueled by a desire for vengeance. A vendetta for her mother that could not be overlooked. Yet, she solemnly acknowledged that she would never forget her identity as a spirit beast. "I am a spirit beast, and that will never change," she declared with reverence. "I understand. Today, you saved my life, and I shall assist you in your quest for retribution," Su Ran replied, suddenly expelling a mouthful of reversed blood, which cascaded toward Xiaowu. "How soft," Su Ran murmured, resting his head upon Xiaowu's delicate legs. "Spirit beast. How do you feel now?" Xiaowu, feeling a mix of shyness and concern, allowed her long legs to part, providing comfort for Su Ran. Initially, she had despaired of avenging her mother, but with the support of the spirit beast, hope rekindled within her. The influence of the spirit beast in the realm of spirit beasts could summon countless formidable allies. "I mean, how's your condition, spirit beast?" Xiaowu's cheeks flushed as she realized that Su Ran seemed to be in good health. Her anxiety eased, and she suddenly became aware of how he had reclined upon her legs. When had that occurred? She was completely oblivious to the intimate proximity they had achieved. Her delicate body trembled slightly, a rosy hue creeping over her skin. She contemplated shifting her legs, but hesitated, fearing it might displease Su Ran. He had just vowed to aid her in her quest for revenge, and she could not allow the slightest hint of dissatisfaction to arise within him. In all gatherings of spirit beasts, wherever the spirit beast appeared, it was accorded treatment akin to that of an empire. Not only legs, but even more intimate favors were bestowed upon the spirit beast, as subordinates could not refuse such requests. Other spirit beasts, regardless of their might, would never earn genuine respect from their peers. Yet, the spirit beast could provide benefits to all spirit beasts, which is precisely why even a newly born spirit beast, without any notable power, would ascend to the status of a spirit beast monarch. Chapter 15. The collapse of Xiao Wu's worldview. For a considerable time, Su Ran lay on Xiao Wu's long legs, recuperating his energy. Inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from her, he felt an immense sense of comfort. However, there was also a subtle salty scent, perhaps due to Xiao Wu's anxious arrival and the vigorous exercise she had engaged in. Of course, it could not be anything else. Xiao Wu was pure and innocent, and she could not harbor ulterior motives. You shameless host, always taking advantage of Xiao Wu, the system huffed, observing Su Ran reveling in his position on her lap, unable to suppress a hint of jealousy. The host is so wicked, pretending to be gravely injured when he has no injuries at all. Is lying on Xiao Wu's legs under the sun truly so comfortable? How could it be? She is not even as beautiful as I am. Isn't it obvious that I need to feign injury? How else could I earn Xiao Wu's trust? And how could I outshine Tang San? Su Ran denied vehemently. Was he that kind of person? He was certainly not a lecherous individual. Humph, utterly shameless, the system retorted, somewhat displeased. Then I shall not lie here any longer. I still have to show off to Tang San, Su Ran declared, his eyes suddenly wide open, glimmering with renewed vigor, as if his strength had returned. Rue beast. You are awake? Xiao Wu asked, a flicker of embarrassment and anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. She had been lying there for quite some time, and her legs had grown numb. Yes, I have regained some strength. We must leave this place swiftly. That title Douluo may still be searching for me, and lingering here is not safe, Su Ran replied, his gaze heavy with concern. A title Douluo? Is there one nearby? Xiao Wu's heart raced at Su Ran's words. She was a 100,000-year soul beast, and a title Douluo could see through her identity. That title Douluo is incredibly powerful. I am not his match. He resides in a nearby village, from which I just managed to escape, Su Ran stated, his expression grave. Fortunately, Tang San had a fortunate father. Otherwise, pursuing Xiao Wu would have been exceedingly difficult. A title Douluo lives nearby. Xiao Wu's complexion paled, and a troubling thought emerged. If such a being existed, why had he not killed her? The title Douluo has already reached full capacity with his soul rings and bones, so killing you would yield no benefit. I suspect he has been observing you all these years, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and claim your soul rings and bones, Su Ran explained. How could this be? Xiao Wu's face drained of color, trembling all over. She had believed that coming to the remote nodding city would keep her hidden from powerful beings. Yet even such a secluded place could harbor a title Douluo. She harbored no doubts about Su Ran's words, as a Rue beast. He could not deceive her in this regard. Moreover, he too had encountered danger here, suggesting that a title Douluo truly lingered nearby. Rue beast. When will he make his move against me? Xiao Wu's voice quivered slightly, her eyes reddening. She did not fear death. If she did, she would not have transformed into a human. She feared dying in mediocrity, for how could she avenge her mother then? If she were to perish, no one would be left to avenge her mother's great suffering. Rue beast, please, guide me towards a path of survival. I cannot die. If I do, I will never be able to avenge my mother, Xiao Wu implored, bending her knees to kneel before Su Ran. Her forehead touched the ground. Her youthful yet curvaceous form elevated. Why are you kneeling? And in such a position? This could lead to misunderstandings, Su Ran remarked, pulling her up from the ground. He smiled, knowing he had a way to create discord between Xiao Wu and Tang San. Once their relationship faltered, he could claim Xiao Wu for himself. As a Rue beast and the king of soul beasts, what was wrong with taking a concubine? Who would dare to object? The title Douluo is named Tang Hao, a formidable figure of the Haotian sect, the world's foremost sect. After offending the spirit hall, he was expelled and has since lived in seclusion outside Nodding City. In Holy Soul Village, Su Ran elucidated. Tang Hao? Xiao Wu gasped, her astonishment palpable. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she was not entirely ignorant. Tang Hao had vanished from the mainland long ago, and no one knew his whereabouts. So, he had been hiding in this remote place. No wonder the spirit hall could not locate him. But I heard that Tang Hao is a good person, and his relationship with Sister Ain is exceptional. Their love is truly touching, Xiao Wu questioned, recalling the poignant love story that had moved her to tears upon first hearing it. She held a favorable impression of Tang Hao. Could such a powerful figure truly harm her and the Rue beast? Tang Hao a good person? Su Ran smirked disdainfully. How naive. Does such pure love truly exist in this world? Only innocent girls would believe in such fairy tales. Do you genuinely believe that such beauty still exists? You should be aware of the sacrificial tale of Ain, the blue-silver emperor, for Tang Hao. Even if soul beasts are willing to sacrifice for soul masters, it requires one crucial condition: the soul master must reach level 90, precisely needing a soul ring. Yet, how coincidental is that? Tang Hao does not possess dual spirit souls. How could he have spare soul rings? If he has broken through to level 90, why has he not hunted for soul rings promptly? Zhu Ran scoffed, refusing to accept such coincidences. Moreover, Tang Hao was aware of Yin's identity and allowed her to be exposed to the spirit hall. Even if it was unintentional, he surely knew Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast. He did not prevent Xiao Wu from going to Spirit City. After the competition, all powerful soul masters across the land knew of a 100,000-year soul beast named Xiao Wu, yet her current strength is alarmingly weak. Even without the spirit hall, other potent beings would still seek to eliminate her. Though a 100,000-year soul beast is difficult to hunt, a soul sect or soul king could easily take her life. Could they not? Tang Hao has masked his intentions better than anyone. He has been monitoring Ain and Xiao Wu's exposure. However, in the original narrative, his character as a devoted and righteous man remained intact, with no one revealing the truth. Powerful individuals always wear masks of hypocrisy. They are no different from ordinary people, merely more accustomed to showcasing their personas, Zhu Ran stated. Though he was indeed shameless, he would never harm those he cherished. His malice was reserved for his foes, while his kindness was bestowed upon those he valued. Is it truly like this? How could this be? Tang Hao, how could he be such a person? Xiao Wu felt lost, nearly shattering her worldview. The romantic tale she had believed in for so long now seemed tainted by such dark truths. But Tang Hao broke through while fleeing with Sister Ain, Xiao Wu argued, grasping at the thread of hope within Zhu Ran's words. She still held a glimmer of expectation that the Rue beast had simply made a miscalculation. With Tang Hao's strength, he could control his cultivation, allowing him to break through whenever he wished. It would be more convincing to claim he achieved it while fleeing, thus absolving himself of any suspicion of wanting to kill Ain. Moreover, the one who hunted Tang Hao, Qian Xuanji, is already dead, and others have vanished. Thus, whatever Tang Hao claims now is accepted without question, Zhu Ran continued, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Xiao Wu. Tang Hao intended to leverage the spirit hall's pressure, compelling Ain to willingly sacrifice herself as his soul ring, thereby stepping into the realm of tidal Douluo. At that time, the strength of the Haotian sect had significantly increased, having absorbed the 10,000-year soul rings, leaving the spirit hall with no choice but to relent. However, he had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would kill the injured Qian Xuanji and frame him for the act. The accusation of murdering the Pope plunged the spirit hall, himself, and even the Haotian sect into an irrevocable conflict. All his aspirations were ruthlessly buried by Bibi Dong. It could be said that wickedness begets wickedness. Tang Hao, consumed by daily intoxication, was not merely driven by infatuation. He was, in truth, the orchestrator behind Yin's demise. He was engulfed by fear, regret, despair, and anguish. It is only through loss that one learns to cherish what they once had. After losing Ain, he found himself bereft of everything he desired. And due to the slander cast by Bibi Dong, he was compelled to confront the relentless pursuit of the spirit hall. This instilled in him profound regret. Had he not schemed to undertake those actions, he would have been the master of the Haotian sect, with a beloved wife, status, and prestige. How could he have fallen to the depths of seeking refuge in obscurity? Before meeting Tang San to visit Ain, he had even returned to the sect, where he had chosen to cripple himself, sacrificing an arm and a leg. This was not to repay the sect, but rather as a form of self-punishment, a means to atone for Ain. Such intricate details were beyond Zhu Ran's ability to deduce. He had no time to concern himself with such matters. These revelations were imparted to him by the system, and thus could not be false. Chapter 16. The arrival of Tang Chen. How could there possibly be a man in Xiao Wu's chamber? It appears that Haotian Douluo is truly that kind of person. Alas, Sister Ain has misjudged him, foolishly sacrificing her life. Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. As a 100,000-year soul beast, particularly of the rabbit lineage, she was intimately familiar with the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ain. Although they were natural enemies from a racial perspective, their bond was strong. During her time in the Stardo Forest, she often visited Sister Ain to play. How naive she had been to believe that Ain had found a worthy companion. In the end, Tang Hao not only took away Yin's soul ring but also her heart. His cruelty surpassed that of other humans who merely hunted soul beasts. If Ain were to discover that the one she loved was scheming to obtain her soul ring, and that her feelings and sacrifices had been manipulated, Even her gentle nature would likely turn to madness. No woman could accept being betrayed by her beloved. Mighty spirit beast. Must humans and soul beasts coexist in such a manner? Xiao Wu raised her beautiful eyes, gazing at Su Ran, a hint of bitterness on her delicate cheeks. When she learned of a yin's tragic love story with a human, her heart had once harbored beautiful fantasies. She envisioned a future where, after avenging her grievances, she too could live blissfully alongside her brother, sharing a love that inspired envy. Yet now, someone had revealed to her that it was all a grand deception and conspiracy. Could it all merely be coincidence? Such serendipity is rare in this world. She felt lost and unsure. From now on, you may simply call me Brother Su Ran. My name is now Su Ran. The world is fraught with danger. Both humans and soul beasts possess good and evil. It is time for us to depart, Su Ran remarked, recognizing Xiao Wu's innocence. Whether by Tang San's side or his own, she remained blissfully naive. But perhaps this naivety afforded him the opportunity to win her heart. Xiao Wu's beauty would surely ensure a life of happiness once he captured her affection. In the fragrant sanctuary of Nodding Academy, Su Ran reclined upon Xiao Wu's delicate bed, resting. His injuries were severe, necessitating several days of recuperation. Although he was unscathed, the determination of his condition was not solely in his hands. Xiao Wu, ever dutiful, attended to him without hesitation. Even a mere wooden figure would recognize the need to rest in bed, let alone him. The subtle fragrance of Xiao Wu's bedding rendered him reluctant to rise. Moreover, the thought of Tang San discovering him in Xiao Wu's bed filled him with amusement. Envisioning the boy's fury. Presently, Tang Hao had become the most despicable figure in Xiao Wu's eyes. Given that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, the implications were clear. Xiao Wu's previous expression indicated her ignorance of their relationship. What would transpire when she learned that Tang San was Tang Hao's son? Even if her trust in Tang San was unwavering, she would undoubtedly worry that Tang Hao had orchestrated his approach to her. This is the beauty of being a transmigrator. Possessing foreknowledge of the plot and understanding various schemes, how could Tang San ever hope to be his rival? Even if Tang San were exceptionally clever, he would be left dumbfounded by Su Ran's intricate strategies. Brother Su Ran, how is your health? Xiao Wu inquired, holding a pink handkerchief dampened with water, placing it gently on Su Ran's forehead. She was concerned. He had seemed well just moments ago, yet now he appeared feverish. Navi Xiao Wu remained unaware of Su Ran's many ploys. All she knew was that his temperature was alarmingly high, and he was perspiring profusely. I cannot believe that as a spirit beast, I have become so frail. Xiao Wu, I may require your care for these days, Su Ran said, unable to suppress his feelings as he beheld Xiao Wu's slender, enchanting figure. That is my duty. Every soul beast must protect the spirit beast, Xiao Wu affirmed. A profound sense of responsibility filling her heart. By the way, Xiao Wu, you do not have a boyfriend, do you? If you do, I shall leave to avoid causing any interference, Su Ran queried, eager to discern Xiao Wu's sentiments regarding Tang San. At this juncture, she was unlikely to have developed feelings for him, as they had not yet ventured to Shrek Academy nor endured trials of life and death together. The depth of Xiao Wu's feelings for Tang San could only stem from 6 years of companionship. No, it is impossible for me to develop feelings for a human. Xiao Wu replied softly, her emotions in disarray as memories of Tang Hao and Sister A Yin's relationship surfaced. Brother, could it be the same for her? Fear gripped her heart. She did not wish for her brother to be like that. Over the past 6 years, she had seen through Tang San completely. He could never betray her thus. Moreover, her brother was merely an ordinary person, unaware of her identity as a soul beast. How could he be as despicable as Tang Hao? Only a shameless individual like Tang Hao would act in such a manner. Surely, her brother could not be that kind of person. The time Tang Hao spent with A Yin could never parallel what existed between Tang San and her. She could not let the vile actions of Tang Hao cast a shadow over her thoughts of Tang San, as there was no connection between the two. That is good, Su Ran replied, understanding her sentiments. The 6 years of their shared experiences had forged a deep bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San. As a spirit beast, he had certain expectations of ordinary soul beasts like her, which she was obliged to fulfill. He could even leverage her quest for vengeance to demand something from her. Even now, if he were to take advantage of her vulnerability, Xiao would likely not dare to protest. Yet, Su Ran was no scoundrel. He would not stoop to such depths. No matter how shameless he might be, he would not act without first winning her heart. Ding. Host. Tang San is currently making his way towards Xiao Wu's dormitory. He is somewhat worried about her. The system's voice chimed, alerting Su Ran. Brother Su Ran, what are you thinking about? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes fixated on him, aware that having the spirit beast in her presence might be perilous. What if Tang Hao were to come looking for him? I was just feeling a bit of pain, Su Ran replied, caressing his back. Feigning discomfort to ensnare Xiao Wu's concern. Is it here that it hurts? Xiao Wu inquired, sitting beside him, her hand resting on his chest, puzzled. Yes, indeed. Allow me to help you, Xiao Wu said earnestly, her small hands beginning to massage gently. Ah, it feels truly delightful. Whoever marries Xiao Wu will be incredibly fortunate, Su Ran remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Just as Xiao Wu focused intently on giving Su Ran a massage, Tang San quietly approached the door of her chamber. He felt an urgency in his heart. Xiao Wu's demeanor had seemed off today. Perhaps she had encountered some trouble. Whatever difficulties she faced, he was determined to assist her. Xiao Wu was so beautiful, her slender figure captivating. Even he could not help but feel drawn to her. Throughout their countless days together, he had not noticed these details. Yet today, as he truly paid attention, he realized just how enchanting she had become. Xiao Wu. Tang San was about to knock when he overheard an incongruous sound, one that seemed distinctly male. Xiao Wu, how could this be? How could there be a man in Xiao Wu's chamber? He thought, standing at the door, grappling with disbelief, his face betraying a mix of panic and fury. He found it hard to reconcile the scene before him. Xiao Wu, pure and innocent, could never be the kind of girl to entertain such company. After receiving his monthly allowance from the Martial Soul Hall, Xiao Wu had rented a room independently. Since that time, even he, Tang San, had rarely entered Xiao Wu's private chamber, despite their close relationship. However, everything has changed now. A man he does not recognize is surprisingly close to Xiao Wu. Tang San's body trembles slightly, finding it hard to accept. It has been years since he last stepped into Xiao Wu's intimate space, a locale imbued with the fragrance of her essence. Chapter 17. Tang San spits blood. Xiao Wu. Tang San's mood became increasingly agitated. Over the years, he had failed to realize just how significant Xiao Wu had become in his heart. His eyes turned crimson, and he pressed his body tightly against the door, straining to hear the sounds within. No matter who it was, even if it was not Tang San, any man in such a situation would find it impossible to remain calm. The girl he cherished was in the company of another man. Who could bear it? How comfortable, Su Ran remarked, fully aware that Tang San was eavesdropping against the wall. As long as brother Su Ran enjoys it. Xiao Wu nodded, noticing that Su Ran's pale complexion had regained some color, prompting her to massage him with even greater care. In her heart, Su Ran was not only a mythical beast, but also the embodiment of her hope for vengeance against her mother's enemies. The moment Su Ran agreed to assist her in her quest for revenge, she felt that his life had surpassed her own in importance. Her purpose for reincarnation was solely to seek vengeance, and she would willingly pay any price for it. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu was oblivious to the inappropriateness of her words and unaware that Tang San was listening outside. Most importantly, Su Ran's schemes were too numerous. No. Xiao Wu. How could this be? Tang San thought he might bleed from his heart. What had he just heard? Comfortable? In what way could a man and a woman be comfortable together? His mind went blank as he realized that Xiao Wu had developed such a relationship with another man. Had her urgency today been to seek out that man? Tang San felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He even felt like crying. After so many years together, he had only just begun to recognize the depth of his feelings for Xiao Wu. What had 6 years of mutual support yielded? Now, in the wake of this revelation, he realized just how much he cherished Xiao Wu, but was it too late? She had already thrown herself into another man's arms. Tang San let out a bitter laugh, his heart aching immensely as he recalled Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor from just hours prior. Her desperation to meet that man was so intense that she had even pushed him aside just to find him. That man must hold great significance in her heart. She cherished every moment spent with him. Clearly, he was more important to her than Tang San. With tears in his eyes and his teeth clenched against his lip, he let the blood flow freely, yet he felt no pain. For the ache within him was far greater. Xiao Wu, I never imagined you would make such a choice. Am I truly so unworthy? What do 6 years of love amount to? Tang San felt as if his heart was extinguished. What could he do to reverse the situation? Xiao Wu was with that man. Such things were too painful for him to articulate. Should he confront them directly? If he witnessed such a scene, it would only cause further distress for Xiao Wu. Perhaps they would never even be able to remain friends afterward. What would be the point of that? Watching Tang San's turmoil from outside, Su Ran nearly burst into laughter. He hadn't anticipated Tang San's vivid imagination, conjuring so many scenarios from just a few words. Initially thinking Tang San would storm in, only to realize he had misjudged the situation, Su Ran was surprised when Tang San walked away so decisively. Did he still believe Su Ran was engaging in such acts with Xiao Wu? How absurd. Even if Su Ran were shameless, Xiao Wu was not that kind of person. However, it was understandable that Tang San, encountering such a situation for the first time, would struggle to accept it. After all, he had been a solitary figure in his previous life, faced with the melodrama of the moment. It was natural for him to lose control of his emotions and even his basic reasoning. Yet, Su Ran was not one to let Tang San off easily. He intended to deepen the misunderstanding, ensuring that by the time Tang San realized the truth, Xiao Wu would already be his. Xiao Wu, do you have any classmates with the surname Tang? Su Ran inquired. What would Xiao Wu think if she learned of Tang San's connection to Tang Hao? While in Nodding City, Tang Hao has likely been keeping an eye on you. If I'm not mistaken, there is a classmate in your school with the surname Tang, a descendant of Tang Hao. Tang Hao has refrained from acting against you, likely hoping his descendant would eliminate you and claim your soul rings and soul bones. A descendant of the Tang family? Xiao Wu's expression shifted, her hands ceasing their massage as she froze in disbelief. Could Tang Chen really be the son of the Haoyan Douluo? His martial spirit was blue silver grass. Could it have been inherited from Sister Ayin? A shiver ran through her as she pieced together Su Ran's hints, her suspicions solidifying. How could a naturally gifted soul master arise in a place like Nodding City? If he were not Tang Hao's son, how could he possess both blue silver grass and innate full spirit power? Was it possible that he had approached her with ulterior motives? Had Tang Hao seen through her soul beast lineage and sent Tang San to befriend her from a young age, only to later eliminate her when his power grew? A chill swept over Xiao Wu, and her face paled. She stood there, paralyzed, as if struck by an overwhelming shock. It's impossible. He can't be that kind of person. If he truly came for my soul rings and soul bones, how could it feel so real? Was he truly that skilled an actor? Sitting on the edge of her bed, she murmured to herself, her delicate frame seeming fragile enough to be swept away by a mere breeze. What's wrong? Su Ran grasped Xiao Wu's hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. He did not wish to see her in distress, yet this was a trial she must face. Otherwise, in the future, the likes of Deming and Ming would become mere soul rings for Tang San. Tang San, a figure of righteousness, much like his father, preying on those close to him. In time, both father and son would earn the title of romantic fools. In all honesty, even Zhao's character could not compare to Tang San's. If Xiao had allowed Sun Er and Qilin to perish before him only to seek revenge, perhaps he could maintain some semblance of his persona. But when did one's persona become reliant upon the death of a beloved? How tragic. Yet, since he had come to the Douluo Continent, Su Ran intended to thoroughly expose Tang San for the failure he was. Mythical beast, master of fate. Here, I possess a cap of destiny, imbued with boundless fortune. Place it upon that individual's head, and should it shine, it will signify that all he has said and done to you is naught but a lie. Su Ran declared, producing a green cap in his hand. What fate awaited Tang San? That was unnecessary to articulate. His fate was one of envy, marked by failure. Chapter 18. Tang San spat out blood. Is this for me? The hat of destiny? Xiao Wu gazed blankly at the hat in Su Ran's hands. Despite her 100,000 years of experience, she could not fathom the material of this hat. Even her spiritual power, attempting to probe the hat, was completely repelled. This hat was exceedingly mysterious, seemingly capable of thwarting all forms of inquiry. Xiao Wu had heard her mother mention that auspicious beasts were born of the world's energy and possessed the power of fate, which was tied to the rise and fall of the spirit beast clan. Clearly, this hat of destiny was also a manifestation of an auspicious beast's power. Su Ran, do you already know? Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle bitterly. She hadn't even had the chance to tell Su Ran about Tang San that he seemed aware. Well, who told my dear Xiao Wu to wear her heart on her sleeve? So innocent, she wouldn't even realize when someone deceives her affections. Your sister Ayin serves as a cautionary tale, Su Ran remarked, his hand gently stroking Xiao Wu's silky hair. Xiao Wu's hair was styled in a scorpion tail braid. Su Ran knew that if she let her long hair down, it would be her most beautiful moment. Her beauty lay in her legs and cascading hair. When he finally won her heart, he would let her hair flow freely and lay upon her lovely legs, indulging in their own world together. Su Ran. Xiao Wu's heart ached. Fear gripped her. She could scarcely imagine how sorrowful she would feel if Tang San turned out to be that kind of person. From the moment she entered Nodding City, she had already been schemed against. Tang San's approach was motivated by her soul bone. His father, the Haoyan Douluo, was precisely that sort of man. Even Ayin had met a tragic fate at his hands. He had taught Tang San these underhanded tactics, as if it were second nature. Tang Hao had effortlessly obtained a Yin's soul ring through emotional manipulation. Was he now instructing his son to do the same? Such speculation in her heart felt nearly like a fact, yet she dared not entertain such thoughts. For 6 years, they had studied together. Could Tang San truly be so despicable? She could not discern it. Was it truly as Su Ran suggested, that she was simply too naive? If she still doubted her instincts, she could place the hat upon his head, and then everything would naturally be revealed. If he harbored ulterior motives, the hat of destiny would emit a dazzling green light. Su Ran said, placing the hat into Xiao Wu's hands. The hat of destiny held profound significance. If Xiao Wu personally placed it upon Tang San, it would carry even greater ceremonial weight. Naturally, the ability to discern whether Tang San was deceiving Xiao Wu was nothing more than a fabrication aimed at fracturing their bond. Once dawned, even the strongest of affections would inevitably develop cracks. Su Ran was already envisioning Tang San's expression at that moment. Would it be one of despair or regret? All right. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped the hat of destiny. She desperately wished to trust Tang San, yet disbelief consumed her. His father, Tang Hao, had caused a yin's demise and even sought to harm auspicious beasts. As Tang Hao's son, how could she convince herself to believe in him? Moreover, endowed with innate full soul power, how could the son of a titled Douluo possibly descend to sharing a dormitory with her? Could the offspring of such a powerful figure truly lack resources, reducing themselves to a working student? There were too many strange coincidences between Xiao Wu and Tang San. Coincidences that felt divinely orchestrated, having nothing to do with Tang San himself. Yet, under Su Ran's influence, those coincidences seemed to morph into a web of conspiracies, as though Tang San had meticulously orchestrated them. It was no wonder Xiao Wu harbored suspicions. Su Ran's schemes were simply too intricate, one ploy after another. It was almost impossible for Xiao Wu not to doubt Tang San. Unless she were utterly love-struck and devoid of reason, how could she not harbor suspicions? Could it be that a proud, auspicious beast would engage in such shameless deceit? In Xiao Wu's heart, Su Ran represented the auspicious beast, the emperor of spirit beasts, and he would never stoop to such actions. Su Ran, I will step out for a moment. Xiao Wu clutched the hat, rising and heading toward the door, her spirit somewhat adrift. Bah, shameless host, so many tricks up your sleeve, the system chuckled. The host is truly remarkable. Even managing to have Xiao Wu deliver a hat to Tang San, wouldn't he then infuriate him? Men are often wicked, women seldom love, Su Ran smiled. After all, his purpose in coming to Douluo Continent was to win over numerous beautiful maidens, alongside tormenting Tang San. When faced with formidable opponents, Tang San would become meek. Yet in the presence of the weak, he displayed cowardice, a true mediocrity. Once he grew powerful, he still dared to show off in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Without the pirate crew, the 7 of them would have long since been devoured by spirit beasts. How could they still have the audacity to confront her? Later, he even threatened a recently delivered orange with a newborn child. Was this behavior befitting a human being? Did he forget he was a law enforcer of the divine realm? Enforcing his own law? Such a worthless being deserved to be tormented, and the more miserable he became, the better. The following day, after school, Xiao Wu walked alongside Tang San, both enveloped in their own thoughts. Memories of the previous day flooded Tang San's mind. Upon further reflection, he realized there were numerous doubts surrounding the situation. Xiao Wu, being such a virtuous girl, could she truly so easily give herself away? Even if she had developed feelings for someone else? This possibility was nearly non-existent. Furthermore, Xiao Wu had been with him constantly, in class and out. When would she have had the opportunity to meet anyone else? He hadn't witnessed anything firsthand. He had merely overheard some words, leading to a misunderstanding of Xiao Wu. Was he perhaps being unjust? That individual could very well be Xiao Wu's relative, not necessarily a romantic interest. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tang San could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu, I. Just as Tang San turned to speak, the words caught in his throat, and he found himself utterly dumbfounded, standing motionless. For in Xiao Wu's hand was a vibrant green hat, its hue so vivid that it reflected strands of green light under the sun. This hat was undeniably the greenest of greens. But how could a green hat appear in Xiao Wu's possession? Tang San's heart skipped a beat, his body began to tremble involuntarily, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Brother, how long have we known each other? Xiao Wu tilted her head, gazing at the man before her, her expression somewhat dazed. 6 years, Tang San replied, his gaze fixated on the hat in Xiao Wu's hand. Indeed, 6 years. I must admit, I have yet to present you with a gift. It has always been you gifting me gold soul coins. This time, I wish to give you a present. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes were fixed on the hat of destiny. Su Ran had mentioned that the more potent the energy of destiny, the deeper the green hue would become. The power of fate was unfathomable, a forbidden strength. If Tang San could wear it, his destiny might transform. This was also why she ultimately decided to place the hat upon Tang San's head. The Hat of Destiny could not only reveal whether Tang San harbored ill intentions towards her, but also assist him in navigating through perilous situations. Is this for me? Tang San trembled all over, unable to believe his ears. Xiao Wu was actually gifting him a green hat. What did this imply? Did Xiao Wu wish to mock him? Unable to restrain himself, Tang San stumbled backward, glancing at the large green hat, and then at Xiao Wu's delicate features, before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 19. Your father is named Tang Hao, isn't? Tang San felt an agonizing pain in his heart, his fist clenched tightly, sharp nails digging into his palms. Brother, this hat is called the Hat of Destiny. Wearing it will enhance your fortune, said Xiao Wu, holding the green hat while gazing at Tang San. Observing his reaction, she felt a pang of distress. Could it be that he understood the true nature of this hat, which could reveal his thoughts, hence his fierce reaction? Was everything Su Ran said indeed true? Did he intentionally approach her? If he were unaware, how could he display such a reaction upon seeing the hat? Clearly, he knew much, even the significance of the hat. A torrent of questions surged within Xiao Wu, and a chill ran down her spine. Watching Tang San's response, she felt an overwhelming coldness rise from her feet, striking deep into her heart, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She dared not contemplate the implications. She would refrain from such thoughts until the final outcome was revealed. The Hat of Destiny? No. It was green, a green hat. Tang San shook his head vehemently. Whether in his past life or this one, a green hat carried a specific meaning. Was Xiao Wu truly humiliating him by offering this? Just yesterday, she had been with another man, and now she presented him with a green hat, a blatant insult. Even if he were emotionally naive, he could not overlook the profound humiliation. His dignity was trampled upon. How could Xiao Wu be such a person? How had he failed to notice it before? Behind his back, she sought another man, betrayed him, and now sought to humiliate him. Indeed, it was a green hat, the deeper the hue, the stronger the power of fate, Xiao Wu lamented, her heart breaking further. Since he understood the significance of the color green, was he merely attempting to escape reality? No. Xiao Wu, you must not act this way. Tang San glared at Xiao Wu, words of anger nearly escaping his lips. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the green hat. To his growing horror, he realized that the closer the hat was, the more intense the green light became. The brilliance of that green was blinding, almost searing his vision. The more intense the green light, the stronger the power of destiny. A languid voice broke the tension as Su Ran approached Xiao Wu, eyes fixed on Tang San, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. It's you? Tang San seethed, recognizing Su Ran's voice, the same he had overheard in Xiao Wu's chamber the previous day. Did you instruct Xiao Wu to give me this hat? Why would you do that? Tang San glared at Su Ran, his body trembling with fury. This man had taken Xiao Wu from him, and now he commanded her to mock him. What man of reason could endure such humiliation? Even Tang San felt the sting of disgrace. He knew Xiao Wu's character. Even if she had feelings for another, she would not act in such a manner. It was evident that Xiao Wu was under this man's influence. Why? I only wanted you to keep your distance from Xiao Wu. I didn't want her to be harmed by you, Su Ran replied, wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist, his gaze directed at Tang San. Harm Xiao Wu? How could I possibly harm her? Tang San exclaimed in anger. He had yet to express his affection for Xiao Wu. How could he ever wish her harm? Now, he finally understood that this man had come to steal Xiao Wu away. He was even manipulating her to doubt him. Disappointment welled in his heart. How could Xiao Wu doubt him? But more than that, he felt a surge of rage. All the misunderstandings between him and Xiao Wu could be clarified over time. However, this man undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives toward her. He shamelessly held Xiao Wu close, wanting to take her from him. If he succeeded, it would be a profound humiliation. Tang San's gaze shot towards Su Ran, his anger igniting. Su Ran's arm brazenly encircled Xiao Wu's waist, his hand resting on her flat abdomen. Tang San had never touched Xiao Wu. What right did this man have to lay a hand on her? Xiao Wu, startled by Su Ran's embrace, quickly broke free, still clutching the hat. Su Ran. Please don't do this, she said apologetically, recognizing the preciousness of his identity as a spirit beast. With title Douluo's nearby, he had risked exposure for her sake. If Tang San were indeed the man she feared, it would place him in grave danger, exposing him once again to the watchful eyes of the Haotian Douluo. A wave of gratitude washed over her. Su Ran genuinely cared for her. Hearing Xiao Wu call him brother, Tang San stood dumbfounded, his body stiffening. A sharp pain slicing through his heart like a knife. Xiao Wu had never referred to him with such intimacy. She addressed this man as brother. The implication was clear. Tang San, you needn't pretend any longer. It's pointless, Su Ran taunted. You approached Xiao Wu with ulterior motives, knowing her identity all along. Even now, you continue to feign innocence. I must admit, your act is quite convincing. At this juncture, Tang San found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself from the situation. Feelings may be elusive, but Xiao Wu's identity was undeniable. Which would she believe? Tang San stood there, bewildered, confusion etched across his face. Hearing Su Ran's words, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. What did it mean that he approached Xiao Wu with ulterior motives? His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, whose cheeks glistened with unshed tears. She appeared so fragile. Why was she so vulnerable? If she truly harbored resentment, she should be joyous, not displaying such despair. Her evident pain was unmistakably linked to him. In that moment, Tang San understood. Xiao Wu had not betrayed him, nor had she wronged him. The bond between Xiao Wu and Su Ran was profound. Yet it was not of a romantic nature. This despicable Su Ran had schemed against him, using Xiao Wu's trust to tarnish his image, making her believe he was the villain. The true villain was Su Ran, the ignoble wretch. Xiao Wu, please let me explain, Tang San implored, wishing to reveal the truth about Su Ran to her. But Su Ran would not grant him that favor, pressing forward relentlessly. Still pretending, Tang San? If I recall correctly, you hail from Holy Soul Village, and your father is named Tang Hao, correct? Su Ran continued his manipulation. Tang San was still oblivious to what his father's identity entailed. The existence of Tang Hao would only deepen Xiao Wu's misunderstandings about him. Chapter 20. Full of schemes, Tang San furrowed his brows as he observed Su Ran. He had finally discerned the nature of the relationship between Su Ran and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu likely hailed from a significant power, possessing an extraordinary identity, and Su Ran was undoubtedly a part of that elite circle. This would explain Xiao Wu's unwavering trust in him. Most crucially, Su Ran harbored ulterior motives toward Xiao Wu, employing cunning ruses to mislead Tang San and manipulate Xiao Wu into actions that could jeopardize their bond. Having unraveled these intricacies, a smile crept onto Tang San's face. Fortunately, he had come to this realization in time, otherwise he could have fallen victim to Su Ran's schemes, potentially fracturing his relationship with Xiao Wu and allowing Su Ran to exploit the situation. However, Su Ran's query regarding his father, Tang Hao, plunged Tang San once more into profound contemplation. Su Ran's deceptions were manifold, and he had nearly misinterpreted Xiao Wu's intentions on several occasions. Was his inquiry about his father merely another trap? Su Ran, what are your true intentions? Tang San's brow knitted as he glanced at Xiao Wu, his heart heavy with concern. He was tempted to confront Su Ran physically. Their relationship was so strong, yet here was Su Ran, intent on sowing discord. Was he even human? Beautiful women were not in short supply in the world. Why target Xiao Wu? At that moment, all negative emotions toward Xiao Wu had dissipated from Tang San's mind. If he, with his determination, could nearly be ensnared by Su Ran's machinations, how could Xiao Wu possibly be immune to his deceit? This was their first encounter, and yet Su Ran had already spun him around in circles. Xiao Wu, being well acquainted with Su Ran, would naturally be susceptible to his persuasive words. Your father is a good-for-nothing, hiding in the Holy Spirit Village while toiling away as a blacksmith. And you, even more pathetic, dare not acknowledge your humble origins, Su Ran remarked, clearly perceiving the ire in Tang San's eyes. Origins? Tang San paused, suddenly grasping Su Ran's ulterior motive. He sought to expose Xiao Wu to the ordinariness of his lineage, to render her disdainful enough to abandon him. Realizing this, Tang San chuckled. It was amusing that Su Ran underestimated Xiao Wu. Regardless of Su Ran's cunning schemes, they were futile. He did not understand the essence of Xiao Wu. After 6 years by her side, he, Tang San, comprehended her heart far better than Su Ran could ever hope to. If Xiao Wu were one to covet fame and fortune, she would not have forsaken the resources of a powerful faction to attend a modest institution like Notting Academy. Indeed, my father is Tang Hao. Though I hail from humble beginnings, what of it? I shall strive to become strong, and in time, I will possess all that I seek. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not despise the youth in poverty. Tang San's gaze lifted to meet Su Ran's, his posture resolute. When he uttered the words against underestimating the young, a fierce brilliance ignited in his eyes. What Xiao Wu admired was a person's character, not their wealth or status. Despite his impoverished origins, his remarkable abilities would undoubtedly capture her attention. Su Ran's attempts to wrest Xiao Wu from him through deceit were nothing short of a fool's errand. As Xiao Wu despised those who resorted to underhanded tactics, such individuals were utterly shameless. How could she possibly regard them with favor? Lost in his thoughts, Tang San wore a smile, entirely oblivious to the shadow that had fallen over Xiao Wu's expression. Meanwhile, Su Ran nearly burst into laughter, mocking Tang San's pretensions. Did he really believe himself to be a match for Su Ran? Though he acknowledged himself as a villain, the notion that Tang San could overcome him was laughable. Su Ran, have you ensnared me again? Tang San found himself bewildered, suddenly realizing that Xiao Wu's gaze upon him had shifted. It was no longer tender or affectionate. It resembled that of a stranger. His heart sank, replaced by a surge of anger. What had gone wrong? What had this shameless Su Ran said to alter Xiao Wu's perception? Unable to restrain himself, Tang San seized Su Ran's sleeve, his aura pressing down upon him. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. For Tang San, Xiao Wu was that very scale. Su Ran's manipulation of Xiao Wu and his attempts to sabotage their relationship had crossed a line. And how have I ensnared you? If you're innocent, how could I possibly trap you? Su Ran replied coolly, delivering a swift kick that sent Tang San sprawling. Tang San's strength was insufficient to contend with Su Ran, especially after the enhancement of his Qilin bloodline, which had significantly augmented his physical prowess. With sheer physical strength alone, he surpassed even a soul master. How can you be this strong? Tang San gasped in astonishment, gazing at Su Ran. Despite appearing to be of similar age, Su Ran's strength was unfathomable. Neither had released their martial spirits, yet Su Ran possessed the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, and still, he was dispatched with a single kick, leaving him no time to react. The blue-silver grass martial spirit was inherently weak. How could I possibly be your match? Su Ran scoffed, finding Tang San's predicament amusing. In this world, Tang San was no longer the one with the most potential. What did the Tang sect's techniques matter? What did having dual martial spirits matter? Before him, they were mere farces. Tang San's heart seethed with indignation. As a genius with dual martial spirits, he found himself scorned in such a manner. The blue-silver grass was merely a facade. What did Su Ran truly know? Once he broke through the tidal Douluo and filled the spirit rings of the Haotian hammer, he would stand atop the continent. Enough of your bickering, Xiao Wu interjected, her heart heavy with despair. When Tang San revealed that his father was Tang Hao, her disappointment deepened. Previously uncertain of Tang Hao's identity, she had never pressed Tang San for details about his family. But now, with his own admission, there was no room for doubt. Perhaps Tang San had come to Notting City as a work-study student on Tang Hao's directive. To possess a title Douluo as a father yet choose to live as a mere student was quite a sacrifice, indeed. For the sake of her soul rings and bones, Tang San was willing to forego riches and comforts, masquerading as a penniless laborer. Tang Hao and Tang San had indeed plotted their course well. Yet, in this world, what could possibly be more valuable than a 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone? Tang San was a genius. If he were to eliminate her and seize her soul ring and bone, his strength would be unimaginable. Brother, this is the last time I shall address you as such. If you truly have a clear conscience, wear this hat. Otherwise, let us sever ties here and now. Xiao Wu took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes now icy as she regarded Tang San. Chapter 21. Tang San's heart was in turmoil as he gazed at the exquisite visage of Xiao Wu. The golden sunlight cascaded down, illuminating her delicate form, rendering her even more ethereal, as if she had stepped out from a masterpiece. Yet, this stunning girl wished to sever ties with him, a notion that pierced his heart. The 6 years spent with Xiao Wu at Notting Academy constituted the happiest moments of his 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, as a disciple of the Tang sect, he was consumed by the desire to master hidden weapons and sect techniques, leading to a monotonous existence. After his reincarnation, he endured a meager life alongside his inebriated father, tasked with chores from the tender age of 3 or 4. He once believed his life would continue in such a mundane manner, until he encountered Xiao Wu at Notting Academy. Xiao Wu was the most beautiful girl there, her skin smooth and fair, her long hair styled in a scorpion braid, and her large, sparkling eyes akin to precious gems. From that moment, she invaded the sanctuary of his heart. In both lives, she was the first and the only girl by his side. How he yearned to protect her when he heard her call him brother. A bold thought took root in his mind. He had heard Wang Xing and others mention that siblings by circumstance need not be bound by blood, and could indeed share a deeper connection. If Xiao Wu's address for him were to evolve from brother to big brother, their relationship could grow even more intimate. In a fit of jealousy, he had once struck Wang Sheng, maintaining a stoic facade while internally elated. Xiao Wu had matured, her bosom gently rising and her figure developing alluring curves. At times, he found himself unable to resist admiring her form, a pleasure in itself. Yet now, the prospect of her wishing to part ways left him in despair. Xiao Wu, what have I done wrong? I can change, Tang San implored, taking a deep breath. He was determined to salvage his image in her eyes. He refused to believe that the slander of an outsider could tarnish their bond. Change. Some things cannot be altered. The one who needs to change is not you, but me. From your perspective, all I have done over the years is without fault, Xiao Wu replied. Her soft cheeks stained with tears. Indeed, she was a soul beast, and for 100,000 years, soul beasts had been hunted by humans. Tang San's desire to remain by her side, even with treacherous intent, bore no moral wrongdoing in the grand scheme of things. The words of the divine beast rang true. Their actions could not be simply categorized as right or wrong. He, as a human, was justified in his pursuits. Yet, why did her heart ache so profoundly? Despite knowing the outcome, she was reluctant to accept it. Why must Tang San be the son of that demon? Tang Hao. Had he been anyone else, she might have continued to trust him wholeheartedly. Xiao Wu, please don't cry. What have I done? Tell me, and I will change everything. I will do whatever you ask, Tang San said anxiously, still oblivious to the source of her sorrow. Even now, you refuse to acknowledge the truth? If you truly wish to clear your name, or the hat of destiny, everything will become clear then. If I have misjudged you, I shall apologize, Xiao Wu inhaled deeply. Holding the hat of destiny with reverence and hope, she wished for Tang San to don the green hat, for it would reveal all truths. Xiran had once said that if the hat of destiny emitted a green light upon Tang San's head, it would signify his deceit. As an emperor of soul beasts, his words held absolute authority. A divine beast would never deceive her. Xiao Wu, this is not a hat of destiny. It is a green hat, a great green hat. The closer it gets, the greener it becomes. Now it even appears dark green. Tang San shuddered, terror gripping him. He refused to believe this was the hat of destiny. It was clearly a trick orchestrated by Xiran. Infuriated, he felt the urge to retaliate violently against Xiran. Never before had he been so enraged. But Xiran had utterly provoked him. He resolved that if he did not eliminate Xiran, he would not consider himself a man. To have the one he cherished place such a hat upon him was an affront to his dignity. Will you not wear it? You clearly understand what this green symbolizes. Hence your reluctance, Xiao Wu observed, her heart heavy with despair. In her eyes, it seemed Tang San was fully aware of the hat's implications but was merely evading the truth out of fear of exposure. Given the myriad signs, did he truly believe her to be so naive? With the tragic fate of Sister Ain as a cautionary tale, would she truly be so foolish? If she were to trust Tang San, she could end up making a sacrifice like Sister Ain, potentially endangering Deming and Heir Ming as well. Even if her innocence led her to believe in Tang San, the presence of the divine beast ensured she would not be deceived. Xiao Wu, I will wear it. Tang San's voice trembled as he faced the unfamiliar gaze of Xiao Wu. Fear gripped him. He could not bear the thought of her leaving him. The true meaning of the green hat was lost on him, nor did he understand the manipulations of Xiran. All he knew was that if he refused to wear it, he might truly lose Xiao Wu forever. Chapter 22. Tang San was consumed by madness, yearning to eliminate Su Ran. His heart brimmed with profound hatred. Why had he arrived at such a disgraceful conclusion? To be adorned with the green hat. What a shameful predicament. Yet, should he refuse to don it, Xiao Wu would sever their bond. Conversely, accepting it would mean falling prey to Su Ran's cunning scheme, becoming the subject of his ridicule. Within him simmered a sense of resentment. He harbored no animosity toward Xiao Wu, for she too was a victim of Su Ran's deceit. His ire was solely directed at Su Ran, that despicable scoundrel who sought to claim Xiao Wu while simultaneously humiliating him. Although Tang San remained oblivious to the full extent of the machinations at play, he was acutely aware that this entire saga was orchestrated by the vile Su Ran. Tang San, do not perpetually wear that woeful expression. Allow yourself a smile, Su Ran remarked as he approached, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder. He was puzzled, wondering why Tang San's countenance was so grim if he had not truly wronged him. To navigate life successfully, one must embrace a touch of green, he continued, gesturing towards the vibrant green hat that brimmed with a potent force of destiny. The greener it is, the more concentrated its power of fate. This treasure, rich in such energy, is not something mere mortals can attain. In the future, it shall shield you from calamity, Su Ran elaborated. If the hat of fate were to grace Tang San's head, Su Ran would consider his task complete, claiming 500 skill points as his reward. Most importantly, he would have succeeded in humiliating Tang San. Once the hat was placed upon Tang San, it would be irrevocable, a creation of the system, resistant to external destruction. Su Ran, your despicable actions and the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall one day be repaid in kind, Tang San declared. His face pallid as he beheld the hat inching closer in Xiao Wu's grasp. A flicker of fear ignited within him. He sensed that this green hat was anything but simple. Xiao Wu, too, felt a pang of anxiety as she held her breath, hoping the hat would not emit a glow and that all preceding events had merely been coincidental. She wished for reconciliation with Tang San, to erase the day's occurrences from her memory. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. With a deep breath, Xiao Wu placed the hat of fate upon Tang San's head. A definitive sound echoed, akin to a clasp locking into place, as an intense green light erupted from above Tang San. The brilliance enveloped the surroundings, casting an overwhelming glow even in daylight. What an intense green! Tang San shuddered at the sight. He had never encountered such a vivid hue. What did this green hat signify? What had Su Ran whispered to Xiao Wu? Now that he wore the hat, surely Xiao Wu would believe him. He inhaled deeply, willing to endure any humiliation if it meant dispelling the misunderstanding between them. Xiao Wu, the hat of fate is now upon my head. You must believe me, he implored. Under the radiant glow, oblivious to its implications in Xiao Wu's heart. It glows. The hat of fate has illuminated. Xiao Wu murmured, her face paling as she stumbled back, overwhelmed by emotion. Despite knowing the answer, witnessing the scene shattered her heart. She could hardly fathom that Tang San truly intended to harm her. For 6 long years, he had concealed his intentions, plotting to seize her soul rings and bones. It was undeniable that Tang San had been remarkably adept at hiding his true nature. She had been blissfully unaware. Had it not been for the appearance of the divine beast that roused her, she might still have innocently followed Tang San, unaware that he would one day mirror his father, Tang Hao, and claim her very essence, leaving her oblivious to the betrayal. Should she meet a fate akin to Sister Ain, dying without understanding, unaware that the one she loved had orchestrated her demise? What a tragic fate that would be. Tang San, there shall be no relationship between us henceforth. You shall walk your path, and I shall traverse mine. Xiao Wu's voice was devoid of emotion. Her eyes closed as tears streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, she found Tang San laughable. He was fully aware of the implications of the hat, and yet pretended otherwise. His acting was commendable. Otherwise, how could he have deceived her for so long? Tang San, have I not donned the hat of fate? What is the matter with you? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's cold, unfeeling words, Tang San bellowed in despair. His mental state had unraveled. He had donned the green hat, believing that compliance would quell Xiao Wu's anger. Yet, her demeanor was even more unforgiving. What did this green hat truly represent? What is wrong with me? 6 years, you deceived me for 6 years. What do you mean? What's wrong with you? Tang San, do you wish to continue this charade? Xiao Wu retorted, her voice frigid and unyielding. She had never seen him in such a light. For 6 years, he had lingered by her side, treating her as mere livestock to be corralled. When his strength was sufficient to bear 100,000-year soul ring, would he then extinguish her life? Tang San, I did not Su Ran, you vile coward. What have you said to her? Did you ensnare her with your beguilement? Tang San screamed, his eyes bloodshot as he charged towards Su Ran, unleashing his martial spirit. The sturdy vines of his blue-silver grass lunged towards Su Ran's neck. Xiao Wu's heartless demeanor shattered Tang San's remaining rationality. A searing pain twisted within him. He realized that to reclaim the obedient, exquisite Xiao Wu, he must first eliminate Su Ran. Su Ran had continuously manipulated her, as long as he was present, no matter how well Tang San performed. Xiao Wu would never believe him. A murderous intent surged within Tang San, propelling him forward with reckless abandon, forgetting the use of his soul skills. Driven solely by primal male aggression. Chapter 23. Tang San's collapse of composure. Before Tang San could reach Su Ran's side, Xiao Wu had already launched an attack on him. Her long scorpion tail braid ensnared his neck tightly, while her graceful legs delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Tang San, are you angry out of humiliation? Upon realizing the final outcome, Xiao Wu completely abandoned any lingering hopes for Tang San. The evidence was irrefutable, and there was little left for him to defend. A haunting crimson glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes, as the ancient bloodline concealed within her stirred. After all, she was a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. No matter how innocent, she was still a rabbit that had lived for a century. Deceived by Tang San for so long, investing her emotions in the wrong person, how could she not feel rage? Ah, Xiao Wu, you would actually strike me? Tang San lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, the searing pain contorting his features. Yet, the greater agony resided within his heart. Xiao Wu, this is all orchestrated by Su Ran. He has been manipulating us all along. Before Su Ran approached you, how wonderful was our relationship. We studied together, trained together. But the moment Su Ran arrived, everything changed. He is a demon, a devil. Do not believe a word he says, Tang San implored, his words tumbling out in disarray. In just a day or two, Xiao Wu had been ensnared by Su Ran's machinations. He shuddered to think what the future held. Would Xiao Wu come to see him as an enemy? The mere thought of the once pure and beautiful Xiao Wu, now so indifferent towards him, caused his heart to ache. He even perceived a profound hostility in her gaze. Xiao Wu, do you truly view him as an enemy now? Tang San, you are truly something else. You have learned to turn the tables, Xiao Wu retorted, her body trembling with rage upon hearing his words. She could hardly fathom how anyone could be so shameless. Tang San understood the significance of the cap of destiny. Wearing it and emitting a green glow spoke volumes. Yet here he was, attempting to besmirch the auspicious beast. What status did the auspicious beast hold? Born of fortune, it was a treasure of the soul beast realm. Even if Su Ran possessed merely a year's cultivation, he remained a paramount figure in the soul beast world. The auspicious beast could enhance the growth rate of soul beasts, and its power could assist them in overcoming tribulations. Such abilities compelled all-powerful soul beasts to curry favor with the auspicious beast, fearing even the slightest disrespect. With such a status, would the auspicious beast deceive her? What could it possibly desire from her? Even if it coveted her beauty, how could she possibly resist? If the auspicious beast sought to harm her, it would not be so complicated. When a sovereign commands, the subjects must obey. If the auspicious beast called upon its kin, countless soul beasts would come forth to please it, even at the cost of her life. The absurdity lay in Tang San's ignorance of Su Ran's true identity, as he attempted to smear his reputation. However, it was understandable. Even Tang Hao might not be privy to the auspicious beast's identity. How could Tang San know? Su Ran. Let us go, Xiao Wu declared, disregarding Tang San and taking Su Ran's hand as they departed. The mere sight of Tang San now made her feel a sense of revulsion. Yet, she could not confront him directly. Behind Tang San loomed the formidable figure of the Haotian Douluo, whose power they could not hope to contend with. Even the auspicious beast was no match for the Haotian Douluo at this moment. Xiao Wu, do not leave, do not go with him, Tang San cried out in desperation, racing toward Xiao Wu and Su Ran. At that moment, he felt no animosity towards Xiao Wu. In fact, he felt a pang of pity for her. His only ire was directed towards Su Ran for his despicable actions. If Xiao Wu were to remain by his side, how much suffering would she endure? Get lost. Su Ran chuckled softly, effortlessly sending the already disheveled Tang San flying with a kick. He regarded Tang San with amusement, finding him somewhat laughable. No matter how unscrupulous Su Ran might be, he would never sacrifice Xiao Wu, nor would he allow her only friends, Deming and Erming, to be sacrificed. What could Tang San possibly offer Xiao Wu? Remaining by his side would only subject her to various grievances. Su Ran looked at Tang San's green-topped head, finding it rather comical. What expression would Tang San wear upon discovering that the green cap atop his head could never be removed? From that moment on, he would be plagued by misfortune. As for the significance of the green cap presented by the system, even he was uncertain. However, Su Ran understood that the depth of its hue would intensify with the closeness of his relationship with Xiao Wu. Most importantly, whenever he held Xiao Wu close, the cap would emit a glow, constantly reminding him of his identity. What identity? Undoubtedly, it was that of the deceived. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 skill points. The system's voice chimed in, somewhat astonished. She had never anticipated Su Ran could complete the task so swiftly. The bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu was so strong, yet now the host had forcibly turned them into adversaries. Yet, it made sense, after all. Tang San's father was Tang Hao. Born of such distinguished lineage, Tang San still became a work-study student to befriend her. A normal person would harbor doubts. Moreover, the facade Tang Hao had maintained had long since crumbled in Xiao Wu's eyes. Qilin, the 100,000-year soul beast, had befriended Tang Hao, ultimately becoming a soul ring for him. How closely this mirrored her relationship with Tang San. The coincidences were too remarkable, even with Tang San's silver tongue. He could not elucidate such matters. Sighing, it had become far too simple. Xiao Wu no longer trusted Tang San. Thus, the path to winning over the treasured Xiao Wu had become significantly easier for Su Ran. He mused inwardly, gazing at the striking girl before him. Exuding the essence of youthful vitality, her long, shapely legs moving gracefully as her scorpion tail braids swayed behind her, embodying a unique charm. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San watched as Xiao Wu and Su Ran walked hand in hand, resembling a couple. Seeing this scene, anguished tears streamed down his face. A man may shed tears, but only when truly sorrowful. The events of the day had nearly shattered his composure. Su Ran was despicable and shameless, his gaze constantly wandering to Xiao Wu's long legs and bosom. Without needing to think, Tang San knew Su Ran desired Xiao Wu. It was precisely because Su Ran had observed the bond between Xiao Wu and him that he had devised this scheme to sever their connection. Now, Xiao Wu had come to regard him as an enemy for reasons he could not fathom, all thanks to Su Ran's interference. Chapter 24. The despicable and shameless Xiao Gang. Su Ran, you are truly insidious. Indeed, you possess a cunning that is remarkable. Were it not for my exceptional circumstances, an ordinary person would find themselves utterly helpless. However, there is one thing you could never anticipate. I am not a native of the Douluo Continent. I am a traveler from another realm, and my prowess cannot solely be gauged by mere cultivation. The moment I unleash my hidden weapon, your demise is inevitable. Tang San clenched his fist and rose from the ground, a 1-foot-long dark weapon box now in his grasp. Should he resort to using his concealed weapon? Su Ran would be insignificant in comparison. Previously, in a fit of rage, he had not even released his martial spirit. If he were to exert his full strength, how could he possibly be inferior to Su Ran? No matter how formidable Su Ran may be, he could not surpass Tang San. As Tang San stood, he surveyed his surroundings and sighed in relief. Fortunately, this street was rather quiet, sparing him the embarrassment of being seen in such a compromising position. Had he been on a bustling street, the news of his humiliation would have spread like wildfire throughout Notting City. In that case, he would have no face left to show in Notting City. In any context, for a man to be cuckolded is an excruciating disgrace. Even if he were a titled Douluo at the pinnacle of power, being humiliated in such a manner would subject him to ridicule from all. Su Ran. Once Xiao Wu's mood improves, I shall seek you out again. At that time, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. There are some individuals you cannot afford to provoke. Tang San inhaled deeply, his hand grasping the green hat perched atop his head, yearning to tear it off and shatter it to pieces. Yet, no matter how forcefully he pulled, the hat clung to him as though it were glued in place. This is disastrous. Tang San's heart sank. While he could accept being cuckolded as long as no one witnessed it, the thought of being unable to remove the hat was truly catastrophic. Was he destined to wear this green hat for the rest of his life? The mere idea sent shivers down his spine, his face paling at the prospect of such a wretched existence. If he were to wear this hat in public, countless eyes would be drawn to him, and all would know of his shame. No, it cannot be. This is merely an ordinary hat. How could it possibly be so stubborn? Tang San trembled, releasing his martial spirit and employing all his might to rid himself of the green hat. Thick strands of blue-silver grass erupted from his hands, coiling around the hat and pulling with all their strength. Yet, as always, there was no response, only an overwhelming sense of pain. After a lengthy struggle, he felt as though his scalp would be torn away. But the hat remained steadfastly affixed to his head. Unless he were to rip off his own scalp, it would remain inescapably in place. Why won't it come off? It feels as if it is glued to my head. Su Ran, what have you done to me? The humiliation I have endured today shall be repaid 100-fold. With his legs giving way, Tang San collapsed to the ground, roaring in fury. His expression was one of despair as he envisioned the grim future that awaited him. His eyes burned with an insatiable desire for vengeance. Su Ran had not only disrupted his relationship with Xiao Wu, but had also bestowed upon him this permanent mark of shame. Such cruelty was intolerable. But there is still my teacher. He should be able to assist me. Tang San's voice trembled as he spoke. He realized that his only hope lay with his teacher. If even his teacher could not provide a solution, he truly did not know what to do. He hastily removed his inner garment, wrapping it tightly around his head to conceal any trace of green. Then he sprinted frantically toward Xiao Gang's dormitory. In Xiao Gang's dormitory, he was engrossed in a tome, savoring its contents. The text was adorned with elegant script, annotated with insightful remarks. As he perused the words, a striking figure emerged in his mind. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty, clad in a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold tiara, and wielding a staff embellished with countless gemstones. The woman possessed an almost flawless visage, exuding a regal and divine aura that inspired reverence, compelling one to kneel before her flowing gown. Lost in the reverie of this enchanting figure, Xiao Gang displayed a look of infatuation. Such a woman, radiant and captivating, with a figure as ripe as a peach, stirred a longing within him to embrace and cherish her. Additionally, she was a pope, her status unparalleled, even surpassing that of emperors from the two great empires. To hold such a woman in his arms would grant an immense sense of accomplishment. Donger, do not think me heartless. You see, upon hearing of Qian Xuanji's demise, I hastily orchestrated my separation from Lu Erlong. I have not laid eyes on her for years, all to express my feelings to you. Should Qian Dalu perish, I shall come to seek you out, Yu Xiaogang murmured, a smile gracing his lips. At one point, he believed he had lost all chances with Bibi Dong, having pursued Lu Erlong to vie for control over the Golden Iron Triangle. Yet he was taken aback by Qian Xuanji's swift demise, rekindling his hopes, and he would no longer remain with Lu Erlong. Although Erlong was undeniably beautiful, she could not compare to Bibi Dong. The man who was wed to the Pope would command respect and admiration from all. Nobody would dare to label him a failure. However, until Qian Daoliu's death, approaching Bibi Dong was tantamount to courting disaster. He resolved to wait until Bibi Dong reached the pinnacle of the 99th rank, at which point he would safely pursue her. As he continued to muse, Lu Erlong's image filled his thoughts. He had not seen her for years, and in that time, the once stunning beauty must have matured into an even more alluring figure. Alas, her status paled in comparison to Bibi Dong's. Yet, these matters could wait for another day. If Tang San were to achieve greatness and emerge as the strongest on the continent, as his teacher, he would finally shed the label of being inconsequential. Tang San carried a grudge against Bibi Dong. Should the time come for confrontation, she might even meet her end. In that case, he would be free to pursue Lu Erlong and nurture Tang San's potential. Yu Xiaojang's voice dropped, a hint of self-satisfaction creeping in. Tang San, with his dual martial spirits, possesses the potential to become the strongest. This is what he most eagerly anticipates. After all, cultivating a powerful individual would affirm his status as a true scholar of martial theory. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that the exquisite Bibi Dong might meet her demise at the hands of Tang San. He had never truly possessed her, and if she were to die, he would feel a twinge of sorrow. Bibi Dong, too, with her dual martial spirits and her position as the Pope, would undoubtedly target Tang Hao and Tang San. Regardless of the victor, Yu Xiaogang would emerge unscathed. After all, he had yet to openly declare his intentions toward either Bibi Dong or Lu Erlong. No matter what transpired in the future, he would remain the ultimate victor. In the end, whether your future wife is Lu Erlong or Bibi Dong rests in your hands, Tang San, Yu Xiaogang murmured, eagerly anticipating Tang San's ascendance. Such a rise would yield him greater satisfaction. Merely being the husband of a pope would likely invite whispers of him living off her success, an undesirable label indeed. Chapter 25. This hat, a priceless treasure. Knock. 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 The urgent rapping at the door abruptly interrupted Yu Xiaojang's reverie. His daydreams shattered, an irritable expression crossed his face. He had just been lost in fantasies with Donger and the twin dragons frolicking in the water, and now, this disruption stirred a flicker of anger within him. Taking a deep breath, he closed the ancient texts, concealing his gloomy demeanor, and restored his expression to normalcy before calling out, "Who is it?" "Teacher, it's me, Tang San." Tang San exclaimed anxiously, pounding on the door with fervor. The thought of being burdened with a permanent humiliation left him, usually composed, utterly unsettled. His hopes rested entirely on his teacher, Yu Xiaogang. If even he could not help him remove the green hat, Tang San would be left with no face to show the world. "Tang San? What is the matter?" Upon opening the door, Yu Xiaogang was met with the sight of Tang San, whose head was wrapped in a cloth resembling an old lady's headscarf. At that moment, Tang San stood bare-chested, his hands clutching the cloth atop his head, his behavior bizarre, leaving Yu Xiaogang astounded. "Tang San, what on earth are you doing? Why are you wearing that headscarf?" Yu Xiaogang could not help but inquire, his gaze a mix of confusion and seriousness. He understood Tang San's character. He would never reveal such a fearful countenance unless he faced an exceedingly troublesome situation. Moreover, Tang San typically sought to resolve his issues independently before turning to him for help. Clearly, Tang San was entangled in a predicament of considerable difficulty, one that pertained to his head. "Teacher, I am green. I am truly green." Tang San trembled as he spoke, pulling the cloth away to reveal the green hat perched atop his head. "Tang San, what has happened?" Yu Xiaogang blinked, somewhat bewildered. He only knew the hat looked rather appealing and did not initially contemplate its implications. "Teacher, listen to me. This is a hat of fate. No, it is a green hat. Regardless of whether it is called a hat of fate or possesses any formidable powers, it is simply a green hat," Tang San declared gravely. He cared little whether this hat would bring him fortune or misfortune. He only knew that the mere sight of it filled him with vexation. This was the humiliation inflicted by Su Ran. If he had to wear the shameful item atop his head, even if no one saw it, he would still go mad. Every time he glanced in the mirror, he would be painfully reminded of his disgrace. So what? Xiao Gang remained somewhat perplexed. He could not resist reaching out to touch the hat, noting its exceptionally soft texture, crafted from fine materials. It was no surprise he was unaware of its significance. His focus had been solely on theoretical studies, rendering him oblivious to worldly affairs, including the implications of the color green. Teacher, you surely must see something I do not. Tang San inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Xiao Gang. Is it possible that even your intelligence cannot unravel the mystery of this hat? I see it quite clearly. Xiao Gang replied. The texture is excellent, and the style is quite nice. Be sure to purchase one for me next time. He continued to examine the hat, noting its superior quality, far surpassing any fabric he had encountered, even exceeding the finest fur from soul beasts. It is not about the style. It is that this hat cannot be removed. Tang San felt a wave of despair wash over him. Although he understood that his teacher was not intentionally mocking him, his pride had still been wounded. Cannot be removed? Hearing this, Xiao Gang's expression turned serious as he scrutinized the hat upon Tang San's head. He grasped the brim firmly, attempting to yank it off with all his might, but to his astonishment, the hat would not budge. After a prolonged struggle, Xiao Gang employed various methods, even resorting to scissors, yet the hat remained immovable. This peculiar item was proving to be a challenge even for Xiao Gang. There are no records of such a hat in the texts, he muttered quietly. Despite his extensive knowledge of soul master lore, he found himself at a loss when it came to matters beyond the texts. Teacher, what are you saying? Tang San could not help but inquire, as he had not clearly heard Xiao Gang's murmurs. This hat is exceedingly strange. It appears to be firmly affixed to your head, and ordinary methods will likely prove futile in removing it. Even scissors cannot cut it. The only option left is to employ that technique, Xiao Gang stated, shaking his head before retrieving a large hammer from the inner room. Crafted from fine iron, the hammer, though seemingly small, weighed at least a dozen pounds. Teacher, what do you intend to do with that? Tang San gasped as he beheld the hammer, fearing that his teacher might resort to smashing the hat. This might be the only feasible solution, Xiao Gang replied gravely. He had just observed that while the hat felt soft to the touch, it hardened upon impact, which explained why even scissors could not penetrate it. Then, please proceed. Teacher, Tang San gritted his teeth, determination etched across his features. Tang San, brace yourself. Focus all your soul power on your head to mitigate the hammer's impact, Xiao Gang instructed. Tang San then unleashed his martial spirit, concentrating all his soul power in his head. His expression was resolute. Even if he were to suffer a concussion, he deemed it worthwhile if it meant breaking free from this hat. With a forceful strike, the hammer came crashing down upon Tang San's head. Xiao Gang wielded it with the strength of an ordinary person, while Tang San, empowered by his martial spirit, had no fear of severe injury. Yet, neither anticipated the unexpected occurrence that transpired as the hammer neared Tang San's head. The once pliable hat instantaneously transformed into an indestructible barrier, withstanding the hammer's blow without sustaining any damage. Xiao Gang's arm trembled violently from the recoil. Indeed, there is something amiss. Xiao Gang took a deep breath and struck again with greater force. With a resounding thud, the hat remained unscathed. After several more strikes, Xiao Gang's eyes began to gleam with a strange light, as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. A treasure. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Tang San had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He had observed closely. The hammer's powerful strikes left the hat unharmed. Yet, fine metal shavings flew from the hammer, indicating that the hat's defensive capabilities surpassed even that of refined iron. Such a treasure, if Tang San could wear it continuously, would open doors to countless possibilities for his future. The head, being a particularly vulnerable area, would benefit immensely from such formidable protection, significantly enhancing Tang San's potential in combat. Before Tang San harnessed the Haoyan hammer martial spirit, his primary means of offense was the blue-silver grass. As a control-type soul master, he required a high level of mental acuity. The mind is crucial for a control-type soul master leading a team to victory. Now, with this hat safeguarding his head, his strength would undoubtedly see an enhancement. As Xiao Gang contemplated these matters, he paid little heed to whether the hat held any special significance for Tang San. As his mentor, he only needed to acknowledge the hat's unparalleled strength. Should Tang San successfully navigate his developmental phase and emerge as a formidable figure, he would bask in unparalleled glory. Whether or not this formidable being wore a green hat was inconsequential. After all, it was not he who bore it. Teacher, what are you pondering? Tang San could not suppress his curiosity, sensing an unusual glint in his teacher's eyes, as if he were gazing upon a coveted treasure. This is by no means a treasure. It is merely a hat, yet it carries significant symbolism. Since this ordinary hammer cannot shatter the hat, you might as well attempt to wield your second martial soul. Your second martial soul is indomitable, possessing a destructive power that surpasses that of ordinary objects, Xiao Gang remarked, his gaze filled with anticipation. If even the Haotian hammer fails to break this hat, it would indeed signify that it is an invaluable artifact. Chapter 26, Tang San's Collapse. Xiao Gang's excitement indeed. I possess a second martial soul. The brilliance in Tang San's eyes reignited. Although he was unaware of the name of his second martial soul, he knew it was extraordinary. At this moment, Tang San was oblivious to the fact that his father was the Haotian Douluo, nor did he realize that his second martial soul was the Haotian hammer. However, he could ascertain the potency of his abilities through the speed and power of his soul energy consumption from both martial souls. He was certain that his second martial soul was remarkably powerful, at least within the confines of Notting Academy. He had yet to encounter anyone whose weapon martial soul surpassed his own. With such a formidable martial soul at his disposal, he was resolute that the hammer would shatter any obstacle. Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass martial soul, and, accompanied by a subtle ripple of energy, a hammer materialized in his grasp. It was a pitch-black hammer, the handle approximately half a foot long, with a cylindrical head resembling a scaled-down version of a blacksmith's hammer. Yet, upon its dark surface, a unique radiance emanated, and faint patterns spiraled around the cylindrical head. This was Tang San's martial soul, the Haotian hammer. As he infused the hammer with his soul power, emanating from his great soul master level, the Haotian hammer glowed ominously, casting a weighty atmosphere throughout the room. Truly, the Haotian hammer deserved its title as the world's foremost weapon martial soul. Its might was undeniable even without additional spirit rings. When Tang San eventually progressed to Soul Sage and began to bestow it with spirit rings, the power it would wield was unimaginable. Though Bibidong also possessed twin martial souls, they were both Spider Emperors, unable to complement each other. In contrast, Tang San wielded one for offense and another for control, allowing him to maintain a stable dominance over Bibidong at the same level. Xiao Gang murmured softly, gazing at Tang San as one would at a treasured artifact. Should Tang San triumph over Bibidong, her formidable character might compel her to contest him to the bitter end, ultimately leading to her demise. The thought of Bibidong being vanquished by Tang San stirred a complex mix of sympathy and anticipation within Xiao Gang. After all, he had a vested interest in both of them. If Tang San proved to be superior, he would seek to nurture him alongside the second dragon. For the second dragon was equally beautiful. Furthermore, if Tang San could diminish Bibidong's powers, wouldn't it be delightful to have the once noble Pope at his side? Reduced to a mere mortal? Her former prowess would render her a devoted companion, and together they might cultivate a deeper bond. Imagining the graceful and enchanting Bibidong lying in his embrace, surrendering to his whims, ignited a thrill within him. In that scenario, Bibidong, once exalted, would descend to the mundane, serving him with undivided loyalty. Such thoughts filled him with a peculiar exhilaration. However, in that time, Bibidong would be devoid of power and reduced to a mere concubine. No matter how breathtaking her beauty, if that moment arrived, he could indeed establish a harem, with Bibidong and Lu Erlong as his women. Lu Erlong's affections for him had not waned despite the familial connection. Thus, finding a reason to embrace a harem would not be a challenge. Love, after all, requires sacrifice. If she could not accept his harem, what claim to love could there be? For years, he had endured humiliation without indulging in earthly pleasures, but once Tang San matured, he intended to relish the joys of manhood. Teacher, what are you murmuring about? Tang San suddenly inquired. Sensing that his teacher might hold insights regarding the origin of his martial soul, given the expression on his face. Nothing, just attempt to strike with your second martial soul. Xiao Gang replied, redirecting his focus to Tang San with eager anticipation. All right. Tang San nodded, dismissing other thoughts. Removing this hat was of paramount importance. Bang! Tang San summoned all his soul power and struck his head, but the hat remained unscathed, leaving him with a piercing pain at the top of his head. Ouch! That hurts. Tang San clutched his head, gasping as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. The force of the Haotian hammer was incomparable to that of an ordinary hammer. It felt as if his head might be crushed. Yet, the hat remained intact, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. gazing at his reflection. He saw only a vibrant green atop his head, feeling utterly defeated. What material was this hat made of? So impervious? It only hardened upon impact, yet remained soft otherwise. Was this truly an ordinary hat? Or did it possess some sentience? Was this some sort of jest? Tang San's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He had exhausted every possible method to remove the hat. Surely, there were no further options left. This was sheer bullying. Tang San could no longer endure such humiliation. He was a man of integrity, yet he was forced to bear such indignity. Why? He was Tang San, endowed with memories of a past life. The Tang sect's unparalleled skills, hidden weapons, the Xiantian treasure record, and even a twin martial soul. With such a wealth of advantages. Why was he still in such a dire predicament? Su Ran, despite his youth, wielded immense power. Little San, conventional methods will not suffice to remove it. This simply indicates your current strength is inadequate. Once you elevate your cultivation to title Douluo, you will undoubtedly be able to remove it, Xiao Gang remarked. While he was unaware of the reasons behind Tang San's agony, he hoped that transforming his sorrow into strength would compel Tang San to train even harder. Which would be a tremendous boon. Increase my strength? Tang San clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging. He was determined to train diligently. He must become the strongest in the world and decisively trample Su Ran beneath his feet. He would reclaim Xiao Wu and demonstrate to Su Ran that she truly loved him. Moreover, one must consider the duality of situations. Although the hat could not be removed, was that not a blessing in disguise? Such an indomitable treasure, if they could not breach its defenses, neither could anyone else. In future battles, it would serve as his protective asset, Xiao Gang observed, his eyes glimmering with insight. As a theoretical master, his intellect allowed him to perceive the true nature of the hat. Beneath the soul sect, none could hope to breach its defenses. Teacher, you speak wisely. This hat's formidable defense means that if I cannot breach it, neither can anyone else, Tang San replied, his gaze turning frigid and unyielding. He had devised a plan to counter Su Ran. Though Su Ran was powerful, perhaps even stronger than he, Tang San knew that Su Ran's martial soul was likely sword-based. No matter how formidable Su Ran's sword was, it could not penetrate the hat's defenses. In that case, he would need only to safeguard his vulnerabilities while disregarding the exposed crown during their duel, significantly easing his burden. Teacher, I must take my leave now. Tang San respectfully bowed to Xiao Gang before turning to depart. A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. He was consumed by an overwhelming desire to eliminate Su Ran, who had stolen his beloved and ensnared him with this humiliating hat. Such a grudge could not go unavenged. He could not bear the shame of it. Chapter 27. Comforting Xiao Wu. Tang San. Is this truly who you are? Lurking beside me solely to seize my soul ring? Ha! The son of a titled Douluo, possessing an illustrious identity, yet you feign such pitiable circumstances, with your clothes patched and worn. What a performance! Yet, it is understandable. Without this charade, how could you have become a work-study student? You must have calculated that I, newly emerged into the human realm and devoid of wealth, would find you waiting in the dormitory. Everything here is a deception. Your father employed the same tactics to bring about the demise of Sister Ayin, and now you attempt to ensnare me similarly. Xiao Wu murmured, pouring out her grievances, as she ran alone into the distance, her heart shattering with each step. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. At this moment, her feelings for Tang San had perished. As a girl, even a 10,000-year spirit beast, she was profoundly vulnerable in matters of the heart. No girl could withstand such a blow. Tang San, the one who had accompanied her for 6 years, had only been kind to bind her to his side, waiting for the moment he could harvest her soul ring and bones once he grew powerful. Boom, boom, boom. As if responding to Xiao Wu's heartache, the sky rumbled and flashed with lightning, dark clouds gathering, shrouding the world in gloom. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. The raindrops pattered against Xiao Wu, soaking her dress. A chilling wind swept through, yet she felt no coldness. The pain within her heart was far more acute. She wandered aimlessly, oblivious to her destination, only aware of the profound ache within her, a pain so intense it felt unbearable. Memories of her 6 years with Tang San flooded her mind. Those once warm moments now appeared glaringly painful. Each scene, every coincidence, had been orchestrated by Tang San. A deliberate display intended to impress her. The feigned warmth only served to nauseate her. She could not comprehend why Tang San acted in this manner. Was the 10,000-year soul ring and bones truly of such paramount importance? Did he have to resort to such treachery to enhance his strength? Even if he had such intentions initially, after 6 years of deep affection, how could he still harbor thoughts of harming her? Was his heart made of iron? So unyielding? Could he truly remain unmoved by 6 years of emotion? Xiao Wu lowered her head, continuing her aimless walk, the rain drenching her, clinging to her form, revealing the graceful curves of her youthful body. She gazed at the darkened sky, the vast world seemingly empty save for her solitary figure. Upon entering the human realm, she had believed she found friends like the Ming and Air Ming. How foolish! Did she truly think she could find kin among humans? Even if there were, would they remain calm upon discovering her identity as a 10,000-year spirit beast? Would they not be consumed by greed, seeking to bring about her demise? Do not venture further. Return with me. At that moment, Su Ran, clad in a black robe and holding a solitary umbrella, stood before Xiao Wu, halting her steps. Su Ran, you have come. Xiao Wu exclaimed, tears spilling from her eyes uncontrollably. She felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Were it not for Su Ran's presence, she shuddered to think how much longer she would have been deceived by that despicable Tang San, who had sold her while making her count his ill-gotten gains. Yet, she found solace in Su Ran's sincerity. In this world, anyone could betray her, but not the auspicious beast. The auspicious beast king, Su Ran would never relinquish his pride to engage in such treachery. Do not cry. He is not worth your tears, Su Ran gently stated, shedding his outer coat and draping it around Xiao Wu's delicate frame. However, Su Ran was no base scoundrel. He would never allow Xiao Wu to suffer harm merely to satiate his desires. In such torrential rain, how could her fragile form endure? She was no longer the formidable 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. Her body resembled that of an ordinary human girl. After her rebirth, she was indistinguishable from humanity. Yet, why should she bear such burdens as a reborn spirit beast? Once her identity was revealed, countless powerful beings would set their sights on her. A 10,000-year spirit beast was a treasure. A transformed 10,000-year spirit beast could incite a continental uproar. Why did Ayin, as a reborn 10,000-year spirit beast, attract the relentless pursuit of Qian Xuanji and countless powerful foes? 10,000-year spirit beasts, even the Pope would find it difficult to possess. Their cultivation was immense, and their combat prowess formidable. Most importantly, such beings had their own life-preserving soul skills. When faced with certain death, they would rather self-destruct than allow humans to claim their soul bones in disgrace. Thus, hunting a 10,000-year spirit beast was exceedingly difficult. Even the mightiest title Douluo could not guarantee success. However, a reborn 10,000-year spirit beast was akin to a mere human, easily slain. Hence, everyone in the human world would covet them. Xiao Wu herself was a treasure. If other powerful soul masters discovered her identity, they would stop at nothing to kill her. Yet, Tang Hao, fully aware of this, did nothing to prevent Xiao Wu from heading to the spirit hall. Perhaps Tang San did not intend to kill her, but Tang Hao certainly sought to orchestrate a scene of Xiao Wu sacrificing herself for Tang San. He had employed the same tactics on Ayin. If he could harm his own beloved, how could he hesitate to do the same to Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes glimmered with tears, her long hair drenched as rainwater cascaded down. In that moment, the mingling of rain and tears rendered her so vulnerable, aggrieved, and fearful. Even as a 10,000-year spirit beast, she had known the protection of her mother and her friends to Ming and Air Ming in the Stardow forest, living without a care. Little did she know of the intricate schemes that awaited her in the human world. Seeing Xiao Wu in such distress, Su Ran felt a pang of compassion. He could not bear to witness her sorrowful tears. Yet, were it not for this, would they ever truly part ways? When something is severed without resolution, chaos ensues. How much suffering had Xiao Wu endured alongside Tang San? Her self-sacrifice had led to the downfall of the Ming and Air Ming as well. Nonetheless, he vowed to protect her from now on, as an auspicious beast. Even commanding 10,000-year spirit beasts to safeguard her would pose no challenge for him. Su Ran gazed at Xiao Wu, sighed softly, and tenderly brushed her rain-soaked hair, enveloping her delicate form in his embrace. Chapter 28. Unrestrained anger released the precious little Wu held in Su Ran's embrace. A delightful masculine fragrance enveloped Xiao Wu, causing her delicate form to tremble slightly. She did not push Su Ran away. He had become the only person she could truly trust. Without him, she was at a loss as to whom she could confide in. In the vast world, only Su Ran would never deceive her. She dared not trust anyone else, especially not the individuals at the Nodding Academy. The affection she had shared with Tang San over the past 6 years had proven to be a facade. How could she expect any sincerity from others? As the wind howled and the rain poured down, Su Ran chose to close the umbrella, using both hands to hold Xiao Wu tightly, striving to provide her with warmth. If it becomes unbearable, then let your tears flow, he whispered gently, patting her back soothingly. as one would comfort a child. Xiao Wu remained silent, burying her head in Su Ran's chest, softly sobbing. For reasons unknown, she found an unparalleled warmth radiating from him. And with every breath, her pent-up grievances surged forth. The betrayal from Tang San, who had lived alongside her for 6 years, weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, here was Su Ran, someone she had only known for a few days, who treated her with such kindness. This stark contrast illuminated the depth of Tang San's hypocrisy and the genuine goodness of Su Ran. Though Su Ran's injuries had nearly healed, he refused to abandon her in her time of need. Instead, he sought to aid her in awakening to the truth, to escape together. How could she betray someone willing to risk their life for her? I'm so sorry, Su Ran. I failed to fulfill my duty as a spirit beast to protect you and inadvertently exposed you to danger. I even missed the best chance to escape, Xiao Wu lamented, drowning in guilt and remorse. Her heart ached painfully, realizing that her association with the despicable Tang San had led both herself and Su Ran into dire straits. What if Tang San informed Tang Hao of her relationship with Su Ran? If Tang Hao discovered that she had seen through their scheme, what would become of them? It's all right. As long as you recognize the true villain, that is what matters. Tang San has always deceived you, and now that you see it clearly, everything else will be fine. With me by your side, you need not worry. My strength is not to be underestimated, Su Ran replied, a hint of derision in his tone. Sensing Tang San's presence nearby, he tightened his hold on Xiao Wu, determined to protect her from any misunderstanding that might arise. Xiao Wu, my dear Xiao Wu. Tang San, aware of her character, had braved the torrential rain with an umbrella to find her, only to witness this scene. At that moment, Xiao Wu's attire clung to her porcelain skin, draped in a black overcoat that accentuated her alluring figure. This version of Xiao Wu, more delicate than the vibrant girl she once was, seemed to draw the gaze of countless admirers. Yet, such exquisite beauty was now cradled in Su Ran's arms. Release Xiao Wu, you scoundrel. Let her go. Tang San bellowed from the street, consumed by rage, for he had yet to make any advances towards her himself. How could Su Ran, a vile and shameless individual, possess the audacity to hold her so intimately? Tang San felt as though he might vomit blood. The sight of Su Ran's hand upon her being utterly intolerable. Xiao Wu, so beautiful and delicate, seemed on the verge of blooming like a flower. This budding essence, combined with her stunningly soft features, rendered her strikingly extraordinary. Ding. The host has been subjected to insult. To protect the host's immaculate image, Tang San's remarks have been automatically suppressed by the system, given the delicate emotional state between the host and the heroine Xiao Wu. She will not hear Tang San's derogatory comments. The system's sweet voice nearly made Su Ran laugh. How strange it was that Tang San seemed to flail about, unaware that his words had been silenced. Feel free to scold me, Tang San. I cannot hear you, Su Ran mused, marveling at the system's capabilities. Who could rival the system in its prowess? Not only did it provide exceptional service, but it also promised to take a human form to assist the host in the future. He recalled the system mentioning that its human form would enhance its ability to serve, though he was still uncertain of what that entailed. One thing was clear. If the system transformed, its power would be formidable. You wretch Su Ran, I command you to release Xiao Wu. Are you deaf? You dare to seize her and exhibit such lewd intentions? What will she endure beside you? It's unimaginable. You are a demon. Xiao Wu will undoubtedly face peril in your grasp. Xiao Wu, did you hear that? Su Ran is not a good person. He has always deceived you. Tang San shouted vehemently, observing Su Ran as if he were taking advantage of Xiao Wu. In truth, Su Ran's hand remained a mere centimeter from her body, never truly touching her. Yet, in the dim rain-soaked night, Tang San, standing at a distance, could not discern the reality of the situation. To him, Su Ran was an unrepentant villain. He envisioned the depths of Su Ran's depravity, fearing for Xiao Wu's safety should she remain in his company. He had heard tales of young girls ensnared by unscrupulous men, forced into situations they detested. Clearly, Su Ran embodied that very threat. Chapter 29. The city's deception deepens. Tang San is once again outwitted. Tang San leaned against the wall, bending at the waist, taking deep breaths of fresh air. After venting his frustrations for so long, he felt utterly drained. He was bewildered, questioning why his loud outburst elicited no reaction from Xiao Wu and Su Ran. This was simply abnormal. Perhaps Su Ran, that despicable scoundrel, was impervious to such taunts. However, Xiao Wu was not the kind of person to remain indifferent. She could not possibly tolerate such insults. Given her current attitude towards Su Ran, if she were aware of his derogatory remarks, she would undoubtedly be furious, far from maintaining her calm demeanor. What had gone awry? Had Su Ran employed some sort of sorcery to render Xiao Wu unable to hear his words? The mere thought left Tang San speechless with fury. Su Ran was truly contemptible. If Xiao Wu could not hear him, how would he ever explain himself to her in the future? Meeting Xiao Wu alone to clarify things was an opportunity Su Ran would never afford him. Su Ran, you wretched fiend. You have silenced my voice from reaching Xiao Wu's ears. Tang San felt a surge of rage, his vision narrowing as he caught Su Ran's disdainful gaze, which seemed to mock him. Look, your beloved is now in my embrace, and in time, she will turn against you, becoming your adversary. Oh, Su Ran, I shall end your existence. The very essence of Tang San's being ignited with indignation at Su Ran's scornful stare. Despite his usual calm demeanor, he had been besieged by a multitude of grievances over the past few days. His precious Xiao Wu severing ties with him, the shame he bore, and Su Ran flaunting his victory. Each incident fueled his fury. Yet, amidst it all, he bore no resentment towards Xiao Wu. His ire was solely directed at Su Ran for stealing her away and treating him with such disdain afterward. Once you are gone, everything will come to an end, Tang San declared coldly, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. No man could remain composed while witnessing the woman he cherished in the arms of another, especially when that man was the vile Su Ran. In his hand appeared a foot-long, pitch-black, concealed weapon pouch, a recent creation of his. Although his current prowess was merely that of a great spirit master, this weapon could even slay a spirit sect member. Ding. No derogatory remarks detected in the vicinity. Unblocking the suppression status, echoed the system's voice. At that moment, Xiao Wu trembled, having heard Tang San's words clearly. When had he arrived? Did he intend to ambush and eliminate Su Ran? Her complexion paled as she gazed towards Tang San, who was seething with rage. Did he plan to strike Su Ran without provocation, merely because his true nature was revealed? Be careful, Xiao Wu exclaimed urgently as she sensed Tang San readying his weapon. She knew all too well the lethal potential of his concealed arms, capable of overcoming even formidable adversaries. Die. As Xiao Wu warned Su Ran, Tang San bellowed, swiftly activating the mechanism of his weapon. Instantly, 12 sharp projectiles surged towards Su Ran, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, their speed nearing the extreme. Tang San, you can bury your tricks once more, Su Ran smirked, amused that Tang San arrived just as his own repertoire was nearly exhausted. Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial spirit, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while a jet black sword materialized in his grasp. As the deadly projectiles hurtled toward him, Su Ran wasted no time releasing his 3rd soul skill, Sword Aura. Gripping the sword hilt, he executed a series of swift, precise slashes, conjuring a dozen sword energies to intercept the incoming projectiles with pinpoint accuracy. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energies obliterated all the projectiles. But Su Ran intentionally spared one to showcase his prowess to Tang San and earn Xiao Wu's admiration. Simultaneously, as he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Su Ran subtly shifted his stance, positioning Xiao Wu in an area he had just vacated. At that moment, one projectile was careening towards her. Xiao Wu recognized the imminent danger. Just as she prepared to summon her martial spirit, Su Ran tightened his embrace, pivoting his body to shield her with his back, cradling her protectively within his arms. In the same motion, he wielded his sword once more, unleashing a gentle wave of sword energy to slow the projectile's descent. As the dark projectile neared, Su Ran's body, nourished by the Qilin bloodline, suffered only minor injuries. Be careful, Su Ran shouted, his body suddenly stiffening, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and splattering onto Xiao Wu's exquisite face. Su Ran, what is wrong? Xiao Wu's voice trembled as she felt the abrupt rigidity in his body, her gaze darting to his face. There, she witnessed the crimson blood cascading down, warm against her skin. The droplets that landed on her lips carried a mixture of saltiness and a faint sweetness. Xiao Wu inhaled sharply, her delicate form quaking. 2 crystalline tears streamed down her tender cheeks, mingling with the rainwater. As thunder rumbled and the sky brightened momentarily, the tears glimmered like precious gems, an exquisite sight. Nestled within Su Ran's embrace, her enchanting eyes remained fixed upon him, while Su Ran gazed back at her, his eyes dimmed, yet bright with fervor. Ultimately, Su Ran could no longer maintain his grip on the umbrella, which clattered to the ground as the torrential rain poured upon them, mingling with the blood that dripped from his back and lips, staining his garments a haunting crimson. The earth beneath them soon transformed into a pool of blood. Though Su Ran's injuries appeared grave, he clung tightly to the girl in his arms. I will always be by your side. No one shall harm you. Not even a fraction. Remember, I shall always stand behind you, supporting you. Su Ran rasped, rainwater flooding his mouth as more crimson flowed forth. Chapter 30. Xiao Wu wept, and Tang San seethed with anger, while Su Ran continued to act. But you are injured. If something happens to you, how can you protect me in the future? Tears flowed relentlessly from Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Su Ran, managing a sorrowful smile. Her smile was so exquisite that it nearly melted Su Ran's heart. This was Xiao Wu, the heroine of Douluo Continent. Even as a mere girl, she was already breathtakingly beautiful. How magnificent would she become when she grew older? Her hair cascading like a shimmering river of stars? But by then, Xiao Wu would belong to him, and he would accompany her in her growth. Training together and sharing all that couples do. At that time, he would even join her in confronting Tang San. In Xiao Wu's heart, Tang San had become a figure of malice, deceit, and theatricality. 6 years of pretense had tainted her perception, no matter what Tang San said from now on. She would regard it as mere performance. Dining, sleeping, flirting with Xiao Wu, or showing off to undermine Tang San. These were the new dynamics at play. Naturally, Tang San could not bear the brunt alone. Xiao Wu would assist in confronting him. After all, Tang San was coveting Xiao Wu's spirit rings and bones. Regardless of his true intentions, Xiao Wu had resolutely concluded that he sought her spirit ring and bone. Stop crying. I cannot bear to see a girl weep before me, Su Ran said, gently caressing Xiao Wu's delicate cheek. He could feel her soft skin, so tender it seemed as if it could be pierced by a mere breath. The 2 streaks of tears on her cheeks stirred deep sympathy within him. All right, I won't cry, Xiao Wu replied, her voice quivering as she wiped away her tears, striving to appear strong in front of Su Ran. The hidden weapon had nearly struck her, and considering its speed, she might not have been able to evade it in time. Had it not been for Su Ran, she might have perished. Her heart swelled with gratitude. She realized that aside from her mother and her close friends, she had gained another person she could truly trust, Su Ran. He had unflinchingly revealed Tang San's true nature and even shielded her from the hidden weapon with his own body. She remembered her mother's words, if one encounters a man who would risk his life for you, cherish him dearly, for such men are the rarest treasures in the world. Was her mother referring to someone like Su Ran? The imperial beast, possessing gentlemanly virtues. Su Ran, how are you now? Don't move. Let me see your back. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, her gaze falling upon Su Ran's back, now stained with crimson. At that moment, the area where the hidden weapon had pierced him had turned dark. Poison. The thought struck her like lightning. Su Ran's condition clearly indicated he had been poisoned, and it was a particularly potent toxin. Otherwise, with Su Ran's extraordinary constitution, he would never have been harmed. The auspicious aura of the imperial beast typically protects against common poisons. This toxin could very well have been concocted by Tang Hao. Imagine the potency of a poison crafted by a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu felt desolation wash over her. She did not know if the imperial beast could withstand such a horrific toxin. Meanwhile, Tang San was utterly perplexed. He observed Su Ran with a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He had witnessed Su Ran's formidable prowess as he effortlessly deflected his hidden weapons. 12 projectiles had been blocked without exception. He could scarcely believe the disparity in their strengths. Su Ran was not someone he could contend with. Yet, Su Ran was clearly acting. He had seen that the hidden weapon was intentionally aimed at himself. And Su Ran had even used sword energy to diminish its velocity, an extraordinary display that defied belief. Tang San was astounded. The sight of the blood pooling on the ground seemed exaggerated. Are you serious? How can a human body contain so much blood? This is utterly implausible. Moreover, where could a mere student acquire such a deadly toxin? The dark splotch spreading across Su Ran's back only solidified Tang San's realization that Su Ran was again performing. Su Ran, you dare to play me. Tang San's anger flared as he finally grasped Su Ran's intentions. He aimed to fabricate a scenario in which he appeared to threaten Xiao Wu while portraying himself as the hero who rescued her. Even worse, Su Ran was accusing him of using poison. If Xiao Wu believed this charade, her regard for Su Ran would soar while his own reputation would plummet. All of Tang San's hidden weapons had been directed solely at Su Ran. He had never intended to harm Xiao Wu. Yet, through Su Ran's manipulations, it seemed as if he were the one attempting to attack her. This was an injustice he could scarcely bear. Confusion filled Tang San's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His thoughts were a whirlwind of questions. He understood he needed to expose Su Ran's scheme quickly. He could not allow him to succeed, for the damage to his image in Xiao Wu's eyes could be irreversible. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, casting a cold glance at Tang San in the distance before returning her focus to Su Ran. Her heart had grown icy towards him. She knew that Tang San had attempted to kill her, and it was only because Su Ran had not anticipated Tang San's intentions that he had been injured. What more could Tang San say? He had just tried to harm her, Yet now he feigned weakness as if Su Ran were the true villain. How absurd. The one who attacked was Tang San, the one pretending to be weak was Tang San, and the one accusing others of acting was also Tang San. A deep-seated hatred for Tang San simmered within her. He had deceived her for 6 years and now sought to eliminate both her and Su Ran. Su Ran, how are you? Can you expel this toxin? Xiao Wu whispered, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the wound on Su Ran's back. Though the wound was shallow, the toxin was formidable. After all, it was a poison concocted by Tang Hao, a titled Douluo. She recalled being astonished that Tang San could create hidden weapons at such a young age, but now she understood that his father was Tang Hao. These hidden weapons were prepared for her, intended to eliminate her should she ever suspect Tang San's motives. If he could not acquire her spirit ring, he would settle for her spirit bones. Otherwise, how could a mere 6-year-old child produce such weapons? This explanation was the only viable one. Chapter 31. Su Ran. You act like me. The auspicious beast is enveloped in a protective aura, rendering ordinary toxins ineffective against me. However, this particular poison poses a formidable challenge. Its potency is unparalleled and likely a gift from Tang Hao. Fortunately, my strength is substantial enough to expel these toxins. Su Ran spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to him and Xiao Wu. For now, he wished to keep the fact that his father is a titled Douluo from Tang San. What shall we do now? Xiao Wu, relieved by Su Ran's assurance, still felt a twinge of anxiety as she queried. I will first expel the poison, Su Ran replied, seeking refuge from the rain. He sat cross-legged, feigning the motions of meditation. Soon, Xiao Wu observed heat emanating from Su Ran's body, as dark vapors seemed to be expelled from within him. Tang San, are you still here? What are you planning? Do you intend to attack us? Xiao Wu asked warily, her gaze fixed on Tang San with trepidation. Just moments ago, Tang San had covertly employed hidden weapons, nearly bringing about their demise. She could not afford to underestimate him, otherwise, she might not live to tell the tale. Xiao Wu. Su Ran is not injured at all. He has been pretending to be me. Moreover, I never intended to harm you. It is Su Ran who is orchestrating this ruse to fracture our bond, Tang San declared, his heart breaking at the sight of Xiao Wu's guarded demeanor. The once inseparable Xiao Wu now regarded him as a potential threat, inflicting deep pain upon him. Acting like me? Huh. Tang San. Do you truly believe I would still fall for your deceit? Did Su Ran instruct you to use those hidden weapons? Xiao Wu retorted coldly, her voice laced with disdain. I knew it. Your genius is uncanny, almost abnormal. Crafting such intricate devices at the tender age of 6. Did you think I would naively trust you? Those weapons are meant to kill me, aren't they? Kill you? No. Xiao Wu, you must understand my feelings for you. I cherish you deeply. How could I bear to harm you? My only desire is to eliminate Su Ran. Ever since he arrived, our relationship has been recklessly disrupted. My feelings for you have always been sincere. It is Su Ran who is the despicable villain. Tang San desperately implored, advancing towards Xiao Wu. It is unacceptable for you to speak of Su Ran in such a manner. You, who are truly the vile one, casting aspersions upon him. Now that your true nature has been exposed, you still play your part. How can someone like you exist in this world? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice rising in anger. Su Ran was the man willing to fight for her. He was the one she valued most. Tang San could not even be mentioned in the same breath. Her eyes turned crimson as she summoned her martial spirit, the 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her. In an instant, she propelled herself towards Tang San, raising her slender leg to kick at his head. Ah! Tang San cried out in pain as he was unexpectedly sent flying by her strike. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? How could you attack me? He fell to the ground, covering his face where her leg had struck, feeling a searing pain. Attack you? Huh. If it weren't for my reservations, I would genuinely want to kill you, Xiao Wu replied icily, her gaze filled with loathing for the familiar figure before her. Had it not been for her concern for Tang Hao, she would have ended Tang San's life the moment she learned the truth. Xiao Wu, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Su Ran, Tang San stammered, glancing at Xiao Wu in panic, wishing to explain. But Xiao Wu stepped on his face, silencing him with her foot. Tang San's eyes widened in shock, his face flushed as he struggled. But Xiao Wu kept his hands pinned down. The familiar figure bore a cold gaze that brimmed with murderous intent. He felt a deep ache in his heart. Just days prior, Xiao Wu was gentle and kind, but now she had transformed into this version of herself, showing him no mercy as she pressed her foot down hard on his face. He saw the hatred in her eyes. Had Xiao Wu begun to despise him? Was it merely because he had harmed Su Ran that she now loathed him? Unable to endure Xiao Wu's treatment any longer, tears streamed down Tang San's cheeks. In this world, there is no greater agony than this, being attacked by one's beloved, leaving Tang San's heart shattered. He yearned to reveal the truth to Xiao Wu. Yet he was at a loss for how to begin. He could not fathom why Xiao Wu had changed so drastically. What was her true identity? Why did she firmly believe he sought to harm her? For nearly an hour, Tang San lay beneath Xiao Wu's foot, his body growing stiff against the cold ground. He gazed at her with lifeless eyes, devoid of color, resembling a cat that had just undergone sterilization. He possessed the strength to rise. His capabilities were not inferior to Xiao Wu's. Yet, in his despondency, feeling the rain drench him, his heart found a semblance of solace. At that moment, Su Ran had expelled all the toxins from his body and approached Xiao Wu, looking down at Tang San. Tang San, I anticipated you would resort to violence once your true nature was revealed. I have been wary of you all along. However, I never imagined you would go so far as to harm Xiao Wu. Had I not intervened in time, she might have lost her life at your hands. You truly possess a heart of malice. You. Upon seeing Su Ran approach, Tang San's face, once pale with despair, flushed crimson. He began to thrash violently, attempting to rise and retaliate against Su Ran. Su Ran was despicable, employing deceit to fabricate the illusion that he sought to harm Xiao Wu. Those hidden weapons were originally aimed at Su Ran, but as he held Xiao Wu, their position shifted, causing the weapons to point towards her instead. Chapter 32. Departure. Tang San, are you enraged once more? Do you intend to resort to hidden weapons against me and Xiao Wu? Su Ran, observing Tang San struggle to break free from Xiao Wu's grasp, decisively pressed his foot against Tang San's neck. The neck is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, housing vital organs such as the trachea. With this pressure, Tang San dared not move. However, his eyes were filled with a chilling malice, brimming with crimson intent to kill. Tang San, do not presume that we will refrain from acting against you merely because of your connections. Should you dare to employ hidden weapons against me and Su Ran again, I shall not hesitate to end your life, Xiao Wu stated coldly, sensing the intense murderous intent Tang San directed at Su Ran. Yet, for the moment, she dared not kill him. If Tang San were to perish, the Haotian Douluo would undoubtedly be furious, and even if he could not locate them, he would disseminate information throughout the human realm about their transformation into spirit beasts after 100,000 years. Such a scenario would likely attract the covetous gaze of the spirit hall, placing them in grave danger. If Tang San remained alive, the Haotian Douluo would be less inclined to publicize their whereabouts should he seek to procure their soul rings and bones. Enough, Xiao Wu. It is time to put an end to this. Wasting time on someone like Tang San is not worth it. My injuries have nearly healed. Let us depart. Nodding City is far too perilous, Su Ran declared, wrapping his arms around Xiao Wu, showcasing their affection before Tang San. Xiao Wu, taken aback by Su Ran's sudden gesture, felt her cheeks flush. Yet, remembering how Su Ran had shielded her from the hidden weapons moments ago, her beautiful eyes radiated tenderness. Her mother had once told her that when she encountered a boy willing to risk his life for her, she must cherish him dearly. Now, she had found such a person, a royal beast no less. If her mother could witness this scene from beyond, she would surely feel a sense of contentment. Their meeting in the human world might very well be fate. Su Ran could perhaps be the one destined for her. Otherwise, how could they possibly have crossed paths in this vast expanse of humanity? Tang San, underfoot, watched the two embrace, their gazes intertwined, and could no longer contain the fury within him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, with Xiao Wu's foot pressing firmly on his lips, the blood trickled out only slowly from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, his heart, already wounded, grew cold and devoid of compassion as he stared at the sky. He harbored a profound hatred within. Having spent so long with Xiao Wu, he could easily discern that she had begun to develop feelings for Su Ran, although not yet overwhelming. In the future, with Su Ran's capabilities, would he not have her completely under his control? Su Ran was despicable. His sweet words could easily fill Xiao Wu's heart. What would Su Ran do to her then? His lecherous gaze was evident. At that point, Su Ran's lust could very well lead Xiao Wu to spend her days and nights by his side. And perhaps she would even bear his child. All of this was meant to be his. Xiao Wu was exquisite. Although he seldom expressed it, he was, after all, a normal man. How could he not harbor any thought seeing such beauty beside him every day? Once, he had fantasized about being with her when she grew up. Having been together since childhood, they were in an ideal position to cultivate their feelings. Moreover, Xiao Wu called him brother, and they shared no blood ties. If that were the case, their bond could have deepened rapidly. Yet, all of this shattered like a mirage at a mere touch. The beautiful Xiao Wu would no longer have any connection with him. She would become Su Ran's woman. By the way, system, can I just kill Tang San now? Su Ran could not help but inquire. While he relished the feeling of overshadowing Tang San, he felt that eliminating him outright was a more prudent choice. After all, Tang San possessed formidable talent and strength, along with hidden weapons and the skills of the Tang sect. Should he grow stronger, he would become a significant threat. Although he was not afraid of any immediate danger Tang San posed, he could never rule out the possibility of Tang San acting against those close to him. A cornered dog may bite, let alone Tang San. That is not advisable. Tang San is linked to many of the host's subsequent tasks. It is recommended that the host completes these tasks before eliminating Tang San. Should the arch-villain be slain, the host will encounter numerous challenging tasks and earning skill points. The system cautioned, dissuading Su Ran from his intention to directly eliminate Tang San. Then I shall let it be, Su Ran replied, shaking his head. If Tang San could continue providing him with skill points, why not take advantage of the situation? Furthermore, should he and Xiao Wu display their affection? Having Tang San observe would only enhance the experience. Xiao Wu, let us depart, Su Ran stated, forcefully kicking Tang San's neck, rendering him unconscious. With Xiao Wu's relationship with Tang San strained, lingering in Nodding City would only invite trouble from Tang Hao. He had initially planned to visit Xiao Gang, but reconsidered. There would be ample time for that later. With Tang San having suffered such indignities and Xiao Wu fleeing with him, remaining in Nodding City would be tantamount to courting death. Although he possessed a 10,000-year Qilin experience card, which granted him immunity against Tang Hao, Xiao Wu did not share that luxury. Where shall we go? Xiao Wu asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Ever since uncovering Tang San's true nature, a profound sense of fear had taken root within her. If even Tang San, who had been by her side for so long, harbored ulterior motives, she questioned whom she could trust among humanity. In this world, she could likely only place her trust in Su Ran. As a royal beast, he would never deceive her. Nor would he cause her harm. Even if one day he were to mislead her, it would surely be for her own benefit. To a place more fitting for us. You are nearing graduation from Nodding Academy, and it is time for you to enter a higher-level Soul Master Academy, Su Ran replied, intending to take Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy. Aside from Shrek Academy, he knew of no other high-level Soul Master Academy where Xiao Wu could find refuge. The renowned institutions such as Tianshui, Qihua, and the Tiando Royal Academy were situated in bustling areas, and he could not guarantee that powerful individuals would not be present. After careful consideration, Shrek Academy emerged as the superior option. Nestled in a village on the outskirts of Soto City, it was devoid of the chaotic mix of students found in other high-level Soul Master Academies. Unlike the Tiando Royal Academy, where the likes of Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of the title Douluo Dugabo, roamed, if powerful figures came to visit their grandchildren and discovered Xiao Wu, her fate would be sealed. Chapter 33. The Taste of the Sea, the Advanced Soul Master Academy? However, if we were to attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy, it is highly likely that our identities would be exposed. Little Dance expressed her concerns. In a small academy like the Nodding Soul Master Academy, we have already encountered the descendants of title Douluo. Venturing into the Advanced Academy would undoubtedly be more perilous. Rest assured, I am well aware of the circumstances. The Advanced Soul Master Academy we are heading to currently has only 3 students, and its location is rather secluded. If you study there, no one will discover you. Su Ran explained. Of course, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang would eventually come to Shrek Academy, and one could only wonder how Little Dance would react. She might even think that Tang San had tracked them down intentionally. Tang Hao, on the other hand, faced some complications. However, he possessed a card for a 10,000-year Qilin strength experience, which would certainly not pale in comparison to Tang Hao. At the very least, it would suffice for self-protection. The Qilin, akin to the three-eyed golden lion, is a revered beast endowed with the attributes of light, holiness, and flame. Among these, both the light and flame attributes are of the utmost caliber. Even in its 10,000-year state, it would undoubtedly possess the combat capabilities of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the Qilin is guarded by auspicious energies, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat in battle. Killing an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast is no simple feat. Otherwise, such soul rings and bones would not be so scarce. Back in the day, Ain and Tang Hao were pursued, and Ain had even summoned her undying domain. The wildfires may not consume all, and the spring breeze brings forth new life. Had it not been for concerns about Tang Hao's safety, Ain might have been able to pay a small price to escape. However, with Ain having fled, Tang Hao could not follow suit, thus leading to his sacrifice. When one contemplates this, it does seem that Tang Hao acted rather despicably. At his 90th level, he devised a scheme to expose Ain. subsequently obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring. This was indeed a considerable temptation for a soul master. Yet, she was a woman capable of bearing your children. And he could still resort to such treachery. How utterly heartless. Days passed as Su ran and Little Dance pressed onward. After swiftly departing Nodding City, they arrived at a nearby town and procured a carriage, carefully meandering through the streets before finally making their exit. Even if Tang Hao were to discover their whereabouts and pursue them, the uncertainty of the direction would pose a significant challenge. As for the aura of the 100,000-year soul beast emanating from Little Dance, if they kept their distance, Tang Hao would be unable to sense it. Tang Hao's failure to pursue brought a sigh of relief to Su Ran. After all, with Little Dance in tow, even if he could transform into a 10,000-year Qilin, safeguarding her would be no easy task. Yet, he was aware that in a few days, Tang San and Xiao Gang would arrive at Shrek Academy, and thus, Tang Hao would return as well. However, if Su Ran were granted a few months to develop and prepare, he might not need to fear Tang Hao at that time. Currently, on the path leading to Soto City, a quaint carriage was in motion. Inside, Little Dance wore a powder blue gown, her legs adorned with shimmering silver liquid stockings and a pair of crystal high heels. Knowing that Tang Hao would not pursue them, Su Ran accompanied Little Dance to the nearby town for shopping, acquiring many delightful items that girls adore, along with a few things he himself fancied. For instance, the liquid stockings that seemed to shimmer with a faint glow and the elegant crystal shoes upon Little Dance's feet were carefully chosen by Su Ran. People are often judged by their attire, and until now, Little Dance had relied on the monthly stipends from the Spirit Hall to sustain herself, leaving little for personal embellishment. However, now that Su Ran was by her side, she need not fret about such matters. Su Ran was currently receiving a monthly allowance of 3,000 from the Zhu family, along with various family benefits. The Zhu family, being a military and political lineage, may lack in formidable warriors but certainly does not fall short in wealth. Hence, after several rounds of shopping, Little Dance's breathtaking beauty truly shone through. At this moment, Su Ran sat closely beside her, the quality of the liquid stockings inciting a stir within him. Little Dance indeed looked splendid in stockings. Su Ran couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Such beautiful legs could only radiate their brilliance when adorned with stockings. Although Zhu Zhuqing's legs may not be as long as Little Dance's, they still possessed a charming allure, being more voluptuous. Little Dance, on the other hand, embodied a delicate grace. Su Ran, what are you doing? Are you up to no good? Little Dance's cheeks flushed slightly. She sensed that Su Ran was harboring impure thoughts. Yet she remained oblivious to the true nature of his musings. I feel rather sleepy. I am quite tired, Su Ran replied, yawning. He had been resting on Little Dance's long legs these past few days, finding it exceptionally comfortable. Little Dance was so gentle and considerate. Who wouldn't he appreciate that? You mustn't sleep. Su Ran, you are shameless, Little Dance protested, tilting her head, her porcelain-like face tinged with a rosy hue. She pouted, feigning annoyance. She had never realized before that Su Ran was quite the lecher. Pretending to be sleepy in front of her. I am genuinely tired. I have been on guard against Tang Hao and Haven T had a proper rest, Su Ran shamelessly replied, saying little more before lying down upon Little Dance's long legs. To seize power in the world and revel in the embrace of beauty is Su Ran's only aspiration in traversing the Douluo Continent. As a man, one must take the initiative when the moment is ripe. The 3 essentials for finding a partner: audacity, meticulousness, and thick skin. Seeing Su Ran simply collapse onto her legs, Little Dance thought to herself that Su Ran was indeed too shameless, always bullying her. Chapter 34. New Channels for Acquiring Skill Points. Shiran, what's wrong? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes dreamy and her cheeks flushed. Could you possibly change your position? Shiran yawned, glancing at her in confusion. If he were to fall asleep, it would be for several hours, a duration too long to endure. All right, he replied, nodding as he turned away, presenting his back to her. Though he often teased Xiao Wu, he displayed a gentlemanly demeanor this time. He was not oblivious to the nuances. If he were to say something inappropriate now, Xiao Wu would surely distance herself in the future, which would adversely affect their relationship. While playful banter could enhance their closeness, crossing certain boundaries could lead to misunderstandings. Xiao Wu noticed that even as Shiran shifted away, the blush on her face lingered. Hey, Shiran, did you just discover something? She inquired, playfully poking his back with her delicate finger, unable to suppress her concern. Discover what? I'm about to fall asleep. Remember to wake me when we reach Soto City. He feigned ignorance, yawning once more before closing his eyes. Oh, Xiao Wu pouted, her expression one of mild disappointment. She was no longer a child and understood that Xiran was being considerate of her feelings by not elaborating further. Gently stroking Xiran's face, she observed his peaceful, childlike countenance resting on her lap, her mind drifting into a sea of thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiran accessed the system interface. Host Xiran age, 12 years, martial spirit, god-slaying sword, skill points, 500, level, 31, bloodline, Qilin, 100 years, harem, none, to be established in the future, tasks, none system. How can I enhance the lifespan of my soul beast? How many years can one skill point add? Xiran inquired. One skill point can extend lifespan by 1 year. Once a ferocious beast's lifespan exceeds 10,000 years, a single skill point will increase it by 10 years, the system explained. Soul beasts differ from humans. A Qilin with a 10,000-year cultivation can rival an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, comparable to a 95th level title Douluo. However, even if its cultivation reaches 999,000 years, its strength still lies between title Douluo and divine level. Thus, increasing the lifespan of a soul beast under 10,000 years requires more skill points. Then to become a million-year soul beast, I would need approximately 100,000 skill points? Xiran swallowed hard, realizing that his current 500 skill points were utterly insignificant in comparison. How long would it take to accumulate such points? He needed 100,000 skill points for the system to take shape, along with upgrading his soul ring's lifespan. My goodness, will I have to work myself to the bone? There's no need for concern, host. As your strength increases, the number of skill points earned through tasks will gradually rise. Additionally, there are other avenues for acquiring skill points. Whenever you acquire a goddess-level harem member, the system will reward you with between 1,000 to 10,000 skill points. The system responded. Wow, is this compelling me to establish a harem? Xiran's eyes sparkled with excitement. He mused that perhaps dedicating his efforts to wooing women while completing tasks would be more fruitful. One goddess-level harem member could yield thousands of skill points, potentially even 10,000. But what constitutes a goddess level? He could not help but ask. A goddess level is determined by a woman's beauty, physique, intellect, strength, and other comprehensive attributes. This threshold is established to prevent hosts from indiscriminately pursuing unsuitable partners merely for skill points, the system clarified. In essence, a girl like Zhuhua would not yield rewards if included in the harem, while someone like Zhu Zhuqing would. Xiran quickly grasped the system's intent, realizing that the goddess level was a safeguard against exploitation. Then why do I have no harem members yet? I am already Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, doesn't that qualify? However, Xiran soon contemplated the system's prompts, understanding the underlying conditions. Please allocate my 500 skill points to the lifespan of my soul rings, he instructed. Add 3,000 years to the first, 1,000 years to the second, and another 1,000 to the third. Beep. The lifespans of your first, second, and third soul rings are now 300 years, 600 years, and 2,000 years, respectively. After using skill points, they will become 3,300 years, 1,600 years, and 3,000 years. As the system's voice resonated, Xiran felt a profound shift within his soul, his spiritual power noticeably strengthened, confirming the successful enhancement of his soul ring lifespans. 3,000-year soul rings, if revealed, would surely astonish anyone, Xiran murmured, a smile creeping onto his face. He eagerly anticipated the day when he could elevate all his soul rings to 10,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. At that moment, no one would be able to impede his progress. Chapter 35. Xiaowu's thoughts that night. Su Ran and Xiaowu arrived at Soto City. After finding a hotel to rest for the night, they exited the city through the southern gate and continued their journey southward. Soto City is situated in the Kingdom of Barak, which lies adjacent to both the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Whenever conflict arises between the two empires, Barak becomes the front line for the Heaven Do Empire. As the second largest city in Barak, Soto is neither overly large nor too small. For Su Ran, the most crucial aspect is that this location is not too far from Star Luo City, Heaven Do City, and the Star Do Forest. Here, traversing between these three destinations proves to be quite convenient. After all, he is currently affiliated with the Zhu family, and he will inevitably need to visit them frequently. Moreover, Heaven Do City, teeming with powerful factions, will become a place he often frequents. The Star Do Forest, too, will require his presence once his true identity as a divine beast is revealed, as it would be considerably easier for him to establish a harem there. Do you know? By G and CG, they are all tangible sources of skill points. Furthermore, if you were to win over Guyuna, it would surely yield a substantial amount of skill points. As for the three-eyed golden lion, being another divine beast, Pursuing her would not be overly challenging. Brother Su ran. Where exactly is the Shrek Academy? Isn't it located in Soto City? Xiao Wu complained, having walked for quite some time after leaving the city, surrounded by vast expanses of farmland with no buildings in sight. She found it hard to believe that a prestigious Soul Master Academy could be established in such a rural area. You are mistaken. Shrek Academy is indeed in the countryside. It is precisely because it is located here that I dared to bring you. In a bustling area, safety would be a concern. If you were to encounter a powerful individual, trouble could easily arise. However, the vicinity of Shrek Academy is absolutely secure, Su Ran replied with a smile, emphasizing that the instructors there are generally amiable. Anyone capable of establishing an academy in a rural setting, despite being a soul sage or soul emperor, must possess commendable character. What do you mean by sending me here? Are you not going to study at Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. She couldn't help but feel a pang of unease at the thought of Su Ran leaving her there alone after dropping her off. I will also attend Shrek Academy, but I will arrive a bit later as I have some matters to attend to. You should know that I, like you, have my own human identity. Additionally, I am engaged to be married. She is around your age and currently resides in the Star Luo Empire. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran stated plainly, revealing the nature of his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. Engaged? Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, leaving her momentarily stunned as her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Ran. She had never anticipated that he would already have a fiancé. Brother Su Ran, you are terrible, Xiao Wu declared, pouting at him, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Her discontent was clearly written on her face. After spending these days with Su Ran, she had come to regard him as her closest companion. Yet now, the person she held dear had already committed himself to another, igniting a sense of anger within her. She had tacitly accepted certain behaviors from Su Ran, effectively acknowledging his identity in her heart. Why are you crying? Su Ran gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes. What else could it be? It's because you're bullying me. You already have a fiancé outside, so why treat me so well? Xiao Wu glared at Su Ran, her fingers digging into the soft flesh at his waist. Only after seeing the pain flash across his face did she feel a sense of relief. I am wronged. Is it a crime to treat you well? Su Ran protested, feeling aggrieved. He had been quite reserved during this time, having done nothing inappropriate with Xiao Wu. Don't you dare try to defend yourself, Xiao Wu said, her expression still somewhat displeased. Brother Su Ran, you are truly shameless. You already have a fiancé, yet you continue to be so flirtatious. You've touched me, and now you pretend to be innocent. I'm tired. I don't want to walk anymore. Carry me, Xiao Wu declared, stamping her foot in a haughty manner. All right. Su Ran agreed, bending slightly as Xiao Wu leaped onto his back. Her light frame posed no burden for him. Brother Su Ran, do not harbor any impure thoughts, Xiao Wu said, feeling a flicker of regret as she was carried. Their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy, and her previous actions could be construed as playful affection. However, the knowledge of Su Ran's engagement ignited her anger once more, prompting her to lightly pound her fist against his back. As Su Ran continued southward with Xiao Wu on his back, she blushed in silence, tacitly accepting his actions. It was unclear whether her feelings stemmed from the urgency of knowing Su Ran had a fiancé or other sentiments. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had already occupied a significant place in her heart. He had exposed Tang San's true nature, and as a divine beast, he would aid her in seeking revenge. From both emotional and rational perspectives, Su Ran had become the most important person in Xiao Wu's life. Following her estrangement from Tang San, Su Ran emerged as the sole emotional anchor she could rely upon. Moreover, in her eyes, Su Ran was far superior to Tang San, not only as a fellow spirit beast but also as someone who could assist her in avenging her mother. Thus, under the influence of various factors, Su Ran had swiftly become the only individual Xiao Wu could trust and depend upon in the human world. With this backdrop, the nature of their relationship was evolving at a remarkable pace. Although no substantial changes had yet occurred, they had only known each other for a few days. When Tang San eventually returned to Shrek Academy, everything would likely fall into place. At that point, Xiao Wu would wholeheartedly favor Su Ran, and any attempts by Tang San to win her back would be in vain. With Su Ran's interference, Xiao Wu had already developed a shadow of apprehension regarding Tang San. Should he come to Shrek Academy, she might even suspect him of deliberately following them to monitor their actions, fearing he could attempt to seize their soul rings and bones. This is the tragic reality facing Tang San. No matter what he does, Xiao Wu will always assume the worst. Chapter 36. The Shameless Thoughts of Mu Bai at last. They had arrived. Su Ran gazed at the quaint village ahead, unable to suppress a sigh. After traversing from Xinglua City to Nanning City and then to Soto City. Though the journey had been spent within a carriage, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fatigue. Once he delivered Xiao Wu to Soto City, he would need to return to Xinglua City to meet Zhu Zhuqing. The burdens of manhood are indeed wearying. It is not merely in moments of labor that men feel tired. The weight of responsibilities is a constant source of exhaustion. After all, men often bear the heavier load while women rest and repose. How could it be otherwise? Is this the place? Brother Su Ran, you must be jesting, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Perched on Su Ran's back. Following his gesture, she lifted her head to gaze at the modest village not far away. It appeared to consist of merely 100 households. Hardly large by any standard. Could there truly be a prestigious Soul Master Academy here? Shrek Academy was indeed rather dilapidated. However, the instructors therein were exceptionally formidable. The weakest possessed the strength of a Soul Emperor, not to mention 3 Soul Saints among them, Su Ran elucidated to Xiao Wu. Such strength, if they are so powerful, why establish the academy in such a remote location? Xiao Wu pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. In such an impoverished backwater, it was unlikely that any sensible individual would choose to enroll. Had it not been for Su Ran, she would never have considered visiting such an academy. The enrollment criteria for Shrek Academy were exceedingly stringent. Even venturing into the bustling city held little significance. To gain admission, one must be under the age of 13 and possess a soul power exceeding level 20. Few could meet such demanding conditions. Is it truly that severe? Are they attempting to cultivate monsters? Xiao Wu remarked, unable to restrain herself. Even she had to concede the supremacy of the Spirit Hall, which overshadowed all other Soul Master sects and academies. That institution was the sanctum for Soul Masters. Despite her grievances with the Spirit Hall, she could not deny this reality. Shrek Academy operated under the motto, better to have none than to have many. The intention of the Academy's instructors was to foster extraordinary talent. As Su Ran spoke, he made his way toward the village. It was the height of the farming season, and the village lay in tranquil silence. Su Ran and Xiao Wu, clad in elegant attire, drew the attention of many. The young man, with his striking features and a sword in hand, exuded an air of gallantry. The young woman, radiant in her embroidered powder blue gown, was a vision of beauty. Their presence garnered numerous gazes from the villagers. Some farmers shook their heads, bemused by the sight of 2 naive youths duped into attending a third-rate academy. Yet, they remained silent, for the sustenance of Shrek Academy students was provided by them. The more students there were, the more profit they reaped. Wow, what a stunning girl. A voice of surprise rang out from behind Su Ran and Xiao Wu. 2 young men appeared, having just returned from the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. The boy on the left was plump and sturdy, with short hair and small eyes. His cheeks round and adorned with the beginnings of a mustache, resembling 2 tiny whiskers. The one on the right was a youth with golden hair, his eyes possessing an uncanny allure, as he gazed at Xiao Wu with an intensity akin to that of a hunter observing its prey. Xiao Wu, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more enchanting after Su Ran's careful grooming. Her silky black hair, neatly braided, cascaded down to her calves, and her powder blue dress accentuated her developing figure. Though her bosom was not yet ample, her slender waist was enviable to many women. These 2 young men were none other than Ma Hongjun and Mu Bai, who had just returned from the Grand Soul Arena. Hello, beautiful. I presume you are here to enroll in Shrek Academy. I am Mu Bai, a senior there, he said, his gaze lingering on Xiao Wu with a hint of intrigue. Although the girl before him had not yet fully matured, Mu Bai, a seasoned seducer, understood that such youthful beauty held an allure of its own, especially coupled with her vivacious spirit. Her beauty rivaled that of his fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing, who, despite her own allure, often treated him with disdain, as if he owed her something. Mu Bai believed he deserved better. As a fiancé, she should recognize the propriety of her role, yet she failed to follow her betrothed with grace, instead attempting to impose her will upon him. Mu Bai harbored some resentment, yet he would never dare express such feelings in Zhu Zhuqing's presence. After all, her beauty and figure were impeccable, and he had no desire to jeopardize their relationship. Regardless of her attitude, she remained his fiancée, and their engagement could not be undone. He was confident that one day, Zhu Zhuqing would willingly find herself in his embrace. However, he could not shake off his discontent. Zhu Zhuqing was exquisite, perfect in every regard. How wonderful it would be if she chose to be with him, for then he would have no need to seek the company of other women. The twin beauties, while charming, were merely fleeting diversions, incomparable to Zhu Zhuqing's unparalleled beauty. But he believed that day was not far off. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, she would inevitably become his. Oh, Xiao Wu replied coldly, her eyes narrowing at Mu Bai. A flicker of frost illuminating her gaze as she suppressed her discontent and nodded gently. Allow me to escort you to the academy. Though today is not an enrollment day at Shrek Academy, with our assistance, should you meet the requirements, entry shall be granted, Mu Bai asserted. Reaching out to grasp Xiao Wu's hand, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Entry into Shrek Academy is not so easily attained, he mused. The Academy's motto of only accepting monsters might draw the scorn of many, yet it consistently attracted rebellious scions from noble families. However, these individuals seldom succeeded in passing the rigorous assessments. It was clear that this lovely girl before him was no exception. He had already devised a plan to win her heart. First, he would use his influence to facilitate her admission, then invite her to dinner a few times, and surely he would have her captivated. Such naive young ladies were the easiest to deceive. If she ultimately failed the examination, it would suit him just fine. After all, there is a saying, a taste is enough. Once she had been enjoyed, parting ways would be simple. If she were to pass, he would then be burdened with responsibility. Chapter 37. Mu Bai's pretentiousness. A sharp pain coursed through Mu Bai's hand, abruptly rousing him from his reverie. He couldn't help but gasp in distress. At that moment, Su Ran was gripping his hand with a force so intense that it caused Mu Bai's face to tremble with agony. Since acquiring the bloodline of the Qilin, Su Ran's physical condition, while not as monstrous as a beast's, had nonetheless become remarkably robust due to the enhancement of his lineage. In terms of sheer physical strength, Su Ran's capabilities were nearing those of a Soul Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission to teach Mu Bai a lesson. Based on the impact of the psychological shadow cast upon Mu Bai, skill points ranging from 100 to 200 will be awarded. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. He had already intended to reprimand Mu Bai, and this was the perfect opportunity. Born with divine strength? Is it truly divine strength? Release my hand, Mu Bai exclaimed, his scalp prickling with discomfort. He attempted to yank his hand free, but Su Ran's grip was far beyond his expectations. The strength of this youth was astonishing. How could someone who appeared younger than him possess such power? He was a prodigy with the White Tiger martial soul. The most gifted disciple of the Dai family, even surpassing Davis. Even at Shrek Academy, known for admitting only monsters, he remained the strongest. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were vastly inferior. One was a food-type soul master with no offensive capability, while the other was weak and burdened with the need to eliminate his inner fire, risking his very essence in the process. How could they possibly compare to him? Mu Bai? If they were deemed geniuses, then he was a monster amongst monsters. Furthermore, his noble lineage as a prince of the Star Luo Empire set him apart from ordinary folk. Yet, despite his strength, he did not consider himself invincible. There were indeed many peers capable of rivaling him. However, the individual before him was clearly not one of them. In a situation where neither released their martial souls, Su Ran's sheer power outmatched his own by unfathomable margins. This individual must simply be endowed with innate divine strength, nothing more. Release me at once. Mu Bai's muscles twitched in pain. Should this individual continue to be obstinate, he would have no choice but to unleash his martial soul and teach him a lesson. What did it matter if he had divine strength? This world was not governed by the whims of a rustic villager. Should he release his martial soul, he would have to concede. Very well. Su Ran released his grip as Mu Bai forcefully pulled away, causing him to stumble backward and land unceremoniously. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain for Mu Bai. He aspired to flirt like others. Yet with such meager strength, he could only embarrass himself. Do you dare mock me? Mu Bai rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. His eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Su Ran. He felt a raging inferno within him. Since arriving at Shrek Academy, he had never suffered such humiliation. Here, his exceptional talents had allowed him to command respect and even garner the affection of numerous beautiful women in Soto City. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never before been subjected to such ridicule. It was evident to him that Su Ran had deliberately let go at that moment to witness his embarrassment. Mock you? So what? My woman is not someone you can touch, Su Ran replied coldly, gazing at Mu Bai with indifference. Mu Bai's audacity was remarkable. He had the audacity to pursue Xiao Wu right in front of him. How could he think of wooing Xiao Wu when he couldn't even safeguard his own fiancé? Hearing Su Ran's words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, but her heart swelled with delight. So, In Su Ran's eyes, she was considered his woman? Yet he already had a fiancé. Did he intend to pursue both? How mischievous of him. Xiao pouted as she glanced at Su Ran, feeling a twinge of irritation at the thought of his existing engagement. It was perfectly normal for men in the spirit beast realm to have multiple wives. She was merely feeling a touch of jealousy. Your woman? Humph. What does it matter? Since time immemorial, beauty has been paired with heroes. A weakling has no right to claim a beauty, Mu Bai retorted, having concluded that Su Ran's innate strength was all he possessed, and he dismissed him with contempt. Ah? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, astonished at Mu Bai's audacity. He had never encountered someone so brazen. Having just suffered in silence, Mu Bai now dared to act so arrogantly. Did he truly believe he was the only genius in this world? If he was indeed a genius, why not confront Davis directly? What a buffoon. Mu Bai's fiancé had been taken from him, and yet he dared to act superior. However, Su Ran had no intention of revealing his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing to Mu Bai just yet. He would wait until he and Zhu Zhuqing arrived together at Shrek Academy to showcase it. Humph, the young are fearless. Observing Su Ran's disdainful gaze, Mu Bai's fury ignited further. He glared at Su Ran and unleashed his martial soul. White tiger, possess. Mu Bai bellowed. A powerful, pale light erupted from him. His arms spread wide, chest thrust forward, as his bones crackled and muscles swelled, straining against his garments. Beneath him, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose, clearly revealing his strength as a soul master at the 37th rank. Mu Bai, what are you doing? Ma Hongjun interjected, alarmed at the unfolding situation. Mu Bai was exceptionally strong, a 37th rank soul master with the formidable white tiger martial soul. If this escalated, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Humph. Seeking admission to Shrek Academy? Every year, countless individuals apply, yet how many succeed? Today, I shall assess their strength on behalf of the teachers. If they lack the requisite power, they should return whence they came. Even if they are fortunate enough to join Shrek Academy, they must adhere to the rules. Upon encountering seniors, they must show respect. A shadow flickered in Mu Bai's eyes. Having lost face before Su Ran, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. He would not allow others to perceive him as someone easily bullied. Ma Hongjun glanced at Mu Bai, then at Su Ran and Xiao Wu, choosing to remain silent as he hurried towards the academy. While he had a penchant for flirtation, he wasn't foolish enough to provoke the teachers by interfering with newcomers seeking admission. Chapter 38. 3 purple soul rings. Ma Hongjun, come back, Mu Bai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he attempted to call Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun seemingly ignored Mu Bai's words and dashed towards the academy. He was not foolish, after all. Mu Bai had provoked others while he himself had done nothing wrong. Why should he suffer punishment alongside Mu Bai? Mu Bai was somewhat fortunate, for reasons unknown. Several teachers appeared to be particularly lenient towards him. They turned a blind eye to his frequent escapades in Soto City. But Ma Hongjun was different. Though Flander was his mentor and treated him well, a mistake on his part could lead to dire consequences. Most importantly, he sensed that the 2 individuals before him possessed formidable strength, and he had a premonition that they would successfully pass the Academy's assessments. As the saying goes, the one in the game is blind to the surrounding reality, and he perceived the situation with clarity. When that youth had engaged in a handshake contest with Mu Bai, his demeanor was nonchalant, exuding an air of ease, while Mu Bai exerted all his strength and struggled to withdraw his hand. Moreover, that person had deliberately insulted Mu Bai, indicating he was no ordinary character. Given that they had come to Shrek Academy with an esteemed reputation, they certainly understood that the Academy only accepted prodigies. Mu Bai was a student of Shrek Academy, and his talent and strength were undoubtedly commendable. In such circumstances, to dare to challenge Mu Bai was to invite trouble. It was highly likely that these 2 individuals possessed identities and strengths surpassing that of Mu Bai. Thus, Ma Hongjun naturally chose not to stand alongside him. Provoking the wrong individuals could make life at the academy quite difficult. Ma Hongjun, being Flander's disciple, had been influenced over the years. Though he appeared foolish on the surface, he was astute at heart. Damn it, Mu Bai muttered angrily. He had just taken Ma Hongjun to find the twin sisters, only for this fool to abandon him. Humph. Don't think that the arrival of the dean will save you. Before the dean arrives, I shall deal with you. Mu Bai turned to Su Ran, speaking with a haughty demeanor. In this desolate place, he harbored no belief that any prodigy would appear. He was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, albeit currently hiding in Shrek Academy for refuge. A prince was still a prince, and he maintained the pride that came with his royal lineage. And you, as a woman, If you align yourself with the wrong person, you will live to regret it, Mu Bai coldly remarked at Xiao Wu. Although this girl was beautiful, she lacked awareness of the situation. Just moments ago, she had mocked him, which had wounded his pride and left him feeling humiliated. He possessed both charm and talent, receiving adoration from countless women wherever he went. Yet this girl before him seemed utterly oblivious. He was determined to make her realize the consequences of offending a genius. Once he defeated her boyfriend, perhaps she would regret her decision to provoke a prodigy, and she might even beg him for mercy. He had witnessed such scenarios countless times, and this time was evidently no different. Whether to fight or not, you certainly talk a lot, Xiao Wu said, pouting and looking at Mu Bai as if he were a joke. She had never encountered someone who, without even engaging in battle, could predict the outcome. What did a 37th level soul power mean before Su ran? As a rare beast, though she had transformed like him, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. The soft-bone rabbit was not considered a powerful soul beast among its kind, yet rare beasts possessed more than just luck. A 10,000-year rare beast's power rivaled that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. How could Su Ran's strength be weak? Very well, I shall defeat him to show you. Mu Bai, martial soul, white tiger, 37th level soul master. Please enlighten me, Mu Bai stated, formally issuing a challenge. After revealing his level, he gazed at Su Ran with keen interest. Seeing this, Su Ran no longer hesitated, gripping his god-slaying sword tighter. A cold, murderous intent enveloped his eyes as 3 purple soul rings gradually ascended beneath him. The moment his martial soul was unleashed, soul power surged forth, augmenting the aura of the god-slaying sword. Though Su Ran could wield the sword like an ordinary object, without unleashing his martial soul, he could not fully unleash its power or utilize soul skills. Without releasing his martial soul, the god-slaying sword was merely a remarkably sharp weapon. Yet, Su Ran carried it with him, sensing an almost sentient connection growing between them. Su Ran, martial soul, god-slaying sword, 32nd level soul master. Please enlighten me, Su Ran declared, having recently advanced a level in his cultivation. Upon witnessing Su Ran's martial soul, Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Previously, Su Ran's soul ring configuration had been standard, with 2 yellow and 1 purple. Now, all had transformed into 1,000-year soul rings. Furthermore, the ages of these rings were impressively high, with the purple ring showing a depth that was neither shallow nor insignificant. Is Su Ran a monster? Xiao Wu wondered in astonishment. She had only heard of rare beasts through legends and was unaware of their other abilities. However, she understood that being revered as the emperor of soul beasts, the strength of rare beasts was undeniably terrifying, far beyond mere auspicious appearances. Mu Bai was equally taken aback, rendered speechless. He had assumed Su Ran was merely endowed with innate strength, never anticipating that he was a prodigy. 3 purple soul rings. Such a configuration was nothing short of astonishing. Historically, possessing a standard soul ring configuration was already a mark of genius. Having a configuration beyond the standard was the hallmark of a prodigy. Yet, even prodigies could not achieve this. Was the first soul ring truly 1,000 years old? How could Su Ran absorb the soul rings generated by 1,000-year soul beasts at the 10th level? How did he accomplish this? How did you manage this? Mu Bai exclaimed. Unable to contain his astonishment, his gaze towards Su Ran now filled with trepidation. I am not only endowed with innate strength, my physical resilience is inherently robust. A mere 1,000-year soul ring is insignificant, Su Ran replied. Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom crossed Mu Bai's face. He recognized that Su Ran was mocking his earlier claim of being endowed with innate strength, which infuriated him. So what if you are a prodigy? My soul power is 2 levels lower than yours, yet I can still crush you, Mu Bai retorted coldly, his eyes flashing with malice as he surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of soul power directed at Su Ran. Chapter 39. Mu Bai's plea for mercy. Mu Bai recognized the formidable prowess of Su Ran and promptly unleashed his 3rd soul skill. A resplendent purple halo emanated from beneath him, and his aura intensified significantly. Sensing the surging soul power coursing through him, Mu Bai's confidence surged anew. As a prince, he had always possessed an unwavering self-assurance throughout his life. He swiftly charged towards Su Ran, his powerful tiger palms adorned with gleaming silver blades. Mu Bai roared, his claws lunging towards Su Ran's head. In stark contrast to Mu Bai's flamboyant movements, Su Ran remained remarkably composed, with his left hand gripping the ebony sheath and his right hand slowly grasping the hilt. A sardonic smile graced his face. Blood slaughter. Su Ran uttered softly as he drew the god-slaying sword from its pitch-black sheath. As the first soul ring beneath Su Ran flickered, an overwhelming scent of blood enveloped him, and the sword's dark blade transformed into a deep crimson hue the moment the soul ring illuminated. Almost instantaneously, both Mu Bai and Xiao Wu felt a prickling sensation at the back of their necks. Xiao Wu gazed at Su Ran in astonishment. He possessed striking features, yet his eyes had turned a blood red, radiating a predatory glint. In that instant, Su Ran resembled a deity of death risen from the depths of hell. The aura of bloodlust surrounding him was so potent that it evoked a sense of dread akin to confronting a venomous serpent. If Xiao Wu felt this way, Mu Bai, standing directly across from Su Ran, was engulfed by an inexplicable chill that made him tremble as he lunged towards Su Ran. Before Mu Bai could react, Su Ran's crimson sword light, brimming with the scent of blood, sliced through the air toward Mu Bai's transformed tiger paw. The speed of that sword light was blinding, carrying an ominous aura that seemed to choose its victim. With a swift thwack, the sword light cleaved through Mu Bai's tiger paw, severing the razor-sharp silver claws with a clean, mirror-like cut. Mu Bai could not suppress a cry of anguish as a wave of intense pain washed over him. He stared in horror at his palm, realizing that the formidable blades bestowed by his white tiger martial spirit had been effortlessly severed. While the white tiger's might lay in its palm strikes, these blades had always significantly augmented his strength. Yet, they lay broken before him. Mu Bai glanced at his hand, noting that apart from the severed claws at his fingertips, a substantial portion of flesh had been sliced away as well. The gash was further exacerbated by a lingering aura of blood-red sword energy, mercilessly tearing at the flesh and sinew of his wound, akin to salt poured upon an open wound, inflicting excruciating pain. Hiss! Mu Bai inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling as he beheld the gash on his hand. The realization that Su Ran could so easily sever the strongest 5 blades of his palm sent shivers down his spine. He feared that losing his arm would be equally effortless. I concede. This time, I admit defeat, Mu Bai declared without hesitation, as the white tiger transformed. He was in his strongest state, yet he found himself utterly incapable of resisting Su Ran's strike. He coldly regarded Su Ran, acknowledging him as a senior of Shrek Academy. If Su Ran wished to associate with Shrek Academy in the future, Mu Bai would certainly refrain from antagonizing him, as he had no other choice. How could my woman be something you covet? Su Ran retorted coldly. Mu Bai, a fool, had shamelessly abandoned Zhu Zhuqing for his carnal desires. He crumbled at the slightest pressure from the strong, while flaunting his arrogance against the weak. Just moments ago, he had set his sights on Xiao Wu. Had it not been for Su Ran's intervention, that beautiful girl might have fallen prey to Mu Bai's charms. Disregarding Mu Bai's pleas, Su Ran swung his sword once more, the blood-red light grazing Mu Bai's arm. In an instant, the fabric of his clothing was severed, and a swath of skin was stripped away, accompanied by a trickle of blood. It hurts. Mu Bai cried out, astonished by Su Ran's mercilessness. He had surrendered, yet Su Ran continued to strike with such ferocity. Accustomed to wielding power, Mu Bai failed to recognize that he had instigated this confrontation by attempting to toy with Su Ran's woman and had initiated the conflict by releasing his martial spirit to teach Su Ran a lesson. He believed that uttering a mere concession would suffice to extricate himself from the situation, but Su Ran had no intention of letting him off so easily. Had he offended anyone other than Su Ran, it is likely that they would have chosen to relent. Considering the imprudence of provoking a genius soul master with a supreme attack-type martial spirit. However, Su Ran harbored no such reservations. Mu Bai's status meant little to him. It was conceivable that if Su Ran revealed Mu Bai's whereabouts to Davis, the latter would swiftly eliminate him. In the Heaven Do Empire, the death of Mu Bai would go unnoticed. Davis would likely be elated to discover such an inconspicuous target in a secluded valley. Su Ran, can't we resolve this? I promise never to provoke your woman again. I want to even glance in her direction, Mu Bai pleaded desperately. Upon witnessing Su Ran's icy gaze, which conveyed the indifference one might have for a lifeless corpse, Mu Bai felt a surge of fear. Su Ran's strength far eclipsed his own. Should he continue to oppose Su Ran, he might very well meet his demise. Thus, he set aside his princely pride, opting instead to beg for mercy. It's too late. Su Ran replied coldly, devoid of any sympathy. He swung his sword once more, and a chunk of flesh was severed from Mu Bai's intact arm. Su Ran detested those who dared to covet his woman. Although he and Xiao Wu had yet to define their relationship, in his heart, she was already his. He could not tolerate the thought of someone else embracing her, let alone fathering her children. His view of love was one of selfish possession. If he could not possess her, then all notions of love were but empty words. Chapter 40. Who is your precious little dance? Mu Bai's first and third spirit rings shimmered simultaneously, activating the white tiger Vajra transformation once more. At the same time, a protective white light enveloped him. Immediately after, his second spirit ring lit up, and a massive orb of white light coalesced, erupting from his mouth with a fierce tiger roar. Within a fleeting moment, he unleashed the three spirit abilities: White Tiger Guardian Shield, White Tiger Radiant Wave, and White Tiger Vajra Transformation. It must be said that Mu Bai was not entirely devoid of merit. His innate talent was commendable. Releasing three spirit abilities in one breath was no trivial feat, even among spirit ancestors. Although Su Ran held disdain for Mu Bai's character, he acknowledged his talent. However, compared to Su Ran, Mu Bai's prowess seemed lamentably lacking. With a firm step, Su Ran charged forward with his sword drawn, showing no intention of evasion. Against the assault-oriented Mu Bai, Su Ran could have easily outmaneuvered him. However, he chose not to resort to such tactics. He aimed to demonstrate the vast gulf between their abilities. With a sharp cry, Su Ran's sword light cleaved through the White Tiger Radiant Wave. Boom! The terrifying sound of the explosion echoed as the White Tiger Radiant Wave was severed. And Su Ran swiftly approached Mu Bai. Upon seeing Su Ran's figure, Mu Bai's heart sank. He could only perceive a terrifying streak of sword light, which consumed his consciousness before he could react. Bang! Mu Bai collapsed, a shallow sword mark etched from his brow to the center of his legs. A thin line of blood quickly seeped out, staining his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning 200 skill points. Brother Su Ran. Upon witnessing Mu Bai's fall, Xiao hurried to Su Ran's side, clutching his sleeve, her petite face betraying her concern. Do not worry. I have been measured in my actions and left him with a breath, Su Ran replied coolly, sheathing the god-slaying sword and recalling his martial soul. His expression returning to normal. Brother Su Ran, your aura was terrifying just now, akin to a demon emerging from hell, Xiao Wu remarked, gripping his sleeve tighter. A hint of fear in her eyes. She sighed in relief upon seeing the familiar Su Ran return to her side. It is only because of you. Who dares to harbor ill intentions towards my precious Xiao Wu? If it were anyone else, I would have undoubtedly slain him, Su Ran declared. His spirit rings a gift from the system, imbued with extraordinary power. The intense killing intent from his first spirit ability, Blood Slaughter, even affected him. However, in the state of the god of slaughter, that power would amplify significantly. Brother Su Ran, you are so shameless. Who is your precious Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she dismissed the other matters, focusing solely on Su Ran's words to Mu Bai. Su Ran had declared her to be his woman. It was utterly brazen, especially since she had yet to agree. Furthermore, he forbade others from having feelings for her. Who would dare love her after that? How could she ever marry? What can be done? If I say you cannot marry anyone else, then you shall not, Su Ran teased, playfully provoking her. Brother Su Ran, you are too wicked. If you do not allow me to marry, what should I do in the future? Xiao could not help but exclaim, her face turning crimson as she lowered her gaze, fixated on her crystal shoes glimmering in the sunlight. Her delicate feet, clad in stockings, trembled restlessly. Xiao Wu's heart raced incessantly. Su Ran was right. Should a wish to reproduce, it would create a stir across the spirit beast realm. Her mother had once told her that if it took a consort, all 10,000-year female spirit beasts would be eager to comply. Even those who were reluctant would have to accept, provided it found them suitable. This was due to this immense significance to the spirit beast lineage, enhancing growth rates and increasing the chance of transcending tribulations, abilities that would drive all spirit beasts to madness. The rarity of meant that if one perished, it would take countless years to birth another, as they were born of the world's fortune. However, if it were to reproduce, the probability of another being born would significantly increase. Moreover, when two wed, the chances of producing another would be even higher. This notion was entirely sound and scientifically valid. Tested over countless years by powerful spirit beasts, the status of it was exceedingly high, and its reproduction was of utmost importance to the spirit beast community. Regrettably, held itself in high esteem and found little interest in even 10,000-year spirit beast females. Moreover, they were indifferent to matters of reproduction. Even ferocious beasts could not intervene, for was the king of spirit beasts, and they dared not force it into such affairs. As a creature of auspiciousness, if anyone disrespected A, they would likely invoke ominous omens. Therefore, if Su Ran desired her, even if she opposed, the entire spirit beast lineage would compel her consent. After all, it was not every day that a with such interests was born. The reproduction of the must not face any unforeseen complications. Rest assured, even if you truly find someone you wish to be with in the future, as long as he is of good character, I shall not oppose your union. No matter how much I like you, I cannot hinder your happiness, Su Ran said, instinctively wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist, inhaling the fragrant aroma that enveloped her. Of course, while he said this, should such a scenario arise, Su Ran would undoubtedly eliminate that suitor without hesitation. Brother Su Ran, I will not fall for anyone else. However, I need some time. Xiao Wu lowered her head, feeling the warmth of Su Ran's hand gently caressing her. Surprisingly not opposing it. She harbored a budding affection for Su Ran in her heart. Not to mention, they both shared the experience of being spirit beast reincarnated. This created a unique bond between them. Moreover, as his influence in the spirit beast realm was immense. Should Su Ran genuinely love her, marrying him and bearing his offspring would also fulfill a responsibility as a spirit beast. Yet, she needed time to process these feelings. No matter how deep her affection for Su Ran, she could not agree so swiftly, especially since initiating such a commitment felt difficult to voice. Mu Bai awoke from his stupor, feeling excruciating pain coursing through his body, his head spinning. He attempted to call for help, but found himself utterly drained of energy, unable even to speak. As he opened his eyes, he could only witness Su Ran and Xiao Wu basking in their affectionate display, causing him to faint once more from sheer frustration. He was gravely injured, on the brink of death, yet they could still serenely indulge in their romance, which left him utterly incensed, plunging him back into unconsciousness. Chapter 41. The battle with Flander. When Ma Hongjun arrived once more, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man, in his 50s, possessed a robust physique. His visage was strikingly distinctive. His chin protruded slightly, his cheekbones were broad, his face was somewhat flat, and he bore a prominent hooked nose. Adorned with black-framed square glasses, he exuded an air of cunning. This man was Flander, the esteemed director of Shrek Academy, and also Ma Hongjun's mentor. At that moment, Flander and Ma Hongjun, one old and one young, stood in silent astonishment, rendered speechless by the scene before them. A sense of dread washed over them as they beheld Mu Bai's condition. The 37th level soul master, endowed with the prestigious white tiger martial soul, was not to be underestimated. Yet now, he lay bloodied and battered, with several patches of skin torn away. Witnessing this, they could not remain composed. It was well known that Mu Bai possessed extensive combat experience from his time in the Grand Soul Arena. Who could inflict such grievous wounds upon him? Flander cast a deep glance at Su Ran, noting that the injuries on Mu Bai were clearly inflicted by an exceptionally sharp weapon. Su Ran, at that moment, held a jet-black longsword. Reflecting on Ma Hongjun's earlier report, Flander began to piece together the unfolding events. Take Mu Bai to find Zhao Wujin for treatment, he instructed. Glancing at Mu Bai, although the injuries appeared severe, he assessed that they were not life-threatening. Yes, teacher, Ma Hongjun replied, his gaze sweeping over Mu Bai's wounds before darting back to Su Ran, a shiver running down his spine. Fortuitously, he had wisely refrained from joining Mu Bai in bullying newcomers. Otherwise, he might have fared far worse, given Mu Bai's state. And considering his own status as merely a great soul master, provoking Su Ran would render him utterly defenseless. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Ma Hongjun elevated Su Ran and Xiao Wu's status in his eyes. He understood that these two were not to be trifled with, especially the woman, despite his flirtatious nature. He dared not entertain thoughts of her. Mu Bai's flippant remarks had led to his current predicament. Ma Hongjun hoisted Mu Bai onto his back and sprinted away, eager to secure him before returning to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Flander's gaze remained fixed on Su Ran and Xiao Wu, finally settling on Su Ran, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He sensed that Su Ran was at the 32nd level, yet he appeared remarkably youthful. How could someone of such a level best Mu Bai, who was 37 and had considerable combat experience? Flander mused to himself. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted around Flander, enveloping Su Ran. 7 colossal soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, swirled around him, signifying his status as a soul sage at level 78. Conquer me with your strength, and you shall gain entry to Shrek Academy, Flander declared. His gaze fixed on Su Ran, revealing an unmistakable fervor. He realized he had stumbled upon a rare gem, perhaps a prodigious talent. To overwhelm a 37-level opponent at merely 32 was no small feat. Flander had observed closely, The sword wounds on Mu Bai were precise, smooth, and devoid of any deviation. Had Mu Bai possessed even the slightest capacity for resistance, such injuries could never have been inflicted. This could only imply that Mu Bai had been utterly powerless, like a plaything in Su Ran's hands. Releasing his martial soul, Flander kept his attention riveted on Su Ran. He was not in haste to strike, for his intent was merely to gauge Su Ran's capabilities, not to defeat him. What interest would a soul sage have in contesting with a soul master? Strength? Su Ran nodded, his right hand grasping the sword hilt once more. He recalled that in the original tale, the Shrek 7 were required to withstand a stick of incense under Zhao Wujin's scrutiny upon entering the academy. Thus, Shrek Academy's admission standards were considerably more rigorous than those of other institutions. He did not necessarily need to vanquish Flander to gain entry. He merely needed to showcase his utmost prowess before him. Standing resolutely, Su Ran gripped the sword hilt tightly, while Flander awaited Su Ran's move with keen anticipation. Curious about Su Ran's sword martial soul, which seemed extraordinary. With proper cultivation, he might become a figure akin to the sword Douluo of their academy. As a gust of wind swept by, rustling their garments, Su Ran made his move. He unleashed his martial soul, 3 radiant purple soul rings spiraling upward. Simultaneously, the first and second soul rings beneath him shimmered, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Utilizing star concealment, he melded with his surroundings, significantly enhancing his speed. Coupled with Blood Kill, his most formidable single-target attack soul skill, the combination promised an unforeseen effect. 3,000-year soul rings, all of them. Flander murmured in disbelief. Yet the moment Su Ran manifested his martial soul, Flander was convinced of Su Ran's potential. If such a genius could not join the academy, then Shrek Academy might as well cease to exist. Renowned as a school for monsters, Shrek Academy had welcomed students like Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Mu Bai, who, while possessing some talent, were hardly extraordinary. Today, however, Flander was witnessing true monstrosity. The first soul ring alone was 1,000 years old. Was this not a marvel? A soul master could absorb 1,000-year soul ring at the age of 6 or 7. Flander observed closely. The first soul ring was indeed over 3,000 years old. As a mere 1,000-year soul ring would not display such a deep purple hue. In a daze, Flander was abruptly snapped back to reality by a chilling sensation. Su Ran had already launched an attack against him. His heart raced as he searched for Su Ran's whereabouts. Only to be struck with alarm, he could not detect Su Ran's presence. Realizing that Su Ran had likely employed some form of invisibility soul skill, Flander dared not delay, unleashing waves of soul power to scour the area for Su Ran's location. Chapter 42. Flandra's Injury. Power approaching the Soul Emperor. A languid voice emanated from behind Flandra, startling him. Before he could react, a scarlet beam of sword light sliced toward his back. So fast? Flandra gasped in astonishment. He had merely been momentarily distracted by the peculiar nature of Su Ran's soul ring, and in that fleeting moment, Su Ran had moved directly behind him. The force of the strike exceeded his expectations, filling him with trepidation. Su Ran's strength was far greater than he had imagined. With such power and a cunning approach, even a typical Soul Emperor could meet their demise here. This level of combat prowess was not something a mere Soul Master should possess. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, his capabilities extended beyond his self-assessment of being at the Soul King level. His true combat strength was scarcely inferior to that of a newly ascended Soul Emperor. Having only recently arrived on the continent, Su Ran was unaware of the combat prowess expected at various ranks. He underestimated his own strength while overestimating that of the Soul Kings. His most formidable single-target attack, the Blood Kill, had surged in power after surpassing the 3,000-year mark of its soul ring. The might of Blood Kill was undoubtedly on par with an attack from a Soul Emperor. Such a formidable offensive, appearing so unexpectedly, left Flandra with no room for complacency. Flandra activated his second soul skill, and in an instant, his arms transformed into a pair of wings, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. His martial spirit, the four-eyed cat eagle, was a potent agility-based martial soul. And as a soul sage, his speed was indeed formidable. Yet, over a short distance, that crimson sword light still grazed his arm. A thin line of blood surfaced, quickly concealed by Flandra. The look in Flandra's eyes shifted dramatically as he realized the caliber of the genius standing before him. A 32-level soul master had managed to injure him, who had unleashed his martial spirit. How could he not be astonished? If he were to recount this to Zhao Wuji and the others, they would undoubtedly be incredulous. A soul master possessed such terrifying power. Although numerous factors contributed to Su Ran's ability to injure him, such as their proximity of less than 10 meters and Flandra's momentary daze from Su Ran's 3 purple soul rings. Su Ran's true combat capability was sufficient to rival that of a Soul Emperor. Without such formidable strength, even in a state of distraction and with their close proximity, Su Ran could not have harmed him. A talent like Su Ran, if all goes well, would likely surpass even the Sword Douluo in the future. The Sword Douluo was not as strong in his youth, when he was a Soul Master. He could only defeat a few fortunate Soul Zone. Where could one find someone as terrifying as Su Ran? Su Ran now possessed combat capabilities nearly equivalent to a Soul Emperor. Such remarkable talents should not be underestimated, Flandre mused, struggling to find adequate words to describe Su Ran. His gift was unparalleled in the world. Even the prodigies of the martial Soul Hall could not match Su Ran's genius. A first soul ring of 1,000 years, who could achieve such a feat? Perhaps no one. At least, he had never encountered anyone besides Su Ran with a first soul ring of that age. Dean Flandre, have we passed? Su Ran inquired with a smile, sheathing his god-slaying sword. At that moment, he had gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. You've certainly surpassed my expectations. Your power now rivals that of a Soul Emperor. If you cannot pass, then there would be no need for our Shrek Academy to continue, Flandre remarked, his gaze once again igniting with fervor. He grasped Su Ran's arm, assessing his bone age. 12 years old, yet possessing a terrifying physical strength, nearly comparable to that of an ordinary Soul Emperor. Flandre murmured, unable to conceal his astonishment. He had assumed Su Ran's strength was akin to Mu Bai's age, only to discover he was merely 12. To possess such formidable power at this age rendered the term prodigy insufficient to describe him. After Flandre spoke, he turned his attention to Xiao Wu, who instinctively extended her arm for Flandre's examination. 12 years old, 28-level Great Soul Master, Flandre reported after completing his assessment. You both need not undergo any further evaluations. You are now direct students of Shrek Academy. By the way, please state your martial spirit so I can register you. Flandre exclaimed with excitement, for in his eyes, Su Ran alone was worth more than the collective value of all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy. In such circumstances, why would he impose unnecessary tests? Such a genius, wherever he went, would attract global attention. The fact that he chose to come to Shrek Academy was already a remarkable feat. If he were to be further provoked and left, it would be a significant loss. When faced with a prodigy, one must afford them the respect they deserve. Su Ran, 12 years old, 32-level Soul Master, Martial Spirit God-Slaying Sword. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, 28-level Great Soul Master, Beast Martial Spirit Soft-Boned Rabbit. They provided their information for Flandre's registration. At that moment, Ma Hongjun approached with a broad grin, saying, "Ran good. Xiao Wu Jia, welcome to Shrek Academy. If you encounter any trouble here, feel free to seek me out. Although my strength is lacking, I am quite familiar with the surroundings." He had just tossed Mu Bai to Zhao Wuji and hurried back, eager to witness the recent events. His teacher, Flandre, a Soul Sage-level powerhouse, had been bested by Su Ran. Although Flandre concealed his injury well, Ma Hongjun had noticed it. Moreover, Flandre had mentioned that Su Ran's combat power was nearing that of a Soul Emperor. Such strength was already comparable to that of the teachers. Furthermore, with Su Ran's youth, a breakthrough to title Douluo would undoubtedly come easily. It would be foolish not to secure such a promising ally. Who is your Xiao Wu Jia? You were not like this just now, Xiao Wu retorted playfully, recalling how Ma Hongjun had previously allied with Mu Bai and called her girl. This was absolutely intolerable. Xiao Wu Jia, I simply appear a bit older, but I am indeed only 12. I may be a little older than you, but in the world of Soul Masters, strength is paramount. It is only right to address you both as brother and sister, as you are unparalleled geniuses, Ma Hongjun said earnestly. His gaze toward Xiao Wu devoid of any ulterior motives. Though he was indeed infatuated, he would not dare provoke someone like Xiao Wu. Angering Su Ran would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Some women, no matter how beautiful, should not be trifled with. Otherwise, one might attract all sorts of trouble. Clearly, Xiao Wu was one such woman. Chapter 43, Su Ran's Family, the God-Slaying Sword. As Flandre meticulously recorded the details, he searched his mind for any information regarding this martial soul, only to be met with disappointment. There was no record of it within his recollections. However, merely hearing the name of this martial soul allowed him to discern its extraordinary nature. Su Ran's God-Slaying Sword was at least on par with the 7-killing sword, if not of a higher caliber. Su Ran. There seemed to be no prominent family by the surname Su in the Douluo Continent, Flandre pondered. This world was rife with astonishing phenomena. My martial soul is hardly noteworthy, and I am but a disciple of the Zhu family. Although I have entered Shrek Academy, I must request a 2-month leave from Dean Flander, Su Ran stated, directly revealing his identity. The Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Flander paused, taken aback. The Zhu family was indeed a powerful lineage, holding significant influence within both the military and political spheres of the Star Luo Empire. With their command over a formidable army, the Zhu family's overall strength was not inferior to that of the 3 sections. However, what astonished him was not this fact, but rather that Mu Bai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Possessing the White Tiger martial soul and bearing the Dai surname, Flander had realized Mu Bai's identity upon his arrival at Shrek Academy. Su Ran, hailing from the Zhu family, undoubtedly had prior acquaintance with Mu Bai. This implied that a long-standing enmity existed between them. The grievous injuries Mu Bai had suffered at Su Ran's hands were clearly intentional. Flander began to make calculations in his mind. Should Su Ran and Mu Bai indeed harbor grievances, he would undoubtedly protect Su Ran. For it was only Su Ran who could aid Shrek Academy in its rise. While Mu Bai possessed remarkable talent, his character left much to be desired. He squandered his days in debauchery. Previously, Flander had refrained from voicing his concerns in order to cultivate this prodigy. Yet, if Mu Bai were to adversely affect Su Ran, he would not hesitate to withdraw his leniency. Su Ran was a true prodigy. In his presence, the talents of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Mu Bai appeared rather ordinary. I can grant you a 2-month leave, complete your affairs and return to your studies, Flander nodded. Understanding that the scions of great families often had numerous trivial matters to attend to, particularly a genius like Su Ran, who was likely regarded as a precious asset within the Zhu family. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Wu's heart tightened. Su Ran held a significant place in her heart, and the thought of his impending departure for such an extended period left her feeling reluctant. Must you leave for so long? Xiao Wu pouted, wrapping her arms around Su Ran's arm and speaking softly. I do not know how long I shall be gone. Perhaps I will return soon. I merely sought additional time from the dean, just in case, Su Ran replied with a smile, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's dark hair, which exuded a faint, soothing fragrance. Humph. Then I shall only grant you a month, Xiao Wu said, scrunching her delicate nose and pinching Su Ran's waist. Clearly perturbed by thoughts of Su Ran's fiancé in the Star Luo Empire, she would not allow him such an extended period to grow closer to her. What could transpire between a man and a woman over 2 months? It was unfathomable. At that time, anything could happen. All right. I shall depart tomorrow, today. I wish to spend the day with you, lest you miss me too much during my absence, Su Ran declared. Who wants your company? I certainly won't miss you. Xiao Wu retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she still clung to Su Ran's arm. Rest assured, Brother Ran, I will take good care of sister-in-law. Ma Hongjun interjected hastily, attempting to win Su Ran's favor. Su Ran frowned. While the words were benign, he sensed an underlying ambiguity in Ma Hongjun's statement. Realizing he had misspoken, Ma Hongjun quickly clarified, Brother Ran, that is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that if Sister Wu has any needs, I will be more than willing to assist her. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Su Ran's expression darkened. Flander looked on in exasperation at Ma Hongjun's blunder. This lad was usually quite clever, yet faltered at crucial moments. Brother Ran, what I meant is that I am well acquainted with Shrek Academy in Soto City. Should Sister Wu encounter any troubles, she may seek my assistance, and I will do my utmost to help her, Ma Hongjun said earnestly, his face reflecting a hint of anxiety. Xiao Wu, overwhelmed by Ma Hongjun's incessant references to sister-in-law, felt her face grow hot with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Ran's countenance remained grim. Entrusting Xiao Wu to Ma Hongjun's care was out of the question. While Ma Hongjun was generally of good character, Su Ran would not risk exposing Xiao Wu to potential mischief. That scoundrel often frequented taverns when idle. Would Xiao Wu not be led astray? There is no need for that. Xiao Wu can take care of herself. Su Ran firmly rejected the notion. Dean, I shall take my leave with Xiao Wu now. After all, we are not scheduled for any classes today, Su Ran said, wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist. Indeed, there are no classes today. You young people should enjoy yourselves, but remember to exercise restraint, Flander replied with a serious expression. He was well aware that many talented individuals had squandered their potential due to indulgence in romantic pursuits, ultimately fading into obscurity. The allure of gentle companionship could indeed lead to a hero's downfall, and he hoped Su Ran would grasp this truth. Of course, Flander was unaware that Su Ran's neglect of training was not solely due to romantic distractions. The prospect of establishing a harem brought substantial rewards and skill points. Had he known, Flander would have eagerly played the matchmaker, seeking out beauties from various factions. However, the existence of the system was the cornerstone of Su Ran's standing in the Douluo Continent, a secret he would never divulge. Flander and the others would remain oblivious to the true nature of Su Ran's soul rings, which transitioned from purple to black, then to red, and beyond. Attributing these transformations solely to Su Ran's exceptional talent, they could only curse in disbelief. Su Ran, truly a prodigy beyond compare. "Oh, worry not, Dean," Su Ran said, escorting Xiao Wu outside, nearly stumbling at Flander's voice. Xiao Wu, blushing with embarrassment, wished to faint from the sheer awkwardness of the situation. Their relationship was still uncomplicated, merely that of friends or subordinate and superior, far from the complexities of romance. That insufferable Dean. How vexatious. "There is clearly nothing between us," Xiao Wu murmured, her beautiful eyes darting anxiously towards Su Ran as she patted her gently rising chest. "Who says there is nothing between us? Perhaps one day there will be," Su Ran replied with a smile, savoring the softness in his embrace as they walked ahead. The Shrek Academy was somewhat remote. It emanated a tranquil aura, soothing the soul. Su Ran and Xiao Wu ambled along the rural paths, observing farmers harvesting their crops. Su Ran harbored a grand ambition. Once he conquered the world and achieved success, he envisioned retreating with his wives to live a simple life, much like this. Sometimes, farming was the most extraordinary and magnificent endeavor in existence. For through diligent cultivation, one could soon sense the breath of life burgeoning forth, resembling the golden rice fields surrounding them. Moreover, he understood that with hard work, a bountiful harvest was assured. Chapter 44. A new task. Seizing Ain very well, it is time for me to take my leave. Su Ran gently patted the fragrant shoulder of the girl nestled in his embrace, rousing her from her slumber. "Are we leaving now?" Xiao Wu murmured, her sleep-laden eyes fluttering open. In truth, she had awakened quite early, merely feigning sleep, for she understood that once she stirred, Su Ran would depart. "Indeed. The sooner I go, the sooner I shall return," Su Ran replied, aware that numerous matters awaited his attention. He needed to return to Shrek Academy and conclude his tasks before Tang San and Yu Xiaojang's arrival. He knew that with Tang San would come Tang Hao, and he must possess something to restrain Tang Hao, lest Xiao would find herself in peril. As for Su Ran, he felt no immediate threat. Although he possessed the Qilin form, unless he transformed into one, no soul beast would perceive any anomaly in him, save for those soul beasts that had taken human form. The distinction between him and Xiao Wu, who had transformed from 100,000-year soul beast, was significant. "Just remember to return early. If you do not come back, I shall harbor resentment towards you," Xiao Wu declared emphatically, fearing that Su Ran might leave and never return. "Rest assured, I shall seek you out within a month or two. But you, after I depart, must refrain from dressing so beautifully. Only I should have the privilege of seeing you in a skirt," Su Ran said with a slight smile, his tone possessive. His girl was not to be showcased to others. Such was his selfishness. "Very well," Xiao Wu replied, biting her lip. Initially, she found Su Ran's demand rather shameless, given that they were not yet in a romantic relationship. However, the thought of his impending departure made her cast aside her qualms, and she simply acknowledged his request with a soft agreement. "I shall take my leave now." Su Ran smiled, pressing a lingering kiss to Xiao Wu's forehead before turning to depart. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a new task. Venture into the depths of the forest to unearth the seedling of the blue silver grass, transformed from the 100,000-year soul beast Ain. Note, after a yin sacrifice, a seed was left behind, now having taken root and sprouted as ordinary blue silver grass. Considering the simplicity of this task, yet recognizing Ain as a significant figure in Douluo Continent, a reward of 400 skill points shall be granted. Additionally, the host will receive a botanical nurturing solution produced by the system, along with several tomes on plant cultivation. As long as the host holds Ain in hand and diligently waters the seedling with the system-provided nurturing solution day and night, Ain shall grow at an accelerated pace, the system reminded. How long will it take for Ain to regain her strength and transform back into a 100,000-year soul beast? Su Ran could not help but inquire. Approximately 10 years. The system responded. Such a premium product would undoubtedly drive all botanical entities into a frenzy, especially the formidable plant-type soul beast, the king of myriad demons, residing in the Stardo forest. If it were to learn of such a treasure, it would surely come seeking favor with Su Ran. However, Su Ran was not inclined to wait so long. 10 years felt excessively distant. If the host finds that too slow, An enhanced version of the nurturing solution has now been added to the gold and diamond tier lottery pools. Utilizing the enhanced solution will only require 1 year for Ain to restore her 100,000-year cultivation, the system chimed in, her tone playful. The probability of winning the gold tier lottery is 1 in 10,000, while the diamond tier offers a 1 in 100 chance. Of course, should the host truly desire these, the odds would not be so dismal, as she is the cherished system of the host. This probability, it seems one would need several tens of thousands of skill points to succeed. And if luck is not on my side, the outcome could be dire, Su Ran remarked, his expression darkening. Enough of that for now. I shall find Ain first, he declared, dismissing future concerns. Presently, he possessed but a meager number of skill points. And overthinking served no purpose. Oh, by the way, system, what are Tang Hao's feelings towards Ain? Su Ran suddenly asked. Sensing he had unearthed a potential weakness in Tang Hao, though uncertainty lingered. After all, Tang Hao had once orchestrated a Yin's demise. What could be his thoughts now? Tang Hao harbored deep regret for his past actions. Even though no one knew he had orchestrated a Yin's death, the anguish weighed heavily upon him. For years, he had drowned his sorrows in drink, attempting to numb the pain of his guilt regarding a Yin's demise. Therefore, should the host decide to leverage Ain against him, it could prove effective. Human emotions are perpetually in flux. Tang Hao's love for Ain, marred by his past misdeeds, led him to commit heinous acts to obtain soul bones. However, subsequent events saw the Houghton sect shun him, and the spirit hall relentlessly pursue him. Following a Yin's death, he had come to understand the futility of power. As for Tang Hao's feelings towards Ain, even I, as the system, cannot ascertain. On one hand, he deeply loves Ain and wishes for her revival. On the other, he placed her in a dim, damp cave, allowing her to perish. Ain represents his torment. He yearns for her yet fears her return. Thus, Tang Hao's emotions towards Ain have become exceedingly convoluted. He simultaneously loathes his actions and is unwilling to seek redemption. He refrains from caring for Ain closely, for the sight of her would only serve as a painful reminder of his guilt, leading to nightmares. He planted Ain in the cave in hopes that the blue-silver grass she became would wither away, allowing his past transgressions to fade into oblivion. Ain has always been a specter haunting Tang Hao's heart. His feelings for her are a tumultuous blend of love, fear, and regret, an amalgamation of emotions that has twisted his psyche. Nonetheless, the host can indeed use Ain as leverage against Tang Hao. That is reassuring. If that is the case, Tang Hao need not be a concern, Su Ran nodded, his expression turning cold. It is often said that a single day of marriage begets 100 days of affection. Tang Hao's actions could only be described as inhumane. After Yin's death, he intentionally planted her in a sunless, damp cave. What was his intent? Did he wish for fate to decide Yin's existence? Such a person is utterly detestable. No matter how Su Ran torments him, it cannot amend the suffering he inflicted upon Ain. Once he unearths Ain, he shall orchestrate a scenario that compels Tang Hao to divulge the truth of that fateful day. What will Ain think then? After Tang Hao's egregious actions, can Ain ever forgive him? Even if Tang Hao genuinely repents, his words will bear no weight. Ain, having been deceived once, would not easily fall for the same trick again. Tang Hao, the illustrious Haotian Douluo, master of the explosion ring's secret technique, holds considerable renown in Douluo Continent. Yet in my hands, he shall stir not a single tempest. At this moment, Su Ran had devised an elaborate plan to ensnare Tang Hao in his own folly. With Ain firmly within his grasp, even if Tang Hao perceives the trap, he is likely to unwittingly step into it. Tang Hao owes Ain a life, and Su Ran shall reclaim that life on her behalf. Happy New Year, Chapter 45. Mu Bai chuckled, surprised to learn that Su Ran was a disciple of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. His body was wrapped in bandages, yet he paid no heed to his pain as he struggled to sit up in bed, incredulously directing his gaze towards Ma Hongjun. He had never anticipated that Su Ran was affiliated with the Zhu family. Knowing Su Ran hailed from the Zhu family meant he was undoubtedly aware of Mu Bai's identity. The severity of Su Ran's earlier attack stemmed from a long-standing resentment, primarily due to Mu Bai's engagement to Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran harbored feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, whose beauty and perfect figure could captivate anyone's heart. It was only natural for Su Ran to be infatuated with her. Indeed, that is what the teacher mentioned. The Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, I heard it clearly, Ma Hongjun affirmed, nodding. He was oblivious to why Mu Bai reacted so intensely upon learning Su Ran's background. Was it possible that Mu Bai had knowledge of the Zhu family's reputation? Now it makes sense why Su Ran was so ruthless towards me, Mu Bai mused, unable to suppress a laugh despite the pain coursing through his body. Even if Su Ran is exceptionally talented, what does it matter if he is 5 levels beneath me? His brutal treatment of me is merely a reflection of his unrequited affection for the woman I am to marry. Mu Bai felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. He now comprehended the icy disdain in Su Ran's gaze. It was rooted in his dissatisfaction long before they crossed paths at Shrek Academy. Su Ran, even if you are a peerless genius in matters of the heart, you remain but a younger brother. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancé, and what relevance do you hold? When Zhu Zhuqing arrives, I shall ensure you understand the meaning of anguish. It is only natural for me to be affectionate with my fiancé. Such actions will undoubtedly pierce your pride. He envisioned the humiliation he would inflict upon Su Ran once Zhu Zhuqing joined him at Shrek Academy. The sight of him and Zhu Zhuqing in close embrace would surely enrage Su Ran to the point of fury. Furthermore, Su Ran, being a distant relative of the Zhu family, could not rival the standing of the second young mistress, Zhu Zhuqing. Even if he resisted Mu Bai, he would still be compelled to heed Zhu Zhuqing's wishes. Mu Bai envisioned a scenario where Zhu Zhuqing herself would reject and humiliate Su Ran, a move that would severely wound his pride. Although Su Ran's strength is formidable, and he currently enjoys the favor of our teachers, he is not someone we should provoke. Ma Hongjun cautioned earnestly. He may not have grasped Mu Bai's intentions, yet he felt the need to advise him. Su Ran's prowess rivaled that of a sole emperor, marking him as an extraordinary prodigy destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Mu Bai merely shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. In his mind, he envisioned Zhu Zhuqing's beauty. In a few days, he would go to bring her to Shrek Academy. Although Xiao was charming, she could not compare to his fiancé, for in his heart, Zhu Zhuqing was the most exquisite maiden in the world. Following the map provided by the system, Su Ran made his way towards a mountain range, the very location where Tang Hao had concealed the seed of Yin, which was the purpose of his journey. So this is Yin's location? Tang Hao truly buried it deep, Su Ran remarked, surveying his surroundings. According to the map, Yin was situated behind the waterfall before him. Had he not possessed the map, he would never have guessed that there lay a hidden realm behind the cascading water. Utilizing his soul power, Su Ran parted the flowing water and ventured into a damp cave. The cave was extensive and moist, unmistakably carved out by Tang Hao for Yin's sake. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a slender blue-silver grass. Carefully, he extracted the plant, and at that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 400 skill points and several plant cultivation liquids. Su Ran transplanted the blue-silver grass into a prepared pot and applied a few drops of the system's awarded cultivation liquid. Instantly, the delicate leaves of the grass quivered, their hue becoming more vibrant. Witnessing this transformation, a smile graced Su Ran's face. With Yin now in his possession, he felt reassured that Tang Hao had posed no threat. Most importantly, Yin was breathtakingly beautiful. As the 10,000-year-old soul beast, she was bound to be an extraordinary beauty. Her allure rivaled that of Xiao Wu, and her gentle nature made her a woman of refined grace. Once he revealed Tang Hao's true identity to Yin, would he not be able to expand his harem? He pondered how many skill points it would take to obtain the enhanced cultivation liquid. If he failed to win Yin's heart, it would be a significant loss. Host brother, must you constantly think of expanding your harem? It is ill-advised. Have you not heard the old saying? A heart devoid of women draws the sword with ease. Women will hinder your swiftness in battle, the system's voice cautioned, expressing concern for Su Ran's well-being. Who said that? I have only heard, embrace a maiden, and your damage doubles. Your words are merely misleading old adages devoid of value. Su Ran countered, dismissing the system's admonition. What is the point of traversing through worlds if one does not pursue romance? Shall I become a eunuch? Chapter 46. A new task, the divine revelation of the grass ding. Task issued. The divine revelation of the grass. Convince Tang how to reveal the truth of the past and leave Yin disappointed. Note, this task can be assisted by the system. Task rewards 1,000 skill points and a volume of Fundamental Swordsmanship True Explanation. Fundamental Swordsmanship True Explanation, a foundational sword technique from a powerful sword realm, serving as the basis for all sword arts, containing countless mysteries. Numerous sword masters regard the fundamental swordsmanship as a classic, and some formidable individuals have derived incredibly powerful sword moves from it, embarking on an invincible path. The essence of simplicity lies within. The fundamental swordsmanship provides an uncomplicated interpretation of various sword techniques such as slashing, probing, thrusting, and cleaving, making it exceptionally suitable for the protagonist. Wow, 1,000 skill points. Along with other rewards. How could the rewards be so generous this time? Su Ran couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If he accomplished this task, he would directly possess 1,600 skill points. That could extend his soul ring's lifespan by a staggering 16,000 years. Of course, he could also opt for a lottery draw. Even with bad luck, he would have a guaranteed 10 consecutive draws. Naturally, who could resist such a benevolent system? Hee, the system lady smiled sweetly, openly granting the host advantages without any qualms. She merely enhanced the rewards a little. After all, if the host couldn't accumulate enough skill points, how could she transform? How could she better serve the host in the future? Furthermore, once she transformed, she could enjoy a normal life, exploring, shopping, dining, and spending time with the host. In this world, she only knew the host. She had no interest in anyone else. After her transformation, she could wear beautiful dresses for the host's delight. In the system space, regardless of her attire or lack thereof, no one would care. However, post-transformation, she could dress for the host alone. She had many short skirts, which she would only wear for him. The cherished system is truly wonderful. Once I gather enough skill points, I must ensure the system transforms. Then, I shall see how lovely the system lady is. Su Ran chuckled, his curiosity piqued. If he were to include the system lady in his harem, how many skill points would he gain? Would it be an inexhaustible resource? The host must not entertain such thoughts. Even if the system were to transform, rules would still be followed. There would be no favoritism for the host. In the system space, the system lady donned a black miniskirt, her perfect legs encased in black tights, as she sat on a fragrant bed, gently swaying her feet. Sensing Su Ran's thoughts, she couldn't help but smile to herself. How difficult it is for me. Su Ran dismissed that unrealistic notion. Initially, he had planned to woo the system at that time. He could not only benefit from the system lady, but also amass countless skill points. In that scenario, he would become invincible. However, that idea was evidently impractical. If the system lady were to grant him such advantages, the system itself might incur some form of punishment, which was something he did not wish to witness. Forget it. It is better to painstakingly earn skill points. Enduring hardship as a diligent worker isn't so bad either. After all, a laborer possesses a worker's spirit. Working hard elevates one above others. I shall quietly toil away and astonish everyone. As Su Ran followed the system's guidance, he located the restriction placed by Tang Hao on the blue-silver grass that Ayin had transformed into. After all, Ayin was in the wilderness, vulnerable to herbivorous soul beasts like the soft-boned rabbit, and Tang Hao's restriction could help her evade threats from ordinary soul beasts. Breaking. Su Ran concentrated his soul power on a blade of grass belonging to Ayin and pressed down forcefully, instantly shattering Tang Hao's restriction. Simultaneously, he discovered a patch of blue-silver grass that had been gnawed down to its roots by insects and ants, and he transplanted it there. He then aged the surrounding environment to ensure that even if Tang Hao arrived, he would notice nothing amiss. Everything was ready. He awaited Tang Hao's arrival. When he did come, there might be a fierce battle ahead, but with the experience card of the 10,000-year Qilin, he felt reassured. After completing all these tasks, he found a concealed spot to hide. Needless to say, he was also arranging how the system lady would showcase her talents to Tang Hao later. After all, this task could be aided by the system. In the Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao lay on his bed, clad in tattered clothing, disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes. No one could imagine that this was once the legendary powerhouse who shook the continent, Tang San, the Haotian Douluo. Upon entering the title of Douluo, he single-handedly repelled several titled Douluo. Rumor has it that the previous pope, Qian Xuanji, perished at his hands. However, Tang Hao could only curse as he bore this burden. He knew well that he had merely injured Qian Xuanji. The latter's strength was formidable. With the six-winged angel martial spirit, how could he possibly have the power to kill Qian Xuanji? His outburst of strength was merely a result of the explosive ring, a power that could not be sustained for long. Inflicting injury on Qian Xuanji was already a feat in itself. He was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly Bibi Dong who had killed Qian Xuanji and framed him for it. Yet now, he was left without a defense, as Qian Xuanji had died while pursuing him and Ayin. How could he justify himself? Bibi Dong was now the pope, and those who had participated in the hunt for him alongside Qian Xuanji, such as Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, had long since pledged their allegiance to her. The others were either dead or had vanished. Who would believe him if he claimed that Bibi Dong was responsible for Qian Xuanji's death? Alas, the once mighty Haotian Douluo had fallen to such depths. Is this the essence of karmic retribution? Tang Hao murmured, discomforted by his thoughts. He reminisced about Yin, who in his heart was so beautiful, possessing celestial-like eyes and a gentle, jade-like character. Such a woman, any man fortunate enough to have her would feel immensely blessed. Yet he had committed an unforgivable error against Yin. As his cultivation approached the realm of titled Douluo, the thought had inevitably crossed his mind. Only a titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring could be deemed a true powerhouse, with the potential to cultivate to the pinnacle of a 99th level soul master. However, hunting a 100,000-year soul beast was exceedingly challenging. Even if he could defeat one, killing it was another matter entirely. Thus, the only choice to possess a 100,000-year soul ring and enter the realm of titled Douluo in the most perfect manner was Yin. When Yin perished, he regretted his decision deeply. It was then he realized her importance in his heart. Strength is meant to protect those one cherishes. When the beloved is gone, possessing power becomes meaningless. Regrettably, he understood this principle far too late. Yin was no longer present, and he could not make amends. If he were granted an opportunity to return to the past, he would never choose to harm Yin. All he desired was to live a good life with her. Chapter 47. Tang Hao's dual personality and Yin's thoughts. Yin, I am truly sorry for you. In this lifetime, I shall never be able to repay the debt I owe you, Tang Hao lamented, as he abruptly poured the entire contents of the liquor flask down his throat. Only the fiery spirit could numb his senses, allowing him to temporarily forget the grave transgressions of his past. The mistakes he had committed were unforgivable even to himself. How could he dare to hope for forgiveness from others? He was destined to live in perpetual remorse, a fate he rightfully deserved. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet, a flicker of despair vanishing from his gaze. Only a fierce, crimson intent remained etched across his face, for he sensed that the restraints he had placed upon Yin were being shattered. Something was amiss. Yin was in danger. Tang Hao produced an ancient black box from his person. The moment it was exposed to the air, it trembled, as if responding to Yin's surging vitality. When the box opened, a translucent blue-golden soul bone emanated a brilliant azure glow. Witnessing this anomaly heightened Tang Hao's anxiety. He could not discern whether Yin's soul bone's transformation signified fortune or misfortune, yet he understood that Yin must be facing peril. Yin, in her current form as blue silvergrass, bore no distinction from ordinary blue silvergrass. To break the restraints he had placed, it would require a being of at least a millennium or a soul master of greater prowess. Before such a formidable presence, Yin had no means to resist. If that soul beast or human wished to harm her, they could do as they pleased. If it were a human, it might be manageable. But what if a plant-type soul beast consumed Yin? As this thought crossed his mind, a dreadful aura erupted from Tang Hao, his emotions spiraling into turmoil. Fear gripping his heart. Yin was now merely a seed. If that blue silver grass could grow, she might yet survive. However, if this final vestige of blue silver grass were to face a mishap, Yin would be devoid of hope. Yin, wait for me. Just a little longer. I will be there soon, Tang Hao stammered, his voice trembling as he summoned all his soul power and raced toward the distance. A flicker of hatred coursed through him, not directed at others, but at himself. He loathed that he had not only brought about Yin's demise, but also transformed himself, who should have been the master of how to insect, into this. He despised his inability to protect even the last sprout of blue silver grass that Yin had become. He was filled with self-loathing. Yin was so beautiful, so gentle. How could he harbor such detestable thoughts? Why had he not planted the seed Yin left beside him? Why had he not kept her safe? In that moment, as he sensed Yin's peril, he realized how ridiculous and powerless he truly was. He, the illustrious Hao Tian Douluo, was nothing more than a beast that had caused the death of his beloved. Tang Hao could not help but clutch his chest. If that young sprout of Yin were to experience misfortune, he could hardly fathom the depths of his own hatred for himself. Yet, within his heart, inexplicably, there lingered a feeling of liberation. Years ago, he had planted Yin in the cave, a damp, dark place devoid of light, surrounded by stone walls, intending for her to survive or perish on her own. Should Yin truly die, he would be freed from the burdens of the past. All would fade away into oblivion. This desire for Yin's complete extinction battled with his urgency over her potential danger, causing him a throbbing headache. Throughout the 12 years of Yin's tragic demise, he had been tormented by two voices in his mind. One voice relentlessly berated him. You are a demon. You have killed your wife. You are inhuman. This voice forced him to live in a state of penance, fostering a deep hatred for himself, while simultaneously cherishing the memories of Yin even more. The other voice urged him, since the deed is done and cannot be undone, Why not see it through to the end and extinguish the seed that Ain has become? If she were to perish entirely, all would become past. No one would know of your transgressions, and you would be freed from this psychological burden. Death can resolve all issues. If she were to die completely, you would no longer suffer. These conflicting voices reverberated within him, inducing profound anguish. His indecision led him to plant Ain in a secluded spot, neglecting her nourishment, allowing her to thrive or perish as fate dictated. This way, he could avoid the painful choice, leaving everything to the whims of fate. Ain, I am sorry for you. If you survive this time, I shall cherish you as you deserve. If you fall to the soul beast this time, then do not seek me out again. Free yourself, and allow me to be free as well, Tang Hao murmured, once again surrendering the choice to destiny. If Ain managed to survive this calamity, he would ensure her safe return, accepting all his past misdeeds, repenting earnestly, and striving to make amends. If Ain were to perish, then he would embrace the depths of his wrongdoing. Tang Hao hurried towards Ain's location. Meanwhile, Su Ran had already orchestrated everything. With the assistance of the system's lady, concealing all traces, Su Ran had repeatedly nourished Ain with the plant cultivation liquid bestowed by the system. To the naked eye, Ain's blue-silver grass appeared revitalized, its blades more robust than ever. Su Ran learned from the system that Ain still retained a flicker of consciousness. Wildfires cannot consume it all. The spring breeze brings new life. The seed of life that Ain had left behind, though faint in power, contained all her memories and consciousness. Thus, Ain, though unable to manifest any reaction, was acutely aware of everything occurring around her. She sensed that Su Ran was an auspicious beast, for her growth had accelerated significantly since his arrival. Only auspicious beasts possess such abilities. The nutrient solution Su Ran provided her was astonishing, enhancing her growth rate by hundreds of times. How could this be? Even if she lacked understanding, she knew instinctively that this liquid was a treasure, possibly even the essence of life. Only the essence of life could wield such extraordinary effects. Yet, such a precious substance was lavishly bestowed upon her, causing her feelings to oscillate between delight and profound guilt. Having transformed into a human, she had betrayed her kind. Before the imperial auspicious beast, how could she not feel remorse? Chapter 48. Ain's doubts and mental collapse. Ain found herself engulfed in a myriad of questions. Why had the divine beast emperor appeared here? Why did this divine beast take on a human form? Could it be that even the divine beasts were capable of reincarnating as humans? Her heart was laden with confusion, yet she struggled to articulate it. Instead, gently entwining the leaves of the blue-silver grass around Su Ran's fingers as a symbol of her attachment and submission. Even if a soul beast were to be reborn, it would naturally seek the auspicious protection of the divine beast and thus submit to it as its master. I know you possess your own consciousness now and are aware of my presence. If you can understand my words, nod your leaves, Su Ran said. Attempting to communicate with Ain, the blue-silver grass harbored Ain's complete consciousness and would undoubtedly comprehend his words. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to reveal Tang Hao before her. Once Tang Hao divulged the truth of the past, his image in Ain's heart would shatter irreparably. The betrayal of a beloved, Tang Hao's deliberate machinations against her, while she foolishly sacrificed herself for his survival. If Ain were to learn of these truths, Tang Hao would become her enemy rather than her beloved. As expected, upon Su Ran's conclusion, the grass leaf representing Ain quivered slightly, indicating that she retained her complete awareness. As a 100,000-year soul beast, what sin is there in daring to love a human? Su Ran stated emphatically, disregarding Ain's current state. Hearing his words, Ain felt an even deeper sense of guilt, her heart swirling with confusion. What could she say in the face of such questioning from the divine beast emperor? Yet, what she yearned for was simply absent in the realm of soul beasts. Moreover, her love for Tang Hao remained unwavering, devoid of any regret. Their love was pure, exquisite, and unparalleled. It transcended species, transcended gender. How magnificent it was. They were the very first couple to demonstrate that genuine love could exist between humans and soul beasts. Even now, she felt not a shred of remorse. In fact, when she willingly made her sacrifice, she was moved even by her own actions, oblivious to the feelings of Tang Hao and others. Noticing Ain's silence, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. Poor child, sold yet counting the coins for others. In Su Ran's eyes, such great love was a rarity. At least for him. Only love that blossoms over time held any credibility. The notion of love at first sight, in essence, was merely desire, a craving for the physical form. Who could say whether their stockings had not been washed for 10 days, whether they bore an unpleasant odor, yet still become enamored? Was this reality? Love at first sight often devolved into mere affairs, while love that grew over time could endure. Moreover, even love nurtured over time could falter under scrutiny. Such pure, untainted affection could only be found in Su Ran himself, for he possessed qualities that would never lead him to betray his beloved. Do you consider your feelings to be beautiful and worthy of respect? Su Ran chuckled, preparing to enlighten the blue-silver grass before him. Why choose to love anyone at all? Had you chosen Tang Hao back then, your fate would have been different. He is an honest man. He would not have acted in such a manner. If you think Tang Hao is so wonderful, why did he choose to plant you in such a dark and desolate place? Su Ran continued, glancing around. Within this cavern, only a small hole carved by Tang Hao allowed sunlight to filter through. Anyone with even a rudimentary knowledge of geography would understand that the sun's position is ever-changing. Consequently, the sunlight streaming through this aperture also shifts in real time. It could be said that only at noon, when the sun is directly overhead, would the light strike Ain. At other times, the sunlight would be askew. This meant that Ain had less than an hour of photosynthesis each day, an ordeal for a plant-type soul beast. Furthermore, the cave was damp, and the soil hard. Su Ran had already observed that the roots of Ain were bleached from the moisture. Had this blue-silver grass not been a yin's transformation, with its robust vitality, it would have long withered away. He could not believe that the renowned Tang Hao was ignorant of such basic knowledge. Moreover, as Ain was a plant soul beast, he should have some understanding of her needs. Even if you believe Tang Hao was fleeing and could not take you with him, you are now merely an ordinary blue-silver grass. Bringing you along would pose no issue. After all, blue-silver grass is the most common plant, and no one would pay you any heed, Su Ran asserted incisively. Ain had been 100,000-year soul beast, and Tang Hao had dared to carry her around. Now that she was merely an ordinary blue-silver grass, unlikely to attract formidable enemies, would he really have planted her in such a location out of concern? I can also tell you that Tang Hao has been living in seclusion in a place called Holy Soul Village for years, concealing his identity. No one knows who he is, so why has he not chosen to plant you there, personally caring for you? Surely that would be better than allowing you to fend for yourself here. Su Ran continued to question, observing a yin's reaction. With each of Su Ran's inquiries, a yin's emotions began to shift, the leaves of the blue-silver grass trembling violently. Deep down, she too harbored doubts. Why had Tang Hao chosen to plant her here? Previously, while she was alive, she had imparted much knowledge about cultivating flowers and plants to him. Why had he committed such a grave error? She could only attribute it to Tang Hao's failure to listen attentively. After all, he was a man and lacked the understanding of how to care for plants. Yet, why had he seldom visited her over the years? It was almost as if he had never come at all. Why was that? If Tang Hao truly loved her, would he not come to see her even once? What was his true intention? She had always believed that Tang Hao was in hiding, too fearful of exposure to visit her. But now that he had settled into a peaceful life, why had he not come to see her? Could it be that he was truly that kind of person? A sliver of doubt crept into a yin's heart, mingled with fear. She feared that Su Ran's words might hold truth, and if so, how pitiful that would be. However, Ain was merely momentarily swayed by Su Ran's rhetoric. Her emotions soon stabilized. She believed in Tang Hao, and more importantly, in the love they shared. Surely, Tang Hao had his own reasons. I know you won't believe me. Once I bring Tang Hao here, everything will become clear. Then you will see what kind of person he truly is. Su Ran shook his head, thinking that women who believed in love possessed little intelligence. They often failed to trust their own perceptions and feelings, instead placing faith in the ethereal concept of love. Su Ran found himself at a loss for words to describe such women. Those who believed in love were treasures, yet regrettably, they loved the wrong individuals. Tang San, Tang Hao, and Xiao Gang, each one a hypocrite adept at crafting personas. When the facade of their hypocrisy was stripped away, one would find that Tang San was a scoundrel who ate with one hand while cursing with the other. Tang Hao was a brute who exploited his wife and daughter-in-law. Xiao Gang was a duplicitous individual who played both sides between Bibi Dong and Tang San, as well as Lu Erlong. In this world, baseness serves as the passport for the vile, while nobility becomes the epitaph for the virtuous. The absurdity of this world is ever present. Chapter 49. The tragic death of Ain and Tang Hao's reaction at this moment. Tang Hao arrived at the forest where he had planted Ain. Casting aside all reservations, he unleashed his martial soul and sprinted forward with remarkable speed. Anxiety coursed through him. For 6 years, he had remained by Tang San's side, never leaving the sacred soul village. This marked his first visit since a yin sacrifice. He felt a mix of shame, fear, and an undercurrent of secret delight. How he longed to free himself from this emotional burden. The haunting nightmares and constant dread had worn him down. He was exhausted from that relentless torment. This time, regardless of Yin's fate, he intended to put an end to it all, whether he sought repentance or continued down a misguided path. He left it to the heavens to decide. Yin, let us reach a conclusion, regardless of whether it be good or ill, Tang Hao spoke softly. Having endured enough over the years, he was weary, no longer wishing to expend energy on these matters. With that, he stepped into the cave. Upon entering the stone chamber he had excavated, Tang Hao was immediately struck dumb. In the center of the chamber lay a small mound of earth, upon which rested a single blue-silver grass. It was only by his knowledge that he recognized it as a yin. A common person would be unable to identify the type of plant. At this moment, the grass had lost all its leaves, leaving only a 3-centimeter long stem, riddled with numerous insect holes. Countless ants swarmed over the stem, voraciously devouring what remained. Witnessing this scene, Tang Hao was rendered completely motionless. An indescribable pain welled up within him. No matter what he had pondered before, he found it impossible to accept this reality. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. How could he bear to see his beloved wife being consumed by countless ants? Now reduced to a mere stem? His love for Yin had always been profound, and it was this very love that had brought him immense suffering after her demise. This pain fueled his desperate desire to end it all, leading him to entertain the thought of allowing Yin to wither away, to perish sooner. It can be said that, regardless of his thoughts, his love for Yin remained unchanged. Unfortunately, various circumstances had transformed that love into something that harmed her. With a sudden sound, Tang Hao collapsed to his knees. Yin, I am so sorry. I truly am, he murmured, kneeling before her. The small mound where Yin was planted resembled a grave, entombing her within. Gazing at the mound, he found it painfully glaring, his heart aching unbearably. No matter what he had done or the harmful thoughts he had harbored, at this moment, all that remained was an overwhelming love and deep regret. Why hadn't he kept Yin close? Why hadn't he tended to her, removing weeds, fertilizing, and eliminating pests? Did he not realize how difficult it was for an ordinary plant to survive? Why had he not visited Yin all these years? Was it because he had to care for Tang San? Yet Tang San had always been so understanding. He hardly needed such care. It was Tang Hao who had been afraid to confront Yin, for she was his nightmare. His guilt had kept him from seeing her, leading to her current state. Initially, he had not anticipated this outcome. He had placed restrictions on Yin to protect her from insects. His intention had been to allow her to wither naturally, never imagining it would come to such a tragic end, being devoured by countless insects, leaving behind no intact form. Now, it was all over. Yin was utterly gone, and he no longer bore any psychological burdens. Everything could be left behind. Yet, why did his heart ache so? He could not help but recall the past, lamenting how things might have been different had he not been so greedy. Once Yin became a titled Douluo, her presence would have remained undetected. Why had he entertained such thoughts? Was acquiring the identity of a powerful titled Douluo through the absorption of a 100,000-year spirit ring truly so vital? Tang Hao pulled out the remaining tiny stem, gazing at Yin's ravaged form, and sighed softly. In his mind, he envisioned Yin's perfect physique, stirring a profound longing within him. Had it not been for that incident, she might have been expecting their second child by now. He gently caressed the stem, recalling Yin's flat abdomen, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. According to the principle of the correspondence of plant and human forms, this stem corresponded to Yin's slender waist. O Yin, regardless of what I may have done to wrong you in the past, let this be the end. I will remain Yushin Douluo, your husband. After this, I shall not wed another. In my heart, you will always be my wife, Tang Hao declared, his tears long dried. Before the small mound, he bowed deeply, his forehead striking the ground until the skin broke. Slowly he stood again. With Yin's tragic death, his heart turned entirely cold. He looked at the mound and tossed in the remaining stem, as countless ants rushed to consume it, continuing to feast upon Yin's remains. As he witnessed the last vestige of her existence disappear completely, a hollow sensation filled his heart, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of relief. Sometimes, once a mistake is made, it cannot be undone. Even knowing that continuing down this path is wrong, one must still proceed step by step. Yin, our child. Tang San is a prodigy, inheriting our martial souls, blue silvergrass and Yushin hammer. Once he absorbs the spirit bones you left, he may transform into the blue silver emperor martial soul. Most importantly, he also has a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast by his side. Although this spirit beast seems to have sensed my presence, it cannot escape its fate. After absorbing her spirit ring and bones, Tang San too will become an unparalleled powerhouse. Tang Hao spoke indifferently. Some things, once initiated, tend to multiply. He had no connection with Xiao Wu. Arranging for her to sacrifice for Tang San was a possibility. However, it seemed that this 100,000-year rabbit had become aware of something, which might pose some trouble in the future. As Tang Hao turned to leave, his expression suddenly changed. His face turned an ashen white. Chapter 50. A Yin's soul frightens Tang Hao. Before him stood a breathtaking figure. The woman possessed an exquisite visage. Her beauty gentle and serene, draped in a long blue and gold gown that exuded an aura of nobility and elegance. Her celestial features were accentuated by a pair of azure eyes, flawless like blue crystals. She floated gracefully in the air, a delicate fragrance wafting around her. Her jade-like cheeks radiating a rosy glow, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her dainty, unshod feet seemed to hover effortlessly above the ground. Upon witnessing the ethereal visage of Yin as simulated by the system, Su Ran felt a stirring within him. Even Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing paled in comparison to a Yin's enchanting presence, for they were still too young to rival the fully matured beauty that Yin represented. Her perfect curves, divine countenance, and skin as exquisite as the finest jade rendered Su Ran utterly captivated. It was no wonder that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao of the Haoyan clan were so enthralled by her. One could assert that she embodied the pinnacle of beauty. Not a single soul beast that had transformed after 100,000 years was devoid of allure. Although Su Ran was unaware of the tribulations they endured during their transformation, he could infer, based on the example of Wang Qiu'er from the legendary Tang sect, that such beings could indeed mold their appearance at will, though they would never intentionally present themselves as unattractive. Furthermore, having undergone a transformation over the course of 100,000 years, their bodies and skin were naturally far superior to that of ordinary humans due to their immense power. If Su Ran was awestruck by Yin's appearance, Tang Hao was gripped by terror. Yin, how could you be here? How is it possible that you are still alive? Tang Hao stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground, his heart pounding with dread. The sight of Yin's stunning face filled him with fear. Hadn't she been consumed by insects? Who was this person before him? Was she a mere illusion? Yet the unique aura of nobility and grace that surrounded Yin was unmistakable. As the saying goes, those who harbor no guilt have no fear of ghosts knocking at their door. Had it been anyone else standing before him, Tang Hao would have dismissed it as a mere trick or a haunting. However, facing Yin, his composure faltered. Memories of the wrongs he had committed against her surged forth, filling him with guilt and trepidation. Though powerful, how could he dare to confront her? Brother Hao, what are you saying? Do you not wish to see me? Yin's gentle voice broke the silence. No, of course not. I have thought of you every day these past years, Tang Hao replied, shaking his head vigorously. After a moment of composure, his heart began to calm slightly. He gazed upon Yin, only to notice her form appeared somewhat ethereal, not entirely corporeal, as if she were suspended in the air without the constraints of gravity. Could this be Yin's soul? The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through Tang Hao. Unable to resist, he lowered his gaze, but when he looked up again, he was taken aback. Yin now wore a gown of ghostly white, her lower body fading away, her beautiful face devoid of color, utterly pale. Brother Hao, does my death have anything to do with you? Yin's eyes widened with intensity as she approached him, her face mere centimeters from his. Her gaze piercing through him with a mix of rage, resentment, and unyielding sorrow. No, Yin, you sacrificed yourself back then. I failed to protect you. Tang Hao's heart raced, terror gripping him as he faced Yin's pallid visage, his thoughts in disarray. Yin was his heart's tormentor, his nightmare. Before her, he dared not entertain any other thoughts. Especially as she laid bare the guilt he had long concealed, his fear only deepened. But why did the Spirit Hall suddenly learn of my existence when you were about to break through? Why did you not allow me to hide in the Stardo Forest? Had I taken refuge there, I could have activated the immortal domain and transformed into a vast sea of blue-silver grass, rendering the tidal Douluo unable to find my true form, thus sparing my life. Why did you prevent me from entering? Yin's voice grew louder and more anguished. Was it you who intentionally left a trace of your presence while we fled together, drawing the attention of the tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall? Was it you who sought to claim my soul rings? Was it because you were nearing the rank of tidal Douluo that you plotted my demise? Did you deliberately abandon me in this desolate place, wishing for me to perish? Yin advanced towards Tang Hao step by step, her eyes wide with fury. Veins of red seeping into her gaze, sending shivers down Tang Hao's spine. In his fright, Tang Hao retreated until he found himself pressed against a stone wall. With a steely resolve, he clenched his teeth and declared, "It was I. I did it all. Are you satisfied now?" His voice erupted in anguish. Staring at a Yin's ghostly figure, the weight of his past actions, long borne in silence, finally spilled forth. "Indeed, it was all me. I wronged you. And the harm I caused can never be undone." Tang Hao collapsed to the ground, gazing up at Yin. In confessing these buried truths, he felt an unexpected relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. For the past 12 years, he had been mired in self-reproach, regret, and fear, unable to find solace except in drunkenness. This was a truth he could never share with another soul, enduring the torment alone. Now, speaking these long-hidden words to Yin, he found a sense of liberation, and as he looked upon her again, the overwhelming dread began to dissipate. Chapter 51. Tang Hao's self-mutilation. Having spoken all he needed to, Tang Hao's gaze turned resolute. The torment of his past, the haunting nightmares that had long ensnared his heart, were now laid bare before him. While this revelation filled him with guilt, it also brought a sense of relief. Now that the truth had been spoken, it was time to confront the reality. He felt a profound remorse towards Yin. Given the chance to start anew, he would never have made that fateful decision. Yet, here they were, with circumstances irrevocably altered. "To think all of this is true, that it was indeed you who did this," Yin said, her eyes reddening. Witnessing her once beautiful wife transformed into a figure of enmity due to his mistakes left Tang Hao in anguish. How could he endure such suffering, knowing he had caused her pain? "Yin, I am truly sorry. I owe you everything, and I would pay any price for your forgiveness," Tang Hao declared. His eyes devoid of life, his features dimmed as if he had aged several years in an instant. "Very well, then you may die. Come to the underworld and accompany me," Yin replied, her gaze turning fierce. "Yin, I cannot perish just yet. Our child has yet to grow. I must protect him," Tang Hao insisted, shaking his head vehemently. "Then you must first sever one of your arms and one of your legs to atone for your sins." Su Ran coaxed, feeling a twinge of unease. He sought to take advantage of this moment to eliminate Tang Hao, who seemed foolish enough to harm himself. However, it should be feasible for him to dismember his own limbs. In the original tale, Tang Hao had already sacrificed one arm and one leg during his encounter with Yin. Thus, under such pressure, he would likely comply again. The Haotian hammer required the strength of his arms to unleash its full potential. If he were to lose an arm, his power would undoubtedly diminish. "Very well. This is all my debt to you." Tang Hao clenched his teeth, gripping his left arm tightly before twisting with all his might, resulting in the agonizing dislocation of his limb. Blood gushed forth from the wound. Tang Hao could not stifle a cry of agony. The pain of self-inflicted injury was beyond what any ordinary person could bear. Even he, Tang Hao, trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, the true Yin was trapped within a flower pot, witnessing the scene alongside Su Ran. The blue silver grass, which was a Yin's essence, trembled violently upon learning the truth. A sharp pain pierced her heart, as if a dagger were ruthlessly carving into her soul. Is this the truth? It turns out that those who wished for her demise were not solely the spirit hall, but also the man who had been by her side for so many years. He had always coveted the soul ring she possessed. As they fled, no matter where they ran, the spirit hall's forces always seemed to arrive in time. It was not that the spirit hall's members were too powerful, but rather that there was a traitor among them, guiding them every step of the way. He had accompanied her in her escape not to protect her, but to leave traces for the spirit hall strong to follow. His act of placing her in a dark, damp cave was not due to carelessness. It was a deliberate attempt to ensure her demise. Ah, love, what a cruel irony. For such a despicable man, she had foolishly offered herself as a sacrifice. How naive she had been, perhaps the most foolish woman in the world. Yin's heart was heavy with regret. Why had she been so gullible? Why had she placed her trust in a human? Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts. How had she failed to grasp such a simple truth? 100,000-year soul beasts were treasures to humanity. Why had she steadfastly believed that Tang Hao is genuinely good to her? Do not grieve. It is enough that you see Tang Hao's true nature now. He has always been this way. You simply failed to notice, Su Ran said gently, caressing the blue silver grass with a touch of compassion. Tang Hao had caused a Yin's demise and had then stood idly by as Xiao Wu offered herself to the spirit hall, showing no intention to intervene. Fortunately, Xiao Wu had severed ties with Tang San early on, thus avoiding the fate of being sacrificed alongside the other beasts. But Yin had already suffered such a fate. Without him, it would take Ain thousands or even tens of thousands of years to regain her former self. For Ain, who had once transformed into a human and lived among them, the thought of spending 100,000 years in such a state was utterly terrifying. Each day spent rooted in place, unable to move, would be excruciating for a being still aware of her existence. Other weaker plant-type soul beasts, though immobile, lacked consciousness and therefore did not suffer. Yet when Ain yearned to glimpse the world beyond, she found herself utterly constrained. What a tragic plight! Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow. In the Douluo Continent, Ain was the most deserving of sympathy. She selflessly dedicated her love, willingly transforming into the weakest of plants to grow slowly. What kind of woman would not be cherished? Who would not admire her? However, now that Ain had seen Tang Hao's true colors, their relationship would henceforth be defined by enmity, devoid of love. They were destined to become adversaries. Meanwhile, as the imperial beast, Su Ran could earn Yin's affection. A golden hue glowed from Su Ran's fingertips as he brushed against Ain, soothing her turbulent and sorrowful heart. All soul beasts naturally felt a kinship with the aura of the imperial beast, and Ain was no exception. The leaves of the blue-silver grass wrapped around Su Ran's fingers, and she could not help but scoff at her own folly. In this vast world, the one truly good to her was not the man who feigned affection for over a decade, but rather the imperial beast she had known for only a few days. The imperial beast, noble in stature, had sought her out directly and bestowed upon her precious liquid, accelerating her growth exponentially. This realization left her in a daze. Recalling the old adage, one can paint a person's face but cannot depict their heart. One may know a person's appearance but not their true intentions. Tang Hao was the embodiment of such duplicity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping Ain see through Tang Hao's true nature and successfully completing your task. Congratulations on receiving your reward, 1,000 skill points and a book titled Fundamental Swordsmanship. Please be advised, as you have completed the task, the system will no longer assist you or provide any protective measures. The system's gentle voice conveyed a hint of regret. It too wished to continue shielding the host from detection, enabling a swift escape. However, according to protocol, assistance could only be rendered after transformation. The system's intervention had been permissible only because it was a task warranting support. Now that the task was complete, further assistance was not feasible. Wait, that was fast? Tang Hao had yet to sever his leg. Without that limb removed, he might not be able to defeat him. Su Ran's expression shifted as he glanced toward Tang Hao's position. The simulated Ain had vanished with the completion of the task. Disappointment washed over Su Ran. If only he had a bit more time to allow Tang Hao to sever his thigh, he could have seized the opportunity to eliminate him. But now that the leg remained intact, the situation had grown precarious. If he failed to kill Tang Hao, countless uncertainties would loom in the future. Chapter 52. Hammering Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao, overwhelmed by guilt, had severed his own left arm. He tore off a piece of his outer garment and tightly bound the wound on his left shoulder, desperately trying to prevent himself from bleeding to death. After tending to his shoulder, he contemplated cutting off his left leg, intending to offer his left arm and right leg as restitution to Ain. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Something was amiss. He abruptly raised his head and scanned his surroundings, only to find that Ain had vanished without a trace. The stone chamber was devoid of life. Where could Ain possibly be? With Yin's disappearance, the trance-like state that had clouded his mind dissipated, leaving him in a state of acute awareness. He glanced at his severed arm, and the sharp pain emanating from the amputation contorted his face into a grimace. A deep sense of unease gnawed at him. He recalled that he had sensed Yin's peril because the restrictions he had placed upon her had been undone. Such a breach could hardly have been orchestrated by mere ants, even if someone had dismantled the restrictions and left. How could Ain have been so quickly consumed by insects? Was it possible that everything he had just experienced had been deliberately staged to ensnare him through Ain? Yet, the bond between him and Ain was meticulously concealed. How could anyone possibly know of it? Moreover, given Yin's secluded location, how could someone have found her? A chilling dread enveloped Tang Hao, a frigid wave sweeping through his heart and coursing through his entire being. The thought that his betrayal of Ain had become known sent shivers down his spine, particularly since the individual in question had nearly used Ain to orchestrate his demise, even if he had not been foolish enough to take his own life. The prospect of rendering himself incapacitated by sacrificing his leg and arm would leave him vulnerable, ripe for exploitation. Now, with one arm lost, his strength would diminish significantly. Who could have done this? Anger surged within Tang Hao as he grappled with the indignity of being toyed with as the formidable Hao Yin Douluo. As the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, he had his own pride to uphold. Yet, He had just revealed such a vulnerable side of himself, even kneeling in submission. How could he endure such humiliation? He extended his spiritual awareness outward, detecting Su Ran's presence. Upon noticing this, Su Ran stepped forward, directly confronting Tang Hao. Though Tang Hao had lost an arm, Su Ran was not particularly concerned for his own safety. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm me? Tang Hao seethed, glaring at Su Ran, only to be further incensed upon discovering that Su Ran's strength was merely that of a soul sovereign. How could he, the illustrious Hao Douluo, be so easily bullied? I harm you? You, who could heartlessly slay your own wife, have the audacity to speak to me? Su Ran scoffed coldly, gazing at Tang Hao's severed arm on the ground with disdain. If Tang Hao's misdeeds were to be exposed, he would face the scorn of the world. In the Douluo Continent, anyone could covet a yin soul rings, but Tang Hao alone could not. What kind of person would commit such acts against their closest kin? Moreover, Su Ran was aware that Tang Hao's father, the previous master of the Hao Yin sect, had perished due to the very circumstances surrounding Yin, ultimately succumbing to rage. Tang Hao had single-handedly caused his father's death, his wife's demise, and his child had only survived thanks to Tang San's care. His sect, oppressed by the Spirit Hall, had been forced to sever ties with all affiliated clans and seal its doors. Su Ran could not fathom why such a man could still find redemption. You drove your father to death, killed your wife, neglected your child, and brought near ruin upon your sect. If I were you, Tang Hao, I would have long since hanged myself in shame. Yet here you are, scurrying about like a rat, Su Ran declared, his gaze icy as he regarded Tang Hao. You lie. I am not responsible. My father did not die because of me. Tang Hao roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He had never contemplated that his actions could lead to his father's death. He had never thought so deeply. Tang Hao's body trembled uncontrollably. The pain from severing his own arm had not been as profound as the torment inflicted by Su Ran's words, each one piercing his heart like a sharp blade. The truth in Su Ran's statements resonated deeply within him. They were the very burdens of guilt he had long carried. His greed for a yin soul rings had unleashed a cascade of consequences far beyond his capacity to bear. His wife, his father, his child, his sect. All the roots of his suffering lay in his own actions. You, a mere soul sovereign, how could you possess such knowledge? Today, I shall rend you limb from limb and make you suffer. Tang Hao bellowed, charging at Su Ran with a speed that startled even the soul sovereign. Qilin form. Utilizing the 10,000-year Qilin experience card, Su Ran silently intoned within his mind. In an instant, his form transformed into a majestic Qilin, measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, exuding a terrifying power. Su Ran cast a cold glance at Tang Hao before charging forward without hesitation. The might of the 10,000-year Qilin rivaled that of ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. As Su Ran surged forth, the entire cavern trembled, and loose stones began to cascade down. Remarkably, the falling debris appeared to veer away from Su Ran, almost as though guided by an unseen force. This was the effect of Su Ran's destiny power, subtly altering the trajectory of the stones. You are a soul beast? Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, halting his advance. Fear gripped his heart as he struggled to comprehend how Su Ran, who had previously appeared as a mere soul sovereign, had transformed into such a formidable soul beast. How can your aura be so potent? Tang Hao had no time for further contemplation as he hastily unleashed his martial spirit. While you are weak, I shall claim your life. Su Ran erupted with terrifying speed, seizing the opportunity before Tang Hao could unleash his soul abilities, and a massive paw descended upon him. Chapter 53. Tang Hao's fury and Su Ran's shameless intentions. Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly as the fourth soul ring on his body illuminated. The Hao Yin hammer in his grasp transformed into a pitch-black shield, standing resolutely before him. A thunderous crash echoed as Su Ran's Qilin beast paw struck the Hao Yin hammer, causing it to tremble violently. Blood oozed from the wounds on Tang Hao's body, each pulse of pain crashing over him like a relentless tide. Around them, deep fissures radiated outward, the very ground trembling under the force of their clash. Debris rained from the cave ceiling, and the mountain itself shook with their ferocity. The power of the soul beast before him was astonishing. Despite its modest 5-meter length, it possessed a strength formidable enough to rival even the 10,000-year soul beasts. Tang Hao found himself engulfed in astonishment. He pondered how he had provoked such a potent creature. His only prior encounter with soul beasts had been with Yin, rendering him unfamiliar with others. This beast, unmistakably extraordinary, seemed to belong to a lineage of immense strength. What could have transpired? Moreover, how had it just transformed from a human form into a soul beast? He began to speculate, suspecting that the earlier manifestations of Yin and the human were mere illusions conjured by this enigmatic beast. revealing its true essence. Perhaps the soul beast shared a profound connection with Ain, compelling it to confront him. As he evaded Su Ran's attacks, Tang Hao maintained his composure and inquired, "What is your relationship with Ain? Are both of you 10,000-year soul beasts?" His suspicion grew. The knowledge this stranger possessed was far too extensive for an outsider. Su Ran replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "What is my relationship with Ain? I was unaware before, but now? Ain is my woman." This revelation filled Su Ran with anticipation. He envisioned a future where Ain would harbor no affection for Tang Hao, allowing him to pursue her instead. He could hardly wait to witness Tang Hao's reaction. "You speak nonsense." Tang Hao's fury ignited as he swung the Haoian hammer relentlessly at Su Ran. Even with a severed arm, his strength remained formidable, capable of clashing with the likes of Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, and Zhu Zhuqing. His power was undeniably terrifying. Su Ran understood that he could not eliminate Tang Hao today, despite wielding the secret techniques of the exploding ring and chaotic hammer method. Even a severed arm could not match Tang Hao's might. After all, he was merely wielding a 10,000-year Qilin experience card, not yet powerful enough to vanquish him. "Huh. Do you think Ain will ever trust you again?" Su Ran taunted, unable to resist the urge to provoke Tang Hao further. "To be frank, Ain witnessed everything today. Your actions were all laid bare before her." "What do you mean? Ain is dead, isn't she? Even if she were alive, she wouldn't." Tang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Not only is Ain alive, but she is thriving. Moreover, you may not realize that the blue-silver grass she transformed into contains all of her consciousness and wisdom. Ain can perceive the events unfolding around her. Albeit as a plant, she cannot express herself. Su Ran revealed, producing a flower pot from thin air, within which lay the blue-silver grass, the true essence of Ain. "Ain, this is Ain." Tang Hao's face paled dramatically. A chilling realization washed over him. Ain possessed awareness, meaning she knew he was the one responsible for her suffering. "You beast, you dare to toy with me." Tang Hao seethed with rage, his body trembling with fury. What had once seemed inconsequential was now a profound betrayal, as he grappled with the notion of a soul's existence. This soul beast had exploited his vulnerabilities, compelling him to unveil the truth while the illusion of Ain had driven him to self-harm. Never had he endured such humiliation. Now, he found himself a mere plaything of a soul beast. Years from now, when Ain regains her strength and transforms into a 10,000-year soul beast, I will be there to watch over her. Ain is so beautiful, yet you have harmed her. Unlike you, I will cherish her, love her." Su Ran proclaimed, storing Ain within his unique system space, a mocking glint in his eyes. Tang Hao had failed to appreciate Ain's beauty, leaving her vulnerable to harm. As an imperial beast, Su Ran saw no issue in expanding his harem, especially when he could use the system's nurturing elixirs to restore Ain to her former glory. Su Ran felt a twinge of gratitude towards Tang Hao. Despite causing Ain's suffering, he would return her to him pure and untainted. Yet, this Ain would harbor hatred for Tang Hao, viewing him as an eternal enemy. "I will kill you, you beast." Tang Hao roared, his anger boiling over. In this moment, he was truly enraged. No man could endure such an affront. Although he had made many mistakes with Ain in the past, she remained as in his heart. Now, the soul beast held her captive, threatening to be with her in the future. Such degradation was unbearable. Tang Hao could not accept it. Regardless of the issues between him and Ain, they were private matters. Yet this soul beast was openly threatening her. Years from now, as Ain, in her soul beast form, continued to exist while he faded into oblivion, what would become of them? The thought ignited an inferno of rage within him. The mere idea of his exquisite wife, the flawless Ain, nestled in the arms of this vile creature filled him with dread. Chapter 54. Tang Hao, are you incapable? Though Su Ran spoke of events thousands of years hence, the notion was utterly intolerable to him. The thought of being overshadowed, even if it were a distant future, was unbearable. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, however, Su Ran possessed the ability to summon Ain back as a 100,000-year soul beast within a decade. When they next crossed paths, Ain would already be entwined with Su Ran as his woman. By then, any regrets Tang Hao harbored would be too late to mend. He would witness Ain nestled in Su Ran's embrace, regarding him as her most loathed adversary. It was only when she turned against him that he would realize the magnitude of his loss. Being seen as a lifelong enemy, a figure of scorn by the world, would force him into a life of furtive evasion. Tang Hao, your prowess is commendable. In your prime, you might have posed a challenge. However, in your current condition, you wield less than half your former strength. To think you could seek to eliminate me is sheer folly. Su Ran declared, meeting Tang Hao's formidable Haotian hammer without hesitation. Each clash resulted in further injury for Tang Hao, blood gushing from the severed limb with alarming frequency. Su Ran relished the prospect of continued confrontation, knowing that excessive blood loss could lead to Tang Hao's demise. Tang Hao's expression darkened at Su Ran's words. This soul beast displayed a remarkable intellect, surpassing that of typical 100,000-year creatures. Its audacity to target his wounded arm was nothing short of despicable. Could you not allow my wounds to scab over before attacking? He retorted. Your strength is formidable, yet I am no easy prey. I, the Haotian Douluo, am not to be trifled with, Tang Hao bellowed, igniting all 9 of his soul rings, unleashing a terrifying aura. The explosive ring technique, a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect, had once catapulted Tang Hao's strength to extraordinary heights, injuring the likes of Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Qiang Sunji before he made his escape. Should he employ this secret technique again, Su Ran would be hard-pressed to contain him. Despite the formidable nature of the divine beast, it remained a mere 10,000-year entity. The dream of slaying Tang Hao was a distant impossibility. Su Ran himself could be at risk, as the time-limited experience card could revert him to a mere mortal at any moment. Today, I shall ensure your demise, teaching you the consequences of arrogance, Tang Hao proclaimed, unleashing the full force of his 5 soul rings, augmenting the Haotian hammer with unparalleled might. The sheer intensity of his attack left even Su Ran momentarily taken aback. Destiny's Guardian, Light's Guardian. Su Ran countered with 2 of the most potent defensive skills unique to the divine beast, manifesting dazzling golden and pure white energy shields before him. The colossal Haotian hammer struck the dual shields with a thunderous crash, causing them to tremble before shattering entirely. Pain surged through Tang Hao as the recoil from the Haotian hammer reverberated through his muscles and organs, tearing at the already ravaged flesh of his severed arm, eliciting a pain scream. Ugh, he gasped, witnessing the blood flow from his injury intensify, sending chills down his spine. Tang Hao, you are incapable, Su Ran remarked, his own head spinning from the violent impact, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance. Since you are unable to defend yourself, I shall take care of Ayin from here on. Tang Hao seethed with rage, the very thought igniting a fury that threatened to explode. The essence of masculinity is often tied to one's strength, and being doubted in such a manner by a mere soul beast was infuriating. You are too weak. Su Ran sneered. How dare you, you wretched beast. I shall not let this stand. Tang Hao roared, igniting the remaining 4 soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that doubled his previous might. Each of these rings bore over 40,000 years of experience, with the last originating from Ayin herself. Is that all? Su Ran quirked an eyebrow, swiftly retreating, unwilling to engage with the explosive Tang Hao. He realized that slaying Tang Hao today was an impossibility, as Ayin would eventually seek retribution on his behalf. Yet, before his departure, he resolved to leave a parting gift. With a mighty surge, Su Ran's enormous paw struck the mountainside, sending tremors through the entire peak, which seemed on the verge of collapse. In an instant, he transformed into a radiant streak of golden light, racing down the elongated passage. Upon emerging, he unleashed an even more ferocious punch against the mountain, causing it to crumble entirely. Damn it! I will not forget this, soul beast. Once I regain my strength, I shall hunt you down, flaying your skin and tearing your flesh, showing you the meaning of cruelty. Tang Hao's voice echoed, soon swallowed by the mountain's descent. System. Is Tang Hao gravely injured? Su Ran inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Not seriously. Due to the recent explosive ring usage, the power coursing through Tang Hao is dense, so even the collapsing mountain poses minimal threat. Moreover, your experience card is nearing its expiration, the system informed him. Is it expiring already? Su Ran was taken aback, glancing at the countdown on his experience card, which allowed for a mere 10 minutes of use. The card merely offered a fleeting taste of the 1,000-year Qilin strength. Akin to trying on clothes, it was never meant for long-term possession. I must flee at once, Su Ran declared, hesitating no longer. With all his might, he accelerated towards the exit, simultaneously summoning his luck to attract nearby soul beasts. While this forest lacked formidable creatures, the strongest among them were merely 10,000-year beasts, sufficient to provide him some cover. Chapter 55. Su Ran's plans. Shortly after Su Ran departed, Tang Hao emerged from the collapsed stone pile. His clothes were tattered, his body marred by numerous wounds that throbbed with pain, inciting a deep fury within him. As the Haotian Douluo, he found it intolerable to be subjected to such humiliation. Moreover, With Ain taken captive, he could only dread the intentions of that despicable soul beast. At this moment, the aftermath of the explosion was also beginning to manifest, with his meridians screaming in agony. Following the explosion, it would take months for his soul rings to reassemble, meaning he would be unable to utilize his soul skills for the next 2 months. Although he could still employ secret techniques like the chaotic cloak hammer method and exhibited strength rivaling that of a titled Douluo, he had no desire to pursue further. The soul beast was formidable, and given his current state, he was no match for it. Cunning creature, once my strength is restored, even if you hide in the Douluo forest, I shall find you, he vowed. The thought of Ain being at the mercy of another, especially with unsavory intentions towards her, filled him with righteous anger. Regardless of their past grievances or conflicts, he could not tolerate any connection between his woman and another man. This was a matter of a man's dignity. Ain, as his wife, belonged to him, in life and in death. Upon leaving the forest, Su Ran sought refuge nearby. Tang Hao likely still believed him to be a soul beast, thus would not consider him human enough to pursue. However, should they cross paths unexpectedly, it would spell trouble. Therefore, Su Ran decided to linger for a few days until Tang Hao had moved far enough away before returning to the Douluo Empire. Such a dashing figure. Su Ran mused as he stepped out of the shower, clad in a white bathrobe, admiring himself in the mirror. He had never paid much attention before, but the body the system had bestowed upon him was indeed remarkable. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an impressive physique complete with 8-pack abs. Regardless of gender, one could easily discern that he possessed exceptional character, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Host brother, how self-absorbed you are. The system's voice chimed in. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze from Su Ran's exposed form. As the system, she had only ever interacted with him, having never seen another body. This realization made her feel a bit shy. After all, she was a girl too. What do you mean by self-absorption? Do you not appreciate it? Su Ran teased, a playful grin on his face. Not at all. Under your handsome visage, perhaps you can hold back today, but I doubt you can resist forever, the system replied, her tone slightly flustered. Su Ran then turned his attention to the system panel. Host, Su Ran, age, 12, martial soul, Godslayer sword skill points, 1600 cultivation level, level 32 bloodline. Qilin 100 years, harem, none, but that may change with time. Tasks, none. Let us initiate a 10 consecutive draws at the golden level, Su Ran declared. With over 1,000 skill points at his disposal, he considered investing in his Qilin form to extend its duration significantly, potentially elevating his strength to that of a typical soul beast with a lifespan of 20 to 30,000 years. However, he had no immediate need to flaunt his prowess in a soul beast habitat, even if he ventured into the Douluo forest. The difference between 100 and 1,000 years was negligible. No one would dare challenge him. 10 consecutive draws at the golden level will cost 1,000 skill points. After the draw, your skill points will be reduced to 600, the system informed him solemnly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10 skill points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exceptional cooking pot, which enhances appetite. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the accessory, Heart of the Illusory Sea, a mysterious necklace for women that enhances beauty and increases soul power cultivation speed by 30%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a card that adds 10,000 years to any soul ring. Hearing the system's notifications, Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief. While not overly thrilling, it was certainly better than squandering his skill points on soul rings directly. Moreover, he had acquired a necklace that could expedite training, which he could later gift to Zhu Zhuqing, a worthy investment indeed. With a 30% increase in cultivation speed, this treasure was among the finest on the continent. For such items were rare. I will apply the Soul Ring Duration Edition card to my third soul ring, he decided. Ding. Addition successful. The duration of your third soul ring is now 13,000 years. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Su Ran felt the power within him surging. Beneath him, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings shimmered brilliantly in the room. In the Douluo Continent, possessing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings meant one was a genius. Su Ran's configuration of 2 purple and 1 black would certainly astonish even the Pope Bibi Dong. Should he appear at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would likely take him as her disciple, making him the holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, he had no intention of visiting the Spirit Hall at the moment, as it could lead to undesirable consequences. Besides, there was little he could accomplish there. If he dared to express any romantic interest towards Bibi Dong, he would surely face a severe reprimand. Being beaten by my wife would be quite embarrassing. It is far better to pursue Qianrenxue, he mused. Qianrenxue had transformed into Xue Qing'e, a figure of great stature as the prince of the Heaven Dou Empire. As a core disciple of the Zhu family, an influential family within the Star Luo Empire, forging a connection with Qianrenxue would be advantageous. He could even leverage their nation's relations to deepen their interaction, allowing for a brotherly bond where he could take advantage of the situation. Since she currently assumed a male identity, their interactions would not raise any eyebrows. The system, sensing Su Ran's thoughts, couldn't help but scold him for his shamelessness. The host had yet to acquire a single harem member and was already fantasizing about multiple relationships. How brazen. Chapter 56. Returning to the Zhu family. Meeting Zhu Zhuqing again in the starry Luo Empire, at the Zhu residence, Zhu Zhuqing was clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her flawless figure. She stood quietly by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, a tinge of melancholy creeping into her heart. It had been 2 weeks since Su Ran's departure, and worry gnawed at her, fearing for his safety. Despite Su Ran's formidable strength, it was primarily sufficient only against their younger generation. Even if he were a prodigious talent, he still paled in comparison to the seasoned elders. The older generation, with their years of experience, possessed strength that could not be underestimated, regardless of their innate gifts. Su Ran, with his exceptional abilities, might attract the attention of many powerful adversaries. After all, a rising genius from her family could pose a threat to others if he were to flourish. Particularly, if the Dai family were to learn of Su Ran's brilliance, they might well resort to sending assassins after him. Shameless Su Ran, if you don't return soon, I shall ignore you, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her cold visage betraying a hint of concern. She rested her chin on her hands atop the windowsill, her gaze drifting into the distance. Her mind flooded with images of Su Ran. His arrival had brought profound changes to her life. Not only had she become his fiancé, but more importantly, her relationship with her family had begun to mend. Recently, she had come to understand from her father that her sister had not sought to isolate her, but had acted thus to protect her. Her sister wished for her to leave the starry Luo Empire with Mu Bai, to prevent future conflicts between them as sisters. Ironically, she had always believed her sister to harbor disdain for her. Moreover, having entered into an engagement with Su Ran had severed her ties with Mu Bai, allowing the bond with her sister to rekindle, reminiscent of their childhood. They no longer needed to maintain a faade of indifference, even as sisters. They could now share their hearts openly. The rivalry that once plagued them would no longer be necessary. All of it was due to Su Ran. Su Ran, do you know how happy I am now? I haven't felt this joy in 6 years. My sister and I have returned to our former selves. Moreover, my family has begun to recognize me. Yet, she added, you are truly shameless, signing a marriage contract and then vanishing. Zhu Zhuqing whispered softly. I too wish to spend more time with my beloved Zhu Zhuqing. I am merely wrapping up my affairs before seeking you out. A soft voice resonated from behind her, as Su Ran enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace. After such a prolonged absence, thoughts of Zhu Zhuqing had consumed him. After all, she alone was his fiancée, while his connections with Xiao Wu and Yin remained tenuous. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing gasped, startled by Su Ran's sudden appearance. Upon recognizing him, a blend of shyness and joy washed over her. She felt embarrassed to be held so intimately by Su Ran, yet elated that he had finally returned after such a long absence. Her modesty as a young lady compelled her to consider breaking free from his hold. But the longing she felt after days apart made her reluctant to do so. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Su Ran settled onto the recliner by the window, pulling Zhu Zhuqing onto his lap. Su Ran, what are you doing? She exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, casting a glance at him. I am embracing my fiancée. What else could it be? Su Ran replied, unable to suppress a chuckle at her bashfulness. Zhu Zhuqing was quite reserved in such matters. Her outward demeanor was cool, yet it served merely as a protective layer. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her head nodding as realization dawned upon her. They were indeed engaged, thus. A little intimacy was permissible. However, after years of solitude, she lacked experience in social interactions and was a blank slate in matters of the heart. She found herself pondering what a fiancé was expected to do. Should Su Ran make certain requests, would she acquiesce? Yet, would such matters not be too hasty? Were they not still a distance from that stage? But Su Ran was quite forward, and she worried about his disappointment should she refuse. Zhu Qing's mind began to spiral into a tumult of thoughts, characteristic of a young girl experiencing the stirrings of love. What are you thinking about? Su Ran inquired, wrapping his arm around Zhu Qing's slender yet slightly curvaceous waist, burying his nose in her lustrous black hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Nothing much. By the way, I have good news to share. My sister does not actually dislike me. She merely wished to prevent us from harming one another, Zhu Zhuqing said, her heart lifting at the thought of her improved relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. As children, they had been the closest of companions, and now their bond was rekindling. That's wonderful. Speaking of which, I've been back at the Zhu residence for quite some time and have yet to meet Zhu Yun, remarked Su Ran, recalling Zhu Zhuqing. In the original tale, her figure surpassed that of Zhu Qing's by a considerable margin. If Zhu Qing's physique was already admirable, Zhu Yun's would likely require both hands to embrace. Her shape, undoubtedly perfect, could render all other girls envious. My sister is studying at the Starry Luo Advanced Soul Master Academy. During the last clan meeting, she went out to train with the academy's staff and students. Upon her return, she was eager to see you, but you were not home, so she had to wait. Now that you are back, I shall go to the academy tomorrow to share the news, Zhu Qing said, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Were it not for Su Ran's intervention, the misunderstanding between her and her sister might have lingered for a lifetime. It is good to clear up misunderstandings. You shall no longer need to harbor doubts about one another, Su Ran smiled. Chapter 57. Zhu Qing's emotion, a treasure worth 30 million. Enough of that. Where have you been these days? Zhu Qing gently inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Ran as she nestled on his lap. Her feminine intuition hinted that Su Ran might have been spending time with another girl. I've been dealing with some trivial matters, Su Ran replied. Noticing her sudden look of doubt, he felt incredulous that Zhu Qing would question him. Was he the kind of person to stray? He had spent these days rescuing wayward girls, not engaging in any wrongdoing. Humph, I don't believe you, Zhu Qing retorted playfully, her delicate fingers pressing insistently against Su Ran's waist. Ouch, that hurts, he feigned pain, tightening his embrace around her waist. He sensed a subtle shift in Zhu Qing's attitude towards him, especially after his absence of half a month, as if she had begun to open up her heart. Previously, she would have resisted his affection, but now she allowed him this intimacy. Indeed, the art of courtship lies in the strategy of advance and retreat. Sometimes, a timely departure can intensify the flames of passion. Did I hurt you? Noticing Su Ran's pained expression, Zhu Qing immediately ceased her playful assault, gazing at him with concern. No, I was just teasing you. My dear Zhu Qing, you hardly used any force, Su Ran chuckled, pulling her close as they both collapsed onto the lounge chair. Ah, Zhu Qing gasped, feeling a rush of warmth as she lay next to him, her face flushed. Su Ran held her tightly, one leg draped over her. As they reclined on the chair, angled at 30 degrees, reminiscent of a loving couple, as she felt the strength of his masculine form pressed against her, Zhu Qing's cheeks reddened further, and she could not help but feel a flutter in her heart. Su Ran was utterly shameless, returning home only to embrace her. Seeing Zhu Qing lying obediently beside him, Su Ran knew the moment had come. He produced a delicate pink necklace, the heart of the illusory sea. This necklace could enhance the wearer's cultivation speed by 30%, and it was a gift he had prepared for Zhu Qing. At the moment the necklace was unveiled, the room transformed into a sea of pink, the white walls resembling graceful pink whales swimming, creating a striking visual impact. Even Su Ran was taken aback. This was indeed an essential tool for wooing. Zhu Qing was momentarily entranced, her eyes fixated on the necklace radiating a soft pink glow. As the second daughter of the Zhu family, she had seen her fair share of exquisite items, but this was the first time she encountered such a beautiful ornament. And she instantly found herself enamored. Could this be a gift from Su Ran? Her heart raced, and her gaze softened as she looked at him. It turned out that Su Ran's absence was solely to prepare this surprise for her. How foolish she had been to suspect him of seeking another woman. Su Ran, sensing the yearning in her eyes, spoke up, sharing a revelation. Not long ago, I learned that the Royal Auction House of Tiando was hosting a remarkable auction filled with treasures. Upon receiving the auction list, this necklace immediately caught my eye. His voice revealed a hint of affection. Over the past half-month, he had traveled back and forth to Tiando City, yet he felt no fatigue. For love rendered exhaustion insignificant. Su Ran, thank you. Zhu Qing was deeply moved, momentarily at a loss for words. So, he had endured the journey for her sake. The necklace held a story of its own. Once, there was a man surrounded by many women, yet he only had eyes for his beloved wife, who, unaware of her husband's devotion, believed she was betrayed. Tragically, she was swept away by the sea and vanished, while he remained by the shore, day after day, clutching the necklace she cherished, waiting for her return. Such a love story was both poignant and magnificent. Su Ran mused, touched by the beauty of it. In the depths of the forest, one sees the deer. In the blue sea, one sees the whale. And upon waking from dreams, one sees you. Zhu Zhuqing. I present this necklace to you, hoping that you will always be the first to appear in my dreams, both in and out of slumber. Su Ran declared earnestly, gently placing the necklace around her delicate neck. As his gaze wandered down her graceful form, Zhu Qing's face flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering like gentle waves. Feeling a surge of gratitude, she reflected on the long journey between Xinglua City and Tendo City, the capitals of two great empires. Su Ran had courageously made the trek, spending countless days on the road. Yet, she found the story he shared somewhat peculiar, as if it held deeper meaning. But in her current state of emotional overwhelm, she could not quite articulate what felt amiss. All she could focus on was the beauty of the necklace and her profound appreciation for Su Ran's gesture. How much is this necklace worth? Zhu Qing inquired softly. Not expensive, just 300 gold soul coins, Su Ran replied, shaking his head. Really? She exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had initially thought it was merely a beautiful necklace, but now she realized the gravity of her mistake. She began to channel her soul power, visibly absorbing the elemental energy around her, at a speed far surpassing her usual pace. It was as if her cultivation speed had indeed increased by 30%. Could this necklace truly enhance her training speed? Was it genuinely obtainable for just 300 gold soul coins? It seemed more likely that it could fetch 30 million. Su Ran must be deceiving her, fearing she might worry. Yet, deep down, she recognized the true worth of such a treasure, understanding it was worth at least 30 million gold soul coins. Chapter 58. Zhu Zhuqing's inner thoughts. Please tell me honestly, does this necklace possess any other functions? Zhu Zhuqing inquired in a voice that blended inquiry with a hint of playful charm. At this moment, she felt a flutter of trepidation. If the augmentation to her cultivation speed could indeed be sustained, it would undoubtedly be worth 30 million gold soul coins, an amount only likely to escalate, never diminish. A 30% increase in cultivation speed is of paramount importance to those top-tier geniuses. They can ascend to higher realms at an accelerated pace, opening up a myriad of possibilities for their futures. The affluent forces backing these prodigies would spare no expense in securing their potential. In the grand tapestry of power, gold soul coins are mere numbers. It is the geniuses and the formidable individuals that determine whether a faction thrives or withers. The wearer enjoys a permanent enhancement of 30% to their cultivation speed, and additionally, it possesses beautifying properties, Su Ran stated plainly. Zhu Zhuqing could readily sense these benefits herself. Indeed, the most extraordinary treasure she had drawn in her last 10 consecutive attempts must undoubtedly be this necklace. Yet, it seemed more suited for a woman, offering little utility to Su Ran himself. However, it would serve as a splendid gift for his wife, for when she is joyful, so too is he. How could you deceive me into believing this necklace is worth only 300 gold soul coins? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her delight while playfully toying with the necklace adorning her neck. After a moment of contemplation, she added with a hint of melancholy, I was merely concerned about placing undue pressure on you. This necklace actually cost me 30,000 gold soul coins, Su Ran confessed, unwilling to harbor even the slightest concealment. The atmosphere grew tense, with Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, yearning for the truth. Very well, no more pretense. I confess. It was 30 million gold soul coins, Su Ran replied, somewhat exasperated by the necessity of revealing the reality. Yet the air remained thick with tension as Zhu Zhuqing continued to scrutinize him, her dissatisfaction mounting. How could Su Ran still be lying to her? As if she were an ignorant girl? Name your price, Su Ran shrugged, attempting to ease the atmosphere. 30 million? Zhu Zhuqing said softly, pondering how Su Ran could possibly accumulate such a sum. Yet she understood the necklace's true worth. In an auction house, it would attract fierce bidding from numerous powerful factions, and its value could only rise, never fall. Even at the Star Luo auction house, it would fetch no less than 30 million gold soul coins. And in a city brimming with geniuses and formidable beings, its worth would surely soar even higher. I intended to keep it a secret. But it appears you have seen through me, Su Ran admitted, momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's figure. He then regained his composure, gently caressing her delicate back, resignedly stating, 30 million gold soul coins are indeed substantial. However, is it not worth spending a little for my wife? To elicit a smile from her is worth any amount, even if it were 30 million or even 300 million, I would part with it without hesitation. Thank you. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing replied, a tremor of emotion coursing through her as she felt touched by his words. 30 million gold soul coins were a sum her father would never part with for her sake, as the head of the family. He could not afford to be frivolous with money. Even if he were to buy her something, it would be prioritized for her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, the future queen. For her advancement would yield greater benefits for the Zhu clan. Let us never speak of gratitude between us. To me, you are an invaluable treasure. Not merely 30 million. Even 300 million is inconsequential. Your happiness is what matters most, Su Ran declared, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and holding her closely, cradling her in his embrace. He felt a profound sense of comfort and tranquility. He found himself lost in thought, reminiscing about his previous life on Earth, where he toiled away in a monotonous routine, staring at countless gigabytes of data, leading a dismal existence. Yet here he was now, holding a beautiful maiden in his arms. Such was the whim of fate. Since he had arrived in this world, he was determined to leave no stone unturned in fulfilling his aspirations. Every ambition he had once harbored but could not pursue would now be realized. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, her petite frame curling into Su Ran's embrace like a kitten. She felt a swell of emotion, knowing that her life would now include a boy she cherished dearly. In truth, I do not oppose your relationships with other girls. I simply hope they are not of questionable character, Zhu Zhuqing spoke in a delicate tone. Coming from a prominent family and destined to marry into royalty, she understood that powerful men often had multiple wives. Even her father, Zhu Zihai, had numerous concubines, all for the sake of expanding the family lineage. The royal family was even more ruthless, necessitating competition and ensuring a sufficient number of half-siblings among princes. As a refined young lady, Zhu Zhuqing could not harbor excessive disdain for such customs. She had grown accustomed to them within her family and the royal court. What she truly abhorred was the thought of her fiancé frequenting brothels, seeking out unwholesome women. If he were to engage with such women, what would that say about his regard for her? Moreover, such encounters could lead to disease, which had obliterated numerous families throughout history. Rest assured, I would never do that. Su Ran affirmed, his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing infused with tenderness. Though he had his share of desires, he would never seek out women of ill repute. He was already betrothed and therefore had no interest in such women, unlike the foolish Mu Bai, who squandered his chances. Su Ran was keenly aware that the intimacy he shared with Zhu Zhuqing now opened up a path for future indulgences. However, he had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's open-mindedness. He had assumed that once they arrived at Shrek Academy, there might be chaos surrounding relationships. Yet, it seemed that her greatest concern was whether he would remain faithful and avoid unseemly entanglements. Fortunately, Su Ran was not that sort of man. Even regarding Xiao Wu, he intended to be forthright. Given Zhu Zhuqing's perceptive nature, concealing the truth would only lead to greater complications in the future. Actually, Zhuqing, prior to my return to the Zhu family, I lived outside for 12 years. During that time, I met a girl. Su Ran hesitated, feeling slightly awkward. He had known Xiao Wu before solidifying his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, and he hoped that would not be an issue. Yet the system seemed apprehensive, sensing that one day, Su Ran might find himself in a predicament. Chapter 59. Brother Su Ran, are you free tonight? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brows, unable to suppress a pout. Yet she remained silent. She understood that with Su Ran's shameless character, it was implausible for him to be surrounded by only one girl. Su Ran was exceptionally talented. Even if he did not actively pursue women, many would still be drawn to him. Moreover, his lecherous nature only added to the allure. What is her name? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Xiao Wu, as in dance, Su Ran replied candidly. In a few days, he and Shu Qin would be heading to Shrek Academy. And there was no point in keeping secrets, as it would only breed discontent. It was better to be forthright. After all, in any relationship, transparency was essential. One should shed any pretense and reveal their sincerity before their beloved. Only then could their bond endure. I knew it. Zhu Zhuqing shot Su Ran a glare, her slender fingers once again pinching his waist. This time, even if he cried out in pain, it would be of no use. Ugh, Su Ran gasped, feigning agony. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing his reaction, huffed in annoyance, though her grip unconsciously softened. She was not genuinely angry, she merely wished to assert her stance. After all, with Su Ran's flirtatious disposition, who knew how many women would come into the picture? While she was not averse to him having close female friends, she did believe there should be limits. She contemplated Su Ran's age, strength, and martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes scrutinized him. 12 years old, level 28, soft-bone rabbit. She is a few months older than you. Su Ran chuckled awkwardly, knowing well that a woman's words could be deceptive. Just moments ago, she had mentioned a harem. Yet upon hearing of another girl, she was instantly riled. Being a man was exhausting, especially for someone like Su Ran, who could only grow stronger through the establishment of a harem. Level 28 already? Zhu Zhuqing frowned, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although she understood that Su Ran was not the type to seek out such women, she could not help but feel a pang of jealousy at Xiao Wu's formidable talent, which surpassed her own. Humph, you should leave. Don't linger in my room. It could lead to misunderstandings. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before looking at Su Ran, breaking free from his embrace and pushing him away. What of it if I come to see my fiancé? Who would dare to misunderstand? Su Ran replied with a smile, feeling somewhat reluctant to depart. Holding Zhu Zhuqing was simply too comfortable. That won't do. I won't give you any chance for nonsense. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, pouting her red lips. She was well aware of Su Ran's thoughts. Initially, she had considered how hard he worked and how he had spent a fortune on a precious necklace for her. She had been contemplating ways to make him happy. But now it seemed he could forget about that. At least not now. She would evaluate his behavior later. Very well, I shall take my leave, Su Ran said helplessly. Women were indeed capricious. Just moments ago, she had appeared gentle and virtuous, and now she was eager to send him away. Had he known, he would have waited until he was satisfied with their embrace before mentioning Xiao Wu. I will visit Xinglua Academy to see my sister later. If she finds out you bullied me, just wait and see how she deals with you, Zhu Zhuqing declared, waving her small fist playfully, before promptly shutting the door. Su Ran chuckled as he gazed at the closed door. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing was progressing rapidly. More importantly, he had gauged her tolerance regarding his harem, which alleviated his concerns. In the original story, Mu Bai had neglected her, indulging in the pleasures of the brothels and even expressing his desires towards Xiao Wu and Ningrongrong. Such behavior was truly nauseating. In contrast, Su Ran's approach was straightforward. He sought a harem without treating women as mere playthings, unlike Mu Bai, who would toy with a girl's emotions before discarding her. Zhu Zhuqing's disdain for irresponsible behavior, viewing women as mere objects of desire, was not unique to her. Any respectable young lady would hold similar sentiments. Bai Qinxiang had initially found Ma Hongjun utterly repulsive. In ancient China, respectable young ladies were not particularly opposed to their husbands taking concubines. However, they were deeply concerned about their husbands frequenting unsavory establishments. In a realm like Douluo Continent, where families served as sects, it was common for clans to expand their influence through multiple wives and concubines. With these thoughts settled, Su Ran's spirits lifted as he made his way to the Zhu family's training grounds. Along the way, numerous young maidens from the Zhu family greeted him, and several young men regarded him with admiration. Su Ran's gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the multitude of beautiful maidens. It was undeniable that, perhaps due to genetics, the women of the Zhu family possessed striking figures. Zhu Zhuqing was certainly not an isolated case. There were other young girls, remarkably youthful, yet undeniably alluring. Shameless host. All you do is admire beautiful women, the system's voice chimed in, somewhat discontented. What do you know? This merely serves to elevate my spirits. Besides, I am only observing. I have no intentions of acting upon it. Su Ran shook his head. Despite his rising reputation within the Zhu family, he was not the type to indulge in frivolous pursuits. Having already captured the hearts of the two most beautiful flowers of the Zhu family, he deemed it sufficient. The rest were best left to his fellow clansmen. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. One should not solely exploit their own family's resources. Otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate for his clansmen if he and Mu Bai were both vying for the affections of the same women. However, Su Ran was not that type of individual. He merely seized the opportunity to win over those who might have otherwise fallen to Mu Bai's advances. While he would enjoy the feast, he would ensure to leave some broth for his clansmen. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, as his fame spread across the continent, all the beautiful maidens would rather remain single than compromise their integrity, for he had already made a profound impact on their hearts, even in their dreams. Thoughts of Su Ran would fill them with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Brother Su Ran, do you currently have some time? I have some questions regarding my cultivation. A young maiden approached Su Ran, clad in a black skirt and stockings, her features striking. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by her bashful demeanor. Ah, this? With the arrival of the girl in black stockings, many self-assured maidens from the Zhu family began to gather around the training grounds. Brother Su Ran, I too have a question. May I request your assessment of my strength? Brother Su Ran, are you free tonight? A chorus of youthful voices surrounded Su Ran, chattering eagerly. They bore shy expressions, yet their hearts were filled with a sense of urgency to claim their happiness. Su Ran, a prodigy destined for greatness, would undoubtedly leave his mark on the continent, and they were eager to vie for the chance to become his women. Yet Su Ran stood there, utterly bewildered. In Douluo Continent, where family served as sect, their calling him brother was not unusual. However, he was not intimately acquainted with them. And what was the softness pressing against him? Please do not crowd me. I find it rather dizzying. Chapter 60, a lesson for Zhu Zhuqing and a hymn. Everyone, please quiet down. Su Ran lightly cleared his throat, surrounded by a group of young ladies, inhaling the delicate fragrance that lingered in the air. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For he was not a man easily swayed. Although he possessed a certain fondness for beauty, it was accompanied by a discerning aesthetic appreciation. How could he possibly be interested in an ordinary passerby? If anyone has questions, please come forward one at a time, and I will do my utmost to provide answers. Su Ran stated confidently, without a hint of hesitation. Though the young women were strikingly beautiful, their looks now appeared dimmed upon hearing his words. However, their gazes towards Su Ran grew ever more fervent. They could discern that he was not a lecherous scoundrel. In this day and age, men of such integrity were indeed rare. Coming from prominent families, they had often witnessed women being auctioned off as mere playthings. It was precisely this exposure that made Su Ran's demeanor stand out to them. Initially drawn to him for his genius, they now found themselves deeply captivated by his rare noble qualities. After a considerable time, Su Ran addressed each of their inquiries. Very well, you may all disperse now. I shall return to assist you when time permits, he said kindly, leaving the gathering of enamored young women to watch him depart the plaza with lingering glances. Su Ran exited the Zhu residence and strolled through Xinglua City, eventually making his way back to his room as dusk descended. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a mission to teach Zhu Zhuqing a lesson and leave a profound impact on her. Mission reward, 500 skill points. A hint followed. Zhu Zhuqing is currently hiding in your room, aware that you have other women besides Zhu Zhuqing, and she plans to catch you off guard. She wishes to teach me a lesson? Su Ran mused, briefly glancing toward the darkened room. At that very moment, Zhu Zhuqing concealed herself within, awaiting his arrival. Using his mental prowess, he scanned his surroundings and, as expected, detected a concealed presence, one with the strength of a 38th level soul master. Zhu Zhuqing was seemingly 6 or 7 years older than Zhu Zhuqing but possessed slightly lesser talent. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing's strength had risen to match hers after consuming a celestial herb. Nonetheless, her aptitude remained commendable, making her quite remarkable on the continent, albeit with unfortunate circumstances. How bold of her to attempt a lesson at this level, Su Ran chuckled. The night was shrouded in darkness. Should anything transpire, it would hardly raise suspicions, especially since the room lacked illumination, rendering visibility nearly impossible. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just returned from Xinglua Academy. Upon learning of her sister's mistreatment at Su Ran's hands, she was filled with righteous indignation. Her relationship with her sister had only recently improved, and the memories of Zhu Zhuqing's past grievances weighed heavily on her heart. She had hoped that Zhu Zhuqing would find happiness marrying a genius from their family, only to discover that beneath Su Ran's brilliant facade lay a roguish heart. Thus, after hearing about his treatment of Zhu Zhuqing, she had rushed back from the academy, concealing herself within Su Ran's home, ready to launch a surprise attack. Su Ran, a renowned genius, was said to possess strength surpassing that of a soul sect despite his only being a soul master, which deterred her from confronting him directly. However, she was confident that a stealthy ambush would succeed. Su Ran is indeed that sort of person. Out so late, likely engaging in some disgraceful behavior, Zhu Zhuqing muttered, stamping her foot in frustration. Clad in a flowing black dress paired with black tights and knee-high boots, her figure exuded an enchanting allure, even in loose attire, offering a striking visual impact. Her curvaceous form surpassed that of Zhu Zhuqing, with a slender waist that seemed almost delicate, and her legs, encased in sheer black stockings, possessed a tantalizing appeal. As her beautiful eyes grew colder, she concluded that a man who stayed out all night could not be virtuous. She had heard of Su Ran's prior solitary training, which implied he had few friends in Xinglua City. What could he possibly be up to at this hour? As the night deepened, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. Even though Su Ran was an unparalleled talent of great value to the Zhu family, she would not permit him to act recklessly, especially as her sister's brother-in-law. Knowing her sister's character, seemingly aloof yet inherently soft-hearted, she feared Zhu Zhuqing would be easily swayed by Su Ran's charms. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed as the door creaked open. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the doorway, Zhu Zhuqing caught sight of Su Ran's figure. His sudden appearance took her by surprise. She hadn't even noticed his return. Without further thought, she unleashed her martial spirit, summoning 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, as she swiftly charged towards Su Ran, her delicate hands transforming into lethal claws aimed at him. However, Su Ran had anticipated such an ambush. Without uttering a word, he swiftly closed the door, plunging the room into darkness once more, leaving only a vague silhouette visible. He deftly sidestepped Zhu Zhuqing's attack, maneuvering behind her to seize her fragrant shoulder, locking her legs beneath his. With a forceful twist, the two tumbled backward, landing heavily on the bed not far away. Chapter 61, Preemptive Strike. Thief yells to catch the thief. Her pure and pristine body was firmly ensnared by Su Ran, feeling the powerful physique of the man pressed against her. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't suppress a soft cry. She never anticipated that Su Ran would possess such formidable strength. Despite her surprise attack, she found herself completely unable to contend with him. Furthermore, Su Ran was immensely strong. She could not even break free, struggling wildly beneath him. Her voluptuous form rubbed against Su Ran's hands, leaving him overwhelmed. However, given the circumstances, he had to extricate himself from this predicament and turn the tables on Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, if she branded him a lecher and it reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears, he would be in dire straits. How dare you, shameless thief, run rampant in my room? Now that I have caught you red-handed, you still dare to shout? Let your family come and witness where you will escape to today. Su Ran thought quickly, crafting a narrative in his mind. At the same time, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap on Zhu Zhuqing's pert rear. A soft wave rippled as Su Ran's hand lingered, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was he being too excessive? If he bullied Zhu Zhuqing on their first encounter, wouldn't she resent him in the future? Moreover, what if Davis found out? But then again, Davis did not know him. Let him be. How dare he show disdain when his throne was usurped? Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the tingling sensation on her backside, was left in a state of shock. Her body stiffened, and she lay there in a daze, her eyes vacant. She never imagined that her flawless, pure form would be subjected to Su Ran's touch. Yet, she found herself in a quandary. Su Ran regarded her as a thief, and it was not intentional. At least, from the current perspective. Su Ran was completely oblivious to her identity. Otherwise, how could he dare to act in such a manner? Su Ran, you are finished. Regardless of whether Su Ran recognized her identity, such shameless actions were utterly unacceptable. She had always held her purity in high regard, even with Davis. She maintained a respectable distance. Up until now, there had been no overly intimate gestures between them. And now, Su Ran had the audacity to tarnish her pristine body. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, inwardly regretting. If only she had approached him during the day, even if her ambush had failed. It would not have led to such an embarrassing situation. You dare to raise your voice, thief? Your audacity is remarkable. You were caught red-handed and still dare to shout. Once your family arrives, I shall have you in my grasp, Su Ran stated with mock seriousness, tightening his grip on Zhu Zhuqing's body. The soft sensation and her unique fragrance enveloping him. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of panic. If her family, especially Zhu Zhuqing, were to come, it would be disastrous. Not only would her innocence be shattered, but her relationship with Su Ran would also be misconstrued by others. Let me go, Zhu Zhuqing softly protested, unable to suppress the clenching of her teeth. She had never encountered someone as shameless as Su Ran. Even a thief should have some decency towards a girl. How could he invade her private space? This was utterly disgraceful. Yet, deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that Su Ran must know her identity and was deliberately trying to take advantage of her. However, that thought was quickly dismissed. She had hidden herself so well. The room was pitch black. How could he recognize her? Moreover, Su Ran had only recently returned to the family, so he likely didn't even know her. Why should I let you go? What business does a female thief have in my room? Are you after wealth or something else? Su Ran retorted, his hand unconsciously roaming over Zhu Zhuqing's form. How could he pass up such an opportunity? Especially since Zhu Zhuqing had practically delivered herself to him? He feigned ignorance, taking advantage of her, and she would have to swallow her humiliation silently. Zhu Zhuqing's chest heaved with anger, her entire body trembling. How could Su Ran think she was that kind of woman, coveting him? Humph. It was she who was bound here, subjected to his advances. Truly shameless. What's wrong? Did I hit the mark? Su Ran arched an eyebrow, continuing to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, he sensed a flicker of heat rising within him but quickly suppressed it. Hit the mark. My foot. Let me go. I am Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing declared, not wishing for this suggestive scene to continue, revealing her identity. If this persisted, a lone man and woman With kindling emotions locked in a dark room, she could hardly imagine what might transpire. Zhu Zhuqing? Is that true? Su Ran feigned disbelief, maintaining his act of ignorance. Indeed. You can feel my cultivation level. My martial soul, the nether cat, is something you can sense too. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with indignation. Ah. So it is truly Sister Zhiyun. My apologies for the misunderstanding, Su Ran said, finally releasing her and hastening to turn on the light on the wall. As the light illuminated the room, Zhu Zhuqing was revealed in her black dress, slightly disheveled from their earlier struggle. The black stockings had torn, exposing a large patch of her fair thigh. This sight made Su Ran involuntarily swallow hard. In the darkness, he could only discern her rough outline, but now, he was left in awe. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing was one of the beauties of the Zhu family, with a figure far surpassing Zhu Qing's, slender yet curvaceous. Both her physique and features were exquisite. Now that she had matured, she exuded an aura akin to ripe fruit, ready to be plucked. Shameless. Do not look so brazenly. Zhu Zhuqing lay on the bed, feeling flustered under Su Ran's gaze. Following his line of sight, she noticed her disheveled attire and felt her cheeks flush. In a panic, she hurriedly began to straighten her dress. She stood up, and the hem of her long skirt slipped down, yet it could not conceal the large tear in her stockings. Chapter 62. The arrival of Zhu Qing. Su Ran pondered within himself. System, have I accomplished my task? The system responded, the host's behavior is rather unscrupulous. Bullying a young lady in such a manner. Nevertheless, the mission is complete, and the 500 points have been allocated. The system blushed, not anticipating that the host would resort to such tactics to teach Zhu Yunyan a lesson. After all, Zhu Yunyan was still the fiancé of Davis. Due to her virtuous nature, Davis rarely even held her hand, let alone ventured into more intimate territories. Yet, the host audaciously ambushed Zhu Yunyan. Yunyan, what brings you to my room? I thought a thief had broken in. Su Ran interjected before Zhu Yunyan could respond, effectively silencing her and shifting the blame entirely onto her. Zhu Yunyan was infuriated, pointing her delicate finger at Su Ran, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Did she truly appear as a thief? And could a thief possess such strength? It was indeed a case of taking advantage while feigning innocence. Were it not for Su Ran being the most exceptional talent in her family and Zhu Qing's fiancé, she would have made Su Ran aware of her resilience against intimidation. Although her combat prowess was lacking, her endurance far surpassed Su Ran's. I merely wish to assess your abilities. The family speaks highly of your extraordinary talent. And my curiosity got the better of me, Zhu Yunyan stated, resolutely refraining from admitting that she had come to provoke Su Ran. The last thing she desired was to suffer humiliation without achieving her goal. Oh, I see. Su Ran nodded, choosing not to expose Zhu Yunyan's pretense. Then I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, let us gather at Xinglua Academy with Davis, you, and Zhu Qing. Zhu Yunyan felt the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and decided to leave promptly. However, just as she was about to open the door, a melodious voice halted her in her tracks. Su Ran, are you asleep? In the serene night, Zhu Qing's voice rang clear, causing both Zhu Yunyan and Su Ran to change expressions dramatically. Su Ran was taken aback. How had Zhu Qing arrived so unexpectedly? Under different circumstances, he would have welcomed her presence, but with Zhu Yunyan in the room, the situation was precarious. Zhu Yunyan stood frozen, unable to move. She had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Her heart raced even more than Su Ran's. As a woman, her current state, alone with a man in the dead of night, left much to the imagination. Although Zhu Qing may not necessarily misconstrue the situation, it was better to err on the side of caution. After contemplating, Su Ran decided to be forthright. Hearing Su Ran's words, Zhu Yunyan stomped her foot in frustration, a faint blush creeping up her neck as she whispered, how do we explain this? Two individuals of the opposite sex alone in a room, and I appear so disheveled. If Zhu Qing sees this, she will undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Even if she trusts us, as your fiancé, she would still feel discontented. Zhu Yunyan felt anxious. Her relationship with Zhu Qing had just begun to thaw, and any misunderstanding could plunge them back into a stalemate. Then quickly hide, Su Ran urged in a hushed tone, glancing around the sparsely furnished room, feeling a wave of embarrassment. It was not his fault. His previous standing as a side branch of the Zhu family meant that merely having a place to stay was a luxury. When he later became a core disciple, the family had assigned him a residence, but by then, he had already departed Xinglua City to seek out Xiaowu. Zhu Yunyan searched for a hiding place but found none. In a moment of boldness, she blushed and, gritting her teeth, lay down on Su Ran's bed, covering herself with the quilt. To her surprise, the mattress conformed to her body, and for the moment, she felt concealed. However, her voluptuous figure caused the quilt to bulge in two conspicuous places. Su Ran was utterly bewildered. Was his sister-in-law trying to push him into a predicament? The evident curves of her body made it seem more prudent to simply walk out. Had he known it would lead to such awkwardness, he would have refrained from provoking her. Yet, time was of the essence as Zhu Qing's voice rang out once more. Su Ran, what are you doing? You've been silent for so long. Are you up to no good? Zhu Qing's voice echoed outside, and she had heard that single men often engaged in peculiar activities before sleep, needing to unwind before resting. Was Su Ran indulging in such behavior? Otherwise, why was he so quiet? Zhu Qing furrowed her brow, concerned. She had only heard rumors about those activities and knew they could be detrimental to one's health. Although Su Ran was not technically single, their relationship had yet to reach any substantial level. Thus, it was not surprising if he resorted to strange actions to alleviate insomnia. Feeling a pang of guilt, she bit her lip, wondering if she was being overly conservative. While they could not engage in an intimate relationship, there were other avenues to explore. At that moment, Su Ran had already opened the door, clad in a sleep robe, having just washed his hair with water. Apologies for keeping you waiting, he greeted with a radiant smile. Really? Zhu Qing blinked her beautiful eyes, regarding Su Ran with suspicion. She felt that Su Ran was deceiving her. Observing his somewhat unnatural demeanor only reinforced her doubts, filling her with guilt. Did Su Ran feel unwell and not share it with her? Despite her modesty, she was still his fiancé. Why would he harm his own health? Indeed, Su Ran affirmed, quickening his pace to walk ahead of Zhu Qing, blocking her view of the quilt's movement. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunyun dared not make a sound. Her face flushed from holding her breath. She could not help but feel anxious. Had she explained herself to Zhu Qing earlier, the issue might not have escalated. But if Zhu Qing discovered her hiding beneath Su Ran's quilt, disheveled and with torn stockings, there would be no way to justify the situation. Su Ran felt a surge of frustration, realizing that if Zhu Qing noticed any peculiarity, it would spell disaster. He had hoped to clarify things with Zhu Yunyun openly before Zhu Qing, but now, if Zhu Qing perceived something amiss, their relationship would be jeopardized. How would he explain their current situation? Although Zhu Yunyun was also a target of his affections, he could not afford to be too reckless. After all, he had only just managed to gain Zhu Qing's acceptance of Xiao Wu's existence. Revealing his feelings for Zhu Yunyun could lead to chaos in his relationships. Chapter 63, Stimulation. Zhu Qing's kiss struck Su Ran. You wouldn't be hiding in your room doing something illicit, would you? Seeing Su Ran's demeanor only reinforced her suspicions and deepened her guilt. Su Ran already had a fiancé, yet he lived a life akin to those single men outside. Although she couldn't fathom what such an experience entailed, she understood it was detrimental to one's health. As Zhu Qing spoke, she moved deeper into the room. Su Ran's eyes darted towards the bed, where a large mound was clearly visible beneath the covers. This was undoubtedly suspicious. Goodness. If Zhu Qing were to lift the blanket and discover Zhu Yun lying on his bed, oh, how long would it take to convince Zhu Qing to accept a harem? Meanwhile, Zhu Yun was frozen in fear, her heart racing uncontrollably, causing her chest to rise and fall violently. For the first time, Zhu Yun felt a pang of dissatisfaction and helplessness regarding her figure, sweating profusely, hidden beneath Su Ran's covers. The distinct masculine scent that belonged solely to him sent her heart into a frenzy. Regardless of whether Zhu Qing noticed anything unusual, her innocence was utterly compromised. She had never anticipated that her previously unblemished reputation would become entangled with Su Ran in such a manner. Just as Zhu Yun was lost in her thoughts, a massive male form suddenly crashed onto her, diving into the same blanket with her. An even stronger wave of masculine sin enveloped her. He was doomed. Zhu Yun felt as though a great weight pressed upon her, making her breath shallow, compounded by the overwhelming scent that invaded her senses. Su Ran. Zhu Yun could not help but feel the urge to curse. She had never before experienced such indignity. In desperation, she pinched Su Ran's thigh hard, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. Su Ran, on the other hand, felt utterly helpless. Had he not leapt into the bed, the conspicuous mound would have revealed everything to Zhu Qing. What could he have done then? Slowly, he leaned back, concealing Zhu Yun's exquisite face beneath him. His back pressed against her nose, and the familiar scent intensified Zhu Yun's unease. As a woman, her modesty compelled her to push Su Ran away. This position was undeniably suggestive. Yet, she understood that if Zhu Qing discovered them sharing the same blanket, all explanations would fall flat. They had already shared the bed. What could they possibly say? At that moment, all explanations would be futile. So now, all she could do was pray that Zhu Qing would not perceive their anomaly. Zhu Zhuqing was surveying Su Ran's room, noticing the hint of tension on his face. Further solidifying her suspicions, guilt flooded her heart. She felt like an irresponsible fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing, could you turn off the lights? I've been traveling for the past half-month and am quite fatigued. My eyes are weary and sensitive to light. Su Ran awkwardly rubbed his nose and switched off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Surely, she wouldn't notice anything amiss, right? Yet, amidst the embarrassment, a flicker of excitement coursed through him as he felt the warmth and softness beneath him. All right, Zhu Zhuqing responded to Su Ran, biting her lips slightly as she pulled the curtains closed and shut the door. The room was bathed in faint moonlight, casting a dim glow. Zhu Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had heard that when a boy engaged in misconduct at night, his eyes often appeared hazy. Zhu Qing, what is wrong? Su Ran inquired, unable to suppress his concern upon seeing her tearful visage. Nothing, she shook her head, aware that men were particularly sensitive about their pride. Discussing such matters would only wound his self-esteem. Did you come for something today? Su Ran attempted to maintain a relaxed tone, gazing sincerely at Zhu Qing, as if the figure beneath him had vanished entirely. I visited my sister today. She invited us to meet tomorrow and get acquainted, Zhu Qing replied softly. Okay. I'll remember that. Su Ran nodded, maintaining his composure as he looked at Zhu Qing. And this is a sachet I embroidered for you over the past few days. Zhu Qing approached Su Ran's bedside, her cheeks slightly flushed in the moonlight as she handed him the sachet. Just as Su Ran accepted the sachet, Zhu Qing's hand unexpectedly pressed against his shoulder, and he found her delicate face drawing closer, her crimson lips landing directly on his. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. As he savored Zhu Qing's kiss, her unique fragrance filled his senses, and in that instant, Su Ran abandoned all other thoughts, embracing Zhu Qing's slender waist with one arm while the other caressed her silken hair. In that moment, Su Ran's heart was singularly focused on cherishing the woman nestled in his arms. At the same time, Zhu Yun was seething with indignation. Being pinned beneath Su Ran was burdensome enough, and now Zhu Qing had joined them, adding to her overwhelming distress. Her heart felt heavy with unexpressed grievances. Turning her head slightly, she caught a glimpse of Zhu Qing and Su Ran locked in an impassioned kiss. The sight was more than she could bear, leaving her feeling weak and helpless. Though she was betrothed to Davis, she had never engaged in any indiscretions. Witnessing the scene struck her with a profound shock. An unprecedented thrill coursed through her as she lay there, feeling utterly undone. Every individual harbors an innate desire for stimulation, a longing buried deep within. At this moment, concealed beneath Su Ran, Zhu Yun observed the intimacy between Zhu Qing and Su Ran, feeling a mix of unease and trepidation that left her agitated. With Zhu Qing's presence, Su Ran pressed even closer to her, the onslaught of masculinity overwhelming her senses. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and waited anxiously for Zhu Qing to depart. Chapter 64. A misalignment. After a lengthy silence, their lips parted, and the gentle gaze of Zhu Zhuqing met Su Ran's. Promise me, will you? Please refrain from causing yourself harm in the future, she implored softly, her heart swelling with emotion at the thought of Su Ran's persistent self-destructive tendencies. Despite this, he had never placed any demands upon her, a gesture that moved her deeply. Su Ran was indeed that kind of person, though somewhat lecherous. His flaws were overshadowed by his inherent grace. While some indulged in base desires, Su Ran, despite his shortcomings, retained the dignity of a gentleman. He was willing to journey thousands of miles to Tiando City, spending a fortune of 30 million gold soul coins to procure a treasure for her. She could only speculate about the source of his wealth, but it was clear that this expenditure represented his entire savings. For her sake, he had exhausted his resources. Over the course of half a month, the round trip from Xingluo City to Tiando City likely consumed his time. Suggesting that he had spent those days traveling tirelessly, determined to deliver his gift to her as swiftly as possible. Without such urgency, it would have been improbable for him to return so quickly. Su Ran gazed blankly at Zhu Zhuqing, noticing the mix of profound emotion and slight guilt in her eyes, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Had something scandalous occurred? What mischief could he possibly have engaged in? Surely Zhu Zhuqing did not suspect him of indulging in the solitary pastimes of a perennial bachelor. Was he truly that sort of person? He had a fiancé and friends. Such behavior was unnecessary. Nevertheless, Su Ran felt compelled to acquiesce to Zhu Zhuqing's sentiments. It was perhaps better for her to hold on to her misconceptions than to discover the truth about his clandestine encounter with Zhu Yuyun. If his sister-in-law were to find out, it would spell disaster for him. Very well, I shall refrain from such actions in the future. Should circumstances arise again, I will seek you out, Su Ran declared, his eyes lighting up with sudden clarity. Yes, from now on, we shall be lovers, and any issues we face must be resolved together, Zhu Zhuqing responded. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Indeed, I have considered it, and we are destined to become eternal lovers. Facing challenges together in a shared space is the only proper way to resolve them, Su Ran replied. A smile gracing his lips as he admired the exquisite form of his beloved wife, his heart racing uncontrollably. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing mused, sensing something amiss yet appreciating the wisdom in Su Ran's words. Being together necessitated honesty. There should be no secrets. If he faced difficulties, she would lend her hands in support. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, we shall visit my sister and the others, Zhu Zhuqing stated, casting Su Ran a glance before exiting the room, closing the door behind her. She could perceive the awkwardness in his demeanor, a reflection of his pride. Boys often desired to showcase their strength, and being caught in wrongdoing would naturally lead to embarrassment. Su Ran, caught in this peculiar emotional state, felt a blend of awkwardness and unexpected delight. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's willingness to assist him in such matters hinted at future possibilities. Shortly after Zhu Zhuqing departed, Su Ran leapt from the bed to grant Zhu Yuyun some much-needed air. Zhu Yuyun suddenly threw off the covers, revealing her flawless form. She was already drenched in sweat, her black dress clinging to her body, accentuating her perfect figure, a sight that stirred the heart. Gasping for fresh air, her chest rose and fell dramatically as she lay on Su Ran's bed. Moments earlier, she had nearly suffocated, caught in the proximity of Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran's kiss. She had dared not breathe deeply, her chest pinned under Su Ran's weight, leaving her desperate for air. Cough, cough, Zhu Yuyun gasped, patting her full bosom, a wave of discomfort washing over her, causing her brows to furrow. It was no wonder. Zhu Ran's weight alongside Zhu Zhuqing's sudden advance was far too much for her to bear. My apologies. I feared Zhu Zhuqing would discover us, given your state, Su Ran admitted sheepishly, rubbing his nose. Truth be told, had Zhu Yuyun not harbored reservations, he might have been forthright with Zhu Zhuqing without any issue. Yet, the scene had indeed been exhilarating. With Zhu Yuyun beneath him and Zhu Zhuqing kissing him, the thrill was undeniably intoxicating. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yuyun were the most exquisite blooms of the Zhu family, yet they were also the most perilous, entangled with the royal lineage. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat fortunate. Mu Bai was a fool, oblivious to their connection. However, Davis was a formidable figure. In the original tale, had Tang San and the others not intervened so forcefully, Mu Bai would have been thoroughly subdued by Davis. The entire Xing Luo Empire regarded Davis as the future emperor, and his influence was formidable. Taking his wife would surely pose significant challenges. Yet, Su Ran was undeterred. He would not shrink from a challenge. With the system by his side, what did he have to fear? If necessary, he could simply request a resurrection from the system. Host brother, this system does not provide that service. The system's voice chimed in, sensing Su Ran's thoughts and blinking her beautiful eyes. Cough, cough. If that is the case, I fear not for my life. One life is a trivial matter, Su Ran retorted, dismissively. As he reveled in his advantage over Zhu Yuyun, what could Davis possibly say? A misalignment. Do take heed, Zhu Yuyun remarked, standing to adjust her attire, prompting Su Ran to glance at her bosom. At that moment, Zhu Yuyun's figure was not symmetrical. The white fabric peeking from her long dress collar made it evident. Despite her stunning physique, she felt compelled to cover herself with binding cloth, a necessity in a world where not every man would treat her delicately. Su Ran had witnessed too many men use vile words to belittle women like Zhu Yuyun. Chapter 65, The Unashamed Chiron's Arrogance. What is amiss? Zhu Yuyun furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chiron, perplexed. However, she quickly followed his gaze and realized her own anomaly. Her cheeks flushed crimson. The discovery of her secret by another left her embarrassed and infuriated. Turn away, she scolded playfully. Chiron was shameless, still attempting to sneak a glance at such a moment. Oh, Chiron shrugged, shutting his eyes and turning his back, no longer peeking. I believe it is unnecessary to confine oneself. It is detrimental to both you and it. He kindly reminded, feeling a pang of sympathy. The mere thought of her bound figure, so exquisite, was enough to make one swoon at the prospect of its liberation. Mind your own business, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, a hint of annoyance lacing her voice as she adjusted her binding cloth, casting a complex gaze in Chiron's direction. The pain in her chest from the strain reminded her of the intimate moment they had just shared. Such a scene was rarely witnessed even among couples. All right. Zhu Zhuqing finally managed to arrange her attire before turning to face Chiron, both exasperated and amused. She had not anticipated Xiran's honesty. He truly avoided looking at her even once. Her beauty and figure were well renowned throughout the Xingluo Empire. As one of the most gifted talents of the Zhu family and the future princess consort, she was accustomed to considerable attention. Indeed, her beauty and form warranted such a claim. At her coming of age, she could be deemed the most beautiful woman in the Xingluo Empire. After all, Zhu Qing was still quite young, though lovely. She lacked the mature charm that Zhu Yun possessed. Given time, Zhu Qing's beauty might surpass Zhu Yun's, as her skin would eventually become exquisitely smooth. Though her figure may not rival Zhu Yun's perfection, to Xiran, Zhu Yun already embodied an exquisite voluptuousness. Any fuller, and it would no longer be deemed desirable. Her current physique struck a perfect balance, leaving admirers in awe. Even Xiran was baffled by how Zhu Yun maintained such a form while enduring daily confinement. Still looking, Zhu Yun shot Xiran an eye roll, recalling her earlier compliment about his character. In less than a minute, his true nature had been revealed. Being so beautiful is meant for admiration, Xiran murmured. Is it a crime to appreciate beauty? How does one live healthily without it? His daily routine lacked joy if he did not behold lovely women. Where did you learn such nonsense? Zhu Yun's face flushed, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Yet, she could not suppress a flicker of delight. What girl does not relish being called beautiful? Xiran's words softened her heart, making her less averse to his gaze. All right, Zhu Yun, let us consider today a misunderstanding. Shall we pretend nothing occurred? A misunderstanding? You took full advantage of me. And with a mere word, you wish to dismiss it? Zhu Yun exclaimed, her lovely face darkening with ire. Xiran's audacity was infuriating. She harbored a suspicion that he had known her identity from the start, seizing the opportunity to exploit her, though she could not fathom why such thoughts crossed her mind. Her intuition whispered that this might indeed be the case. Then, Zhu Yun, what do you propose? Of course, you must take responsibility, she replied through gritted teeth. Striding toward Xiran. Responsibility, is it? Xiran gazed at the disheveled beauty before him, unable to resist wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Remarkably, despite her voluptuousness, her waist was delicate enough to fit within his grasp. You are shameless. Do you not know my status? Zhu Yun pushed Xiran's hand away, stepping back in surprise. She had not anticipated his boldness. Did you not insist I take responsibility? Enough. I mean that today, regardless of circumstances, I am at a disadvantage. You must promise me a favor in return, though I have yet to decide what that will be. Zhu Yun's eyes narrowed at Xiran, contemplating an escape, but realizing that leaving would mean suffering a greater loss. After all, Xiran had already discovered her secret. Rest assured, this favor will be within your capacity and will not place you in a difficult position, Zhu Yun reassured him. Very well. I trust Zhu Yun will not betray me. Xiran replied, his gaze still appraising her figure. I shall take my leave for today. See you tomorrow. Agreed. Remember my advice. Binding yourself is detrimental to your health and will alter your form, Xiran called after her as she departed. Shameless, Zhu Yun exclaimed, nearly stumbling as she hurried for the exit, appearing to flee in disarray. The day's events had stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. Though she was Davis's fiancé, this was her first intimate encounter with a man, and the sensation of Xiran's firm hold weighed heavily on her, leaving her unsettled. She understood that today's incident would linger in her memory for a long time. Simultaneously, she sensed that Xiran's feelings for her were perhaps more complex than they seemed. Xiran's audacity surpassed that of any man she had encountered. Others merely dared to admire her in secret, while he boldly acted upon his desires. Thoughts of this left her heart racing, and oddly, she felt no revulsion toward his actions. Instead, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, causing Xiran's image to replay in her mind. She gazed at her own ample figure, momentarily lost in thought. Xiran's words echoed in her ears. Previously, she had often felt self-conscious about her voluptuousness, which had caused her shame and discomfort. Since her body began to develop, she had tightly constrained herself. Yet Xiran's remarks had begun to sow seeds of doubt. Did Xiran truly favor such a physique? Zhu Yun pondered. Chapter 66. The lottery again and Su Ran's shortcomings upon awakening. Su Ran discovered that he had ascended another level in his cultivation, now reaching level 33. The reason for this apparent leap in progress was clearly due to the presence of the girl in his arms, which had doubled his training speed. He mused to himself that he now possessed a total of 1,100 skill points. After the last lottery, he had 600 skill points remaining. And yesterday, he had acquired an additional 500, bringing his total to 1,100 once more. Let us proceed with the lottery, 10 consecutive draws at the gold level, Su Ran declared, as he had always been unable to save skill points. Although he was eager to discover whether the diamond-level lottery offered significantly superior rewards, accumulating 10,000 skill points was a daunting prospect. He thought that once he established a harem, if the rewards from skill points were generous, he might just endure the hardship to save for a diamond-level 10 draw. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained. Another routine draw ensued, leaving Su Ran's expression darkening with disappointment. He felt a surge of frustration, unable to comprehend why. Despite being a divine beast with auspicious energy surrounding him, he could not draw anything worthwhile. Dear host, your fortune bears no influence on the system. The system's gentle voice replied, her big, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. Very well, I shall simply proceed with the guaranteed draw, Su Ran retorted. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the system announced. Instantly, Su Ran felt an influx of knowledge regarding various game strategies, musical compositions, and artistic techniques flooding his mind. What use are these skills? Su Ran's expression darkened further. To him, anything that did not enhance his strength was utterly worthless. In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength reigned supreme. There was no need for artistic pursuits. Dear host, are you not aware? Mastering the art of flirtation is essential for successfully managing a harem, the system elaborated, emphasizing the importance of such skills for courtship. Oh, so that is the case. Yet I still feel it is a loss. Can I return this and try again? Su Ran nodded, still feeling he had been shortchanged, contemplating how to extract compensation from the system. That is not permissible. Once a draw is made, it cannot be returned, the system replied innocently. Then will you not offer me some form of compensation? Perhaps allow me to see a picture of you? A modest one will suffice, Su Ran suggested. To reveal my face would cost 10,000 skill points, but I can comply with your request, the system said, mischievously blinking before sending him a photo of herself clad in a thick winter coat, her face obscured by pixelation. What is this? Can you not provide a more enticing image? Su Ran exclaimed, bewildered. The system, upon hearing this, sent him another photo, this time of her back, standing by the seaside in a short-sleeved shirt. Although her face remained hidden, her slender, pale arms hinted at a well-proportioned figure. Yet, I cannot ascertain much from a mere silhouette, Su Ran lamented, noting that her legs were obscured by rocks. By the way, can the system venture to the seaside? Su Ran inquired, puzzled, as he assumed the system existed solely within its own realm. Indeed. However, these scenes are merely illusions created within the system's space. It can conjure various environments, such as magma, volcanoes, forests, and more, though they differ from reality, the system explained, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. Rest assured, I shall strive to accumulate skill points swiftly, so you may take on your true form sooner, Su Ran promised, sensing the system's current mood. Very well. I shall await your efforts, the system nodded, her beautiful eyes softening as they gazed at Su Ran. After completing the lottery and conversing with the system for a while, Su Ran proceeded to freshen up. When he emerged, he found Zhu Zhuqing waiting for him at the door. Today, she wore a black knee-length dress, paired with black stockings and knee-high-heeled boots. With her heels, Zhu Zhuqing's height nearly matched Su Ran's. Do you find me beautiful? She asked, her cheeks flushing slightly as she caught Su Ran's gaze. Feeling a mix of shyness and pride, she subtly adjusted her posture to accentuate her curves. Although Zhu Zhuqing held confidence in her beauty and figure, she could not help but feel a twinge of self-doubt in the presence of her beloved. Today, she was to meet her sister and Davis, and she was determined not to be outshined, even by her sister. Thus, she had risen early, bathing in flower petals and applying light makeup, choosing a fitting outfit with the intent of seeking approval from the one she cherished. You're stunning, and you smell delightful, Su Ran remarked, stepping forward to embrace Zhu Zhuqing, inhaling the fragrant blend of floral and her natural scent. Zhu Zhuqing was no stranger to Su Ran's boldness. Ever since she learned about his friendship with a girl named Xiao Wu and witnessed his actions yesterday, she had grown accustomed to his advances. Upon returning home the previous day, she had grappled with a realization. The physiological needs of boys differed significantly from those of girls. Given Su Ran's vigorous spirit, his desires were considerably heightened. If she were to remain overly reserved, would she not be inflicting unnecessary hardship on him? Su Ran had done so much for her. How could she not reciprocate in some manner? Moreover, as his fiancé, she was bound to him, and she intended to marry no one else. With this in mind, why should she continue to hesitate? If Su Ran's needs went unaddressed, by the time she was ready to open her heart to him, he might already be beyond reach. As they strolled hand in hand through the bustling streets of Xinglua City, the sight of the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman drew admiration from countless onlookers. Su Ran remained blissfully unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have felt a mixture of joy and confusion. Zhu Zhuqing's willingness to be open with him and her intent to be sincere in their relationship were undoubtedly positive signs. However, he also dreaded the thought of her misinterpreting his noble intentions. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, this misunderstanding would only serve to deepen the bond between him and Zhu Zhuqing, fostering a greater intimacy. Previously, Su Ran had seemed untouchable, possessing unparalleled talent and perfection, which had led Zhu Zhuqing to perceive their relationship as an elusive dream, fragile upon contact. Yet, this misunderstanding revealed to her that Su Ran was not without flaws, making him more relatable and human. This realization would undoubtedly instill in Zhu Zhuqing a sense of comfort and affection towards Su Ran. After all, nobody is perfect. A flawless individual can often inspire fear. It is those who seem perfect yet possess minor imperfections that are truly endearing. In Su Ran's case, his singular flaw was his penchant for admiration. Chapter 67. Davis chuckled. Reflecting on the misfortunes of Mu Bai, the Xinglua Advanced Soul Master Academy, much like the Tiando Royal Academy, is propelled by royal influence. This esteemed institution is renowned as a noble academy, albeit slightly more progressive than its Tiando counterpart. Even commoners with exceptional talent can gain admission. This is imperative, as the soul master resources of the Xinglua Empire are significantly inferior to those of the Tiando Empire. The powerful soul masters predominantly hail from illustrious families, such as the Tang, Ning, and Yu clans, among many others, all of which are situated within the Tiando Empire. The Xinglua Empire does possess formidable families, like the Dai and Zhu clans, in addition to the reclusive Su family. The Su family's inherited martial soul, the Star Crown, is a potent auxiliary martial soul, not only capable of supporting combat, but also possessing commendable combat capabilities itself. Following the Martial Soul Halls campaign to unify the continent, the Su family directly seized control over the Xinglua Empire. Since then, they have dominated the empire for millennia, maintaining their rule even during the era of the peerless Tang sect. At this moment, within a refined chamber outside Xinglua Academy, Davis, Zhu Zhuqing, and Su Zhan, a direct descendant of the Su family, were seated together. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing occupied the higher seats, maintaining a respectful distance, indicative of their courteous relationship. Su Zhan, meanwhile, sat on the left. Zhuqing, how well do you know Su Ran? You must have met him when you returned to your family yesterday, Davis inquired, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she radiated a particular beauty in her purple gown, her figure appearing even more alluring than before, which caused him to feel a tinge of envy. Su Ran is nothing but a shameless lecher, Zhu Zhuqing replied, unable to suppress her irritation at the mention of Su Ran, recalling the discomfort she felt yesterday. His abrupt presence had caused her considerable pain, prompting her to forego binding her chest today. However, as her words left her lips, she sensed an awkward tension enveloping the room, the air seemingly solidifying. Davis, taken aback, pondered the implications of her statement, feeling something was amiss. Could it be that Su Ran had done something to Zhuqing? A wave of unease washed over Davis as he studied the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing before him. Today, she was exceptionally radiant. Could it be that Su Ran had influenced her appearance? A shameless lecher? Su Zhan, seated nearby, felt his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat forming as he listened to the conversation between the prince and his fiancée. If the prince discovered he had been betrayed, it would surely spell his doom. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, a paragon of beauty in the Xinglua Empire. Surely, she would not engage in such treachery. Where are your thoughts wandering? Do you truly believe me to be such a person? Zhu Zhuqing realized her words had been poorly chosen but maintained her composure, her voice icy as she looked at Davis. Su Ran, that shameless scoundrel, abandoned my cousin, Zhu Qing, after their engagement, while simultaneously consorting with other women. How can one not deem him a lecherous fiend? He is not only shameless but also utterly irresponsible, she stated, her voice delicate yet resolute, having prepared her defense. Davis and Su Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing her words. Davis sighed, realizing his earlier concern was unfounded. It was impossible for Zhu Zhuqing, who upheld her virtue, to be involved with Su Ran. Even he had maintained a respectful distance from her. How could Su Ran dare to cross such a line? Men are like that, he chuckled lightly, gaining a semblance of understanding towards Su Ran. He found it both amusing and somewhat admirable that Su Ran, with his exceptional talent, could capture the affections of his brother's fiancée while also courting other women. Such cunning was indeed praiseworthy. If he could win Su Ran over to his side, it would not only ensure the downfall of Mu Bai but also provide him with a valuable asset upon his ascension to the throne. After all, With Su Ran's prodigious talent, it would not be long before he achieved the rank of title Douluo. As for Su Ran's entanglement with Mu Bai's fiancé, it mattered little to Davis. The one betrayed was Mu Bai, not him. He found himself rather pleased at the thought of Mu Bai's predicament. For a prince who had been cuckolded could never claim the throne. The dignity of the royal family was at stake. Of course, there is another possibility. If all the royal family's promising princes were similarly betrayed, they would have no choice but to select one from the remaining. But how likely is that? I am not like Mu Bai, a coward. He has neglected his fiancée completely. Who can he blame? Zhu Zhuqing and he share a profound bond. Such a betrayal is inconceivable. Is there anything else remarkable about Su Ran? Davis continued to inquire. His strength seems to exceed what we previously understood. He has likely surpassed the Soul Sect and attained the level of Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing recounted, deep in thought. Oh? Davis's eyebrows raised in surprise. Yesterday, I intended to teach him a lesson on behalf of Zhu Zhuqing, yet he defeated me without even revealing his martial soul. What? Zhuqing? Are you serious? Davis looked at her in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing was already at level 38. How could she be bested by someone who had not even manifested their martial soul? 12 years old, possessing a supreme sword martial soul. And the combat capability of a Soul King, Davis muttered. Is it truly possible for a 12-year-old Su Ran to rival a Soul King? That is unfathomably terrifying. Such extraordinary talent felt almost surreal to him. It was no wonder the Duke wished to betroth Miss Zhu Zhuqing to him. The potential benefits of nurturing such a genius for the family were incalculable. Su Zhen interjected, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He had accompanied Davis to meet this prodigy. At 20 years old, he was already a level 51 Soul King, and Su Ran, at merely 12, could match him in combat prowess. Su, when Su Ran arrives, you should engage him in a spar to gauge his abilities, Davis suggested. Agreed, Su Zhen nodded, preparing himself mentally and physically. Before long, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing arrived, arm in arm at the elegant chamber. Upon witnessing their intimate demeanor, Davis could not suppress his grin. Mu Bai truly was unfortunate. He had fled to the Tiando Empire, oblivious to the fact that his fiancée had been swept away by another. Moreover, it appeared that Zhu Zhuqing held genuine feelings for Su Ran. Had their bond merely been contractual, she would not have displayed such closeness. One could say that Mu Bai had been thoroughly cuckolded. Davis felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of revealing this news to Mu Bai. The moment he learned that his fiancée had become another's betrothed, the shock would surely be unbearable. Chapter 68. Instant defeat of Su Zhen, the astonishment of the crowd's sister, Crown Prince. Sister Zhu Yun, Brother Dai. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing entered the room and greeted everyone directly. Su Ran, always affable, felt no sense of unfamiliarity even though it was his first encounter with Davis. After all, Davis's wife had already allowed him a degree of intimacy. What remained to be unfamiliar? Men are fundamentally alike, drawn to others' wives while cherishing their own offspring. Junior Su, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time, Davis remarked. His heart swelling with joy as Su Ran casually referred to him as Brother Dai. This signified Su Ran's willingness to draw closer to him, indicating that Su Ran would likely become a companion in the future. How could Davis not be pleased? With a prodigious talent like Su Ran at his side, claiming the throne would be effortlessly within reach. Su Ran's extraordinary abilities demanded attention, even from his imperial father. Should Su Ran choose to support the royal family, Zhu Zhuqing's marriage to him would pose no issue. Clinging rigidly to tradition would only lead to demise. The Spirit Hall now wielded considerable power, exerting its influence over 2 great empires and 3 major sections. Although it appeared calm on the surface, a tumultuous undercurrent simmered beneath. If a woman could be exchanged for an unparalleled genius, a future stalwart of the empire, it would undoubtedly be a shrewd bargain. Furthermore, the exchange was with a rival spouse, a lucrative endeavor indeed. In truth, the royal family had long been aware of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship through various clandestine channels. They merely sought to discern Su Ran's sentiments towards them. A genius of his caliber could wield considerable deterrent power against opposing forces in the current unstable continental landscape. The royal family would never willingly eliminate him. Conversely, should Su Ran refuse to collaborate with the royal family, the Dai clan would show no mercy. It is merely a reflection of a world where all actions are dictated by self-interest. Brother Dai, you are too courteous, arriving early to await Zhu Zhuqing and me. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Su Ran smiled, observing Davis, who had recently broken through to the Spirit Master realm, his cultivation commendable. Simultaneously, Su Ran noted another individual in the room. Clad in black, with dark hair and a handsome visage, This person stood up upon Su Ran's arrival, his gaze imbued with a hint of combativeness. "Brother Dai? Who is this?" Su Ran inquired. "Oh, this is Su Zhan, the current junior master of the Su family from the Xingguan sect. Ever since he heard us speak of your talents, he has longed to witness them firsthand. Today, he took the opportunity to join us as we gather the young talents of the Xing Luo Empire," Davis replied, his words polite, yet transparently revealing Su Zhan's intent to spar with Su Ran. "I am Su Zhan, a level 51 Spirit King. I have heard of your unparalleled talent and formidable combat prowess, Brother Su, and I wish to experience it for myself," Su Zhan stated, stepping before Su Ran, clasping his hands respectfully in the customary challenge greeting between spirit masters. "The Su family?" Su Ran raised an eyebrow. The current status of the Su family paled in comparison to the Zhu family, yet their martial spirits were not inferior to those of the Zhu or Dai clans. "I am Su Ran, a level 33 spirit ancestor, wielding the god-slaying sword." "Brother Su, you may strike first," Su Ran declared succinctly, revealing his credentials without further embellishment. "Very well, I shall not hold back," Su Zhan nodded, immediately unleashing his martial spirit. 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, flashed into existence. 3rd spirit technique, Star Radiance. 5th spirit technique, Star Ray. Su Zhan proclaimed as his azure crystal-like star crown martial spirit emitted numerous beams. 1 blue beam augmented himself while the others, suffused with a crimson hue, shot towards Su Ran. The star crown martial spirit primarily enhances combat effectiveness, though it falls short compared to the all-encompassing enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. However, being an auxiliary spirit master, Su Zhan possessed remarkable combat strength in his own right. Once he released his spirit technique, Su Zhan's focus shifted entirely to Su Ran, who likewise unleashed his martial spirit. 2 purple and 1 black spirit rings spiraled upward, radiating brilliance that rendered the 4 spectators, including Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yun, speechless. Under their watchful eyes, Su Ran's 3rd spirit ring erupted with boundless black radiance. In that instant, he drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that obliterated all the rays directed at him. "Your move," Su Ran's voice resonated in Su Zhan's ears, signaling the conclusion of their duel. As a combat-oriented auxiliary spirit master, such a lapse in concentration is unacceptable. On the battlefield, regardless of circumstances, one must remain vigilant. Today is merely a spar. Yet in battle, stakes are life and death. Su Zhan's awareness was jolted back by Su Ran's words, and to his horror, he realized that Su Ran's sword was now poised against his neck. Sunlight streamed through the window, glinting off the blade and casting an ominous sheen. A chilling dread surged within Su Zhan's heart. When had Su Ran closed the distance? His speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of agility-focused spirit masters. He had merely faltered for a moment, and in that fleeting instant, he had been defeated. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun and Davis, who were spectating, were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Su Zhan was a renowned talent at the Xing Luo Academy, his abilities subtly surpassing theirs, yet such a genius crumbled before Su Ran in less than a heartbeat. Su Zhan, level 51 Spirit King, defeated in an instant. Moreover, how could Su Ran's spirit ring configuration be so high? 2,000-year rings and 1 10,000-year ring. This was no jest. Davis felt a surge of frustration. Su Ran's talent had once again opened his eyes. Yet simultaneously, he was invigorated. Should such a talent join his ranks, his renown in the Xing Luo Empire would soar to unimaginable heights. To attract a genius to his side would surely mark him as a capable prince. With Su Ran standing beside him, not only could he ascend to the throne, but he might also propel the Xing Luo Empire to unprecedented heights of prosperity. What an honor that would be. At that moment, he could very well become the most esteemed emperor since the founding monarch. Upon witnessing Su Ran's extraordinary potential, Davis made a silent vow. If Su Ran were willing to befriend him, he would certainly persuade the royal family not to harm him. Although Su Ran bolstered the Zhu family's strength, he could not shake the Dai family's royal standing, which was anchored in their dominance over spirit fusion techniques. The alliance between the Dai and Zhu families was mutually beneficial. Division would only lead to mutual detriment, preventing any significant discord. However, should they dare to execute Su Ran, retribution from the Zhu family would be inevitable. Davis had resolved to advocate for Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing's union, for what did it matter if Mu Bai, a mere incompetent, was cuckolded? It was of no concern to him. Chapter 69 Zhu Yun must thoroughly understand Su Ran. At this moment, Davis directed all his attention towards Su Ran. oblivious to the peculiar expression in the beautiful eyes of his fiancée, Zhu Yunyun. Her gaze held a hint of tenderness. Since time immemorial, the allure of strong men has captivated beautiful women. It remains an unchanging truth. Due to their unique physiological traits, women often appear more delicate and tend to lack a sense of security. Even the most formidable women possess a softer side. The absence of security can only be alleviated in the presence of the strong. Of course, Zhu Yunyun was not a materialistic person. Yet Su Ran was the first to have touched her intimately. That night, he explored every inch of her, which, while inciting her anger, simultaneously deepened her feelings for him. Women traditionally place great value on their chastity. Being touched can either provoke wrath or elicit affection. Clearly, Su Ran belonged to the latter category. The bond between Zhu Yunyun and Davis was shallow. Everyone cherishes freedom, and no one favors an arranged marriage. Zhu Yunyun was no exception. Otherwise, she would not have been so protective of her chastity, allowing Davis no liberties. This also reflected Zhu Yunyun's inherent habits and her inclination towards self-restraint. However, such habits pale in comparison to genuine affection. Rules are established for those we do not favor. Zhu Yunyun concealed her feelings well, the fleeting softness in her gaze vanishing in an instant. No one in the room noticed her unusual demeanor. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was equally preoccupied with Su Ran and thus failed to recognize her sister's subtle changes in expression. Thank you, Brother Su Ran, for your timely reminder. I shall not repeat such mistakes after today, Su Zhan expressed with gratitude towards Su Ran. Though he had been defeated, he felt no shame. Rather, he was appreciative of Su Ran's counsel. Su Ran was right. Had this been the battlefield, he would have perished without understanding how. This instilled in Su Zhan a degree of admiration, for not everyone would kindly warn their opponent. However, he realized that Su Ran could easily defeat him now, and he would likely be left far behind in the future. Su Ran would never regard him as a rival. He could only look up to him until he became invisible. Such was Su Ran's talent, 2 purple and 1 black, far exceeding the standard soul ring configuration of Douluo Continent. A genius of this caliber was unparalleled across the continent. Even the Spirit Hall had not witnessed such an extraordinary talent. Su Zhan was uncertain how far Su Ran could ascend, yet he sensed that upon Su Ran's rise, the entire continent would tremble. Perhaps, in the future, Su Ran would reach the pinnacle of the continent. Just remember, Su Ran replied, nodding. The sound of the god-slaying sword entering its sheath echoed, and Su Ran could not help but revel in it. It has been said that swords are the romance of men. For Su Ran, this was equally true. Every time he drew or sheathed his sword, his understanding deepened. The sword he wielded was far more than a mere object. For a swordsman, the sword is life itself. This was a truth Su Ran gleaned from the foundational sword techniques provided by the system. As the battle concluded, Zhu Zhuqing hurried to Su Ran's side, embracing his right arm tightly, her face radiating joy. Her fiancé was a prodigy, only a few months her senior, yet surpassing the Soul King in strength. With one stroke, he shattered the strongest soul technique of a Soul King, and with a second, he pressed it against the vital point of Su Zhan, defeating him in an instant. The unadorned yet overwhelming nature of the battle unfolded before her like a work of art. Pride swelled within her for Su Ran at that moment. Her emotions surged even more than when she herself had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, for this was her fiancé. He was the world's top genius, with an immeasurable future ahead. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran with eyes reminiscent of spring water, tightly clasping his arm against her chest, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Yet, the memory of Su Ran's earlier actions, which had hurt her, allowed her heart to open completely. She was Su Ran's fiancée and would one day be his wife. In this life, she belonged to Su Ran. In death, she would be his ghost. No matter what, she could never favor another. Then, if Su Ran desires, let it be so. As long as you find happiness, that is all that matters. You are my one and only, Su Ran said gently, ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's silky black hair. This scene did not go unnoticed by Zhu Yunyun, who felt a twinge of envy for her sister. Zhu Zhuqing would soon be free. Although Su Ran was licentious, he treated Zhu Zhuqing with great care. Bestowing a gift valued at 30 million gold soul coins was no trivial matter, if not for his licentious nature. He would be the type adored by women across the realm. Enough, enough. This is not a place for you two to engage in romantic exchanges, Zhu Yunyun interjected, breaking the moment. Su Zhan, witnessing this, prepared to take his leave as the affairs of the Dai and Zhu families were not his concern. Your Highness, Brother Su Ran, Miss Zhu Yunyun, and Miss Zhu Zhuqing, I shall take my leave now. May we converse again in the future, Su Zhan said, retreating toward the door. The room was left with only Su Ran, Davis, and the two sisters from the Zhu family. Davis pulled Su Ran to sit beside him, while the Zhu sisters took their places on the other side. Brother Su, you have truly opened my eyes today. To defeat Su Zhan so effortlessly, despite your rank as a soul master, is remarkable. Su Zhan has always been proud. To see him falter at your hands is impressive. With your talent, it is likely you will attain at least level 95 as a title Douluo in the future, Davis praised. Brother Dai, you flatter me. There are always those more capable than oneself in this world. I am but an ordinary traveler among countless strong individuals, Su Ran replied, shaking his head with an air of nonchalance. Haha, there are few with such a mindset as yours, Brother Su. I find it hard to believe that if you are not remarkable, then my own talent must be quite ordinary, Davis thought to himself, slightly irked. Brother Su, I did not come here merely to forge a friendship. There is an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Currently, I am in contention with Mu Bai for the throne. If you could align yourself with me, my chances of success would increase significantly. Thus, I seek your support as my right-hand man. If you are willing to assist me, I will do my utmost to speak well of you in front of my father. Your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing will not be hindered, Davis stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Su Ran, holding out a black token. Accepting this token would signify Su Ran's willingness to ally with him. Since the Crown Prince has made such a proposition, how could I refuse? Moreover, the Crown Prince and Sister Zhu Yunyan share a unique bond. We are somewhat related. By joining forces, we can strengthen our ties and anticipate great things in the future, Su Ran said, taking the token from Davis's hand. He had long harbored this intention, seeking Davis's assistance to address the royal family's dissatisfaction regarding his engagement with Zhu Zhuqing. Furthermore, it would provide him with more opportunities to be with Zhu Yunyan. If he became Davis's advisor, he could visit Zhu Yunyan's chamber daily. Excellent. You and Zhu Zhuqing can be assured of your connection moving forward. I will shield you from any troubles. Here is a gold card containing 10 million gold soul coins, universally accepted across the continent. Please accept it for any unforeseen needs. Davis concluded. Davis, in high spirits, eagerly thrust the golden soul coin card into Su Ran's embrace, inexplicably feeling a chuckle bubbling within him. Mu Bai was nothing short of a fool. Not only had he failed to secure the throne, but his fiancé he had also eloped with another. The most intriguing aspect, however, was that he could use Mu Bai's fiancé to attract an unparalleled genius. What a lucrative proposition. After all, it was Mu Bai's fiancé being utilized, not his own. Employing Mu Bai's wife to draw in a prodigy seemed like an extraordinary gain. His heart swelled with mirth at the thought of how Mu Bai would react upon discovering that his fiancé had been directly assigned to Su Ran. He found the situation utterly amusing. After the banquet, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, leaving the room occupied solely by Davis and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, for the next week or two, I suggest you stay at home. Keep an eye on Su Ran. It is crucial to understand his temperament. Such a genius must be thoroughly understood. Only you, as the esteemed young lady of the Zhu family and Su Ran's sister-in-law, have the opportunity to truly get close to him. Once you have a comprehensive understanding of Su Ran, I shall be able to confidently manage him. Chapter 70. The fleeting beauty of fireworks in the room. Davis gazed at his enchanting fiancée, captivated by her voluptuous figure, which elicited an involuntary exclamation of affection. Under the sun, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was strikingly alluring, prompting Davis to marvel at her beauty. In this lifetime, having such a person by his side was enough. Not only was Zhu Zhuqing breathtakingly beautiful, but she would also serve as his wise companion. As the future queen of the Star Luo Empire, she would embody grace and assist him in solidifying his reign. What's wrong? Why the silence? Davis chuckled, observing Zhu Zhuqing. She was the elder sister of Zhu Zhuqing, and, by extension, Su Ran's aunt. It was through Zhu Zhuqing's bond with Zhu Zhuqing that she could approach Su Ran more readily and possess an intimate understanding of him. Although he was Zhu Zhuqing's betrothed, his status as the crown prince created a barrier to complete honesty between them, let alone with outsiders. In the coming days, I will return to the Zhu family to engage more with Su Ran. A genius like Su Ran, if harnessed effectively, could secure your position beyond challenge, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, a peculiar expression gracing her face. Upon realizing a faint sentiment she harbored for Su Ran, she instinctively felt the urge to evade deeper interaction with him. She was acutely aware of Su Ran's exceptional qualities, and should she come to know him too intimately, she feared she would inevitably fall for him. However, Davis's suggestion for her to return to the Zhu family and interact more with Su Ran left her at a loss for words. She found it difficult to decline his request, fearing that an overt display of her desire to avoid Su Ran might lead Davis to misinterpret her relationship with him, which would be detrimental for both her and Su Ran. Thank you for your hard work these days. A talent like Su Ran will undoubtedly seek opportunities in the Spirit Master-concentrated land of the Heaven Do Empire. His recent departure from Star Luo City only reinforces this notion. Thus, we must solidify our relationship with Su Ran before he leaves, Davis continued, his gaze warming as he looked at the exquisite woman before him. Zhu Zhuqing was flawless in every aspect but was overly reserved, not permitting even the slightest touch. Yet, in a way, this was advantageous. If she remained untouchable, others would not dare to approach her either. Once he became the crown prince, Zhu Zhuqing would be his consort, presenting herself to him unblemished. At that moment, he would relish the beauty of Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing strolled along the streets of the Star Luo Empire, both brimming with delight. Holding a golden soul coin card gifted by Davis, free to indulge in whatever they desired. Su Ran, you're truly wonderful, Zhu Zhuqing cooed, nestled in his embrace. Clad in a new dress he had purchased for her, filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Since Su Ran's arrival, she had been spared from worry, as he handled everything with ease, allowing her to simply close her eyes and trust that he would manage all matters diligently. What's wrong? Su Ran gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's long hair, unable to suppress a smile at her affection. In the future, she would rest in his embrace. And regardless of what transpired, he would bear the burden. If he could do nothing else, how could he allow his woman to face hardships? Protecting one's wife and children from suffering was the duty of a man. However, he had neither wife nor children yet. They had not yet reached that stage. By the way, Su Ran, can you play the piano? You even bought these instruments, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The arts were typically pursued by those noble youths lacking martial talent, and with Su Ran's exceptional gifts, one would assume he had little time for such pursuits. Could it be that he also excelled in this area? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Su Ran expectantly. No woman could resist the allure of a perfect partner. And she was no exception. Of course, wait a moment, and I shall play for you, Su Ran replied as he led her toward the Zhu residence. Upon arriving, they were escorted by the butler to an elegantly designed courtyard, surrounded by serene landscapes and the sweet melodies of birds, complete with several guest rooms. In a pavilion within the courtyard, Su Ran placed the harp he had purchased on the stone table. As his fingers delicately plucked the strings, a series of clear yet melancholic notes resonated in the air. Zhu Zhuqing was entranced, her gaze fixated on Su Ran. The harp, an elegant instrument, paired with Su Ran's impeccable skills in various arts, exuded a grace that he seldom displayed. With his handsome features and striking presence, he appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. After a brief prelude, Su Ran began to sing the lyrics. In the clamor of life, I retreat into solitude. How many debts of love shall I bear throughout my days as rain fell gently? Memories of the past lingered in the depths of the earth. He had heard that she still guarded her solitary fortress. The pastoral melodies drifted from the outskirts, where fate took root and blossomed in their lives. Su Ran pondered. Only this ancient melody, once immensely popular in his previous life, could be fittingly rendered on the harp, as it spoke of the love between a man and a woman. The song was perfectly apt for the moment. Zhu Zhuqing quietly absorbed Su Ran's music, her heartstrings tugged by the tenderness it evoked. Although she did not fully grasp the song's narrative, she sensed it told of a love both poignant and tragic. This realization filled her with a sense of trepidation. Were they not in a similar predicament? Despite their engagement, they found themselves ensnared in the intricate web of Zhu and Dai family interests. Should Su Ran fail to yield considerable benefits, they would be cast into despair. She feared not death, but she did not wish to die. She yearned to be with Su Ran every day. As the final notes faded, Su Ran set the harp aside. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him with a profound intensity, her affection evident in her eyes. Su Ran, what do the lyrics speak of? She murmured, nestled in his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. Once, a general was tasked with guarding the frontier and encountered a local maiden. They quickly fell in love and pledged their lives to one another. However, when the enemy invaded, the general was called to battle, and before departing, he took her hand, promising to return victorious and marry her. Tragically, he perished in battle and never returned. The maiden, heartbroken, prayed for his safe return at a nearby temple, but as days turned to years, she aged, and the general never came back. She suffered greatly, having remained too reserved to give him her most precious virtue before his departure. Su Ran sighed softly, recounting the tale that resonated deeply within him. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, unable to shake the parallels between herself and the conservative maiden within the story. Su ran Zhu Zhuqing and twined her arms around his neck, her enchanting gaze reflecting a spring-like glimmer, locking onto his eyes. Take me. I am yours, and will forever remain so. Her cheeks flushed as she uttered those innocent, yet resolute words of affection. All right, Su ran replied, lifting Zhu Zhuqing as she clung to him like an octopus. He carried her toward the room ahead. The twilight has just begun to descend, still adorned with the last vestiges of sunlight, casting a gentle glow that renders everything visible yet indistinct. This hazy ambience is most enchanting. Chapter 71. The unashamed Su ran. Not long after Su ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, Zhu Zhuqing stood in a daze outside Su ran's courtyard, her voluptuous figure leaning against the wall, her heart in turmoil. What manner of person is Su ran? His talents are unparalleled, and he excels in every aspect. When it comes to his musical prowess, he undoubtedly surpasses anyone in the Star Luo Empire. Even the most renowned court musicians pale in comparison to his artistry. As she listened to the hauntingly beautiful melodies that seemed to weep and lament, she found herself once again entranced. Su ran, what kind of person are you? Zhu Zhuqing murmured to herself, unable to contain her emotions. Feelings are the most tender and uncontrollable aspects of human nature. The reason admonished her to remain indifferent towards Su ran. Her heart was continuously stirred by his presence. Her heart raced as she recalled the night she spent with him in Shuqing, an evening filled with awkwardness, excitement, and trepidation, causing her cheeks to flush. Even if she wished to deny it, she recognized that she had indeed developed feelings for Su ran. This emotion seemed to rebel against her. For the more she tried to calm herself and distance her heart from him, the more restless it became. Su ran's image was indelibly etched in her mind, compelling her to think of him incessantly. A moment of springtime intimacy is worth a fortune. Su ran cherished the fleeting hours of that night, unwilling to let a single second slip away. Yet, even a master of time management like him could not resist the swift passage of time. Upon awakening, he found Zhu Zhuqing still nestled in his embrace, her breathing steady and serene. Su ran, you're awake, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her eyes fluttering open as she felt a tickling sensation from his fingers. Upon meeting his unabashed gaze, her face flushed crimson. She averted her eyes, shyly attempting to pull the blanket tighter around her. Though emboldened by the late hour the previous night, the morning light revealed everything clearly, and she could no longer afford the same abandon. My dear Qing is quite the lady now. Yet, she remains so bashful, Su ran remarked playfully, twirling her silky hair with his fingers. Humph. If it weren't for your mischief, I wouldn't have entrusted myself to you, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, curling up under the covers like a little kitten, her beautiful eyes blinking in feigned innocence. She felt as though she had been ensnared by Su ran's charm, so devotedly following him and even surrendering her most precious virtue. Get up and wash up, and while you're at it, fetch my clothes, Zhu Zhuqing chided playfully, hesitating to rise from her cocoon. All right, I shall prepare hot water for your bath. Does that suffice? Su ran replied with a smile, rising to dress. His robust physique was momentarily revealed, causing Zhu Zhuqing to instinctively cover her eyes. Honestly, you've seen me before. We've been so frank with each other. What is there to fear? Su ran muttered, fully clothed as he stepped towards the door. He knew Zhu Zhuqing was too shy to rise while he remained in the room. As Su ran departed, the room fell into tranquility once more, allowing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to finally settle. Su ran had been utterly shameless last night, lacking any regard for her modesty. She pouted, surveying the stillness around her, feeling a twinge of grievance. Was Su ran truly so oblivious? He left without offering her any assistance. Just as her complaints began to surface, Su ran opened the door. Chapter 72. 3,000 skill points. Su ran's tenderness with a sharp gasp. Zhu Zhuqing trembled slightly at the moment Su ran appeared. She had just slipped on a half pair of black stockings, her entire body smooth and devoid of any coverings. Su ran, what brings you back? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she clutched the blanket, attempting to shield her form. Her embarrassment lingered, despite having surrendered herself to him the previous night. However, under the bright daylight, her modesty was overwhelmed by his gaze. Would you have risen today had I not come? Su ran replied helplessly, a twinge of concern swelling in his heart. After all, it was his first successful departure from his previous identity upon arriving in this realm. And Zhu Qing's figure and beauty were unparalleled, making it quite difficult for him to restrain himself. Enduring such a lure from his beloved was indeed a tremendous trial. Zhu Zhuqing cast a reproachful glance at Su ran, silently blaming him for her current state. I'll carry you to the bath. The water is ready. And I've tested the temperature, Su ran said, wrapping a silk quilt around her, concealing her fair skin. With a gentle princess carry, he whisked Zhu Zhuqing towards the bathroom. As she lay in his embrace, her heartbeat gradually steadied, and she gazed at his chiseled features, feeling enveloped in a wave of sweetness. Despite his fierceness the night before, he was typically tender and considerate, attuned to the feelings of a lady. Call me when you finish bathing. You should have clothes in your storage soul guide, right? Su Ran inquired, observing Zhu Zhuqing submerged in the bath. Only her shoulders above the water. I have some. I can manage on my own, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She could never allow Su Ran to assist her in dressing. That would be utterly mortifying, especially with the stockings involved. Very well, I shall wait outside. Just call if you need anything, Su Ran nodded. He added some restorative herbs to the bath, ensuring Zhuqing would regain some strength after a while. Enough for her basic movements. Host brother is quite shameless. It was her first time, and you were so ruthless, showing no tenderness. The system's voice chastised him discontentedly. I wish to exercise restraint, but it was beyond my control, Su Ran shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. How could anyone maintain composure in such an intimate embrace? Even a saint would succumb to temptation in such circumstances, let alone himself. Now to business. I have a harem, correct? What about the skill point rewards? Su Ran inquired, excitement bubbling within him. Congratulations, host has successfully acquired a harem member, rewarding you with 3,000 skill points. You currently possess a total of 3,100 skill points, the system announced. Good heavens, could this mean I might acquire 3 10,000-year soul rings? Su Ran exclaimed with enthusiasm. He had never earned so many skill points from a single task. And this newfound harem member had granted him a substantial reward. This revelation solidified Su Ran's resolve. He must steadfastly pursue the path of a harem to ascend to greatness and become an unparalleled force in the world. How could one grow stronger without a harem? How could one find joy without it? Do you wish to allocate the skill points to soul rings? No, I shall save them for now, Su Ran replied, dismissing the suggestion. Using skill points on soul rings seemed unwise at this juncture. Even possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings would only equate to a soul master. Moreover, flaunting 3 black rings would draw too much attention, inevitably reaching the ears of the spirit hall. Thus, Su Ran resolved to amass more skill points to extend the longevity of his Qilin form. He needed to elevate his spirit beast form to at least the 10,000-year level to face formidable foes like titled Douluo with some confidence. Yet, he lamented the scarcity of skill points. To elevate his spirit beast form would require nearly 10,000 points. Not to mention extracting the enhanced plant cultivation solution for Ayin. Otherwise, Ayin would remain in her current state indefinitely. As thoughts of Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, flickered in his mind, a bold idea took root. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the room, clad in a loose-fitting black dress that concealed her skin entirely. Zhuqing, why didn't you call me? Why did you venture out alone? Su Ran exclaimed, rushing to support her as she hobbled, leaning against the wall. You shameless Su Ran. Now my sisters will have a good laugh at my expense. Zhu Zhuqing lightly punched his chest, her strength minimal, akin to a playful tease. What is there to fear? We committed no wrongdoing. Besides, your father previously consented. As long as we took precautions and maintained discretion, Su Ran chuckled, revealing his genuine intention to avoid any scandal. After all, he had not yet fully indulged. If he were to stumble into serious trouble, it would spell disaster. Certainly, one could not flirt in front of their own children. That would be quite improper. Thus, Su Ran had resolved not to have children until he had truly enjoyed himself. Then why did yesterday happen? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed as she struggled to continue, her embarrassment evident. Wasn't it a fortuitous occasion? Su Ran smiled, ruffling her hair. Fully aware of her unasked questions, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, understanding and opting for silence. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing stepped outside, the butler had been waiting patiently. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's slight unsteadiness, he quickly grasped the situation. Miss Zhuqing, young Master Su Ran, the Duke requests your presence after you awaken, the butler remarked. A knowing smile playing on his lips, silently commending Su Ran's vigor. Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Being caught in such a situation was uncomfortable for a young lady. Su Ran, however, remained unfazed. Understood, we will join him shortly, Su Ran responded. Feeling Zhuqing's slow pace and concerned by her occasional winces of pain, Su Ran swiftly scooped her up into his arms, carrying her towards the Zhu family hall. Chapter 73. The Marquis, the chosen one in the grand hall of the Zhu family, the head of the family, Zhu Zihao, along with Zhu Zhuyun, gathered around a table laden with sumptuous dishes, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. When Su Ran entered, effortlessly cradling Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. Both Zhu Hao and Zhu Zhuqing turned their gazes towards the pair. Zhu Zhuqing, eyes closed and head bowed, dared not meet her father and sister's eyes. Initially feeling a twinge of embarrassment, the thought of her limping form being seen by her father and sister made her even more self-conscious, compelling her to allow Su Ran to carry her. However, this was merely a futile attempt to deceive herself. As a seasoned man, Zhu Hao was acutely aware of the dynamics between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing Zhu Qing's somewhat frail appearance, a slight tremor passed through his facial muscles. Despite being a formidable soul master with ample resources since childhood, Zhu Qing's current weakness spoke volumes, suggesting Su Ran possessed a charm reminiscent of his own youth. "Uncle, Sister Zhuyun, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Su Ran said, gently placing Zhu Zhuqing into a chair beside him. "No worries at all. It's I who have interrupted your tender moment," Zhu Hao chuckled, his heart filled with delight at the blossoming relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran. He secretly hoped for their bond to deepen, for the present circumstances were to his liking. After all, Su Ran was merely a distant relative of the Zhu family. If he did not secure Su Ran's loyalty, he might find himself lamenting when Su Ran was drawn away by other factions. He had heard from Zhuyun that Su Ran's soul rings had astonishingly transformed to 2 purple and 1 black. A remarkable upgrade from his previous configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The mystery behind this transformation left him puzzled, yet he refrained from prying. Respecting Su Ran's burgeoning talent and allowing him to cultivate in peace, lest he provoke resentment. His desire was for Su Ran to grow stronger. For the mightier Su Ran became, the more prosperous the Zhu family and the Star Luo Empire would flourish. As Zhu Zhuqing sat at the table, her father's playful banter prompted her to discreetly kick Su Ran under the table in a fit of pride. Had she known that such actions would lead to such discomfort, leaving her unable to walk normally, she would never have made that decision. Su Ran, feeling the gentle nudges from Zhu Zhuqing's foot beneath the table, couldn't he help but chuckle. But he deemed it inappropriate to tease her openly at the dining table, and instead turned his attention to Zhu Hao, broaching the matter at hand. "Uncle, what brings me here today?" "Oh, during the morning court session, His Majesty specifically mentioned you. You are now regarded as a prodigy of the Star Luo Empire. A child of destiny. The possibilities for your future are boundless," Zhu Hao exclaimed, his face aglow with pride. He had previously worried that the Dai family would create trouble upon discovering Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran's relationship, but to his surprise, Su Ran had proven himself quite astute. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Su Ran's alliance with Davis to navigate the royal court was indeed a clever maneuver. As the first prince and future emperor, Davis's opinions carried weight, even with the emperor himself. Furthermore, Su Ran's willingness to support Davis was a point of consideration for the royal family, weighing the pros and cons of such an alliance. If all went as expected, Su Ran's future achievements could surpass even the youngest title Douluo known throughout the continent. The implications of having such a talent in the resource-scarce Star Luo Empire were not lost on the royal family, thus rendering any hostile actions against Su Ran improbable. The benefits he brought forth were simply too significant, and the negative repercussions of his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing paled in comparison. In fact, the royal family could craft a narrative of genuine love between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, portraying a benevolent image to the public. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Su Ran raised an eyebrow, looking intently at Zhu Hao. "His Majesty does not oppose your union with Zhu Qing. However, you must exercise caution in Star Luo City to avoid gossip among the populace," Zhu Hao cautioned, casting a deep gaze at Su Ran. "Moreover, the Emperor and his ministers have decided to bestow upon you the title of Marquis, with the designation of the Chosen One. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Marquis of Destiny, ranking just below me, the Duke, and the 6 other influential marquises of the Empire." "What?" Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing were left astounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. "The title of Marquis is second only to that of Duke. Do not be alarmed. His Majesty has merely conferred upon Su Ran a title without granting any substantial land or official position. This title is more symbolic. A means for the royal family to win favor," Zhu Hao explained with a chuckle. "Nevertheless, even a titular marquis carries numerous advantages. Such a young marquis has never existed in the annals of Douluo Continent's history, and even a young earl has yet to emerge." Zhu Zhuqing could not contain her excitement, her gaze fixed upon Su Ran, filled with complexity. Should the news of Su Ran's elevation to marquis be publicly announced, his reputation would undoubtedly soar across the realm. Being granted a marquisate at the age of 12 is a tremendous honor. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing felt their cheeks flush with exhilaration, knowing that once the emperor's decree was disseminated, Su Ran would become a figure of renown. Indeed, the royal family has shown considerable sincerity in binding Su Ran to the empire, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. But Su Ran's talent warrants such actions from the Dai family. With a configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, and combat prowess capable of defeating a soul king, Su Ran's talent is truly extraordinary. Su Ran accepted a token from Zhu Zhuqing, inscribed with a prominent character for Su, and adorned on the reverse with the fierce visage of a leopard-like soul beast. Symbolizing his marquisate, Marquis of Destiny, Su Ran mused, holding the token in his hand, contemplating its significance before placing it into his storage soul guide. He felt no particular thrill at this title. It bore both advantages and drawbacks. Once the emperor made the announcement, he would undoubtedly become a hotly debated figure across the continent. A youth bestowed with a marquisate is indeed a sensational topic, sure to ignite conversations among many. Yet, this could also draw the attention of formidable factions prematurely. However, the advantages seem to outweigh the potential drawbacks. As a marquis, second only to a duke, this status would facilitate amicable exchanges with figures such as Qian Renqiue, rendering such interactions far simpler. Chapter 74. If I see you with other men, I will truly go mad after dinner. Su Ran escorted Zhu Zhuqing to rest, for today was not a day suitable for her to be wandering about. It was better for her to recuperate. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Su Ran encountered Zhu Zhuqing. Congratulations! You are the youngest marquis in the history of the Xinghua Empire, Zhu Zhuqing said softly, approaching Su Ran in her elegant black dress, her voluptuous figure captivating. In her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of something unusual. A young man being granted a title of nobility was indeed a tremendous honor. Not only in the Xinghua Empire, but across the entire continent, such an occurrence was rare. Before her stood a legendary marquis. Zhuqing, you jest. It is merely a title, devoid of any substantial power. Besides, I have never held much interest in such matters, Su Ran replied with a smile. Titles could be fabricated at the whim of the royal family, and their value diminished significantly when in excess. Even if it is just a title, it is still impressive. If you are uninterested in such high honors, what do you find intriguing? Zhu Zhuqing shot Su Ran a playful glare, her charming demeanor unabashedly evident. Being bestowed a marquis would send anyone into a frenzy of joy, yet Su Ran appeared unfazed. Remarkably, she treated Su Ran with a warmth that exceeded her usual demeanor towards Davis. Their interactions had always been respectful, but never this intimate. In the Xinghua Empire, those I hold in regard include Zhu Zhuqing and another. Su Ran paused, leaving his statement incomplete, igniting Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity. What is the other? Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced as she noticed Su Ran's intense gaze upon her, feeling a mixture of panic and intrigue. Was she the other person he referred to? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she sensed Su Ran's brazen and domineering look, making her heart flutter with unease. His curiosity had piqued hers. Yet she felt frustrated by his silence. If it truly was her, how would she navigate her relationship with Su Ran? As Zhu Qing's sister, their bond was significant. Despite not sharing the same mother, if Zhu Qing were to discover Su Ran's feelings for her, how would she react? Moreover, she was Davis's fiancé, the favored prince. Unlike the inconsequential Davis who had fled, her future was destined to be that of a queen. If she dared to engage with Su Ran, no matter his talents, it would lead to dire consequences. Zhuqing, what are you pondering? Su Ran asked, observing the flush on her face and the mixture of trepidation and anticipation in her expression. He couldn't help but smile as he stepped closer, his hand resting upon Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous figure. Su Ran, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, feeling the warmth of his hand against her back. Her eyes darted around to ensure they were alone, and her alarm subsided slightly. Lost my mind? No. If I were to see Zhuqing with another man, cherished by someone else, then I would truly go mad. Su Ran's arm tightened around Zhu Zhuqing, pulling her into his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. His gaze lingered on her, filled with desire. The beauty of Zhu Zhuqing's form was unparalleled, and even Zhu Qing might never rival her figure. Such attributes depended largely on genetics, and Zhu Zhuqing was a divine creation. Blessed with a bountiful physique while maintaining a slender waist and elegantly long legs, rendering her form exquisite. In all the world, finding another woman with such a figure would be nearly impossible. Su Ran, what are you doing? Do you not understand our respective statuses? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze faltered, her heart fluttering with a gentle sweetness, yet overshadowed by the panic and fear brought on by her rational mind. Her identity differed from Zhu Zhuqing's. She could never possess the same freedom. Status? What does it matter? I do not care, Su Ran replied, pulling Zhu Zhuqing down onto the nearby chaise lounge. Kissing her forcefully, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate fists pounded against his chest in an attempt to push him away, yet her efforts proved futile. Gradually, she surrendered, allowing Su Ran to kiss her. In that moment, the shackles around Zhu Zhuqing's heart began to loosen. She was Davis's fiancée, destined to be the queen of the Qingluo Empire, but she did not love Davis. She loathed the idea of an arranged marriage and the thought of being confined to the palace for eternity. Such a life, even if long-lasting, would be a profound tragedy. To live without obtaining what one truly desires renders existence meaningless. What she craved was Su Ran, a young prodigy. An extraordinary man who had been granted a title of nobility at such a young age. Only Su Ran could fulfill her desires. After a long moment, their lips parted, and their eyes locked. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively turned her head away in a fluster. Zhuqing, I like you. I want you, Su Ran declared. Propping himself up on the chaise, gazing intently at the stunning woman clad in black before him. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced at Su Ran's commanding tone and actions. Looking at his earnest and resolute face, she felt a rush of warmth, momentarily lost in a daze, and inadvertently responded with a soft affirmation. Then from now on, Zhuqing will be mine. Upon hearing her almost inaudible reply, Su Ran pulled her into his arms on the chaise. The sensation of her soft, fragrant form against him stirred deep emotions within him. Su Ran, we. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran, who held her tightly as if she were his possession. A frown creased her brow. Could their relationship truly endure? If word of their connection reached the royal ears, what would become of Su Ran? Su Ran, let us keep our relationship a secret from others. In public, let us maintain our distance as before. When we are alone, you may act as you wish. As long as it is not too excessive, Zhu Zhuqing implored, her eyes beseeching Su Ran. If their relationship were to be exposed, it could send shockwaves throughout the empire. She feared not for her reputation, but for Su Ran's safety, knowing he would face the full wrath of the royal family. Chapter 75 Staying with Zhu Zhuqing. Several small garments were good enough for now. We would maintain our previous state, and I would not put you in a difficult position. Su Ran nodded, fully aware of the tempest that would ensue should their secret affair be exposed. The fiancée of the crown prince, Zhu Zhuqing, who might one day ascend as empress. Being implicated in a scandal with him would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Qingluo Empire, marking a disgrace for the royal family. However, I must make amends. Su Ran gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was curled up in his embrace, unable to restrain himself from speaking. You are truly mischievous, Zhu Zhuqing playfully glared at Su Ran, reproaching him. It was evident that concealing their relationship would benefit him, yet he shamelessly demanded compensation. Nonetheless, she found herself utterly defenseless against his request. In a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing pecked Su Ran's cheek like a little bird before retreating back into his arms. Now, you must be satisfied, she remarked, lightly pounding her delicate fist against his chest. She finally understood why Zhu Zhuqing had fallen for Su Ran so quickly, even surrendering her most precious self to him. Although Su Ran was shameless and lecherous, he possessed an innate understanding of a girl's heart, skillfully stirring her emotions without causing discomfort. Being with him engendered a sense of comfort and ease. Moreover, his roguish charm only enhanced his allure, with a devilish grin that evoked both irritation and amusement. Indeed, I am satisfied, Su Ran affirmed, resting his nose against the elegantly styled bun atop Zhu Zhuqing's head, inhaling the fragrance that belonged solely to her. He recognized that maintaining such a relationship with Zhu Zhuqing was no small feat. While he desired to advance further, the moment was not yet ripe. The royal family had consented to his union with Zhu Zhuqing, believing that even if they forbade her from being with Su Ran, she would inevitably fall victim to the ruthless competition for the throne against Mu Bai. Thus, they deemed it wiser to agree to the arrangement in exchange for a prodigy. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was different. Without sufficient strength, he could only embrace her for now. Should he take her virginity and the royal family suspect something, it would spell disaster for her. He was unencumbered, free to whisk Zhu Zhuqing away to distant lands, but Zhu Zhuqing would never leave. After all, she would never abandon her family out of shame brought upon them by her actions. Randy, when will you and Zhu Zhuqing depart? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, nestled in Su Ran's embrace. She was aware that he and Zhu Zhuqing would eventually leave the Qingluo Empire. The emperor's whims were unpredictable. Their presence posed a danger should the royal family grow displeased. Moreover, with Su Ran's talents, he would find greater opportunities in the Tiando Empire. Perhaps in a week, Su Ran replied. While he yearned to stay with Zhu Zhuqing, Remaining in the Qing Luo Empire risked exposing their clandestine affair. Departing sooner would be prudent. Furthermore, Tang San and Xiao Gang would likely arrive at Shrek Academy soon, and he needed to showcase their talents. Especially Xiao Gang, who, despite his lack of prowess, had the audacity to declare that there were no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Wasn't that a contradiction of his own philosophy? He hadn't even taken on a disciple with a subpar martial soul to validate his theory. Since Randy will be away for so long, could you play a piece for me? Zhu Zhuqing's face momentarily clouded with disappointment as she recalled the melody she had heard outside the courtyard the previous day. Of course. Just lie still in my arms, and I shall play for you. With impending separation weighing on his heart, Su Ren felt a pang of sorrow. Knowing he had stirred her affections, and that he would soon depart, he resolved to fulfill any request Zhu Zhuqing made, as long as it was within his means. This request was a simple matter. Straightening in his seat, Su Ren placed a harp upon the stone table before him and began to play. At the ends of the earth, the winds and sands do roam. In the tales of the mortal realm, ties of longing are sown. As the sword unsheathes, grievances emerge. Who laughs? I only seek to embrace you in my arms today. Su Ren had mastered the arts of music and painting, and he could effortlessly play the ancient masterpieces. Yet, he felt that the more contemporary melodies infused with traditional flair were more vibrant. Being with his beloved, he had no need for pretense. He played purely for the joy of it. Randy, how are you so talented? Zhu Zhuqing nestled in his embrace, succumbed to the enchantment of his music. Su Ran's extraordinary cultivation talent and remarkable gifts were truly rare in this world. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of gratitude. Despite their disparate statuses, preventing them from truly being together, the depth of their emotions was enough for her. Having experienced such feelings, she would not regret them. From this day forth, she would not allow Davis to touch her again, not even a hand. She would remain chaste for Su Ren. And if the time came for her to wed Davis without Su Ren having matured, she would prefer to take her own life rather than let Davis lay a finger on her. Though mere days had passed, Su Ren had etched a profound mark on her heart, rendering it impossible for her to harbor feelings for anyone else. Upon meeting Su Ren, all others around her seemed utterly mundane, lacking any semblance of comparison. Randy, I must return now. If I linger too long in your chamber, it may invite gossip. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, realizing she had overstayed her welcome. Very well. By the way, here are some undergarments I prepared for you. These are for sports, and the others are suitable for everyday wear. Su Ren retrieved several garments from his storage soul guide and presented them to Zhu Zhuqing. Having learned that she used binding cloth to suppress her form, he had requested these items from the system, though unaware of her exact measurements. He had chosen any size. What is this? You shameless. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the garments, bewildered at first. But soon comprehension dawned upon her, and she could only inwardly chastise Su Ren for his audacity in presenting such intimate clothing. Yet, she felt a sense of novelty. The undergarments of Douluo Continent differed vastly from those of her previous life. She realized that Su Ran's selections would indeed fit her better and secure her form more effectively. Previously, during battles, they often shifted uncomfortably, causing her distress. Now, it seemed a solution had emerged. Zhu Zhuqing placed the garments into her storage soul guide and promptly took her leave, a hint of joy bubbling within her. She had not anticipated Su Ran's thoughtfulness in custom designing such attire for her. Chapter 76. The abode of tenderness. A week has elapsed, and Su Ran's name began to resonate throughout the Star Luo Empire. The imperial decree had been disseminated across the realm, from Star Luo City to its farthest reaches, announcing that a mere 12-year-old prodigy had been bestowed the title of Marquis. In no time, Su Ren became the center of attention, particularly in Star Luo City, where he often accompanied Zhu Zhuqing on outings and overheard himself becoming a topic of casual conversation. The tale of a 12-year-old who ascended to nobility captivated countless hearts, with whispers suggesting that the royal family conferred such an esteemed title to win over the formidable talent known as the Destiny Marquis. Curiosity surged as many began to speculate just how extraordinary his abilities must be to warrant such royal favor. In a refined chamber of Star Luo City, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing had come to bid farewell to Su Ren and Zhu Zhuqing, for today marked their departure. The journey from Star Luo City to Shrek Academy would require a considerable amount of time, and Su Ren, eager to commence his studies, wished to delay no longer. Su Ren, why don't you and Zhu Zhuqing join us at Star Luo Academy? With your status as a marquis, none would dare to provoke you there, Davis urged. Davis, I appreciate your kind offer, but I, Su Ren, find it ill-suited to cultivate in an overly comfortable environment. Such ease can prove detrimental for a soul master. Su Ran replied with a smile, patting Davis on the shoulder. Their friendship had blossomed over the past few days, largely due to Su Ran's frequent visits to the palace. A necessity for Zhu Zhuqing, who, as Davis's fiancé, often had to navigate royal affairs. In perilous places lie the greatest safety. Little did Davis realize that within his own home. Of course, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing had merely crossed the threshold of a kiss. Nothing more had transpired. The palace was abundant with skilled physicians and healing soul masters, and should they dare to indulge, it was likely that they would discover Zhu Zhuqing's purity compromised, placing her in grave danger, a fate he could not bear to witness. Thus, no matter how compelling the temptation, he refrained from taking such risks. Su Ran, take care of yourself and Zhu Zhuqing. Remember to visit home often. Our family will miss you dearly, Zhu Zhuqing said, her expression tinged with complexity. At that moment, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy toward Zhu Zhuqing, who would embark on a free life alongside Su Ran. Rest assured, Sister Zhuqing, we are not departing forever. Even as we attend the Soul Master Academy in Tiando, we shall return home every 6 months, Su Ran reassured her. As for you, Sister Zhuqing, remember that no matter what transpires, I will always stand by your side. And Davis, I pledge to support you wholeheartedly. With our generation in the Star Luo Empire, prosperity is assured. Well spoken, Su Ran, you are indeed a prodigious talent of the Star Luo Empire. With your support, I shall have no cause for concern in the future, Davis exclaimed, joyfully clapping Su Ran on the shoulder, unable to contain his excitement. Truly well said, he added. He had gone to great lengths to curry favor with the royal family, even granting Su Ran the unprecedented title of Marquis to forge an alliance. Now, witnessing Su Ran's earnestness and fervor, he felt vindicated. His astute judgment assured him that Su Ran was a man of his word, destined to be a stalwart ally and cornerstone of the Star Luo Empire. Now, let us not tarry further. It is time to depart. Su Ran bowed slightly and, together with Zhu Zhuqing, made his way downstairs where a carriage awaited. As Su Ran's figure receded from view, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance, a sentiment that Davis keenly observed. He silently nodded, realizing that Zhu Yun must have forged a deep bond with Su Ran over these past few days. Su Ran's genuine nature was evident in his disregard for the royal family's authority and his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing. Such a man would not easily be swayed by manipulations. Only sincere feelings could secure his loyalty. This was precisely the scenario that Davis hoped to witness. With Zhu Zhuqing's close ties to Su Ran now deepened into friendship. As long as they did not pose undue challenges to him, Su Ran would undoubtedly become a valuable asset. Zhu Yun, you have worked hard during this time, Davis said, gazing at the enchanting figure before him. You are truly exquisite. Your grace is unparalleled, even among the women in my father's harem. Today, I feel rather fatigued. I shall return home to rest, Zhu Zhuqing replied, seeking to disengage from further conversation. With Su Ran gone, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. She had already considered herself Su Ran's, and thus found little desire to linger with Davis. Outside Star Luo City, a carriage ambled towards Soto City, dressed in leather attire. Zhu Zhuqing extended her legs, allowing Su Ran to rest his head upon her lap. After days of meeting with Davis and the Emperor, he was understandably weary. Su Ran, shall I continue reading to you from where I left off yesterday? You can rest while listening, Zhu Zhuqing suggested softly, feeling somewhat bored in the carriage. Of course. Su Ran yawned, relishing the comfort of her shapely legs as he readily agreed. The last time she traveled alone from Soto City had been painfully dull. But with his beloved by his side now, the journey felt invigorating. Oh, I had reached the 2nd volume of Basic Sword Techniques. I shall start from the beginning, Zhu Zhuqing announced as she produced an ancient tome, one that Su Ran had previously acquired titled Comprehensive Exegesis of Basic Sword Techniques. Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Thrusting Sword Technique. Zhu Zhuqing read each word, her melodious voice transforming what would have been dry and tedious prose into a delightful experience. What sheer bliss! Su Ran mused, finally understanding why some declare that the abode of tenderness is a hero-esque grave. Each day, he found little time to focus on cultivation. Yet, as he reveled in the warmth of Zhu Zhuqing's presence, he felt that indulging in romance was a path to strength. This sanctuary of tenderness was indeed his paradise. Su Ran could only express that the abode of tenderness is a treasure best enjoyed in abundance. Chapter 77. Arriving at Shrek Academy, meeting Flander upon reaching Soto City. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing made their way directly to Shrek Academy. At this moment, Su Ran felt a flutter of anticipation in his heart. Curious about the expression on Mu Bai's face when they met, he was determined to showcase his prowess before Mu Bai. Where are we headed? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Weren't they supposed to be going to the Advanced Soul Master Academy? That would be in Heaven-Do City, the true gathering place of genius and strength. What was the purpose of coming to this remote village? The academy we are destined for is right here. I believe you must be aware of it. It is called Shrek Academy, Su Ran replied. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed familiar with Shrek Academy, although Mu Bai had left her. He must have mentioned the name of the academy to her. Otherwise, how could she have found him? Shrek Academy? Oh, right. Soto City, Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face paled slightly as realization dawned on her. Mu Bai seemed to be associated with this institution. What is there to fear? You are now a free spirit, and your ties to Mu Bai are severed. No, you are now my woman, Su Ran's woman. Do not dwell on others. I will not permit it, Su Ran stated, drawing Zhu Zhuqing closer into his embrace. Are you aware that Mu Bai is here? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes turned towards Su Ran, her lips pouting slightly. Was Su Ran intentionally bringing her to confront Mu Bai? What were his intentions? I mentioned the matter regarding Xiao, did I not? The last time I brought her to this Advanced Soul Master Academy for her studies. I happened to encounter Mu Bai and gave him a good lesson, Su Ran explained. Oh, Xiao is here too. Zhu Zhuqing blinked her eyes, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Su Ran, momentarily forgetting about Mu Bai. Though she was Su Ran's fiancé, Xiao was also a close friend of his, making her something of a rival. Naturally, she would pay more attention to Xiao. Indeed, Xiao is quite amiable. You too. Su Ran cleared his throat, uncertain of how Zhu Zhuqing would react upon meeting Xiao. In the original story, they had gotten along well, but now, as rivals, what would happen if conflict arose? Whom would he support? Of course, this was merely Su Ran's worst-case scenario. Although Zhu Zhuqing appeared cool and detached, her nature was gentle, and she likely would not resort to hostility. However, should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly side with Zhu Zhuqing. Her strength was lesser, and their relationship had matured to a deeper level, allowing them to comfort each other. Naturally, he believed in fairness. If a conflict were to occur, it would initially depend on who was right. Rest assured, I am not that sort of person. I would never embarrass you in public, Zhu Zhuqing pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy, knowing that Su Ran had other girls around him. What more could she say, since the circumstances had already unfolded? Besides, she needed another girl around Su Ran to share the burden. Otherwise, she would struggle to cope. It had been nearly 10 days since that incident. Yet the negative effects it had on her body had not fully dissipated. This realization frightened her. Su Ran had made numerous requests during this time, all of which she had firmly declined. Last time had been manageable at home, but if it happened again while they were out and she found herself unable to walk, it would be utterly humiliating. That would be splendid. I genuinely hope you two can become good sisters and support each other in the academy. Su Ran sighed in relief, observing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor and realizing that her aversion to Xiao was not particularly strong. In that case, once Zhu Zhuqing became more familiar with Xiao, there should be no issues. Both women had commendable personalities, making conflict unlikely. However, I have one more thing to discuss. When we meet Mu Bai. A mischievous smile danced across Su Ran's face as he leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, whispering in her ear. Su Ran, you are quite mischievous. When did you become so devious? Zhu Zhuqing playfully punched Su Ran's arm, feeling a blend of pride and surprise at his wicked thoughts. Did Su Ran truly harbor such disdain for Mu Bai? If Mu Bai were to discover their relationship, along with the marriage certificate they held, would it not infuriate him? And why not? Who told him to abandon you for Shrek Academy? He has wronged you and must face the consequences. Moreover, now that you are mine, he must understand that clearly and keep his distance. If he dares to entertain any thoughts toward you, I shall break his legs, Su Ran declared, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Should Mu Bai dare to provoke his fiancé, Su Ran would show no mercy. Zhu Zhuqing had no connection with Mu Bai anymore. Even the emperor acknowledged his relationship with her. What significance did Mu Bai hold? Very well. I shall abide by your wishes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently. Now that she was Su Ran's fiancée, she could even say that she had become his woman, as they had crossed that threshold together. Moreover, she held no fondness for Mu Bai. Her disdain for him only grew stronger, especially since, as Su Ran's woman, she would naturally side with him in his dislike for Mu Bai. She also understood that any man would regard his feelings toward his woman as paramount. Although she had never liked Mu Bai, the existence of their engagement would undoubtedly create tension. Fortunately, if she refrained from praising Mu Bai, it would prevent any strain on her relationship with Su Ran. Thus, regarding Mu Bai, whatever Su Ran intended to do, she would support him without question. She would never jeopardize her bond with Su Ran for an outsider like Mu Bai. At Shrek Academy, in a modest office, Su Ran brought Zhu Zhuqing to register with Flander. Flander, with his square glasses, observed Su Ran returning with another girl, whose beauty rivaled even that of Xiao Wu. In fact, in terms of figure, this girl surpassed Xiao Wu considerably. Principal, I have brought you another promising student, Su Ran greeted Flander. Zhu Zhuqing, level 26. Martial soul, nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing stated coolly. Apart from expressing her emotions in front of Su Ran, she maintained a composed demeanor around outsiders. Zhu Zhuqing. From the Zhu family? Flander noted the name as he recorded her details, suddenly realizing its significance. Given that Mu Bai was a prince, he must have had a prior engagement with a girl from the Zhu family. Was this the one? And what was the nature of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship? A multitude of thoughts raced through Flander's mind. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Mu Bai. After all, as an alumnus of Shrek Academy, he shared some camaraderie with Mu Bai. Now, with this situation unfolding, he found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether Mu Bai could withstand such a blow. If Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Mu Bai's fiancé, then Su Ran would be the interloper. When conflict arose, whom should he support? Even though Su Ran was a genius, he could not ignore the principles of fairness. Yet, if he were to offend Su Ran, the consequences could be dire, especially if Su Ran chose to leave Shrek Academy in a fit of anger. Flander felt a headache coming on. He was entirely unaware that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were already engaged, with a marriage certificate to prove it. Chapter 78, Enrollment. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu lived together, and the source of happiness had vanished. Dean, what is the matter? Su Ran inquired. It's nothing. Although you are still young, do take care of your health. Oh, Flanders said, patting Su Ran's shoulder and uttering a cryptic remark. Flanders couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry for Su Ran. After all, women can be a slow poison. The realm of tenderness is a grave for heroes, claiming many talented youths, which made Flanders increasingly anxious about Su Ran. He regarded Su Ran as a treasure of Shrek Academy and certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall such a prodigious talent. He hoped that under the guidance of Shrek Academy, Su Ran would not become a fallen genius. Rest assured, Dean, I am aware of my own limits. Recently, my soul power has increased by a level. I am now a 33rd level soul master. I will not neglect my training, Su Ran assured. Flanders, an old bachelor, perhaps still a virgin, could hardly grasp the exquisite nature of companionship. As a soul master, maintaining a joyful state of mind is paramount for rapid cultivation. This is essential for one to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in their training. That's good to hear. You young folks tend to be reckless and unaware. Don't ruin your health, Flanders cautioned earnestly, still somewhat uneasy. Zhu Zhuqing listened to Flanders' words, her cheeks flushing slightly as she held Su Ran's hand, hesitant to say much. Su Ran nodded, indicating that he understood. Dean, does Zhu Zhuqing need to take a test? How will it be conducted? Su Ran asked. There is no need for testing. I trust the person you brought, Flanders replied, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. With her prestigious lineage and commendable talent, what more could be needed for assessment? Besides, the key factor was that Zhu Zhuqing was Su Ran's girlfriend. If her test results were unsatisfactory, would they deny her admission? If Su Ran were to leave, Shrek Academy would suffer a loss of 3 talents. Thus, it was more prudent to forego the test altogether. Thank you, Dean, Su Ran expressed with a fist salute. All right. You may leave now. You are familiar with the student dormitory area. Go select a suitable room for your girlfriend. Flanders waved his hand. Today, you are excused from classes. But from tomorrow onward, you must participate in training. Su Ran, your situation is unique. You can arrange your training schedule as you see fit. Without having to follow our pace, Flanders called after them, recognizing that Su Ran's strength was comparable to a soul emperor despite only being a soul master. It was clear that Su Ran possessed an extraordinary training regimen, and having him train alongside them might not be beneficial. Understood, Su Ran replied, wrapping his arm around Zhu Zhuqing as they headed outside. Shrek Academy now has 6 students, including us, Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and the 2 of us. Su Ran began to introduce Zhu Zhuqing to the current state of Shrek Academy. Notably, Tang San and Ning Rongrong had yet to arrive. Where does Xiao Wu live? I want to go stay with her, Zhu Zhuqing said, her gaze fixed earnestly on Su Ran. There were reasons behind her desire to room with Xiao Wu. On one hand, it would help her become acquainted with Xiao Wu, as they would soon be comrades, and she wished for harmonious relations between them. On the other hand, If she shared a room with Xiao Wu, Su Ran would be more cautious and less likely to seek her or Xiao Wu for assistance in alleviating his discomfort. After all, she felt a slight apprehension. What was promised as relief often turned out to be quite painful. She couldn't easily trust Su Ran. However, this was merely Zhu Zhuqing's one-sided wish. Once they became familiar and shared a dormitory, it would likely become even more absurd. At that point, she would be solely inclined to move out and live alone, like Ning Rongrong, to avoid the embarrassment of such a situation. Living with Xiao Wu? I fear you two may end up fighting. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat helpless. He genuinely wished to find a more secluded spot for Zhu Zhuqing, which would facilitate her training and allow him to visit her conveniently. If Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were to stay together, wouldn't his source of joy be lost? Of course, it could also lead to even greater joy. Yet, the outcome remained uncertain. Who could predict whether Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would be able to accept such arrangements? Shameless. Don't entertain those impure thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Su Ran's expression and immediately understood, her voice turning coy. Su Ran was too brazen, constantly preoccupied with such ideas. Yet, this only strengthened her resolve to find a roommate, ensuring that Su Ran would not easily have his way. Very well, but you must compensate me once, otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage, Su Ran said, wrapping his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, unable to suppress his mischievousness. Fine, Zhu Zhuqing replied with an exasperated glance, reluctantly agreeing. She had already made up her mind. For now, they should focus on their studies, even if Su Ran's energy was boundless. He needed to exercise some restraint. While she was Su Ran's fiancé and had responsibilities to uphold, she could not afford to hinder his training. Then let me take you to find Xiao Wu, Su Ran said, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand and leading the way. To be honest, he had missed Xiao Wu after all these days. Xiao Wu possessed long, slender legs, exuding an aura of youthful charm, while Zhu Zhuqing was curvaceous and lovely, a perfect blend, ensuring that he would never tire of either. At that moment, Xiao Wu sat cross-legged in her dormitory, immersed in cultivation. Dressed in a pink outfit that accentuated her slender figure, she exuded a unique beauty without revealing too much. Ever since Su Ran's departure, she had been diligently training, and her cultivation had already surpassed the 29th level, drawing close to the 30th. If she did not concentrate on her training, thoughts of Su Ran would inevitably invade her mind. Though Su Ran had promised to return to her, a sense of melancholy lingered, leaving her heart feeling empty. Su Ran, when will you come back? Xiao Wu completed the final circulation of her soul power and opened her lively eyes wide. She truly missed him. Only in his presence could she find a sense of security. Having learned of Tang San's sinister intentions towards her, she realized that due to her unique identity, anyone who discovered she was a 100,000-year soul beast would harbor malice. Even the best of friends would distance themselves upon learning her true nature. Yet, Su Ran was different. He was a soul beast just like her. Chapter 79. Mu Bai smiled. His fiancé had come to see him. Who? Xiao Wu inquired as she peered outside. Her dormitory was quite distant from the boys' quarters, and typically, no one would venture this way. It's me, Su Ran, he replied with a laugh, feeling a surge of joy upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice after such a long absence. Su Ran, you're back? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she sprang from her bed and raced barefoot to open the door. However, the moment the door swung open, her expression shifted dramatically. Standing beside Su Ran was a stunningly beautiful girl, her demeanor cool and composed. In terms of beauty, she was Xiao Wu's equal. Yet her figure surpassed Xiao Wu's by a considerable margin. The girl's voluptuous silhouette accentuated the elegance of her curves, captivating even Xiao Wu, who, as a fellow girl, couldn't help but steal a few glances. What man could resist the allure of a well-proportioned woman? As Xiao Wu appraised Zhu Zhuqing likewise scrutinized Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu sported neatly arranged braids that cascaded down to her calves, clad in a pink ensemble that clung to her developing petite frame. Although her figure lacked fullness, her slender waist and remarkably long legs could overshadow countless other girls. Neither girl spoke, each taking in the other's presence, a glimmer of astonishment evident in their eyes. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended why Su Ran was enamored with Xiao Wu. A girl like Xiao Wu could indeed be considered a beauty. While her physique might not be fully developed at present, given a few more years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating figure. Hello, I am Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran's fiancé. She introduced herself, extending her hand in a gesture of goodwill towards Xiao Wu. However, her opening statement unmistakably signaled her status as the primary partner. No matter how open-minded she might be about Su Ran's interactions with other women, She would never permit another to usurp her place in his heart. So, you are Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu replied. I'm Xiao Wu, as in dance. After a fleeting moment of irritation, she swiftly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's role. Su Ran had mentioned during his last departure that he would bring his fiancé along next time, and thus Xiao Wu reconciled herself to this reality. Yet, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing declare herself as Su Ran's fiancé, a pang of bitterness arose within her. Zhu Zhuqing was Su Ran's fiancé. What was Xiao Wu's position in relation to him? However, such feelings were quickly subdued. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Su Ran's fiancé. She was the interloper, and what claim could she possibly have? You two should catch up. Zhuqing and I will head to Soto City to see if there's anything else we need to purchase, Su Ran suggested, turning to leave. After all, it was essential for the two girls to become acquainted, and his presence was no longer necessary. No need for you to come. I'll accompany Zhuqing shopping. We've been in Soto City for the soul fighting competition these past few days, and Haven Tea had many classes, Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, taking the initiative to link her arm with Xiao Wu's. Though they had just met, they appeared to have already formed a close bond. Of course, Su Ran could still discern the awkwardness and tension displayed on their faces. After all, they were merely strangers at this point. But he anticipated that their familiarity would blossom over the next few days. Sharing a room would surely dissolve any lingering unease. Buy whatever you wish. This gold soul coin card is a gift for you both. Su Ran generously placed the card, a token from Davis, into Zhu Zhuqing's hands, inadvertently brushing against her softness, prompting her to shoot him an irritated glance. Even before Xiao Wu, Su Ran seemed oblivious to tempering his behavior. Meanwhile, in Mu Bai's dormitory, he shared a spacious room with Fatty. Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, he couldn't contain his excitement. Su Ran has a girl beside him, clad in tight black attire. What does this signify? His fiancé, has arrived. He recalled telling Zhu Zhuqing before leaving Xinglua City that he would be attending Shrek Academy. Now, had Zhu Zhuqing come to find him? Mu Bai's heart brimmed with joy as he found Su Ran's situation rather amusing. His beloved fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing, was seeking him out, while Su Ran played the role of her escort. The absurdity of it made him chuckle. After all, Su Ran was a remarkable talent. Yet in matters of the heart, he seemed rather lacking. Watching the woman he adored approach his rival, he couldn't help but wonder how tormented and helpless Su Ran must feel, having to escort Zhu Zhuqing out of concern for her safety. Ah, Su Ran, you simply can't compare to me. No matter how beautiful Xiao Wu is, she pales in comparison to my Zhuqing. Xiao Wu may boast long legs, but Zhuqing's physique is unattainable for her. Even at her young age, Zhuqing possesses a figure to be envied. Mu Bai mused, his excitement palpable. He hadn't seen Zhuqing in quite some time, and with her coming to find him, he resolved to make a good impression. To showcase his superiority over Su Ran, he decided to avoid any escapades with Ma Hongjun for the foreseeable future. Even the allure of the twin beauties held no temptation for him. For his fiancée, he was a paragon of beauty, unmatched by any other. Mu Bai, I advise you to refrain from provoking Su Ran. He is not your equal. Ma Hongjun cautioned, perplexed by Mu Bai's enthusiasm. The girl who had entered with Su Ran appeared to share an intimate connection with him. Did Mu Bai intend to pursue Su Ran's girlfriend? Mu Bai had been severely beaten by Su Ran the last time they crossed paths, and now, fresh from his recovery, he seemed eager to instigate trouble once more. What do you know? This time, I will ensure Su Ran suffers, he retorted coldly. Sometimes, one need not resort to violence to defeat an enemy. Other methods can bring even greater anguish. This time, I'll show Su Ran what it means to have his dignity trampled. After all, Su Ran was of the Zhu family, and Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. Su Ran had developed feelings for someone he shouldn't have. Previously, Su Ran had inflicted numerous wounds upon him. This time, he would carve scars into Su Ran's heart. For a proud genius like Su Ran, the emotional torment would be far more agonizing than a physical confrontation. Mu Bai, I believe you may be misunderstanding something. There are matters I must clarify with you. Ma Hongjun began gravely. However, Mu Bai dismissed his concerns. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. What misunderstanding could possibly exist? Here's the key to the Rose Hotel room. You can go entertain the twins now, just don't disturb me. And please refrain from discussing my past escapades, he stated generously, causing Ma Hongjun to perk up at the opportunity. Mu Bai had always treasured those twin beauties, and now he was offering them to him. Very well, Mu Bai, I wish you luck. I shall head off to train, Ma Hongjun said, patting Mu Bai on the shoulder before seizing the key and departing. If Mu Bai sought trouble, so be it. Initially, Ma Hongjun had intended to inform Mu Bai about the nature of the girl's relationship with Su Ran, but he swiftly abandoned that thought. His own desires were piqued. There was no comparison between the twins and the beauty he had just encountered. Once Ma Hongjun left, Mu Bai hurried to find Zhu Zhuqing, only to discover that she and Xiao Wu had already left, arms linked. However, he did spot Su Ran standing alone. Feeling the breeze from Su Ran's silhouette, he perceived an indescribable sense of loneliness and solitude. He could even sense that Su Ran's mood was far from cheerful. Chapter 80. Mu Bai takes the initiative to mend fences. Su, are you feeling down? Mu Bai inquired with a smile as he approached Su Ran, his demeanor suggesting a familiarity akin to longtime friends, devoid of any lingering animosity. Su Ran stood alone, gazing into the distance, radiating an air of solitude that Mu Bai recognized as stemming from his own presence. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, Su Ran could only watch her from afar, a poignant reminder of his heartache. Mu Bai, what brings you here? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, bemused by the cheerful disposition of Mu Bai, who appeared almost too jovial given the circumstances. His fiancé he had left with another. Su Ran couldn't help but think that Mu Bai was quite the character, unfazed by his predicament. Nevertheless, Su Ran refrained from expressing his thoughts, opting instead to hear what Mu Bai had to say. Su, I acknowledge my missteps from our last encounter. We might as well consider it a misunderstanding. Mu Bai's expression shifted, observing Su Ran's forced smile. By the way, you seem a bit off today. Why are you isolated here? Mu Bai found a strange amusement in Su Ran's melancholic demeanor. Knowing that Zhu Zhuqing had come to seek him, and Su Ran had dutifully escorted her to Shrek Academy, it was no wonder Su Ran felt disheartened. In his mind, he could envision a scenario where Zhu Zhuqing desperately wished to join Shrek Academy, only for Su Ran to be the reluctant escort, ultimately yielding to her determination. This was the tragic irony of Su Ran's situation, his affection directed towards the very woman engaged to another. Su Ran, momentarily taken aback by Mu Bai's musings, struggled to find words. His despondency stemmed from the diminished opportunities to connect with Zhu Zhuqing, now that she resided with Xiao Wu. Did Mu Bai truly believe Zhu Zhuqing sought him out? Perhaps she had come merely to bid farewell, yet the implications were vastly different. Su, heed my advice. When it's time to let go, do so. We all face setbacks in life, and it's essential to confront them with courage. As men, we must endure whatever challenges arise, Mu Bai continued, concern etched on his face as he observed Su Ran's silence. He wondered how Su Ran would react once his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing blossomed, imagining the tension of sharing the same academy while publicly displaying affection for Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Bai's thoughts drifted to the prospect of their martial soul fusion technique, picturing the intimacy of such a moment with Zhu Zhuqing, her alluring figure close to his. The mere thought could incite fury within Su Ran. Indeed, you speak the truth. Men must bear their burdens, Su Ran replied, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Bai before departing. He comprehended the underlying message. Mu Bai might still be under the impression that Zhu Zhuqing was in pursuit of him. Thus, he feigned friendliness while harboring ulterior motives. At that moment, Su Ran could only smile wryly, knowing that Mu Bai remained oblivious to the true nature of Zhu Zhuqing's affections. This evening, she had promised to uplift his spirits. Su Ran felt a mix of disdain for Mu Bai's pretentiousness, aware that those who lacked genuine talent often engaged in such bravado, only to suffer the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, as Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu returned, the night had grown quite late. The joys of shopping had consumed their time, and had it not been for the late hour, they might have continued their revelry. Zhuqing, your figure is truly remarkable. Su Ran must be quite enamored, Xiao Wu teased, linking arms with Zhu Zhuqing. What nonsense are you spouting, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks flushed. The bond forged between them during their shopping spree had strengthened their camaraderie, united by their shared affection for Su Ran. Ah, Xiao Wu, you are quite the flirt. Zhu Zhuqing playfully exclaimed, though she couldn't help but admire Xiao Wu's long, shapely legs, accentuated by her snug leggings. Well, we can't let you have all the glory. Xiao Wu chimed, your legs are lovely too, so full of life. Shoo, not a word more. We are nearly at the academy, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, aware that their private musings were best kept from prying ears. Chapter 81. The Foolish Mu Bai. Su Ran is truly furious. When Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, Su Ran was leaning against a large tree outside. A strand of blue-silver grass held between his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Today, Zhuqing had expressed her desire to stay with Xiao Wu, and they had agreed upon it. Su Ran, of course, would not miss such an opportunity. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had declined several times in recent days, and he could not allow her to withdraw again. As her fiancé, he needed to be considerate of her stamina and physical condition. Yet there were times when he must take a firm stance. Su Ran, what are you doing here? Xiao asked in surprise upon seeing him at their dormitory entrance. I need to discuss a few matters with Zhu Zhuqing. I'll bring her back to you tomorrow morning, Su Ran replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who was holding hands with Xiao, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Oh, Xiao nodded in understanding, quickly grasping the implications of Su Ran's words. She was utterly unprepared for the realization that Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran's relationship had progressed to such a stage. It was noteworthy that Zhu Zhuqing was several months younger than her. Amidst her astonishment, a tinge of melancholy crept into her heart. Zhu Zhuqing was already Su Ran's fiancé, and now, with their relationship having taken a substantial turn, it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing had become the most significant woman in Su Ran's life. This thought caused Xiao to feel increasingly anxious. If Su Ran had reached such a level of intimacy with Zhu Zhuqing, when would he return to her? If he sought her out, would she consent? Her mind began to spiral with wild imaginings. You. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Su Ran, her face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. She was mortified that Su Ran had made such brazen remarks, especially with Xiao present, allowing for such vivid interpretations. Then you and Zhu Zhuqing should attend to your business, Xiao said, gently nudging Zhu Zhuqing towards Su Ran before turning to walk into the room, feeling a pang of sorrow at that moment. Although there was mutual affection between her and Su Ran, their bond could not compare to the intimacy shared between him and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing watched Xiao retreat into the room before lightly kicking Su Ran. Now everyone knows about our situation, thanks to you, she said, a mix of shame and anger in her voice. To her, such matters were incredibly embarrassing, and even if it was just Xiao, she felt uneasy about it being known. What's there to fear? She's not an outsider, Su Ran laughed, believing that a hint of provocation was necessary to stir Xiao's emotions. After all, how long would it take to win her heart otherwise? With only about a week remaining until Tang San and Xiao Gang arrived at Shrek Academy, and with the possibility of Tang Hao making an appearance, complications could arise. Failing to win Xiao's affection could lead to trouble. After all, she was the heroine of Douluo Continent, and having her in his harem would yield numerous skill points. With skill points, he could grow stronger and fend off Tang Hao. However, after some contemplation, he still deemed it necessary to spend some skill points to see if he could acquire something beneficial. Otherwise, he would indeed be at a loss against Tang Hao. The previous experience with the 10,000-year Qilin had already been exhausted. These thoughts flitted through Su Ran's mind before he resolved to cast them aside. With the beauty in his arms, there was no room for other distractions. He swept Zhu Zhuqing into a princess carry and strode toward his dormitory. Not long after Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, Mu Bai arrived. He had learned that Zhu Zhuqing was currently residing with Xiao. Clutching a bouquet of flowers with 99 roses at its center, he stood outside the dormitory, calling out Zhu Zhuqing's name. Su Ran, oh Su Ran. Just wait until I reconcile with Zhu Zhuqing, then you'll see how I flaunt it. Zhu Zhuqing will be using her martial soul fusion technique with me every day, and you'll be left in awe, Mu Bai declared, standing 3 meters away from the dormitory, cautious not to offend Xiao. Su Ran was formidable, and he did not want to provide any reason for Su Ran to retaliate. After all, he was likely quite displeased with him, and if given a suitable excuse, Su Ran would surely deliver a sound beating. After calling out for a while, Xiao, growing impatient, swung open the door. Mu Bai, do you want to die? She exclaimed, hands on her hips in annoyance. I'm here to see Zhuqing, he replied, hiding the flowers behind his back. Zhuqing isn't here. Xiao shot him a disdainful glance before promptly shutting the door. Zhuqing isn't here? Mu Bai observed Xiao's expression, sensing she was not lying. He glanced around the dimly lit area, noting that aside from their dormitory and Oscar's, only one room had its light on. Ah, I must have been mistaken, he said, awkwardly rubbing his nose, though excitement bubbled within him. He had initially thought Zhuqing was living with Xiao. Given Xiao's disdain for him, she would likely speak ill of him to Zhuqing. If Zhuqing had her own room, that was a relief. In his excitement, Mu Bai failed to realize a crucial detail. There was only one room with its light on, and Xiao was alone in her dormitory. This left him wondering, where had Su Ran gone? Oblivious to the fact that Su Ran was currently engaged in delightful activities with his beloved Zhuqing. Mu Bai called out again, Zhuqing, Zhuqing, are you in there? His voice boomed as he stood outside, a broad smile on his face. He knew Su Ran was also residing in this dormitory area. His loud voice was meant to signify to Su Ran that he, Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, had come to visit her on this dark night. Such a night, accompanied by such a declaration, would surely keep Su Ran awake with frustration. Zhu Zhuqing had always maintained a frosty demeanor toward him, which Su Ran was unaware of. Mu Bai's voice was enough to spark Su Ran's imagination. If Su Ran's mind began to wander with vivid thoughts, Mu Bai would have achieved his goal. He relished the thought of seeing Su Ran's reaction, his desire to retaliate, but finding himself powerless. The engagement between him and Zhu Zhuqing was a barrier that Su Ran could never cross. Upon hearing Mu Bai's voice, both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback. Su Ran inwardly cursed him, wishing he could rush out with a sword to deal with this insufferable fool. How could Mu Bai choose this moment to interrupt? Forget that fool, Su Ran murmured, his gaze fixed on the enchanting figure beneath him, leaning in for another kiss. Yet, Mu Bai's voice continued to pierce the air, calling out Zhu Zhuqing's name with unwavering enthusiasm. Inside the room, the silence was not at all dissuasive to Mu Bai. He assumed Zhu Zhuqing's coldness toward him was simply her usual demeanor. However, Su Ran was infuriated. What the hell are you doing yelling outside? How am I supposed to focus? Chapter 82, Mu Bai, I successfully showed off in front of Su Ran. Is that fool's mind gone awry? Su Ran murmured to himself, incredulous that Mu Bai, whom he had not sought trouble with, had the audacity to come looking for a fight. Su Ran, please, not now. There are people outside, Zhu Zhuqing said. Her cheeks flushed as she pressed her delicate hand against Su Ran's chest to push him away. Awakened by Mu Bai's loud voice, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and irritation, completely devoid of any other thoughts. Though she held no romantic feelings for Mu Bai, he was still her former fiancé, and the ruckus he was causing outside left no room for her to entertain other notions, even if it were someone else. Such boisterous shouting would extinguish any desire in such a situation. You are not allowed to go out and see him. Su Ran frowned, holding Zhu Zhuqing tightly in his embrace, savoring the warmth and fragrance of her soft body, which somewhat eased his mood. If it weren't for his concern for Zhu Zhuqing's reputation, he would have already stormed out to give Mu Bai a thorough beating. Mu Bai dared to shout her name right outside his dormitory. Was he courting death? Despite not initiating any conflict, Mu Bai was the one who had come to provoke him. Yet, even as anger simmered within him, Su Ran could only suppress it. If he made a scene, everyone would discover the nature of his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, which would be detrimental to her. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was still quite young. Exposing such matters now would be inappropriate. Only Xiao was aware of the substantial relationship he shared with Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao was already his woman, and the rapport between her and Zhu Zhuqing was harmonious. Her knowledge posed no issues. However, it was crucial that others remained oblivious. At that moment, Su Ran resolved that he must confront Mu Bai tomorrow. Fine, Zhu Zhuqing pouted, observing Su Ran's gloomy demeanor, and could not help but chuckle softly. Su Ran had always exuded calmness, appearing to master any situation he faced. It was her first time witnessing him flustered. Yu Qing, are you there? Mu Bai called repeatedly, growing anxious when Zhu Zhuqing did not respond. Did she truly despise him that much? After shouting for so long, she wouldn't even acknowledge him? With a hint of gloom in his eyes, he thought to himself that if it weren't to vex Su Ran, he would not have shamelessly sought out Zhu Zhuqing. She was his fiancée, and if he truly disregarded everything, he could do as he pleased. However, that feeling was swiftly quelled. If he allowed his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing to sour, Su Ran would retaliate, and she would likely remain indifferent. How could he showcase his superiority over Su Ran then? He needed to win Zhu Qing's heart. Only then could he rely on her to deter Su Ran from acting against him. What are you doing, Mu Bai? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice cut through the air, her annoyance palpable, even if there was no connection between her and Su Ran. Mu Bai had no right to stand outside a young woman's room shouting, I just came to see you since I heard you were at the academy. You must be tired from your journey from Xingluo City, Mu Bai replied, attempting to convey his concern. I'm not tired. Please leave. You are not welcome here. Zhu Zhuqing insisted, wishing to sever any ties with Mu Bai. She was well aware of her identity as Su Ran's woman. But I wish to speak with you further. It has been so long since I last saw you. Since leaving Xingluo City, I haven't had the chance to meet you. Though you have come to Shrek Academy today, I still couldn't see you, Mu Bai continued, thinking Zhu Zhuqing had come to the academy for him. Now, however, her cold demeanor was unexpected. He assumed she was merely being coy. All girls behaved that way, and Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Seeing Mu Bai's relentless persistence, Su Ran grew increasingly agitated, playfully patting Zhu Zhuqing's rear, signaling her to take care of Mu Bai swiftly. A night of intimacy was worth its weight in gold. Su Ran had no desire to squander a single moment. Zhu Zhuqing gasped at Su Ran's sudden action, feeling a rush of warmth and indignation. Yu Qing. What's wrong? Mu Bai's heart skipped a beat at the alluring sound that filled the air, familiar to him from past experiences. What was that sound? Mu Bai's heart raced with unease. However, upon recalling Zhu Zhuqing's character, he calmed himself. His fiancé, who was so frigid and aloof toward everyone, could not possibly engage in such behavior. Zhu Qing must merely be feeling unwell, he reassured himself. Yet, an inexplicable anxiety lingered within him, his heart racing as if something significant were about to occur. The last time he felt this way was when Davis had prepared to send someone to assassinate him, prompting him to flee and save his own life. Did this present reaction signal something similar? Zhu Zhuqing, startled by her own voice, felt a surge of embarrassment upon hearing Mu Bai's inquiry. She pressed Su Ran's hands down, forbidding him from further mischief. I've been traveling and am quite exhausted. I am turning off the lights to sleep now, Zhu Zhuqing declared, extinguishing the bedside lamp to deter any further advances from Mu Bai. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing turn off the light, Mu Bai ceased his pursuit. His intentions had already been fulfilled. He had effectively showcased his prowess in front of Su Ran. Su Ran had likely heard about his visit to Qing in the dead of night, enough to cause him distress. Mu Bai reveled in this satisfaction. Although Zhu Zhuqing remained cold toward him, he felt confident that he would eventually win her over. With his extensive experience in romance, winning the heart of a woman was a simple endeavor, especially when that woman was his fiancée. If he committed earnestly, he could easily secure Zhu Zhuqing's affections. However, he remained puzzled about the sudden reaction of his body earlier. What could it possibly signify? Mu Bai, bewildered, turned to glance at the now darkened room after the lights were turned off. After pondering for a while, he found himself unable to comprehend it and gradually departed. Upon seeing Mu Bai leave, Su Ran could no longer contain himself. Chapter 83, The Lottery. The terrifying buff enhancement as dawn broke and the village roosters began to crow, Zhu Zhuqing awakened. Today marked her first day at Shrek Academy, and she was determined not to arrive late, wishing to make a good impression on both her teachers and classmates. After all, she was now Su Ran's fiancée and could not afford to tarnish his reputation. Rising from her slumber, Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a clean black outfit from her storage soul guide. Perched on the edge of her bed, she swiftly donned the attire. Each movement exuded an elegance akin to art, captivating Su Ran's gaze. The moments spent as she dressed were the epitome of beauty, the allure of her partially concealed form evoking a sense of tranquility. What are you staring at? Zhu Zhuqing turned, noticing Su Ran had awakened, her voice playfully scolding. I'm simply observing my fiancé. Is that not allowed? It's not as if I haven't seen it before, Su Ran replied, feigning innocence. Some individuals may present themselves as a black cat, but in truth, they are white tigers, Su Ran murmured under his breath. If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall ignore you, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Hearing Su Ran's cheeky remarks, she shot him a disapproving glance, her youthful beauty accentuated by the remnants of sleep. Choosing not to engage further with Su Ran, she finished tidying up her nearly worn-out clothes from the previous day and stepped out towards her dormitory with Xiao. Unlike Su Ran, who had received special permission from Dean Flanders to forego training and classes with them, she was expected to attend diligently. However, Zhu Zhuqing noted that today felt less painful than the last. It seemed that her previous discomfort stemmed from her initial experiences. Of course, Su Ran's desire to shield her from any unusual behavior in front of others played a significant role in this. Life was indeed comfortable. Su Ran stretched languidly before retreating back under the covers, where Zhu Zhuqing's warmth lingered. After a brief respite, he finally rose, freshened up, and began his lottery draw for skill points. Initially, he had intended to save his skill points for something significant, but time was not on his side. He needed to test his luck and see if he could acquire something to contend with Tang Hao. He had almost overlooked the threat posed by that rogue. Realizing that he could not hoard skill points with the imminent arrival of Tang Hao at Shrek Academy, let us hope for something splendid. If luck eludes me, I shall devise an alternative, Su Ran murmured, reassured by his myriad of strategies. However, employing those strategies might complicate matters and disrupt the overall narrative. System lottery initiated. 3,000 skill points, 3 golden level draws. Kindly inform me of the best reward from each round. Other rewards can simply be listed in the system space. The best reward from the first round was enhanced mastery of musical arts, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Under this enhanced condition, All who hear the host play or witness their artistry would gain insights. Soul masters below the rank of soul sage would unconditionally elevate their soul power by one level upon hearing the host's music, while those below title Douluo would have the opportunity to discover their breakthrough moments. All levels of soul masters who observe the host's artwork might enter a state of enlightenment. Note: each soul master may only receive this reward from the host 3 times, and the host may blacklist individuals they dislike, preventing them from receiving any rewards and possibly hindering their cultivation. The best reward from the second round was a one-day experience card for a title Douluo of level 95. The best reward from the third round was the enhancement of a soul ring's age by 3,000 years. The sweet voice of the system brought Surin immense joy. The experience card for a title Douluo would resolve his immediate concerns, should Tang Hao dare approach. He would be met with a swift and decisive response. Moreover, it appeared that the buffs he possessed were even more formidable. The beast buff could enhance the cultivation speed of soul beasts and increase the chances of ferocious beasts breaking through. Coupled with the artistic buffs, the potential for breakthroughs or enlightenment was astonishing. These buffs even affected title Douluo, who could withstand such power. It was no exaggeration to assert that with such abilities, he could thrive even in the spirit hall. After all, mastery of domains was paramount for title Douluo in the latter stages of cultivation. Success hinged upon domain expertise: 7 killing domain, blue-silver domain, death god domain, azura domain, angel domain. The fact that he could assist others in comprehending domains was nothing short of extraordinary. Had he previously ventured into the spirit hall, he might have been subjected to dissection. However, with this newfound capability, Pope Bibi Dong would surely regard him as a treasure, frequently seeking his insights to enhance her own domain. The third draw, however, seemed slightly disappointing. Exchanging 1,000 skill points for 3,000 years of soul ring age felt like a loss. Nevertheless, the rewards from the first 2 rounds were sufficient to satisfy him. Let us add the 3,000 years to the first soul ring, Su Ran declared, noting that his combat relied primarily on his first and third soul rings. Ding! Enhancement successful. The current ages of the host's 3 soul rings are 6,300 years, 1,600 years, and 13,000 years, respectively. After completing the lottery, Su Ran encountered Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were on their way to class. Though Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had risen early, they, like most young women, enjoyed lingering. Su Ran, did you sleep well last night? Xiao Wu greeted him cheerfully, observing Zhu Zhuqing's slightly fatigued yet serene expression. Even now, she remained oblivious to the feelings that arose between males and females. Having undergone her rebirth for several years, she still retained an innocent understanding of such matters. It was indeed a restful sleep, Su Ran replied, stepping closer to Xiao Wu and wrapping an arm around her slender waist, unabashedly proclaiming his contentment. As he gazed at Xiao Wu's long legs encased in white trousers, a bold thought surfaced in his mind. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuous figure, Xiao Wu's delicate form was equally captivating, stirring his heart. Chapter 84. Brutally beating Mu Bai. Don't provoke me again, what are you looking at? Xiao Wu lowered her head, feeling a chill run down her spine under Su Ran's gaze. She discreetly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and upon seeing her lack of reaction, she spoke up. Why don't you call me brother Su Ran like before? I still want to hear you say that, Su Ran remarked. Recalling how Xiao Wu and Zhuqing used to call him brother, it had a sweeter ring to it. However, now they addressed him directly as Su Ran, which felt less distant and more intimate. No way, Xiao Wu pouted, feeling that even Zhuqing didn't call him brother Su Ran. So how could she be so familiar? Such a formality seemed overly pretentious. I knew it. You two living together wouldn't come out well. Su Ran shrugged, somewhat helpless. Yet he decided to let them call him as they wished. After all, come evening, they would still heed his name. Ran Gu. As Su Ran and the 2 girls arrived at the playground, Ma Hongjun and Oscar greeted him immediately. Ma Hongjun was already familiar with Su Ran, but it was Oscar's first time meeting him, making him somewhat awkward. After all, he had heard from Ma Hongjun about Su Ran's exceptional talent, possessing combat power that rivaled a soul emperor, truly terrifying. Moreover, before he even enrolled in the academy, Su Ran had already delivered a brutal beating to Mu Bai, leaving him bedridden for half a month, consuming expensive supplements and medicines to recover. Otherwise, he would still be recuperating. For someone as extraordinary as Su Ran, it was wise to befriend rather than antagonize him. Hello, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Su Ran stepped forward to shake hands with Oscar, who was taken aback, not expecting such a cordial greeting from him. He had always believed that someone of Su Ran's immense talent would be exceedingly proud and arrogant. Yet here was Su Ran, displaying no airs whatsoever. Mu Bai, observing Ma Hongjun and Oscar fawning over Su Ran like sycophants, felt a twinge of displeasure. Su Ran had stolen the limelight from him since arriving at the academy. Previously, at Shrek Academy, Oscar and Ma Hongjun had always been in his circle. However, his attention shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, and just as he prepared to approach her, a powerful fist struck his face with lightning speed. "Ah!" Mu Bai screamed, his body flying backward. Yet, Su Ran's speed surpassed Mu Bai's fall, and just as he was about to hit the ground, Su Ran delivered another kick, sending him soaring into the air. Thud! Mu Bai's large frame crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing this scene, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were left in stunned silence, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of their necks. Su Ran's strength seemed to have grown even more formidable. Beating Mu Bai was utterly effortless for him. If Su Ran were to turn against them, it would be even easier. Oscar, particularly as a support-type soul master with a weak physique, shuddered at the violent display. Mu Bai, a combat-type soul master, was sturdy, but he couldn't endure such torment without risking severe injury. Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astonished by Su Ran's sudden assault on Mu Bai. However, Zhu Zhuqing quickly understood Su Ran's motivations for attacking him. After all, had it not been for the special circumstances last night, Su Ran would have undoubtedly confronted Mu Bai then. Anyone would be irked by such interruptions. "Ouch, it hurts." "Su Ran, are you insane?" Mu Bai wailed, caught off guard and unable to unleash his martial soul. Su Ran's speed was overwhelming, targeting his joints, leaving him powerless to retaliate. It dawned on him that his previous physical reactions were a premonition of Su Ran's anger. He must have spent a sleepless night, tormented by his emotions, leading to this explosive confrontation. Su Ran, even if you beat me to death, it won't change the fact that Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing is mine. Once I have her, I will be part of the Zhu family. You are merely a distant cousin of the Zhu family. What do you amount to? Mu Bai thought to himself, though he dared not voice these thoughts, fearing Su Ran's retribution would only intensify. As Mu Bai suffered under Su Ran's onslaught, he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, only to see her expression remaining indifferent. She showed no reaction to her fiancé being brutally beaten, igniting a surge of anger within him. After all, he was her fiancé. How could she be so heartless? No matter how cold-hearted she was, she shouldn't show no mercy at all. Damn, if it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing potentially helping him restrain Su Ran, and even showcasing his strength against Su Ran, he would have undoubtedly turned against her. What use is a woman who does not stand by her fiancé? Mu Bai, do not provoke me again. I have already taught you a lesson last time, yet it seems you remain unrepentant. Your so-called pride and status hold no weight with me. Oh, and I almost forgot. You have no status now. You are nothing but a stray dog afraid to return home. Su Ran scoffed. Mu Bai was indeed quite pitiful. Were it not for Tang San's intervention, he would have never been in such a position. As a prince, what clean woman could he not have? A prince frequenting brothels would be a great joke. Such a character, if exposed, would never ascend the throne. Moreover, Davis had established a firm foothold in the Star Luo Empire for many years, with numerous dignitaries placing their bets on him. Should Mu Bai dare to show his face in the Star Luo Empire, he would need Davis to intervene. Those already aligned against him would eliminate him. Su Ran. Mu Bai's anger flared as he met Su Ran's disdainful gaze, feeling his dignity trampled upon. No matter how lowly he was still a prince. And what was Su Ran compared to him? The woman Su Ran coveted was his fiancée. Why did Su Ran act so high and mighty? Mu Bai gritted his teeth in frustration, yet when he thought of Su Ran's possible suffering last night, his heart felt somewhat relieved. After all, the anguish of the heart often surpasses physical pain. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Ran had not only been free from torment, but had also enjoyed himself immensely, particularly as Zhu Zhuqing's figure was truly alluring. Such delights were known only to him. Su Ran was merely upset that Mu Bai had interrupted him yesterday. Otherwise, his mood had been quite pleasant. Chapter 85. My little dance is wonderful, not dirty at all. Mu Bai clenched his fists, his gaze icy as he glared at Su Ran. No matter how merciless Su Ran was towards him, he could endure it. After all, Mu Bai was a man. Such minor pain was insignificant. Physical torment could never truly break a man. A man only collapses when faced with the ultimate humiliation of being betrayed by his own wife. Beyond that, nothing could genuinely overpower a man. This, Su Ran dared not even contemplate. Even if he were deemed useless, Zhu Zhuqing must marry him. The union of the Dai and Zhu families had persisted for a millennium, unshakable by any force. Su Ran, Mu Bai. What are you doing? At that moment, a robust figure, approximately 6 feet tall, approached, astonished as he observed Su Ran and the battered Mu Bai on the ground. This individual was none other than Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing cast a shocked glance at Su Ran, recognizing that only the extraordinary genius Su Ran, who had taken a leave of absence upon entering school, could so easily subdue Mu Bai. Teacher Zhao, Mu Bai and I were merely engaging in a friendly spar. Su Ran smiled at Zhao Wujing. Pulling Mu Bai up from the ground, his eyes coldly fixed on him. Mu Bai felt a chill run down his spine under Su Ran's gaze, which seemed to regard him as nothing more than a corpse. Should he dare to utter a word against Su Ran? He knew that Su Ran would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater force and pride. Teacher Zhao, indeed, we were just playing around, Mu Bai said with a bitter smile. Initially planning to report Su Ran, he ultimately backed down. A talent like Su Ran would never face punishment from the teachers, rendering any complaint futile. Of course, it was not entirely without merit. If Su Ran were to commit a grave offense, Flander and the others would not hesitate to act. However, when it came to mere brawls, their concern was minimal. Playing around? Zhao Wujing surveyed the bruised and battered Mu Bai. If this is what playing around looks like yet. He decided not to delve further. Teacher Zhao, please continue with your class. I shall return to my training. Su Ran bid farewell and departed. Su Ran had the freedom to manage his own schedule, a consensus reached among the teachers of Shrek Academy upon recognizing his extraordinary talent. No one could effectively teach him. Though they possessed their own pedagogical philosophies and methods, these were ill-suited for someone of Su Ran's caliber. A prodigy of his era could not be confined by traditional teachings. Su Ran had surely developed his own methods to achieve such mastery. Thus, they ultimately resolved that Su Ran could disregard the rules and train freely. Naturally, every few months, they would still assess Su Ran's progress. Given his formidable prowess, what if he encountered temptations, such as the allure of a gentle embrace, and neglected his training? Very well. You may proceed. Your time is yours to command, Zhao Wujing stated, watching Su Ran leave. The teaching style at Shrek Academy was relatively straightforward. Zhao Wujing lectured on soul master knowledge for about 20 minutes before sending the students on a lap around the academy. No theoretical knowledge could compare to practical application. Shrek Academy's approach to instruction was consistently simple, either training or participating in the Soul Arena in Soto City. After several laps, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were drenched in sweat, while Su Ran waited for them at the finish line, offering them towels and bottles of water. Take a break before drinking, Su Ran advised, observing the two women's sweat-soaked forms. After intense exertion, each exuded a unique allure, one embodying the charm of a neighborly girl, cute yet spirited, while the other radiated a perfect physique, unconsciously exuding feminine grace. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the towel from Su Ran, turning to wipe away some sweat, though she still felt sticky and uncomfortable. I'm going to take a shower, Zhu Zhuqing stated, heading towards the dormitory. The dormitory only had one bathroom, leaving Xiao to wait until Zhuqing was finished. Let your body cool down a bit before showering, and don't use cold water just for comfort, Su Ran called after Zhu Zhuqing. Understood, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, a hint of sweetness swelling in her heart. Now at Shrek Academy, she no longer felt the need to hold back with Su Ran. Back in Star Luo City, she had to maintain some decorum for the royal family, which created a certain restraint between them. While she felt free at home, they were still cautious in public. However, at Shrek Academy, such pressures were non-existent. Few knew of her relationship with Su Ran, with only Mu Bai aware of their backgrounds. Xiao Wu gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, feeling a pang of envy towards Su Ran, who had received special permission to forego collective training and even attend classes. How could she not be envious? Yet, Su Ran's talent was indeed overwhelming. Training alongside them would serve no purpose. For them, running a few laps was beneficial, but for Su Ran, it was of little consequence. After all, Su Ran was a mythical beast, naturally endowed with the ability to transcend rules. Having finished her water, Xiao Wu found herself enveloped in Su Ran's embrace. She was still perspiring profusely, her body drenched, her cheeks flushed, prompting Su Ran to contemplate kissing her. Su Ran, no. I'm all dirty, Xiao Wu protested softly, attempting to push him away. She felt unclean and did not wish to leave a negative impression on him. Yet, being a girl, she failed to realize that her glistening, sweat-soaked appearance rendered her even more alluring than usual. I'm not concerned. My little dance is not dirty at all, Su Ran declared. One hand wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist while the other cradled the back of her head, pulling her closer for a kiss. At that moment, Xiao Wu's lips bore a hint of saltiness from her sweat, mingling with her unique fragrance, making her even more irresistible. Su Ran Xiaowu felt a tremor in her heart as he unabashedly kissed her despite her state. Slowly, she began to respond in kind. In recent days, since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, she had felt a sense of unease, fearing that Su Ran's affection might wane. As a woman, she was acutely aware of the allure Zhu Zhuqing's figure held for men. Zhuqing's physique was the type most men found appealing. Meanwhile, Xiaowu's body was just beginning to develop, although she believed she would grow in time and wouldn't remain particularly petite. She felt she paled in comparison to Zhuqing at present. Chapter 86. Mu Bai's outrage. With a creak, the door to Xiaowu and her companion's dormitory swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing, her long hair still damp and glistening with moisture. She interrupted the intimate exchange between the two. Go on, take a shower first. Su Ran gently patted Xiaowu's shapely rear. Oh, Xiaowu shot Su Ran an annoyed glance before hastily retreating into the dormitory. Su Ran, however, seized the freshly bathed Zhu Zhuqing and pulled her into his embrace. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing enjoyed their tender moment outside, Oscar and Mu Bai appeared at Su Ran's door simultaneously. Mu Bai was naturally seeking Zhu Zhuqing, who had gone to bed early the previous night and had not come out at all. This morning, he intended to speak to her. But before he could utter a word, Su Ran had unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Until now, he had yet to exchange a proper conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. As a distinguished prince, handsome and gifted, how could it be so difficult to converse with his fiancée? Where was the justice in that? Oscar, what are you doing standing there? Mu Bai called out as Oscar, carrying a clay pot, made his way towards Zhu Zhuqing's room. This was his fiancée's room. What business did Oscar have here? Was he attempting to curry favor with her? Oh, Mu Bai. The dean instructed me to bring some osmanthus and lotus seed porridge to Su Ran. With his extraordinary talent, he must be quite exhausted from today's training and needs nourishment, Oscar replied straightforwardly. As a food-type soulmaster, his culinary skills were quite commendable. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Mu Bai could not help but scoff. Su Ran had not even participated in training. He had no classes to attend. What could he possibly be tired from? Mu Bai grimaced, pondering the stark contrast between himself and Su Ran, both of whom were students of Shrek Academy. As he contemplated this, watching Oscar stride towards Zhu Zhuqing's room, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his heart. It was as if a thunderclap had resounded within him. Mu Bai's head buzzed as he realized the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. There was nothing wrong with Oscar delivering porridge to Su Ran. But why was he heading to Zhu Zhuqing's room? A sense of foreboding washed over Mu Bai. Upon entering the room and finding it empty, Oscar set the porridge on the table and emerged, glancing curiously at Mu Bai in the distance. By the way, Mu Bai, what are you doing outside Su Ran's room? Oscar queried, puzzled. Boom. Oscar's words detonated in Mu Bai's mind like a bomb, piercing directly into his heart. In an instant, Mu Bai's face turned ashen. At that moment, he comprehended the truth. This was not Zhu Zhuqing's room, it was Su Ran's. Had Zhu Zhuqing spent the night here with Su Ran? Moreover, he had heard a voice filled with irresistible allure last night. He felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. He was undoubtedly green with envy. Just yesterday, as he had called out Zhu Zhuqing's name from outside, Su Ran must have been. What had he been doing with his fiancée? The thought made Mu Bai feel as though he might vomit blood. This was his fiancée. How could another man have taken her to bed? How could he possibly come to terms with such a reality? And to think, just a wall separated them. Su Ran was inside, embracing his fiancée while he stood outside like a fool, calling her name in a misguided attempt to one-up Su Ran. The unbearable weight of the situation pressed down upon him. That damn Su Ran. As a side disciple of the Zhu family, what right does he have to treat me this way? The entire Star Luo Empire belongs to the Dai family. How dare this commoner humiliate me so? If I, Mu Bai, do not kill you, I shall never be human. He roared, his voice thick with hatred. And Zhu Zhuqing, how could she betray him and seek the company of another man? Did she not understand her own status? His voice echoed loudly, drawing the attention of both Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing, nestled in Su Ran's arms, frowned at the sound. At this moment, she had no ties to Mu Bai. Even the current emperor of the Star Luo Empire had acknowledged her relationship with Su Ran. What was Mu Bai to her? With his character, he was worlds apart from Su Ran. Even if their relationship could not be reversed, she would never marry Mu Bai. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Expose your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing before the entire school and slap Mu Bai in the face. Task reward: 500 skill points. Hearing the system's voice, Su Ran smiled, glancing at the girl in his arms. Soon, I shall reveal the truth for all to see, so that everyone knows who your true fiancé is. You have no ties to Mu Bai. If he dares to persist after seeing our marriage certificate, I will ensure he lives in utter dependence. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. She had longed to sever ties with Mu Bai. Now, she was Su Ran's fiancé and had no connection to Mu Bai. She did not want him spreading rumors about their relationship. Oscar watched as Mu Bai lay on the ground, seemingly consumed by madness, and opened his mouth, but found no words to say. From Mu Bai's outburst, he gleaned much. It turned out that Mu Bai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, a status of the highest prestige. However, he still struggled to understand the intricate relationships between Mu Bai, Su Ran, and Zhu Zhuqing. All he could deduce was that Mu Bai might be attempting to leverage his princely status to pressure Su Ran and claim Zhu Zhuqing for himself. But this was merely Oscar's conjecture, and he remained in a fog regarding the true nature of their entanglements. Mu Bai, I shall take my leave, Oscar said, departing swiftly. He had no desire to become embroiled in the animosity between Mu Bai and Su Ran. He held a favorable impression of Su Ran, as it appeared that both he and Zhu Zhuqing possessed commendable character. Meanwhile, Mu Bai had previously been beaten by Su Ran for harassing Xiao Wu, and now he seemed intent on pursuing Su Ran's other woman, Zhu Zhuqing. Even with his princely status, he could not act with impunity. After Oscar departed, Mu Bai continued to roar in fury for a considerable time before gradually rising to his feet. In that moment, his gaze was filled with a chilling ruthlessness. Once I reveal the disgraceful conduct of the two of you to the principal, I shall see if you still have the audacity to linger in this academy. Slowly, Mu Bai walked away, a scheme forming within his mind. He intended to summon all the faculty members to adjudicate on his behalf. At that juncture, no matter how biased Flander and the others might be, they could not possibly distort the truth of the deceased. He and Zhu Zhuqing were betrothed, and he was eager to witness the audacity of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, this shameless pair, as they attempted to maintain their presence here. As a woman, to be so intimate with another man outside of her fiancé was utterly laughable to him. He had previously believed Zhu Zhuqing to be a paragon of virtue, but it was merely an illusion. If she could not preserve her chastity for her fiancé and instead bestowed it upon an outsider, what merit did she possess as a virtuous woman? Chapter 87. The marriage certificate is presented, solid evidence, who truly is Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Within the Grand Hall of Shrek Academy, Flander and several middle-aged teachers found themselves in a state of disarray. Flander, Zhao Wujia, Xiao Xinxiao, Li Yusong, and others had been summoned by Mu Bai. The reason was clear. Mu Bai sought their counsel. The mere thought of his stunning fiancée, who remained indifferent to him yet willingly shared a bed with Su Ran, filled him with agitation. His betrothed, pure and untouched, had allowed that scoundrel Su Ran to take liberties during his absence from the Star Luo Empire. Such audacity was utterly disgraceful. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed his fiancée, yet Su Ran held her close, indulging in intimacy that should have belonged to him. This transgression was morally reprehensible, and he could not fathom how Flander and the others could possibly shield Su Ran from consequence. Even if Su Ran were a genius, Flander would not hesitate to impose severe punishment. Dean, Vice Dean, esteemed teachers, you must take my side. Su Ran is nothing but a beast. That is my fiancée. Mu Bai knelt, weeping in despair. Gripping Flander's trousers, he vowed not to rise until he received justice. Having been so ruthlessly wronged, his fiancée stolen by base means, he felt that if he could not voice his grievances, he might as well perish. Mu Bai, is Zhu Zhuqing truly your fiancée? Flander asked, his heart aching as he felt the weight of the situation. He was aware of the relationship between the Dai and Zhu families, but sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared. From his observations, Zhu Zhuqing did not strike him as the type to engage in infidelity, nor did Su Ran seem to fit such a role. Indeed, it is true. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. Su Ran shamelessly pursues her, and I implore you to expel him from the academy. His character is deeply flawed. Even if the academy nurtured him into a formidable force, he would only bring calamity, Mu Bai declared, his agitation palpable. Listening to Mu Bai's impassioned words, the other teachers exchanged glances, their heads throbbing with concern. They had never anticipated such a scandal involving Su Ran, a prodigy destined to ascend to greatness on the continent. Such talent was rare. Countless women would flock to him, eager to share his bed, awaiting his favor. A genius of such caliber should have brought glory to Shrek Academy. Yet now they faced an unprecedented dilemma. The Academy's code was explicit. A grave error warranted expulsion. Was it truly time to cast Su Ran aside? The teachers felt a pang of sorrow. Su Ran was an unparalleled talent. If the allegations held merit, they would have no choice but to adhere to the rules. Flander, a man of strong principles, found himself in turmoil. Even if Su Ran had transgressed, he would still hold him accountable. Dean, Vice Dean, esteemed colleagues. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing entered the hall hand in hand. Su Ran clad in a black robe, exuding elegance, while Zhu Zhuqing donned a stunning black dress. Together, they resembled a celestial couple, causing the teachers to feel an unexpected pang of reluctance. Setting aside the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai, the two truly seemed well-matched. Zhu Zhuqing possessed an ethereal beauty, while Su Ran was a singular genius. A union of beauty and brilliance appeared harmonious, yet alas, Flander sighed deeply. Regardless of whether his words might offend Su Ran or provoke his departure from the academy, he felt compelled to speak. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing, how can you brazenly hold hands in front of us? Do you not regard your teachers? What do you think I am? Witnessing Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing's animate display, Mu Bai could no longer contain his rage. His eyes ablaze, he shouted, at this juncture. You dare to be so audacious. With a resounding slap, Su Ran struck Mu Bai, leaving a vivid imprint upon his cheek. Pain surged through Mu Bai. But the humiliation cut deeper. Su Ran, that wretched thief, had not only taken his beloved, but had also repeatedly assaulted him. The principle of dignity dictated that one should not strike the face. This was a fundamental issue of respect. Dean Flander, look at this. Su Ran dares to strike me before you. Mu Bai clutched Flander's trousers, lamenting. In that moment, his heart felt desolate, as if the world had forsaken him. Yet he found solace in the fact that he held the moral high ground. Su Ran would undoubtedly face repercussions. However, the next moment, Mu Bai was left speechless by Su Ran's accusation. Dean, I accuse Mu Bai of harassing my fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing. His character is despicable. Previously, he harbored ill intentions toward Xiao, and after I dealt with him, I thought he would mend his ways. Yet here he is, attempting to lay claim to my fiancée. I never expected him to audaciously proclaim her as his own. Such conduct is utterly vile, Su Ran declared. You slanderer. How can you speak such lies with your eyes wide open? Does your conscience not ache? Mu Bai retorted angrily. Indignant that Su Ran would dare to question the legitimacy of his ancestral engagement with Zhu Zhuqing, Flander and the other teachers were taken aback. Was it true that Mu Bai's claim to Zhu Zhuqing as his fiancé was merely a matter of his word? Mu Bai had presented no evidence. But Su Ran? All eyes turned to him as he calmly produced the marriage certificate from within his robes and presented it to Flander. Dean, here's the marriage certificate between Zhu Zhuqing and myself. This document serves as proof of our bond. Chapter 88. The height of bullying. As Su Ran presented the marriage certificate, an immediate hush fell over the grand hall. Flander and several teachers gazed at Su Ran in astonishment, but upon witnessing his calm demeanor, their apprehension eased. It seemed they had misjudged him. After all, how could such a prodigious talent as Su Ran possibly engage in such behavior? He was, after all, a rare genius, capable of attracting any woman he desired. In contrast, Mu Bai was known for his hedonistic escapades in Soto City, with a prior incident of attempting to flirt with the newly enrolled female student, Xiao. Su Ran's assertion that Mu Bai desired Zhu Zhuqing was not entirely unfounded. A girl of Zhu Zhuqing's allure would indeed stir the hearts of many young men. Her voluptuous figure and youthful beauty created an undeniable impact, compelling countless suitors. Given Mu Bai's character, his intentions towards Zhu Zhuqing were entirely plausible. Su Ran, you truly are despicable, capable of fabricating even a marriage certificate. Mu Bai seethed, his fury palpable. You have come prepared, dear director. Su Ran is nothing but a vile scoundrel, deceitfully presenting a forged marriage certificate. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. Mu Bai's voice trembled with rage. With a swift motion, Su Ran delivered another resounding slap to Mu Bai's unmarked cheek, leaving a crimson imprint upon his face. The impact was forceful enough to elicit a pained cry from Mu Bai, whose physical strength paled in comparison to Su Ran's. Su Ran, you dare strike me? You steal my fiancée and then lay your hands upon me? Mu Bai's voice wavered, panic creeping into his words as he shielded his face with trembling hands. He was desperate to retreat behind Flander, fearful of further aggression from Su Ran. Yet, to his utter astonishment, another slap came crashing down upon him. This time delivered with even greater force. The blow left him momentarily dazed, not from Su Ran but from Flinder himself. Flinder was seething with anger. Having nearly misjudged Su Ran, the marriage certificate was indeed authentic, bearing the name of Zhu family's head, Zhu Zihua, alongside the family seal and a duke's insignia. It was as legitimate as one could possibly imagine. Such a document could not be forged. The seals, representing immense prestige and authority, could not be replicated. If such seals could be counterfeited, then the imperial seal would be as common as dirt. Thus, it was evident that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were, without a doubt, betrothed. This realization ignited Flinder's fury. Had Su Ran failed to produce the certificate today, he might have unjustly expelled him and misjudged Zhu Zhuqing. To lose a talent like Su Ran over a mere misunderstanding would have been a tremendous loss. Zhu Zhuqing, a paragon of virtue, placed great importance on her reputation. Mu Bai's audacity in claiming her as his fiancé to tarnish her name was utterly reprehensible. Director, the marriage certificate Su Ran presented is a forgery. Teachers, you must see through this deception. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancé. Mu Bai insisted, refusing to accept the validity of the certificate. Mu Bai's gaze shifted to Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, who were now intimately close, Su Ran's arms wrapped around her slender waist. The sight of her exquisite figure was a painful reminder of his claim. How could his fiancée be embraced by Su Ran? They were alone together. And the implications were all too clear. Su Ran was shameless, just like him, and he could not fathom how Zhu Zhuqing could be so easily won over. Fortunately, he had now exposed Su Ran's true nature. Perhaps he would think twice about being too familiar with Zhu Zhuqing in the future, giving Mu Bai a chance to reclaim her. Though his fiancée had been sullied by Su Ran, her beauty remained unmatched. In time, she would merely become a plaything to him, devoid of any genuine affection. His only desire was to witness Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing suffer as he had. What sort of student do we have at Shrek Academy? Su Ran has presented evidence, yet you continue to slander him. Both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing are innocent, and you dare to besmirch their names. Flinder's voice thundered as he struck Mu Bai once more, interrupting his delusions. The other teachers, having witnessed the marriage certificate, were convinced of its authenticity. They glared at Mu Bai, whose actions had crossed a line. Still insisting on deceit? Names may be forged, but those seals are genuine. At this point, do you still wish to argue? Flinder's fury reached its zenith as he picked up a nearby cane and struck Mu Bai again. Had it not been for Mu Bai's slander, they might have permanently lost a genius like Su Ran. The potential harm to both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, not to mention Xiao, was incalculable. Yet, Mu Bai continued to deny the truth, showing no remorse for his actions. Su Ran stood to the side, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he watched Mu Bai receive punishment. Seizing the moment, he discreetly placed his hand upon Zhu Zhuqing's shapely form, relishing the sensation. In the midst of Mu Bai's humiliation, the intimacy shared with Zhu Zhuqing was a delightful reprieve. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she glanced around nervously, relieved that no one had noticed Su Ran's bold gesture. While others remained oblivious, Mu Bai, in his despair, caught sight of their interaction. He was engulfed in hopelessness. How had this gone so wrong? Why was he the one being punished while Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing reveled in affection? The unfairness of it all gnawed at him. He had never touched Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure, yet Su Ran flaunted his audacity right before him, deliberately humiliating him. This was indeed an egregious affront. Chapter 89, Collapse. Departure from school, a grand gift for Davis teacher. You must have misunderstood. I had intended for you to punish Su Ran today. Mu Bai continued to wail, utterly bewildered by how events had escalated to this point. If someone were to be beaten, shouldn't it be Su Ran? After all, he was the true victim. Su Ran had taken away his fiancée, usurped his position at Shrek Academy, and even went so far as to flaunt his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing in front of him to provoke him. Yet now, why was Flanders punishing Su Ran and turning against him instead? What had he done wrong? He had done nothing at all. It was Su Ran who had been tormenting him. Just moments ago, Su Ran had slapped him twice with considerable force, and now Flanders had dealt him an even harsher blow. What on earth was happening in this world? As a prince, was he to endure such humiliation? He had suffered beatings from Davis since childhood and had narrowly escaped assassination attempts orchestrated by Davis's minions. To save his own life, he had fled alone to the Tiando Empire, where he had enjoyed a few years of peace. But those days of tranquility were short-lived, as Su Ran soon appeared. His fiancée had been stolen away by Su Ran, and he had been subjected to such disgrace. Surely, he must be the most unfortunate prince in history. Dean, let Mu Bai take a look at the marriage certificate. I would like to see how you will squirm out of this, Su Ran said, embracing Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, relishing the softness in his arms. He was determined to show Mu Bai just how worthless he truly was. Mu Bai, who had abandoned Zhu Zhuqing to indulge himself in the pleasures of Soto City, dared to think he could still claim her. What a delusion. A man like Mu Bai, devoid of responsibility, would not be able to withstand even a fraction of Davis's wrath without Tang San's assistance. Zhu Zhuqing blushed at Su Ran's wandering hands on her waist and shot him a glance. Su Ran was being rather mischievous, clearly intent on provoking Mu Bai. However, she held no affection for Mu Bai, and regardless of Su Ran's actions, she would always stand by his side in support. For a relationship to endure, a girl must understand her place and be a virtuous partner for Su Ran, offering him support when needed. If a girl interfered too much, even someone who loved her dearly would eventually grow weary. This was a lesson her elder sister had imparted to her before they left Xinglua City. Flanders restrained Mu Bai's hands and presented the marriage certificate before him. As Mu Bai read its contents, his composure shattered completely. No, this cannot be. Zhu Zhuqing should be my fiancé. How could Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing possibly share such a relationship? The Dai and Zhu families had been united through marriage for generations. Why had it come to this? Mu Bai's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling as he began to grasp the truth. Zhu Zhuqing had rejected him, and she had entered into a marriage agreement with Su Ran. They were no longer connected in any way. Su Ran was now Zhu Zhuqing's betrothed. Moreover, the certificate specified the date of their union, coinciding with Zhu Zhuqing's coming-of-age ceremony. Zhu Zhuqing was still a girl, and in 6 years, she would become a woman. The allure of her blossoming femininity would surely surpass her current beauty. After all, with her youthful figure already so exquisite, how much more enchanting would she become? Yet what relationship would he have with Zhu Zhuqing at that time? The one by her side would be Su Ran. Zhuqing loves me. I am her fiancé. Su Ran taunted, stepping closer to Mu Bai, deliberately provoking him. Mu Bai, we have no ties left. I suggest you choose your words carefully in the future. Furthermore, my marriage to Zhu Zhuqing has received royal approval. Zhu Zhuqing, nestled in Su Ran's embrace, made her intentions clear. She wished to have no further entanglements with Mu Bai, especially not in matters of the heart. Her affections lay solely with Su Ran, and she cherished this hard-won love, refusing to let any impurities mar their bond. Is that so? Is that so? Mu Bai's gaze turned icy as he finally comprehended the situation. The Zhu family had forsaken him, tearing up his marriage contract with Zhu Zhuqing. Even the royal family had consented to this scandal, allowing his fiancée to be claimed by Su Ran. Yet, when he glimpsed the golden token in Su Ran's hand, he realized that Davis must have orchestrated this betrayal. A prince rejected in marriage would only become a subject of ridicule, with no hope of ascending the throne. Davis had aided Su Ran in stealing Zhu Zhuqing away from him. Davis. Mu Bai's fist clenched, the veins on his arms bulging with rage. How dare Davis give his fiancée to Su Ran? This was a ruthless blow indeed. However, Su Ran was not someone Davis could easily manipulate. Davis's fiancée, Zhu Zhuyun, was Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister, possessing a figure even more voluptuous than Zhu Zhuqing's. Mu Bai could not fathom how Su Ran could resist her charms. One day, Davis would surely come to regret his decision. So, you are in cahoots merely to humiliate me? Humiliate you? What of it? Mu Bai. Holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand feels rather delightful, doesn't it? I believe you have yet to even touch her hand, Su Ran whispered softly into Mu Bai's ear. His voice barely audible, yet Mu Bai could discern his meaning. Su Ran, I will kill you, Mu Bai roared, channeling his soul power to strike Su Ran with a powerful punch. In that moment, he no longer cared about whether he was Su Ran's match. His dignity had been trampled upon, and despite knowing he was no match for Su Ran, he felt compelled to retaliate. Su Ran and Davis were his lifelong enemies. The humiliation he endured at Su Ran's hands was unbearable. Su Ran was even more loathsome than Davis. Despite the gravity of the situation, Mu Bai remained unrepentant. Seeing him suddenly attack Su Ran, Zhao Wujie could no longer stand idly by. With the marriage certificate in hand, what more did Mu Bai hope to accomplish? Was he merely lashing out in shame? The academy was no place for such antics. Mu Bai, you dare to strike? Li Yusong exclaimed with indignation, anger coursing through him after decades of restraint. Mu Bai had sought to claim Su Ran's fiancée, and now, exposed for his shameful actions, he still dared to confront Su Ran. The academy's top talent was not someone Mu Bai could harm. Li Yusong unleashed his martial spirit, wielding a golden staff, and swung it towards Mu Bai's arm. A sharp pain shot through Mu Bai as his body was sent reeling backward. In that instant, despair filled his heart. He had been so terribly bullied by Su Ran, and yet the teachers sided with Su Ran. How ridiculous, he thought. If you continue this reckless behavior, I will have no choice but to expel you from the academy, Flanders admonished, his voice filled with anger. Mu Bai was acting foolishly. Just because someone's girlfriend was beautiful, did that give him the right to harass her? Time and again, he had tormented Su Ran's girlfriend. It was only natural that Su Ran retaliated. Had he encountered someone with a more volatile temper, Mu Bai would have likely found himself in a far worse predicament. Even now, Mu Bai showed no signs of remorse, which only served to infuriate Flanders further. Despite Mu Bai's esteemed status, he would not hesitate to expel him for his misdeeds. Hiki. Ah, Shrek Academy, indeed a principled institution. I shall take my leave. Moreover, I am a prince of the Star Luo Empire, of noble lineage. What right do you have to punish me? The disgrace of today shall be etched in my memory. Mu Bai cast a resentful glance at everyone in the hall and stormed out. That scoundrel, I shall teach him a lesson. Xiao Wujin was infuriated by Mu Bai's words, utterly taken aback by such thoughts from him. What is a fallen prince worth? Never mind, let him go. His current state is partly our fault. We were too lenient when he was out misbehaving. Now, his transformation is also on us. Flinders shook his head, making no attempt to stop Mu Bai as he departed. It is said that one can change their environment, but not their nature. Even if Mu Bai had stayed with female students in the academy, his notorious flirtatious nature might lead to unforeseen incidents. Su Ran watched Mu Bai's retreating figure and smiled inexplicably. It was time for Davis to deal with him. Mu Bai's strength is weak, easily extinguished by any soul ancestor or soul king. Consider this my gift to you, Su Ran murmured. Having pursued Zhu Zhuqing, he ought to offer some compensation to Davis, and Mu Bai shall serve as that compensation. Once he informs Davis of Mu Bai's whereabouts, the latter's fate is sealed. Chapter 90. Su Ran's terrifying buff. Su Ran gazed at the receding figure of Mu Bai, amusement flickering within him. Davis sought to exchange Mu Bai's fiancé for his assistance. He aimed to barter Mu Bai's life for Davis's betrothed. Had Davis's wife possessed a modicum less beauty, they might have forged a solid friendship. Yet, how could he possibly overlook the allure of Zhu Zhuqing? Her voluptuous form, unparalleled in the realm, was a sight to behold. With a physique that was both bountiful and exquisitely slender in all the right places, such a figure was a rarity across the continent. Thus, he had no intention of relinquishing her. Innocent men suffer, burdened by the allure of beauty. Davis was akin to the hapless Wu Dalong. Su Ran held no ties with Davis or the royal family. Externally, their treatment of him appeared amiable, yet this was merely a faade, a product of his own talent and prowess. They were merely eager to exploit him for greater gain. Had his abilities been slightly lesser, their demeanor would have dramatically shifted. Therefore, regardless of the royal family's current kindness, he remained skeptical of their genuine intentions. The imperial family, even among their own kin, were known to betray. What hope did he, an outsider, possess? In the future, it was entirely plausible that conflicts would arise, leading to their resentment towards him. Perhaps, not only would he seize Davis's wife, but also his throne. After all, with Zhu Yunjin's involvement, such an outcome was not beyond the realm of possibility. How delightful it would be to reign as emperor, to establish numerous consorts at will. The emperor's decree would demand the beloved daughters be sent forth, lest calamity befall them. Yet, therein lay a complication. The daughters of influential families and holy maidens would not heed his call. If his harem lacked exceptional beauty, it would be of little consequence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 skill points. The host now possesses a total of 600 skill points. The system's assistant. Upon witnessing Su Ran's recent conquest of Zhu Zhuqing and his aspirations of establishing a grand harem, could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Su Ran hadn't even secured a harem with Xiao Wu yet dared to entertain such lofty thoughts. Su Ran, what are you gazing at? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, shaking his arm in confusion. Watching Mu Bai. His departure is for the best, sparing you further disturbances, Su Ran replied, gently brushing aside Zhu Zhuqing's flowing black hair. He refrained from voicing the thought that this might be his final encounter with Mu Bai. Once Davis received word from him, any trace of their dealings would vanish without a whisper. He was acutely aware of this. Davis had many underlings scheming on his behalf. A true man is ruthless. One must be merciless towards foes. Su Ran, Zhuqing, today's events nearly led to a grave misunderstanding, Flandre expressed, remorse etched on his face. Mu Bai claimed you were his fiancé, exhibiting such a tragic demeanor that we almost believed him. Had it not been for the marriage certificate you presented, we might have been misled. Their trust in Mu Bai had clouded their judgment. His sorrowful display had nearly convinced them of Zhu Zhuqing's betrothal. Had Su Ran not revealed the certificate, he and Zhu Zhuqing might have faced dire consequences. The thought filled Flandre with guilt. The other teachers, recalling the earlier scene, broke into cold sweats. Had they truly fallen for Mu Bai's fabrications, they might have inadvertently driven Su Ran away. If Su Ran departed, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao would undoubtedly follow suit. Given that the trio constituted half of Shrek Academy's student body, their absence would be a significant loss. With Mu Bai gone, only Oscar and Ma Hongjun remained. Oscar, a food systems soul master endowed with innate full soul power, possessed remarkable talent but was limited by his auxiliary soul. While auxiliary soul masters are often respected, their standing hinges on the respect of others, which can be fleeting. Oscar's sausage soul, while unique, lacked the combat-enhancing prowess of a true combat spirit like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, an asset coveted even by the Spirit Hall's soul masters. Would the Pope not envy the enhancements offered by such a formidable spirit? A soul master of the 99th level would see their combat strength soar to terrifying heights with the assistance of a Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda bearer. In the world, only the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda was pursued by countless. Other auxiliary soul masters held significantly lesser status. Though Ma Hongjun exhibited decent talent, he faced the inherent limitations of his spirit, leaving his future uncertain. Even if he persevered, his body could ultimately fail him. There are no fields ruined by tillage, only oxen that tire, Su Ran stated. The most diligent oxen will eventually falter, while the fields grow ever richer with care. Principal, esteemed teachers, there is no need for such concern, Su Ran continued. Mu Bai's actions were indeed reprehensible. Had he not sought to escalate matters today, I would have kept these grievances to myself. After all, we are all classmates. Well said. Shrek Academy is in dire need of talents like you, Flandre exclaimed, clapping Su Ran on the shoulder in delight. It appears Su Ran possesses not only formidable talent but also noble qualities worthy of emulation. Indeed. The future of Shrek Academy rests upon your shoulders, Zhao Wujie added. By the way, I intend to appoint you as an assistant teacher. What say you? Naturally, our academy cannot offer a high salary. Flandre's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Su Ran's current prowess was no mere stroke of luck. He must have a unique cultivation method to have progressed so far. Achieving the status of a genius soul master at such a young age implied a remarkable approach to training. This? Su Ran was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Flandre would summon him for such labor so soon. 1 or 2 classes a week will suffice, provided you have the time. Your current training is paramount. Flandre clarified, ensuring Su Ran would not neglect his own progress for the sake of teaching. Very well, Su Ran nodded, acquiescing to Flandre's request. Given his current state, he need not impart extensive knowledge. Merely playing music, painting, or writing a few characters would suffice to bestow considerable benefits upon them. After all, Su Ran was currently enveloped in a remarkable buff. Principal, Zhuqing and I shall take our leave now, Su Ran said, guiding Zhu Zhuqing away. Will you attempt to teach tomorrow? Indeed. Su Ran waved dismissively. His extraordinary buff rendered formal teaching unnecessary. He could effortlessly assist them in overcoming their hurdles. However, each individual could only benefit from him thrice. At that moment, Su Ran remained blissfully unaware of the sheer terror his abilities would soon unleash. Years later, his paintings would fetch astronomical sums at auctions, with countless titled Douluos yearning to glean insights from his art. Some divine aspirants would even derive profound understanding from his works, enhancing their affinity with the divine. Yet, all of this lay far beyond the horizon. Chapter 91. The completion of poetry and the state of enlightenment. Early the next morning, Su Ran set off for Soto City, where he sent a letter to Davis informing him about Mu Bai. As for how Davis would deal with Mu Bai, it was of no concern to him. In Su Ran's eyes, Mu Bai was merely a minor stepping stone, a powerless and fallen prince with a group of people wishing to kill him. Naturally, he posed no threat, at least in Su Ran's view. Davis was the more significant threat. After relaying the news about Mu Bai, Su Ran returned to the academy in the afternoon. Su Ran, what will you be teaching us today? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, linking her arm with his, while Xiao mirrored her action. Yesterday, Dean Flandre had mentioned that Su Ran would be instructing them in cultivation, which filled them with anticipation. While Xiao was aware of Su Ran's identity as a divine beast, and was thus not overly surprised by his talents, Zhu Zhuqing, unaware of his true nature, regarded him as unique and exceptional. The prospect of receiving cultivation instruction from him excited her greatly. Although Xiao recognized Su Ran's extraordinary identity, she too felt a sense of eagerness. After all, As a divine beast, Su Ran harbored countless mysteries. For generations, no one had fully comprehended the abilities of divine beasts. Aside from their auspicious aura and several formidable attributes, even the powerful beasts guarding divine beasts lacked understanding of their true capabilities. You will find out soon enough. Su Ran yawned, having grown accustomed to sleeping beside Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly having to sleep alone had significantly diminished his sleep quality. Did you not sleep well? Zhu Zhuqing asked worriedly, observing Su Ran's demeanor. What do you think? My dear wife did not sleep with me. How could I possibly rest? Su Ran replied, somewhat irritably. I want to indulge you. If you cannot sleep, let Xiao Wu keep you company. I will not be joining you, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks flushing as she playfully pushed Xiao Wu away. Each time she spent a night with Su Ran, it took her considerable time to fully recover. If she were to stay with him continuously, her body would truly struggle to cope. She recalled the first time they were together, her entire body had been sore. And she had to wear long pants for quite some time before daring to wear a skirt again. Even afterward, she only felt slightly better. Moreover, her recovery depended on Su Ran's mood. Had she not continually pleaded for mercy, Su Ran might have continued his antics indefinitely. I at Zhu Zhuqing's words. Xiao Wu's face turned crimson, and she stole a glance at Su Ran before quickly lowering her head. In the face of such matters, any girl, regardless of type, would inevitably feel a bit shy. Oh, what do you think, my dear Xiao Wu? Su Ran turned his gaze toward her. Pursuing a girl requires such boldness. What was that phrase again? To take advantage of an opportunity, seize the moment, and draw closer. How could one establish a harem without a thick skin? You decide, Xiao Wu murmured, her face still flushed. With Zhu Zhuqing present, Su Ran had the audacity to pose such a question. Very well. I shall wash up tonight. And then I will come find you, Su Ran whispered in Xiao Wu's ear, his breath tickling her, causing her cheeks to redden even further, as if they could bleed. The sensation traveling from her earlobe throughout her body left her feeling bewildered. Enough of this. You are now an assistant teacher, if what you present does not satisfy us. I will not accept it. Xiao Wu quickly shifted the topic. You must prepare accordingly. What I have to present today is indeed remarkable, Su Ran smiled. When Su Ran and the others arrived at the square, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had already been waiting for quite some time, along with several teachers from Shrek Academy. They too were eager to discover how this prodigy perceived cultivation and what methods he employed. Brother Su, Ma Hongjun and Oscar greeted him, unable to contain their anticipation. They believed that any insight from such an extraordinary genius would undoubtedly benefit them greatly. Please form a line. Su Ran instructed Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu to align with Oscar and the others. As the assistant teacher, he could not treat this lightly. Honestly, I have little to teach you. Understand it on your own. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune, Su Ran stated. However, a single phrase ignited the curiosity of everyone present. What exactly was Su Ran planning to do? All the students and teachers' gazes were fixed on Su Ran as he approached the stone platform at the front of the training ground. Standing on the platform, he summoned his soul power, causing his sword to radiate with brilliant light. The sword's energy struck a stone wall before him, sending a cascade of fragments to the ground. Su Ran remained still, casually wielding his sword as if it were a brush, painting an elegant and captivating scene that moved everyone present. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him in admiration. His aura was truly unparalleled. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun were stirred, for despite being men, who among them would not desire such freedom and grace? If this young man does not become great, it would defy the natural order, Flanders sighed, unable to hide his astonishment. Even with his vast experience, he had never encountered a man like Su Ran. He began to understand why talented young women like Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would choose to share a partner, preferring to remain by Su Ran's side. Such a man was a rarity in this world. Su Ran's excellence rendered other talents pale in comparison. It is not an exaggeration to say that no genius of this era could claim superiority in his presence. A hint of sword and tint, 1,000 rivers entwined. Sleeves of white clouds, a distant peak. The shadow of a hero, elusive as the wind, the Jade Palace stands in solitude. As the last character was inscribed on the wall, a faint metallic sound of a sword being drawn seemed to emanate from it. Su Ran sheathed his sword and leaped down. At that moment, the wall cracked, fissures spreading across its surface. As the cracks intertwined, the stone wall trembled slightly before small fragments began to fall. Everyone then beheld the inscription on the wall. A row of characters emerged, appearing as if they had burst forth from the stone. The letters exuded a vigor intertwined with a subtle sword aura, captivating all who gazed upon them. As they savored the words and the poem, the onlookers became entranced. They had not anticipated Su Ran's talent extended to such artistry. His cultivation prowess already stood at the pinnacle of the continent, yet it seemed his talents in other realms surpassed even that. Is Su Ran still an ordinary person? How is it that he seems to excel in everything? Flander and the others marveled. Yet, what was it that Su Ran wished for them to comprehend? Flander pondered, blinking as he scrutinized the characters on the wall. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Concepts that had previously eluded him became clear in an instant. Simultaneously, he felt his soul power surge, accelerating at an unprecedented rate. The cultivation bottleneck that had confined him for over a year now seemed trivial. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. "Old Zhao, protect me," Flander exclaimed, sensing he had found the opportunity to advance, preparing for Zhao Wujie's protection. However, when he turned to look at Zhao Wujie and the others, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 92. Enlightenment of all, Flander's thoughts at this moment. Flander found Zhao Wujie beside him with his eyes closed, his soul power retracted, entering a wondrous state. Other teachers, including Xiao Xiao and Li Yusong, were also immersed in a similar condition. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the others, they were already sitting cross-legged, their soul power surging, all appearing on the verge of a breakthrough. Clearly, everyone had reaped immense benefits from the wall. "Damn it," Flander muttered softly, realizing that the moment he had lost focus. The speed of his soul power circulation had significantly diminished, and the opportunity for a breakthrough seemed to be slipping away. Seeing this, he dared not be distracted again. He immediately sat cross-legged to channel his soul power and assault the bottleneck of level 79. Such an opportunity for a breakthrough was rare, and he did not wish to squander this golden chance. In an instant, the playground fell silent. Meanwhile, Su Ran had left the playground, feeling somewhat helpless. As he could not derive anything from his own calligraphy, he was unable to enjoy the enhancements that others experienced. In truth, most support-type soul masters could not apply their support abilities to themselves. Su Ran returned to his dormitory and took a long afternoon nap. Having resolved to consume Xiao Wu that evening, necessitating a reserve of energy, he could not help but feel anticipation. Xiao Wu's petite and slender figure, while not as voluptuous as Zhu Qing's, ignited a man's desire for possession. Each time he held Xiao Wu's delicate body, he felt an irresistible urge to meld her into himself. Of course, he also wondered how many skill points Xiao Wu could provide him. Currently, he was quite impoverished, possessing only 600 skill points. Earning skill points through tasks was too slow. Establishing a harem was far more efficient. Last time, Zhu Qing had granted him 3,000 skill points, and he assumed Xiao Wu would yield at least that much. In a few days, Ning Rongrong would arrive. Another opportunity for skill points. However, Ning Rongrong's personality was rather proud. It was only natural for a young lady from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to possess some quirks. Yet, wasn't he that all the more exhilarating? He had never bullied a girl before, and he imagined that Ning Rongrong still had that personality where a single punch could leave her crying for a long time. Moreover, training his future wife would offer a sense of nurturing. However, Tang San and the inept Xiao Gang were also coming. If the plot unfolded as expected, Tang San would arrive first, followed by Xiao Gang. Regardless of when Xiao Gang arrived, he was bound to face humiliation. Furthermore, he intended to let Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong witness Xiao Gang's character. What qualifications did Xiao Gang have to possess two extraordinary beauties? Su Ran was genuinely intrigued by such legendary women. Although he had yet to see them, he could easily imagine the allure of their mature and voluptuous forms. Lost in these thoughts, Su Ran yawned and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the teachers and students of Shrek Academy remained in a state of enlightenment on the playground. After a considerable time, Zhao Wujie was the first to awaken. His cultivation level had not changed significantly, but the insights he gained were far more critical than a mere elevation in rank. His understanding of his martial soul had deepened. With this newfound familiarity and comprehension of his martial soul, he would find it much easier to ascend to the level of Soul Douluo. What is Su Ran's true identity? This is terrifying, Zhao Wujie murmured, glancing around at the others, all of whom were similarly entranced. Did everyone who gazed upon the wall's content enter this state of enlightenment? It was indeed alarming. Enlightenment was said to be a rare occurrence, one that could elude most soul masters throughout their lives. In this state, one would briefly enter a state of clarity, with all their cultivation dilemmas seemingly resolved in that moment. While this state might not directly elevate a soul master's rank, the years of practice following such enlightenment would undoubtedly be far simpler. Bottlenecks that once seemed insurmountable could be traversed with ease. Soon, Xiao, the food system soul saint, also awakened from his epiphany, his face aglow. He exchanged a knowing smile with Zhao Wujia, clearly having gained substantial benefits as well. Following closely, Li Yusong, Flander, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun also roused from their states of enlightenment. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's cultivation directly broke through to level 27, and Oscar reached level 29. Flander's cultivation had also ascended by one level to 79, leaving him just a step away from Soul Douluo. Congratulations, Flander, you are one step closer to Soul Douluo. They exclaimed. Such a breakthrough was merely a small feat, yet Su Ran's true nature remained enigmatic. This extraordinary ability was simply beyond comprehension. Flander murmured, no longer viewing Su Ran as a mere junior, but rather as an equal, a formidable presence. Indeed, should Su Ran's abilities become known, he would likely be pursued by all factions. Moreover, the talents of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally remarkable. If they attracted the attention of major powers, it could lead to considerable trouble. Some factions were not easily placated. Zhao Wujia expressed his concerns. An innocent man may suffer for his wealth. Although Shrek Academy had an exceptionally gifted genius, they lacked the means to safeguard him. Given Su Ran's exceptional capabilities and revolutionary soul ring configuration, it was impossible for it not to cause a stir. Yes, I understand. I will find a solution, Flander nodded, aware of the situation. However, he had already devised a plan. Blue Tyrant Academy was hers. Ever since he had witnessed Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and others display their affection so openly, his patience had worn thin. Previously, when Shrek Academy had no female students and was filled with monks, he could remain calm. Yet, with Su Ran's arrival and his constant displays of affection, who could endure? Su Ran embraced Zhu Zhuqing and the others daily, exchanging sweet nothings. He too had his desires. Of course, he held no particular interest in Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, as he had someone he favored. Yet, in a few days, Xiao Gang and his disciples would also be enrolling. He had already allowed Xiao Gang a chance once. Could he allow it a second time? Flander felt a pang of melancholy. Yet, Lu Erlong favored Xiao Gang. Flander could not force Erlong's affections. A fruit that is forcibly picked is not sweet. If Lu Erlong did not like him, what was the point of being together? He sought Lu Erlong's happiness. If she could find joy, he too would feel content. Keep watch over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Do not disturb their enlightenment, Flander instructed, burdened with thoughts as he slowly walked away. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were puzzled by Flander's sudden shift in mood, but felt no need to pry. However, several teachers familiar with Flander understood the underlying sentiments at play. Flander's philosophy of love was simple. If you are happy, I am happy. Meanwhile, Su Ran believed that a fruit that cannot be forcibly plucked may still quench one's thirst. For Su Ran, the women he could not possess, he would not allow others to have either. If he could not win her heart, he would at least claim her body. He was not the type to remain unmoved while the woman he desired lay in another man's arms. Love grows from time spent together. Unfortunately, Flander had yet to grasp this truth. Only after Su Ran and Lu Erlong had developed their bond would he realize how misguided his previous views on love had been. Nonetheless, at that time, he would sincerely wish Su Ran and Lu Erlong well, for witnessing Lu Erlong's future happiness would bring him a measure of solace. Chapter 93, A Sudden Affection from Xiao Wu. Adding one to the harem after Flander departed, the remaining teachers and students of Shrek Academy, who had awakened from their epiphany, maintained a profound silence, their gazes fixated on the words adorning the wall. 24 characters, each robust and vigorous, conveyed an air of nonchalance and freedom as they danced across the surface. To see the words was akin to encountering the man himself. From these characters alone, they could discern the essence of Su Ran's character. However, after experiencing the insight once, when they turned their eyes back to the poem, they could no longer derive any further benefits from it. Clearly, this state of enlightenment was a singular opportunity for each individual. Su Ran is truly remarkable, murmured Ma Hongjun, a hint of awe in his voice. Just now, I felt as though my martial spirit had undergone a form of evolution, and my mastery over flames deepened considerably. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had not chosen to oppose Su Ran. Otherwise, such blessings would have eluded him. If Su Ran could bestow such benefits through mere scribbles, what greater gifts might he offer in the future? Indeed, Su Ran is extraordinary, Oscar affirmed, thoroughly impressed. The recent epiphany had granted him profound insights into his sausage martial spirit, propelling his cultivation to new heights, nearing the level of soul sage. His admiration for Su Ran grew immensely, and he resolved to regard Su Ran as his superior, aspiring to be a loyal follower, eager to bask in his glory. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu lingered in their state of enlightenment longer than the others, benefiting significantly from Su Ran's talents compared to their peers. By the time Zhu Zhuqing regained consciousness, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of level 27, just a step away from level 28. Moreover, her understanding of her martial spirit, the Nether Cat, had deepened considerably. Xiao Wu, while experiencing less significant improvement in strength, found clarity regarding certain challenges she faced with soul beasts, which proved far more critical than mere power enhancement. In truth, had Su Ran played the piano, every member of Shrek Academy below the rank of Soul Sage would have surely advanced a level, and even Flinder and the others would have reaped considerable benefits. However, for a genius, a mere level increase held little significance. The essence of cultivation comprehension was the most valuable treasure. Following an epiphany, encountering a cultivation bottleneck for a year or two was nearly impossible, rendering this experience far more important than mere elevation in rank. Of course, the degree of insight gained also depended on one's innate understanding. Those lacking in perception might gain nothing at all. Nevertheless, every student at Shrek Academy was a prodigy, replete with innate talent. Wow, Zhuqing, you've broken through 2 levels. You're almost at 28, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her eyes flickering with a subtle red glimmer unnoticed by others. Everyone has their gains, don't they? Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile, though she sensed that Xiao Wu had transformed in ways not immediately evident in her cultivation. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded, linking her arm through Zhu Zhuqing's. Suddenly, she recalled her promise to Su Ran for that evening. You should head back now. You have matters to attend to tonight, Zhu Zhuqing said knowingly, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Wu's form. Tomorrow, she intended to inquire of Su Ran whom he favored more. After all, Su Ran had experienced it all. She was curious to hear his thoughts. Should she be dissatisfied with his answer, well, he would have to face the consequences. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, Zhuqing was already preparing to pose her probing question. However, Su Ran was no stranger to such inquiries. He could easily offer a vague, ambiguous response to appease. Zhuqing, don't say such things, Xiao Wu whispered after glancing around cautiously. Having said that, she bid farewell to the teachers on the playground and departed, her thoughts heavy. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiao Wu stepped directly into the bathroom to bathe, as she prepared to present herself to the one she cherished. She was meticulous, wanting to leave no unfavorable impression in Su Ran's heart. Additionally, she felt a sense of competition, though she and Zhuqing were close friends. She did not wish to fall short in comparison. She aimed to showcase her most perfect self to Su Ran. After several checks to ensure she bore no imperfections, Xiao Wu slipped into a pink embroidered mid-length dress that gracefully reached her knees, complemented by a pair of white thigh-high stockings. Standing before the expansive mirror in the bathroom, she admired her reflection for a long while. Noticing her long hair gathered in a scorpion braid, she hesitated no longer. With delicate fingers, she deftly unraveled her braid, allowing her hair to cascade like a waterfall down her back, reaching her calves. In that moment, Xiao Wu was a vision of beauty. Her long hair softened her features, enhancing her allure. Su Ran brother, she thought, his image flooding her mind, a blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes reflecting tenderness. She recalled her mother's words, only when one encounters a person worth cherishing can they reveal their most beautiful self. Clearly, she had found such a person. As Xiao Wu knocked on Su Ran's dormitory door, he stood frozen, captivated by the sight before him. The Xiao Wu before him was exquisitely crafted, too perfect to comprehend. It was only then that he understood why Xiao Wu, Qianren Xue, and Bibi Dong were regarded as the most exceptional beings in the arena. Su Ran brother, what are you staring at? Xiao Wu noticed the fervent gaze Su Ran directed her way, and her shyness compelled her to lower her head. The impending moment filled her with trepidation, yet joy bubbled within her. Being recognized by the one she loved brought her happiness, and she relished Su Ran's almost infatuated gaze. You are truly beautiful, Xiao Wu. Su Ran could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to passionately kiss her. Xiao Wu closed her eyes, surrendering to his advances. This night belonged solely to him. She would acquiesce to whatever Su Ran desired. Of course, Xiao Wu was unaware of Su Ran's ferocity. Otherwise, she might have regretted her decision. With a swift motion, Su Ran kicked the door shut, securing it behind him. He then swept Xiao Wu into his arms, tossing her onto the bed, transforming into a ravenous wolf in that instant. Chapter 94. I cannot make you great, but I can. As the morning sun filtered through the room, Su Ran gradually awoke, cradling the delicate and charming Xiao Wu, who remained blissfully asleep, showing no signs of stirring. Su Ran, however, had no intention of waking her. After all, Xiao had not slept a wink the previous night. The vigor of youth is often inexhaustible. And while most adolescents find themselves lacking when the moment arises, this does not apply to Su Ran. His body had received a significant enhancement upon acquiring the Qilin bloodline, and there should be no doubt regarding his capabilities. In a certain sense, he now existed at a life level above that of ordinary humans. After all, possessing dual states, no mere human could surpass him in such abilities. Among the soul beast races, the auspicious beasts are indeed formidable. Of course, dragon-type soul beasts surpass them, as their nature is inherently noble. Even the most demure and tranquil of dragon-type soul beasts possesses such genes, etched into their very bloodlines, unerasable by mere will. Taking a deep breath of the unique fragrance emanating from the girl in his arms, Su Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, then quietly dressed and washed his face, careful not to disturb the sleeping girl. Simultaneously, he checked the changes in his skill points on the system interface. The number of skill points had notably increased from 600 to 4,600. As the heroine of Douluo Continent, Xiao Wu's rewards were naturally substantial. Yet, Su Ran could not help but ponder a question. What kind of girl would grant him such a high reward of 10,000 skill points? Was it Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, Poseidon, or perhaps the goddess of life? After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to dwell on it. Overthinking was futile, and he would understand when the time came. Having completed his morning routine, Su Ran made his way to find Zhu Zhuqing, and together they headed toward the dining hall. Before they could reach their destination, they heard some discordant voices. "Please, just let me go. I truly cannot endure this anymore. I might break." A sharp female voice cried out, filled with agitation and a hint of terror. "No, absolutely not. You cannot leave me, even if we break up. I need a few more chances." A male voice responded, equally fervent. This was, of course, Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua. Sui Hua was a girl of 17 or 18. Not particularly striking, but reasonably attractive, with a curvaceous figure that suggested fertility. As a farmer's daughter, she lacked the pampering of those from noble families. But in her nearby village, she could be considered the belle. For Ma Hongjun, Sui Hua was indeed a decent match. Ma Hongjun was generally a good person, slightly better than Mu Bai. At least, he wasn't known for abandoning his partner. However, for him, Sui Hua was sufficient. Ma Hongjun lacked ambition, even with a good wife. It would be of no use. In the original story, he could have inherited a first-level divine status, but squandered it into a second-level one, which could not bring others to the divine realm, resulting in Bai Qinxiang's tragic demise. Throughout Douluo Continent, he remained by Bai Qinxiang's side until her death before achieving divinity. From this perspective, Ma Hongjun was not entirely unworthy, yet he could not even safeguard his own wife. Thus, Su Ran was prepared to expand his harem. After all, he remembered that Bai Qinxiang favored high-waisted crop tops and long pants, maintaining her figure as a speed-type soul master. Ahem. Su Ran coughed lightly, interrupting the entangled Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua. "Rangu." Upon seeing Su Ran, Ma Hongjun quickly released his grip and greeted him respectfully. Su Ran held a high status in his eyes. "Call him Rangu." Ma Hongjun glared at Sui Hua, prompting her to comply. "Rangu." Sui Hua bowed respectfully, her surprise evident. Ma Hongjun, a talented soul master, was usually quite proud but showed such deference to someone who appeared younger than him. However, she was not well versed in the matters of soul masters, who were considered immensely noble in the eyes of ordinary people. "What has transpired?" Su Ran inquired. "Rangu, Sui Hua is my girlfriend. She hails from a nearby farm, and now she wishes to break up with me," Ma Hongjun awkwardly explained, scratching his head. Su Ran turned his gaze to Sui Hua, who was now flushed. "Rangu, I truly cannot bear it. My ordinary body cannot withstand it. I am unworthy of him," Sui Hua lamented, her voice tinged with tears. Hearing Sui Hua's candid words, Zhu Zhuqing, sharing the experience of being a woman, couldn't help but blush, casting a sympathetic glance toward Sui Hua. She understood all too well that with Su Ran's extraordinary capabilities, a normal person or even a weaker auxiliary soul master could find themselves in peril. Even she, a battle-type soul master accustomed to rigorous training, had been left in such a state. One could only imagine the toll it would take on an ordinary person or an auxiliary soul master. They would likely need to recover for at least 10 days or even longer. "Rangu, it's not that. You should be aware of my condition. I cannot control myself," Ma Hongjun awkwardly explained. He too wished to live like an ordinary person. Could he be blamed for being too powerful? Evil fire? Su Ran furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Ma Hongjun's reaction to Su Ran's contemplation was one of excitement. Who was Su Ran? He was someone capable of benefiting all soul masters, even powerful ones like teachers. In his eyes, Su Ran was a divine figure. How mysterious Su Ran was. He might be able to assist him with his evil fire predicament, and the possibility thrilled him. With a thud, Ma Hongjun knelt before Su Ran. In his mind, if Su Ran could not save him, no one else on earth could. Ran Gu, I implore you to help me. You are so powerful, surely. You have a way to assist me. If you do not help, I shall remain here on my knees. Ma Hongjun cried, leaving Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Sui Hua utterly stunned. Su Ran, aware of how to resolve the issue of the evil fire, knew it could be purified by a soul master of extreme ice or extreme fire. However, among the fire and ice soul masters of the first class, only Shui Binger and Huo Wu were slightly formidable. Although their martial spirits were strong, they had not reached their peak. Unless he sought out the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor in the extreme north, Ma Hongjun's evil fire would likely remain unresolved. I cannot resolve your evil fire issue at the moment. I can only assist you in addressing the root of the problem, Su Ran stated, retrieving a white vial from his storage soul guide. This was, of course, Wei Ge. This was the first item Su Ran had drawn from a lottery. Unlike Viagra, which could make one great again, this item could help him diminish his desires. However, Su Ran was uncertain about the potential repercussions. If the effects were too potent, he had other remedies. After all, if one faced a deficit, one could always replenish. However, when Su Ran noticed Ma Hongjun's beard thinning, he could only regret having caused him harm. Once broken, a mirror could be mended, but it would never be the same again, especially if it were to falter at a critical moment. Chapter 95. Su Ran's strength system, is this medicine effective? Su Ran inquired, adopting a responsible attitude towards Ma Hongjun. If the medicine were too potent, it could spell trouble, regardless of Ma Hongjun's shortcomings. He at least called him Ran Gu, Brother Ran. Host brother, how am I to respond to you? This reward is intended for your use. Are you not aware of the state you've left the girl in? The system's voice was laced with annoyance, casting Su Ran a disapproving glance. When Su Ran drew the Qilin bloodline, she had already foreseen his impending strength, which was why this reward was bestowed upon him. After all, with the acquisition of the Qilin bloodline, Su Ran's life essence now transcended that of ordinary humans, rendering Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu unable to keep pace with him. No, absolutely not. Su Ran shook his head emphatically. What could the system possibly understand? He would rather exercise restraint than consume such a thing. The system, not being human, could hardly fathom a man's thoughts. However, if this medicine were to be administered to Ma Hongjun, it could very well lead him to divine status. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun's inability to achieve the status of a level 1 deity was closely tied to his physical depletion. Should he consume this substance, Su Ran could practically guarantee Ma Hongjun's ascension to divinity. Well, if that's the case, it's certainly a viable option to assist Ma Hongjun with this dilemma. This medicine is specifically prepared for the host, and it cannot harm him. However, Ma Hongjun's physique is considerably more fragile than that of the host brother, so he may be more susceptible to its effects. But it shouldn't be completely ineffective, the system elucidated, her cheeks flushing, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Though she was a system, she was also a girl, and such topics made her shy. Then it settled, Su Ran nodded. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was trembling as he held the medicine bottle Su Ran had handed him. He never expected that Ran Gu truly possessed a means to help him. As for the matter of the evil fire, I cannot assist you at present, but I will endeavor to find a solution in the future, Su Ran explained, a sudden inspiration striking him. By using the pretext of aiding his junior brother with the issue of the evil fire, could he not arrange a rendezvous with Shui Binger and Huo Wu? How delightful that would be. At the Tianshui Academy, every girl was exceptionally beautiful. After all, the academy had 3 criteria for admission: water attribute, beauty, and meeting talent standards. It could be said that Tianshui Academy was a haven of enchanting maidens, especially Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu. In contrast, the Qihua Academy boasted only Huo Wu as a standout. Thank you, Ran Gu. From now on, you shall be my brother. My true brother, Ma Hongjun said excitedly, carefully stowing the medicine bottle away. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware that Su Ran's promise to resolve the evil fire issue was merely a ruse to use him as a tool while Su Ran pursued romantic interests. When he eventually learned the truth, he would find himself waiting in his dormitory for Su Ran's return, tears inevitably following. Take 2 pills at a time, twice a day, Su Ran instructed Ma Hongjun. The medicine was already potent, and should he consume it all at once, he might not withstand its effects. Understood, Ran Gu. Ma Hongjun replied absently, his excitement overwhelming any heed for Su Ran's words. He was simply elated that, henceforth, he would be free from his previous troubles. Suehua, you wouldn't want to break up with me now, would you? Rangu will help us, Ma Hongjun declared. Gazing at the girl in the coarse fabric who wrapped her exquisite form, he couldn't help but reminisce. He was among the first to arrive at Shrek Academy and often played in the nearby villages during his less formidable days. Suehua, the beauty of her village, had imparted a sense of youthful allure during his adolescence. Though she may not be particularly striking now, the innocent thrill of his first crush, sparked by glimpses of her, was a feeling no other girl could replicate. Let's talk about it after you've taken the medicine, Suehua responded, her heart softening. Ma Hongjun, a noble soul master, represented an exalted existence to her as a commoner. If her body could withstand it, she would never have considered breaking up with him. The honor of having a soul master husband was immeasurable, especially one as exceptional as Ma Hongjun. Rest assured, the things Rangu provides are undoubtedly effective. Ma Hongjun expressed unwavering trust in Su Ran. Just yesterday, Su Ran had casually penned a poem, leading the entire Shrek Academy to enlightenment, with benefits reaped by all. Such abilities were nothing short of terrifying. Thus, in Ma Hongjun's eyes, Su Ran was an omnipotent figure, at least in his mind. Su Ran would certainly resolve his minor ailments. Rangu, we'll head down to try the medicine now, Ma Hongjun informed Su Ran before taking Suowa's hand and descending. Without further delay, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly made their way to the dining hall, where they finished their meals and had the cafeteria staff pack a portion of chicken soup and some vegetables. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found Xiao already awake, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, still lying in bed. It was that she didn't want to rise. She simply lacked the strength to do so. Last night, she had felt slightly better, but after a brief rest, her body was now beset by aches, leaving her utterly drained. She couldn't help but feel frustrated. Men's words were deceitful, each one a lie. Xiao, you're awake? Su Ran asked with concern as he entered the room and saw her in this state. Humph, where have you been for so long? Xiao huffed, turning her head away in irritation. I want to get you food. I was worried you'd be hungry upon waking, so I had the cafeteria staff prepare something delicious for you, Su Ran replied, placing the packed food on the table and helping her to sit up. Ah. Xiao winced, a look of pain crossing her face. Don't move me, she said with a blink, her large, pitiful eyes reflecting her distress. Is it very painful? Su Ran regarded her with sympathy, suddenly realizing he might have been too rough. No wonder the system had given him such items during the lottery. What do you think? Xiao retorted playfully. What can we do? Even if I regret it now, it's too late. It's done. You can't just lie here without eating, can you? Su Ran, you should leave. I'll take care of Xiao, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, appearing from outside and pulling Su Ran out of the room before shutting the door. She understood Xiao Wu's current predicament all too well, having experienced it deeply herself before. However, she gradually grasped Su Ran's intentions. If things got truly dire, she could feign innocence, and Su Ran would surely relent. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu had yet to master this tactic. Chapter 96. Tang San, the master has arrived. Zhuqing. What brings you here? Xiao Wu asked bashfully, her gaze lowering. It felt somewhat embarrassing for her to rely on Zhuqing for such matters. Why the embarrassment? We are all girls here, Zhuqing replied with a light laugh, shedding her snug outer garment to reveal her flawless figure before slipping beneath the covers. Ah. Xiao gasped softly, her cheeks flushing with a mix of discomfort and shyness. In the past, she had often teased Zhuqing, but now the tables had turned. Ugh. Su Ran is truly reckless. He has left Xiao in such a state. I must confront him later, Zhuqing declared with a serious expression, though her hands were far from idle. In their dormitory, Xiao had often found herself at the mercy of Zhuqing's playful teasing. Now, it seemed it was her turn to bear the brunt of Zhuqing's antics, especially since she was currently unable to move. Sister Zhuqing, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please spare me, Xiao pleaded, her large, innocent eyes filled with a sense of helplessness and vulnerability. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have teased Zhuqing when she returned from Su Ran's side. The cycle of fortune had turned. And now it was Zhuqing's turn to torment her. Do you truly recognize your mistake? Zhuqing asked, glancing at Xiao with a smile. Yes, I truly do. Xiao nodded vigorously, wary not to provoke Zhuqing further, lest she face unbearable embarrassment. Very well then, I shall refrain from teasing you. I would want Su Ran to find out I've bullied his precious Xiao. He might become quite upset, Zhuqing chuckled. Reaching for a bowl of warm porridge from the bedside table, she blew gently on it before feeding Xiao. knowing that the nourishing ingredients would aid in her recovery. As days passed in Shrek Academy, time slipped away unnoticed. A week had already gone by. Su Ran, free from classes, spent his days either cultivating or playfully interacting with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, sharing moments of affection. After brief training sessions, he would sit at the playground or by the village entrance, munching on apples while watching Xiao Wu and the others train. Following their collective enlightenment, the instructors at the academy largely ceased to monitor Su Ran, recognizing that he was beyond their teaching. Over-involvement would only hinder his progress. Su Ran even had dedicated seating at the playground and village entrance, as his presence allowed him to offer guidance to other students, much to the delight of several teachers. Many found that conversing with him yielded profound insights. On this particular day, 3 individuals approached Shrek Academy: Tang San, Xiao Gang, and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Gang initially intended to delay his visit, perhaps exchanging pleasantries with Flinder before arriving. However, he felt compelled to come sooner, drawn by the brilliance of Su Ran, a talent he had heard about from Tang San, who had mentioned Xiao Wu's departure with him. Though Su Ran was Tang San's formidable rival, that was of little concern to Xiao Gang. All he needed to know was that Su Ran was a rare genius. Xiao Gang sought to take on disciples, which was his motivation for accepting Tang San as a student. Should Tang San flourish, he would earn immense respect as Tang San's mentor, a dream he yearned for deeply. Despite his lack of cultivation prowess, his theoretical knowledge was unparalleled. His original tenets regarding the competition among soul masters were revolutionary. Before him, no one could be called a master, and after him, the title would remain unclaimed. Yet, despite his unparalleled intellect, his theories were often met with skepticism. Even with the endorsement of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the common folk remained unconvinced. After much contemplation, he realized he needed a remarkable presence to validate his theories and silence the naysayers. By taking Su Ran as a disciple, he could demonstrate the validity of his ideas. Given Su Ran's innate talent, he would likely thrive without much guidance, allowing Xiao Gang to bask in the glory of being his teacher. In the future, when Su Ran emerged as a true prodigy of the continent, Xiao Gang could revel in his status as the mentor of such an extraordinary individual, silencing all critics. With Su Ran's ascendance, he envisioned a future where he could stand alongside Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. While Bibi Dong would never permit him to establish a harem, Tang San's growth would undermine her power, allowing him to share a life with both women. The thought of commanding respect from the former pope and enjoying such triumph was intoxicating. "Master, what are you pondering?" Tang San inquired, his yellow hat perched atop his head. After much effort, he had finally devised a solution to alter its hue, rendering it inconspicuous. "Oh, I was contemplating how to enhance your strength at Shrek Academy. You possess dual spirit souls, and your future is boundless," Xiao Gang remarked, patting Tang San's shoulder with a forced smile. At this moment, Tang San remained unaware that Su Ran was already at Shrek Academy. He had learned of Su Ran through a letter from Flinder, which mentioned the collective enlightenment experienced by everyone at the academy. His intention was not only to take Su Ran as a disciple but also to observe the inscriptions Su Ran had carved into the stone wall, hoping to glean insights from them. Of course, Tang San sought personal enlightenment as well. After their awakening, their master-disciple relationship would likely flourish, and he aspired to reach a level that could elevate him to soul master status. Little did Xiao Gang know that he and Tang San had already been blacklisted by Su Ran. Anyone could benefit from the content inscribed on the stone wall, except for them. After being blacklisted, any attempt by Xiao Gang and Tang San to study the wall's inscriptions would only result in regression, even jeopardizing their innate talents. After all, Su Ran's buffs were not something everyone could enjoy. He held the authority to determine who could benefit from them. Chapter 97. Observing the stone wall. Shrek Academy's teaching office is merely a spacious room adorned with a few tables, devoid of any other furnishings. However, at this moment, it buzzes with excitement, as all the faculty members have gathered here. The reason for this gathering is the anticipated arrival of Xiao Gang and Tang San, along with a letter from the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, stating that the esteemed young lady Ning Rongrong would also be visiting Shrek Academy. Naturally, they must treat this occasion with the utmost seriousness. "Dean, have I passed the test?" A soft, melodious voice echoed in the office, belonging to a young girl clad in a simple white long dress. She had long hair cascading down her back and stood slightly shorter than Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Her delicate skin clearly marked her as a young lady from a prominent family. This girl was none other than Ning Rongrong. Her visit to Shrek Academy was primarily due to its secluded nature, but she was equally intrigued by the Academy's notorious reputation as a school for monsters. Despite Shrek Academy's relatively poor standing among other institutions and its lack of extraordinary strength, its distinctive style piqued the curiosity of the spirited young lady. If Shrek Academy indeed housed many monsters, then she was eager to witness them. You have passed, but our training at Shrek Academy is notoriously rigorous. Are you certain you can endure it? If you cannot, now would be the time to return, said Flander, a smile gracing his face. I am absolutely capable. Once I arrive, there is no turning back, Ning Rongrong replied, her pride unwavering. As the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she would not shy away from training. Moreover, she had yet to witness the so-called monsters of Shrek Academy. If there were no true monsters, she would have no reason to remain. Very well, when classes commence tomorrow, I shall arrange for a personal instructor to oversee your training and cultivation, Flander continued, his smile unwavering. He had already envisioned Su Ren leading Ning Rongrong's training. Although Ning Fingji had sent him a letter permitting him to discipline Ning Rongrong as he saw fit, he found that somewhat unreliable. Entrusting Su Ren with her training would allow for guidance, and if Ning Fingji were to express concern, it would be unlikely for him to fault a young genius like Su Ren. Furthermore, Su Ren would likely be more than willing to assist, especially given the opportunity for physical interaction during training. A personal instructor? Ning Rongrong inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is to prevent you from slacking off during your training. His name is Su Ren. He is of a similar age to you, being a few months older. Yet he has already attained the rank of a soul master at level 33, Flander continued, keen to provoke her pride. Older by a few months and already a 33rd level soul master? He broke through at 12th? Ning Rongrong was first stunned, then unable to restrain her curiosity. Even with her background, she had only reached level 26 by now. The gap between 26 and 33 was immense. She would need to be at least 14 to achieve such a breakthrough. Not yet? You will soon find out. For now, stand here for a moment while I take you to see the stone wall and see if you can comprehend anything, Flander remarked cryptically. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of confusion but complied and stood quietly to the side. She sensed she was about to encounter a genuine prodigy, one who could be considered among the finest in the entire continent. A 12-year-old at level 33 was an astonishing prospect. Before long, Tang San and the Master arrived. The Master engaged in conversation with Flander and the other faculty members before allowing Tang San to unleash his martial spirit. Level 29 Soul Master. This revelation left Ning Rongrong astonished once more. However, she was not overly surprised, as Flander had previously mentioned that the most talented individual at Shrek Academy had reached level 33. Compared to him, other prodigies seemed rather ordinary. After their discussions, Xiao Gang was eager to witness the stone wall that Flander had described in such glowing terms. Let us go, Flander, and see it, Xiao Gang urged. Moments of enlightenment could lead one into a state of clarity, where all problems would find resolution. He hoped to discover solutions for his physical ailments through this moment of insight. All right, I shall lead you there. Rongrong, you come along too. I must tell you all, including our esteemed Shrek Academy faculty, have derived great benefits from that stone wall. I, too, achieved a breakthrough to level 79 thanks to my moment of enlightenment. The gifted young students in our academy have gained even more than us seasoned veterans, Flander stated as he walked ahead. Did that stone wall belong to the academy's first prodigy? Ning Rongrong could not help but inquire, her heart racing with excitement. Was there truly a genius of such caliber in this world, capable of inspiring enlightenment with mere words? She had many questions and a sense of disbelief. Yet she knew that once she laid eyes on the stone wall, all would become clear. If she indeed encountered such a genius, she would go to great lengths to bring him to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Tang San shared her anticipation. Having gleaned much from the dialogues between the Master and Flander, Shrek Academy possessed a treasure that could induce moments of enlightenment. He understood the significance of such experiences. Cultivation involved not only the accumulation of soul power but also the navigation of countless challenges. Unresolved issues could hinder a soul master's future prospects. Moments of enlightenment allowed one to enter a state of clarity, where rapid cognitive processing could resolve all dilemmas, potentially leading to explosive growth in their cultivation. Such a treasure was something he was eager to seize. Having cultivated since childhood, he had never had the luxury of heavenly treasures. And now that an opportunity presented itself to soar to new heights, he was determined not to miss it. We have arrived. Behold the stone wall before you. I hope you can gain something worthwhile from it. However, this stone wall can only benefit those with strong comprehension. If one's understanding is lacking, it could even lead to a regression in cultivation and talent. Flanders suddenly recalled Su Rant's words and cautioned. Yet, those words were merely a ruse crafted by Su Ran to tease Flander and the others. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Gang felt momentarily disheartened. Though it was impossible to discern Su Ran's hand in the matter. Do not worry, with our comprehension, we will be just fine, Xiao Gang reassured, confidently patting his chest as his gaze fixated on the stone wall. Tang San and Ning Rongrong also turned their attention to the wall. A hint of sword intent flows like 1,000 streams, while 2 sleeves of white clouds stretch beyond the horizon. As Ning Rongrong beheld the verses etched upon the stone wall, she found herself utterly entranced. Chapter 98, The Explosive Mental State of Xiao Gang. Flinder suddenly enlightened. Ning Rongrong meticulously savored the poem inscribed on the stone wall, finding it increasingly profound with each reading. In this world, literature exists as well, albeit it is often the pastime of those lacking in cultivation talent. Her father, having reached the pinnacle of level 79, had little need for further training and thus indulged in such pursuits. Yet, in her eyes, her father's writings paled in comparison to the eloquence of the verses before her. At that moment, a vision of a swordsman grasping a long sword appeared in her mind. As he drew his blade, the scenery around faded into a monochrome haze. This reminded her of her grandfather, who was passionately devoted to the sword. Surely, he would be thrilled to see the content on this stone wall. Could it be that this unparalleled genius from Shrek Academy was also a master swordsman? Perhaps he too possessed a sword martial spirit. Curiosity filled her heart, especially at the thought of him becoming her personal instructor. As she continued to gaze at the stone wall, Ning Rongrong gradually succumbed to a strange state of contemplation. Meanwhile, beside her, Xiao Gang and Tang San wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They found the poem aesthetically pleasing and well-written. Yet they could not fathom the sudden enlightenment that Ning Rongrong experienced. Flinder had once mentioned that only soul masters of exceptional insight could derive great benefits from the stone wall, warning that those lacking in comprehension might even regress in cultivation. How could it be that their understanding was lacking? Tang San, a prodigy, could not possibly have inferior insight, and Xiao Gang, a master of unparalleled wisdom, surely would not either. Could it be that the stone wall was ineffective? As they pondered this, Ning Rongrong's movements captured their attention. A radiant array of colors enveloped her. As she held the 7 treasures glazed tower aloft, 2 yellow soul rings twirling around her. In that moment, she appeared ethereal, her soul power surging forth. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, and Ning Rongrong's cultivation broke through to level 27. Even after this breakthrough, her soul power continued to surge, rapidly approaching the threshold of level 28. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Gang felt an immediate surge of excitement, and Tang San could not help but feel a thrill as well. Tang San, currently at level 29, was aware of the distance to level 30. Yet here was a soul master, previously at level 26, now on the brink of breaking through to level 28. The rapid advancement of a peer once thought distant was undeniably stimulating to Tang San. Could it be that my insight is lacking? Tang San shook his head, refocusing on the stone wall, gradually becoming immersed in its mysteries. Xiao Gang too found himself in that peculiar state of contemplation. However, what awaited them was not the elevation of their cultivation or the clarity that comes with enlightenment. Instead, their soul power was swiftly dissipating, and their cultivation was plummeting. The entire scene left everyone astonished. All eyes were fixated on Xiao Gang and Tang San, who were visibly losing their cultivation at an alarming rate. Xiao Gang, once at level 29, now found himself rapidly descending to level 28 and still falling. Flinder and the others were taken aback, unsure whether to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Previously, when Su Ran had informed them that those lacking in insight would experience a decline in cultivation upon observing the stone wall, they had dismissed it as a jest. After all, every member of Shrek Academy had attained enlightenment without a single regression in cultivation. Was it truly possible for someone to possess such low insight? Were it not for their respect for Flinder and Xiao Gang, Zhao Wudre and the others might have erupted in laughter, merely treating Xiao Gang with kindness due to Flinder's influence. To them, Xiao Gang's theory seemed utterly preposterous. Having never encountered formidable realms, he made grandiose claims, appearing a mere clown in their eyes. They had long suspected that Xiao Gang was merely a name-dropper, and witnessing this debacle only solidified their beliefs. A person capable of regressing 4 levels from 29 must surely possess a dull mind. Truly intelligent individuals would not behave as he did. In the past, a child from a neighboring village had gleaned benefits from this very stone wall. Was it possible that the so-called master was less astute than a mere child? Zhao Wudre and the others stifled their laughter. Even Flinder found it difficult to contain himself. In that moment, after many years, upon seeing Xiao Gang once more, he realized that he was not as formidable as he once believed. If his theories were genuinely profound, how could he be incapable of resolving his own issues? Flinder reminisced about his time with Xiao Gang and Lu Erlong, suddenly recognizing a troubling truth. It seemed Xiao Gang had only risen to prominence in their trio due to his association with Erlong, initially the leader. He had ultimately yielded to Xiao Gang's opinions because of her influence. A chilling thought crept into Flinder's mind. Had Xiao Gang truly been unaware of Erlong's identity? With years of research in martial spirits, could he genuinely not recognize that Erlong hailed from the Yu family? Despite the transformation of her martial spirit, the essence of the blue lightning tyrant dragon remained. Flinder regarded Xiao Gang with a penetrating gaze. Before the stone wall, he sensed a renewed state of clarity, unveiling some harrowing truths. If this were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Xiao Gang, I hope you have not been deliberately harming Erlong. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Flinder's focus returned to the stone wall, as if a realization had dawned upon him. Generally speaking, Su Ran's inscriptions could only grant one moment of enlightenment, yet Flinder's understanding transcended mere cultivation. No, my cultivation. Xiao Gang's complexion paled as he awakened from his trance. To his disbelief, his cultivation had plummeted to level 25, an alarming drop of 4 levels. Feeling the ebbing soul power within him, Xiao Gang struggled to accept this reality. It was unfathomable that his cultivation had fallen from 29 to 25. Once he could claim to be an esteemed soul master, now he was merely a great soul master. His cultivation inferior even to that of a student at Shrek Academy. Chapter 99. Do not cry, Xiao San. My suffering exceeds yours. No. Why is my cultivation still declining? Please, I beg you, do not diminish any further. Xiao Gang felt a surge of terror as the fluctuations of his soul power within him began to plummet once again. What had once stabilized now seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, crashing down abruptly. He could not comprehend the reason behind this. Had he not already averted his gaze from the content inscribed on the stone wall? How could his cultivation continue to falter? After only a brief pause, it began to drop again, shattering his mental state. In utter despair, Xiao Gang sank to the ground, his eyes vacant and his complexion pallid. Soon, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his heart laden with hopelessness. In a matter of moments, his cultivation had regressed to the 20th level. If not for the constraints of his soul rings, he feared it would have plummeted even further. With a mere half-level innate soul power, advancing to the 29th level had already been an arduous journey for him. To think he might now need another decade of toil? 10 years of hard-earned progress. Reduced to naught in an instant, he could no longer contain his anguish as blood gushed from his lips. 10 years. A decade of relentless endeavor. Now, at the 20th level. How many would mock him in the future? More critically, did this regression signify his lack of talent? His insufficient comprehension? Would he be subjected to even more ridicule? Those who once found reasons to deride him now had ample justification. Contemplating these thoughts, his mental state crumbled further, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Why? Why was he deemed a failure? As the son of Yu Yuanjin, the esteemed head of the Yu family, why did he face such a dismal fate? With only half a level of innate soul power, reaching the 29th level had been a formidable challenge. Now, to have fallen to the 20th level, was this divine retribution? What sins had he committed? From a young age, he had been bullied in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and upon arriving at the Spirit Hall, he was targeted by Qian Xuanji and his cohorts. After finally taking a talented disciple, he had glimpsed a hopeful future, only for it to shatter like glass. Xiao San must not come to harm. Xiao Gang shouted desperately, turning his gaze to Tang San, eager to assess the condition of his precious disciple. A flicker of hope ignited within him, but it was swiftly extinguished upon witnessing Tang San's state. Why was his beloved disciple, Tang San, also regressing in cultivation? Was it a reflection of his own lack of comprehension? But Xiao San possessed the dual spirit, an unparalleled genius. On the entire continent, only Bibi Dong and Tang San bore such a gift. How could a talent of this caliber falter in understanding? Xiao Gang dared not dwell on the matter further. With a swift kick, he roused Tang San from his stupor. Teacher? Tang San awoke, bewildered, unable to comprehend his teacher's actions. He had been in a state of epiphany. On the verge of breakthrough, he could sense his cultivation advancing rapidly, and had it not been for the soul ring's limitations, he would have reached the 35th level by now. His comprehension was indeed remarkable. Ning Rongrong was also talented, yet her understanding did not match his. After all, he was a transmigrator. How could his insight be comparable to the common man? Xiao San, what has become of your cultivation? Xiao Gang gazed at Tang San in despair. The sight of Tang San's regression pained him deeply. While his own decline bore little consequence, his achievements were modest. Tang San represented his sole beacon of hope. If Tang San could not establish a name for himself on the continent, how could he rise? How could he earn the respect of others? More importantly, if Tang San were to become a failure under his guidance, he would not only be deprived of respect but would also face the scorn of all. A dual spirit genius was a rarity in the history of the continent. To ruin such a talent would be a disgrace beyond measure. My cultivation. Why has it diminished? Tang San staggered back, his face ashen. Had he not been on the brink of breaking through to 35 levels? Yet now, he found his soul power reduced to a mere 25. Why was this happening? Had his enlightenment been an illusion? Why was his cultivation declining instead of rising? Was he not a genius, but rather a failure? This was inconceivable. How could he not be a genius? Furious, he glared at the stone wall before him. It must be the source of the problem. How could it be that she overcame the obstacle while he faltered? He looked at the girl in the white dress beside him, incredulous. Was her talent and comprehension truly superior to his? At that moment, Ning Rongrong had successfully advanced to the 28th level. Born into the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she had been nourished by countless rare treasures throughout her life. In this moment of enlightenment, her potential surged, propelling her cultivation to unprecedented heights. The stark contrast between her rapid ascent and the plummeting of Tang San and Xiao Gang only deepened their despair. They could not bear the thought of their own regression while feeling overshadowed by another's brilliance. Teacher, my cultivation has regressed by 4 levels. Tang San's face reflected despair. Even if he wished to advance from 25 to 29, it would require a year of grueling effort. For a genius, such a setback would create an insurmountable gap with his peers. Once a standout among his contemporaries at the 29th level, he now found himself diminished, unrecognizable as a genius. How could he accept this fate? If only it were a different time, he might have reconciled with the outcome, but now he faced a formidable adversary. With his cultivation in decline, how could he confront Su Ran or reclaim Xiao Wu? The thought of Su Ran possibly embracing his beloved Xiao Wu filled him with anguish, especially as he found himself powerless to intervene. Xiao San, do not grieve. I understand your feelings. Look at me. I have fallen to the 20th level. A decline of 9 levels. Whether I can ever regain my former strength is uncertain. Compare our fates, and you will see you are fortunate, Xiao Gang said. Embracing Tang San, his heart seething with rage. It felt as if the heavens conspired against them, teacher and disciple alike. Teacher. Tang San felt a modicum of solace in Xiao Gang as even greater misfortune. Though his situation was dire, his teacher's plight was more severe. In this light, his heart felt lighter. Simultaneously, he harbored a newfound sympathy for Xiao Gang. Their relationship, once merely that of teacher and student, had evolved into a genuine friendship, as they alone could comprehend one another's pain. In that moment, Tang San and his master leaned against one another, the cool breeze swirling around them. A poignant reminder of their shared desolation. Chapter 100, Tang San's Fury. It turns out Su Ran is behind it all at this moment. Ning Rongrong had awakened from her epiphany, her cultivation level soaring to the 28th rank. Just an hour ago, she was merely a 26th rank soul master. Yet now she had ascended to 28. To gain 2 levels in just 1 hour was astonishing. In the past, this would have represented 6 months of diligent training. But today, she had achieved such progress in a mere 60 minutes. This meant she had advanced as much in 1 hour as she would have in half a year. Ning Rongrong's heart swelled with joy, her curiosity about the mysterious genius she had yet to meet deepening. That individual was likely beyond the realm of talent, truly a prodigy. Simultaneously, she noticed Tang San and Xiao Gang, and she couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that comprehending the stone wall could also lead to a regression in cultivation, and such a significant downfall at that? She patted her chest, feeling fortunate that her luck had not been so dire. She had never been particularly fond of training, and if her cultivation had regressed, it would have dealt her an unbearable blow. Rongrong, come here. Excellent, excellent. Your understanding is commendable. Flender beckoned to Ning Rongrong with a cheerful smile, indicating for her to approach. As a soul master of the 7 treasure glazed tile, although she was only a great soul master, her status surpassed even that of a soul master of the soul sect. A soul saint-level practitioner of the 7 treasure glazed tile stood shoulder to shoulder with the title Douluo. Currently, Ning Rongrong could enhance her teammates' speed and strength by 30%. Though she was only at the 28th rank, her status was on par with that of a soul sect master. In the original text, Flender's comparison of Ning Rongrong to Oscar, who possessed innate full soul power, was fundamentally flawed. An ordinary martial soul, even with innate full soul power, could not compare to a soul master of level 7 or 8 who wielded a formidable martial soul. This was also why Su Yuntao dismissed Tang San upon discovering he possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul with full innate soul power. He was unaware that Tang San was a twin martial soul user and that the blue-silver grass harbored the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Had it been an ordinary blue-silver grass, even innate full soul power would not have saved him. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong ascended to divinity as a level 2 deity, becoming the 9-color goddess. However, due to the attributes of her martial soul, she provided a 100% enhancement across all attributes. What god would not cherish such a boon? Even a god king like the god of destruction would not turn away from such a significant increase. This was something no other support-type soul master could achieve, underscoring Ning Rongrong's unique status derived from her martial soul. Flinder, could you take me to meet that genius? Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful blue eyes, unable to contain her eagerness. In her mind, an image of a dashing young man wielding a longsword, graceful and charming, surfaced. What girl does not harbor romantic dreams? Especially one like Ning Rongrong, who had been pampered in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School since childhood. At this moment, in the throes of youthful rebellion, she yearned for love. Naturally, she fantasized about a sweet romance. Moreover, having a boyfriend of such exceptional caliber to present to her family would be quite the boast. Even if things progressed further, returning home with such a surprise for her father and her grandfather would surely delight them. Of course, however, there is no need for you to seek him out. He is already on his way here, Flinder replied with a smile, casting a glance towards Su Ran, who was approaching the training ground alongside Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Gang in their sorry state, Su Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter. These two clowns are simply too amusing. If not for the need to maintain composure, Su Ran would have surely doubled over in laughter. The master and Tang San were truly a match made in heaven at that moment. Su Ran felt that if not for their age difference, they might have made excellent friends. Hello, Junior. I am Su Ran, he greeted, directing his attention away from Tang San and the others to the delicate-looking girl beside Flinder. Ning Rongrong was the embodiment of femininity. Slightly shorter than both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, her figure subtly curvaceous. Her legs, though not particularly long, were elegantly shaped, clad in immaculate white stockings that testified to her fastidious nature. Among the trio of Shrek girls, Zhu Zhuqing had the best bust, Xiao with the finest legs, while Ning Rongrong's skin was exquisite. As an auxiliary-type soul master, her skin was far more delicate compared to the battle-hardened soul masters, appearing smooth and radiant, almost ethereal under the sunlight, as if one could squeeze water from it. Someone once remarked that women were made of water. While others may not comprehend this, Ning Rongrong visually embodied this sentiment, presenting a compelling image of femininity. Among the main characters in the original text, none were lacking in beauty. Su Ran, did you compose the 4 lines of poetry on the stone wall? Ning Rongrong blinked her enchanting eyes, gazing at Su Ran with surprise. His image matched closely with her expectations, though she felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that he seemed to already have not just one, but multiple girlfriends. Indeed, Su Ran replied nonchalantly. Wow, that's impressive, senior. My name is Ning Rongrong, she said, extending her hand to shake his. As Ning Rongrong and Su Ran engaged in conversation, Tang San felt a tremor run through him at the sound of Su Ran's voice, a deep-seated hatred surging within him. So Su Ran is also at Shrek Academy. No wonder he and the master are in such a predicament. Could it be that Su Ran is the one orchestrating this? He recalled Flinder mentioning that the content on the stone wall had been left by Su Ran. It was only natural that Su Ran would play such tricks on them. With this realization, Tang San's composure shattered, a fiery rage igniting in his heart. He turned sharply to face Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran was cradling Zhu Zhuqing, clad in form-fitting attire, her alluring figure on full display. In his other arm, he held Xiao Wu, adorned in a pink dress and white stockings, equally breathtaking. Surrounded by such beauty, Su Ran was engaged in lively conversation with Ning Rongrong, exuding an air of carefree ease that would make any man envious. To wield power over the world yet indulge in the company of beautiful women is the shared desire of all men. Who would not wish for numerous wives and beautiful companions? Su Ran embodied this ideal, prompting envy from those around him. However, Tang San felt no envy towards Su Ran. Instead, he harbored a profound hatred. Gazing at Xiao Wu in Su Ran's arms, his eyes were filled with coldness and resentment. Su Ran's audacity to toy with Xiao Wu was intolerable. It was one thing for Su Ran to have taken her through despicable means, but it was another entirely for him to treat her so carelessly. Su Ran, so it is you. Tang San spoke coldly, his voice chilling. Now I understand why my teacher and I are in such dire straits. Our cultivation plummeting so rapidly. It is all you're doing. He set aside thoughts of Xiao Wu for the moment. He was determined to seek justice for his plummeting cultivation. Su Ran was despicable, having snatched away his Xiao Wu. And now he sought to undermine him further. Was Su Ran even human? His teacher was suffering even more than he was. What kind of person could Su Ran possibly be? Chapter 101. The overzealous protector Tang San. What nonsense are you spouting? Did Su Ran ask you to come here? Seeing Tang San only soured Xiao Wu's mood further. Now, with Tang San slandering Su Ran, her impression of him deteriorated even more. In her eyes, Tang San had become a shameless scoundrel. Initially, she had her doubts about his lack of integrity, but now she was unequivocally convinced. It seemed that Tang San had followed them to Shrek Academy. Otherwise, how could he have found this place? With so many prestigious Soul Master Academies in the world, why would he choose this remote location? It was likely that he had been tracking her and Su Ran's whereabouts for days. Upon discovering that they were at Shrek Academy, he rushed over immediately. Tang San was indeed cunning. However, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. Having once been a 100,000-year soul beast, she could no longer be easily deceived. Once tricked by Tang San was enough, she would not fall for his schemes again. She was a 100,000-year rabbit, not a fool. How could she possibly be ensnared by him again? Xiao Wu declared, I won't argue with you. She cast a pained glance at Tang San. Xiao Wu was now far more beautiful than before. In the past, he had been oblivious, unsure of what to buy for her or how to dress her. Now, under Su Ran's care, she wore a pink skirt and white stockings, exuding charm and femininity. Yet, the more enchanting she became, the more anguish he felt. And his hatred for Su Ran deepened. That scoundrel Su Ran had already gone too far by taking Xiao Wu. But now he dared to pursue other women right before her eyes. It was intolerable. I will speak my mind. Did you and the master get Su Ran's permission to view his poems? You just stared at them shamelessly. It's one thing to have a poor understanding and experience a regression in cultivation, but now you have the audacity to come here and cause trouble for Su Ran. Tang San, do you even deserve that? Xiao Wu retorted fiercely, her words flowing like a torrent, embodying the spirit of a protective partner. Su Ran could only stare in astonishment. Previously, Su Ran held a revered position in Xiao Wu's heart, but now, after their relationship had deepened, he surpassed all others in her esteem. A woman is often biased towards her partner. Even when conflicts arise, she cannot tolerate anyone speaking ill of him in public. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Tang San's slander against Su Ran. However, she sensed that Su Ran and Xiao Wu were acquainted with the man before her, so she refrained from speaking out. Ning Rongrong also looked down on Tang San. Though she held no romantic feelings for Su Ran, he was the one who had significantly enhanced her cultivation, making him her benefactor. It was absurd for Tang San to blame Su Ran for his own regression in strength. Observing Xiao Wu's fierce defense of her partner, Su Ran felt a swell of pride. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wu would reveal such an adorable side. Meanwhile, Tang San was seething with rage. How could he not be furious after being so publicly rebuked? Not long ago, Xiao Wu had always called him brother. Now, she not only ceased calling him that but also actively opposed him. However, he did not blame Xiao Wu. His ire was directed solely at Su Ran. He believed that once he exposed Su Ran's true nature, his relationship with Xiao Wu would return to its former state, and she would feel guilt that would deepen her love for him. But Tang San was unaware that Xiao Wu had already seen through Su Ran. Otherwise, he would have been even more infuriated, perhaps even seeking vengeance against Su Ran, whom he deemed a beast. Su Ran, if you have any ability, step out from behind the woman and confront me like a man. Tang San shouted at Su Ran, trying to avoid conflict with Xiao Wu. Oh, Junior, what do you want? Su Ran replied to Tang San and the master with a calm smile, exuding a gentle demeanor. Xiao Wu was merely having a spat with him. If he stepped forward, Tang San would likely be unable to withstand it. However, with so many witnesses present, he decided against confronting him physically today. Su Ran, is this your doing? Are you conspiring against me and the master behind our backs? Everyone else has improved, yet both the master and I have regressed. If you think this is not a deliberate attack, I do not believe you, Tang San said coldly, his gaze piercing into Su Ran. Even if others deemed it mere coincidence or a result of their own poor understanding, he would never accept that. He knew just how despicable Su Ran truly was. A wolf in sheep's clothing, appearing genteel while harboring myriad schemes, ready to ensnare the unwary. It was evident that once again, he and the master had fallen into Su Ran's trap. Tang San, you must speak with a clear conscience. The negative effects should have been explained to you by the dean from the outset, correct? Now that your cultivation has fallen, you come to find me? Is that playing fair? Su Ran regarded Tang San and the master with disdain. Regardless of their high understanding, it mattered not. He had already blacklisted them. Their regression was not merely due to their comprehension of the poems inscribed on the stone wall. Su Ran's music and art would have a detrimental effect on them in the future as well. Indeed, Tang San, I informed you of the consequences from the beginning. If you are dissatisfied, come to me. I am the one who brought you here, Flander interjected, his displeasure evident as he witnessed Tang San confront Su Ran. How could Su Ran possibly target them? The consequences had been communicated a week prior, long before Tang San and Xiao Gang arrived at the academy. How could Su Ran have set a trap for them when he was unaware of their impending arrival? Was he expected to possess foresight? That was utterly ludicrous. If Su Ran truly had such abilities, he would have long since turned to fortune-telling. Dean, Tang San stammered, at a loss for words. He realized he had fallen into a trap, but what could he do? Everyone else believed Su Ran was in the right, so what could he say? To be the only one aware of the truth in a world of deception was a sorrowful predicament. It was tragic to be unable to voice one's grievances when everyone else deemed you at fault. Little San, this truly stems from our own lack of understanding. We cannot blame others, Xiao Gang said, patting Tang San's shoulder. He understood that both he and Tang San had been duped by Su Ran. Yet they could find no reasonable argument to counter it. Moreover, if they had not been greedy, they would not have fallen into Su Ran's trap. In his view, Su Ran's deception was evidently fueled by the animosity between him and his disciple, Tang San. He was merely collateral damage. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Gang's resentment towards Su Ran diminished significantly. If he could take Su Ran as a disciple, it would offset his losses. Su Ran, an unparalleled genius, had a brighter future ahead than Tang San. Should he accept Su Ran as a disciple, his name would echo throughout the continent. Chapter 102. Want to take Su Ran as your disciple? Dream on, teacher. Tang San gritted his teeth, his gaze coldly fixed on Su Ran. He was not oblivious to the truth of the matter. Su Ran's tactics were despicable, yet he had always managed to handle situations deftly, concealing his treachery from others. Even if he were to remain entangled with Su Ran here, it would yield no fruitful outcome. Yet, he felt a deep-seated resentment. The thought of Su Ran having humiliated him so thoroughly made his stomach churn. If his own lack of talent had led to his decline, perhaps he could find solace in that. However, the current state of affairs was entirely Su Ran's doing, and how could he not be infuriated? Su Ran had already stolen his Xiaowu, and now he was coming after him again. Currently, his cultivation had plummeted to a mere 25 levels. The fruits of a year's worth of training had been utterly obliterated by Su Ran. How could he not harbor hatred? Well, it's no one's fault but my own for lacking strength, Xiao Gang said with an expression of calm, though inwardly he was seething with anger. Nonetheless, he needed to maintain the image of an unshakable sage. He had come to Shrek Academy with a specific aim, to take Su Ran as his disciple. Xiao San, please go organize your dormitory. I have matters to attend to here, Xiao Gang instructed. Very well, teacher. I shall take my leave, Tang San nodded. Always respectful towards his mentor and never refusing his commands. He cast a resentful glance at Su Ran before turning towards the dormitory area. At present, he was far from Su Ran's match. Su Ran's methods were exceedingly cunning, filled with tricks, and conventional means would be of little use against him. But let us not forget, he still possessed the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Once he mastered the Yin Wang Tai and Guanyin tears, Su Ran would truly understand the meaning of cruelty. The top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang sect, which had eluded past geniuses, were ones he must master. As long as he could wield these, Su Ran's demise would be assured. Su Ran, oh Su Ran, our paths will cross again. And I shall be the one to emerge victorious in the end, Tang San vowed silently. Of course, at that moment, Tang San was unaware that Xiao's body bore the marks of Su Ran, and had he known, he would not only have been unable to laugh in triumph, but perhaps would have been rendered speechless altogether. As Tang San slowly walked away, Xiao Gang's gaze shifted to Su Ran. Observing Su Ran surrounded by admirers, exuding an air of carefree elegance, he couldn't help but admire the young man. A paragon of charm and grace. In a world where youth is often synonymous with vitality, Su Ran possessed talent, strength, status, wealth, and beauty, making him an object of envy for many. This side inevitably reminded Xiao Gang of Lu Erlong and Bibi Dan. If only he could also bask in such adoration. Both Dong Er and Erlong embodied a mature allure that was unparalleled. I presume you are the prodigious Su Ran I have heard so much about, Xiao Gang said, taking a deep breath as he approached Su Ran, forcing a smile and fixing his unwavering gaze upon him. Indeed, Su Ran surpassed Tang San by a considerable margin, not only in talent but also in temperament and strategy. Master, greetings. I have long been an admirer of your esteemed reputation. Su Ran replied, recalling a time in his past life when he had been swindled out of a significant sum by a fortune teller. Ah, so you are aware of me, Xiao Gang rejoiced, surprised to discover that his renown had spread so widely. Even a genius like Su Ran held him in high regard. Naturally, your scholarly contributions are known far and wide, especially your assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, has greatly impressed me. Su Ran responded with a smile. In the original tale, Xiao Gang was known for his grandiose claims in the world of Douluo Continent. Who could truly be deemed a waste? The Shrek 7 monsters, the 7 maidens of the Water Academy, the formidable members of the Spirit Hall, and various other sects had all proven that no one with a so-called useless martial soul had ever achieved greatness. His boasting was nothing more than a farcical joke. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, he would lend assistance. Su Ran had always been inclined to help others, and he intended to put this principle into practice. He was eager to witness how Tang San's first martial soul would transform into an ordinary blue-silver grass, and how he would convert it into a non-wasteful soul master. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Xiao Gang's face turned pale. This assertion was the most scorned aspect of his reputation within the martial soul community. In truth, there had never been a case of a useless martial soul achieving the rank of title Douluo, let alone reaching the level of soul sage. Thus, Su Ran's words felt like a dagger piercing his heart, striking a blow to his pride. However, Su Ran must have spoken without malice. Su Ran, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Xiao Gang asked, eager to get to the point. The master's cultivation has yet to surpass mine, yet you wish to take Rangu as your disciple, murmured Ma Hongjun as he stood beside Flinder, unable to contain his disbelief. In his eyes, Su Ran was a deity, while Xiao Gang was merely an insignificant figure. He could not even comprehend the poetry of Rangu and yet aspired to teach him? What a delusion. Exactly. Just moments ago, he was pondering over Ranji's insights. And now he wishes to take him as a disciple? How naive. Oscar and the others shared similar disdainful glances at Xiao Gang. In a world where strength was paramount, what right did a weakling have to boast? Had they held any respect for this renowned master on the continent before? Witnessing his previous interactions with Tang San had stripped that respect away. The depths of their skepticism regarding his capabilities were profound. Do not speak out of turn. The master's reputation on the continent is indeed illustrious. How could you possibly comprehend it? Flinder rebuked, though he secretly relished the situation. He now harbored doubts about Xiao Gang, suspecting that he might have deceived ere long over the years, causing her to wait in vain for over 20 years. A young woman's precious youth had been squandered due to Xiao Gang. However, for now, he lacked sufficient evidence and decided to listen to Su Ran's perspective. Su Ran, a prodigy, possessed a unique outlook on matters. Perhaps he could provide the answers Flinder sought. The murmurs of Ma Hongjun and Oscar left Xiao Gang incensed. And Su Ran's words pierced his heart even further. Master, I hold great admiration for your theories. However, I believe you should find a truly suitable individual to put your theories into practice. If there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, then should you manage to take on a disciple with a so-called useless martial soul, you could bring your theory to life. This is what I long to witness. Su Ran remarked with a smile. He was not oblivious to Xiao Gang's intentions. It was merely a matter of hitching a ride to bolster his reputation as a master of strong disciples. A genius, barring unforeseen circumstances, was destined to become a formidable force, rendering the act of teaching irrelevant. In the original narrative, anyone associated with Tang San either ascended to divinity or achieved the rank of title Douluo. Clearly, Xiao Gang merely sought to capitalize on Su Ran's potential. His so-called theory was of no substantial significance. If a genius were to take a fool as a master and later rise to power, that fool would merely ride on the coattails of the genius's success. Xiao Gang was, evidently, such a fool, lacking genuine ability. He sought to exploit the naivety of unsuspecting prodigies. Dream on. Tang San had been oblivious to the world of soul masters from a young age. Unable to even discern the levels of soul masters, which had led him to accept Xiao Gang as a mentor. Who else would be so foolish? Chapter 103. Why do the two senior sisters seem odd? Xiao Gang's extensive data acquired from the Spirit Hall is, at best, applicable to ordinary soul masters. After all, the data compiled by the Spirit Hall primarily reflects the collective experiences of the majority of soul masters, rendering it largely ineffective for prodigies. In the original narrative, Tang San repeatedly undermines Xiao Gang's assertions. If Tang San were to follow Xiao Gang's teachings, one might question whether he could even ascend to divinity. Thus, in a certain sense, Xiao Gang is only capable of nurturing mediocrity. You refuse me? Xiao Gang's complexion turned pale, and he instinctively took a few steps back. The smirk on Su Ran's face made it abundantly clear Su Ran was humiliating him. It became evident that Su Ran had never truly respected him. Rather, he looked down upon him. The words he uttered were intended solely to belittle Xiao Gang. Master, I am considering your best interests to uphold your theories. You must take on a disciple of lesser talent. Furthermore, I now feel quite capable of training independently. Su Ran chuckled softly, outright rejecting Xiao Gang's offer. If it were a beautiful female teacher, perhaps there might have been a glimmer of possibility, as cultivating a touching student-teacher romance could be quite delightful. Such a relationship might evoke a unique sentiment within Su Ran. However, for a man to wish to be his teacher was merely a fanciful dream. Who could rival the profound understanding of the martial spirits possessed by a system? With a treasure system at his disposal, what need had he for a teacher? Why not consult the system when faced with dilemmas? Since that is the case, I shall not force the matter. Xiao Gang managed a forced smile, internally ridiculing Su Ran's words. If he could truly transform a waste into a genius, he would have long since ascended to greatness himself. A waste remains a waste. Only a genius has the potential to become a formidable force. He was no deity. How could he hope to cultivate a waste into a prodigy? At that moment, Xiao Gang felt a profound sense of humiliation and defeat. He understood Su Ran's intention to insult him, yet he found himself unable to retort. For those were indeed his own words. However, Su Ran's lack of awareness would ultimately lead to consequences. The regression in his cultivation had already incensed Xiao Gang. He had initially considered granting Su Ran a chance. If Su Ran were to acknowledge him as a master, he could assist in his ascension. But now, with Su Ran's decision made, their relationship had become irreparably strained. No matter how gifted Su Ran might be, he could not surpass Tang San's dual martial spirits. Once Tang San reached the rank of title Douluo and completed the 9 soul rings of the Haoyan hammer, his power would soar. At that point, no one would stand a chance against him. Moreover, it seemed Tang San possessed hidden cards that even Xiao Gang could not discern. It would merely be a matter of time before he trampled Su Ran beneath his feet. Xiao Gang, let's pause this conversation. The rest of us old fellows are going for a drink. Su Ran, please take care of Ning Rongrong. Help her find a dormitory and familiarize her with the surroundings. Flender, sensing the awkward atmosphere, promptly pulled Xiao Gang away. The other teachers from Shrek Academy followed suit. After the teachers departed, Su Ran found himself pinched on either side of his waist by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Previously, they had been willing to grant Su Ran some leeway in front of others, allowing him to engage in casual conversation with Ning Rongrong while maintaining an air of generosity. However, that was no longer the case. Hiss. Su Ran's facial muscles twitched in resignation. Ning Rongrong, too, felt a hint of embarrassment. Having noticed the peculiar behavior of the trio, I am Su Ran. This is Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. We have only just arrived at the academy ourselves. Su Ran introduced, releasing Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu from his embrace. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu nodded at Ning Rongrong, their curiosity piqued by her presence. I am Ning Rongrong, she replied, her voice soft and melodic, her beautiful eyes blinking as they turned to the three. The hint of apprehension on her face remained, as she sensed the vigilant demeanor of the 2 girls beside Su Ran, making her feel somewhat awkward. Enough of that. Let us not linger. You should accompany Rongrong to find her dormitory and make her bed. I will not join you, Su Ran said with a smile. Knowing that there would be plenty of time ahead for interactions, there was no rush. Even if he wished to engage Ning Rongrong in deeper conversation, it was unlikely to happen with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu in tow. After all, he was now considered a quasi-teacher at Shrek Academy. Conversing with Ning Rongrong would not pose any difficulty. In future classes, he could even instruct her on methods to enhance her physical flexibility and stamina. What a delightful prospect. Moreover, he had his own endeavors to pursue, namely honing his swordsmanship, practicing thrusts and strikes that must be executed flawlessly. As a swordsman, one must strike to kill. Each swing of the sword must yield blood. Well, we shall take our leave then. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu set aside their grievances towards Su Ran and led Ning Rongrong towards the dormitory area. Rongrong, since you bear the surname Ning, are you from the Ning family of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her demeanor markedly lighter after spending time with Su Ran, revealing a more amiable disposition. At that moment, she found herself intrigued. Not many renowned soul master families on the continent bore the surname Ning, and the Ning family of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the most illustrious among them. Given that Ning Rongrong appeared delicate and somewhat fragile, it was evident she was an auxiliary-type soul master, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to recall this legendary family. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Xiao echoed, surprised. The upper three sects and the lower four sects held great renown across the continent, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School being among the former. Indeed. I am from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You need not regard me with such awe. Now that I am at Shrek Academy, I am merely an ordinary student. Furthermore, your presence here indicates that your status is not insignificant, Ning Rongrong replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. Having recently experienced the unfolding events, she dared not underestimate the individuals from Shrek Academy any longer. Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing were Su Ran's girlfriends, living with him and benefiting from his nurturing. Their talents were bound to be exceptional. As an outsider, she had managed to gain insights from a poem casually left by Su Ran, leading to her breakthrough. Thus, it was inconceivable that Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing, as Su Ran's closest companions, would lack in capability. By the way, Rongrong, your skin is exquisite, Xiao remarked, playfully touching Ning Rongrong's arm and immediately feeling the silky softness of her skin. The smooth texture captivated even her, not to mention the men. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Ning Rongrong with envy. As battle-type soul masters, it was impossible for them to possess skin as flawless as hers. Such a complexion was something even she, as a woman, admired. With a new and delicate junior sister among them, Su Ran would undoubtedly be intrigued. Although he was a kind-hearted individual, his penchant for beauty was undeniable. Over the past few days, she and Xiao Wu had barely managed to keep up with him. However, Ning Rongrong's delicate appearance, coupled with her auxiliary soul master abilities, made her as physically capable as an ordinary person. What could that lead to? Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. What are you two pondering? After a brief period of familiarity, Ning Rongrong gradually relaxed. Yet, seeing the two girls of similar age teasing her still made her feel bashful. She couldn't shake the feeling that these two senior sisters were somewhat peculiar. Nothing of consequence. Come, let us find you a quieter dormitory, Xiao Wu giggled, ceasing her teasing of Ning Rongrong as the two led her towards a small, dimly lit room. Chapter 104. How deep are you Xiao Gang's schemes? The night was enveloped in silence, with the soft sound of insects resonating in the air. Shrek Academy nestled amidst a quaint village, exuding a tranquil and leisurely ambience as night fell. However, Su Ran had never been one to appreciate such beauty. For him, the nighttime was a precious commodity. No matter how stunning the scenery, could it compare to the allure of a beloved wife? At this vigorous and energetic age, he naturally preferred to indulge in physical activities. Yet tonight, he found himself summoned by Flanders. Beneath the dim light, Flanders and Su Ran sat across from one another. After a brief exchange, Flanders let out a sigh. Now, you must understand. The once unbreakable bond of the Golden Triangle was fraught with hidden conflicts. Both Xiao Gang and I were enamored with Lu Erlong. Ultimately, I stepped back, believing that my withdrawal would lead to Erlong's happiness. Yet, I never anticipated that things would unfold as they did. Erlong has been alone in her empty home, and neither Xiao Gang nor I have visited her in years, Flanders lamented bitterly. He deeply regretted not reaching out to Erlong the moment Xiao Gang left her. As a man who had failed in love, how could he muster the courage to return? Erlong did not harbor feelings for him. Wouldn't his presence only complicate her feelings further? I see. However, Dean, you didn't summon me merely for a heart-to-heart, did you? Su Ran smiled, fully aware of Flanders' intentions, which revolved around Lu Erlong and Yu Xiao Gang's entanglement. Don't play coy with me. Do you think I am unaware that you were targeting Xiao Gang today? Flanders said sternly, realizing that Su Ran was being disingenuous. He had openly shared the history of their Golden Triangle with Su Ran, yet the latter still feigned ignorance. It was evident to Flanders that Su Ran had prior knowledge of Xiao Gang and was well acquainted with him. The disdain Su Ran harbored for Xiao Gang was palpable, as if it stemmed from the depths of his soul. Su Ran must know something, perhaps the very answers Flanders sought. Dean, you cannot unjustly accuse me. I have done nothing to target him, Su Ran replied. Enough of this discussion. I merely wish for you to help me analyze whether Xiao Gang is that kind of person. I have long suspected that his breakup with Erlong was intentional, Flanders said, clenching his fists. He was willing to sacrifice his own happiness for Erlong's well-being, but would not tolerate anyone causing her harm. According to my speculation, the catalyst for Yu Xiao Gang's separation from Lu Erlong was a significant event that had recently transpired, Su Ran said leisurely, taking a sip of tea. What significant event? Flanders inquired, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He had not anticipated that Su Ran might possess actual insights. The former pope, Qin Xuanji, has passed away. Su Ran revealed. Qin Xuanji? How does his death relate to Xiao Gang's breakup with Erlong? Flanders questioned, still bewildered. In truth, exceptional soul masters often paid little attention to mundane affairs and were oblivious to such intricacies. Only with a clear mind could one ascend to the highest realms. Thus, even with Su Ran's hint, Flanders was slow to comprehend. Before Xiao Gang encountered you, he had a more legendary romantic history. Has the Dean forgotten? Su Ran continued to prod. Are you implying that Xiao Gang had a relationship with Bibi Dong in the spirit hall? Flanders suddenly awakened, as if grasping something momentous. His eyes widened in realization, and a sense of dread washed over him as he connected the dots. Xiao Gang had been ridiculed in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And in his arrogance, he left to seek refuge in the spirit hall, where he found his first ally in reclaiming his dignity, Bibi Dong. Back then, Bibi Dong was utterly devoted to Xiao Gang, but he was soon expelled by Qin Xuanji. Perhaps he had believed that he could no longer pursue a relationship with Bibi Dong, leading him to seek another woman who could aid him, Lu Erlong. Erlong was a crucial figure in the Golden Triangle. Being with her granted him influence. After all, did not the Dean also heed Erlong's words? As Su Ran spoke, Flanders' expression grew increasingly astonished. He had an inkling that Su Ran was inching closer to the truth. What could the reality be? Please, continue, Flanders urged, taking a deep breath. Upon learning of Qin Xuanji's death, Xiao Gang must have rejoiced. For with the Pope's demise and Bibi Dong ascending to the position of Pope, he saw the opportunity to reunite with her. It is clear that he would choose the Pope over an ordinary member of the Spirit Hall. Thus, he ended things with Lu Erlong, Su Ran elucidated. However, wasn't it when Xiao Gang brought Erlong back to the family that they coincidentally recognized her as his uncle's daughter? Moreover, didn't his family force him to part with her? Flanders murmured, his expression contorted with disbelief. He struggled to accept this reality. If this were true, how deep must Xiao Gang's schemes run? How heartbroken would Lu Erlong be to discover the truth about Xiao Gang? Dean, you are indeed navi. What if Xiao Gang knew from the beginning that Lu Erlong was his cousin? Even if he was unaware, they still share a blood relation. Consider that he had spent time in the spirit hall, researching his mutated martial spirit. Do you think he could not discern that Lu Erlong belonged to the same lineage of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons? Su Ran's words struck Flanders like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, if Xiao Gang had known Erlong's identity all along, deliberately bringing her home only for his family to separate them would absolve him of responsibility. Flanders seethed, his soul power surging with intensity, causing the room to creak under the pressure. The revelation of Xiao Gang's treachery was staggering. How pitiful Erlong had been, holding on to an empty hope for years, while Xiao Gang remained so callous. Ah, Dean, perhaps it is best to let this matter rest. Without evidence, he could easily deny it. If you confront Xiao Gang, it may only serve to alert him, Su Ran cautioned. Yes, I nearly let my emotions get the better of me. What should I do now? How can I expose his true nature before Lu Erlong? Without proof, she will never believe us, Flanders exclaimed, desperation in his tone. Upon learning of Xiao Gang's true character, Flanders was consumed with the desire to reveal his duplicity to Lu Erlong, to help her see who had truly stood by her side all along. The only individuals privy to this matter were those from the Yu family. If the timing were right, perhaps a visit would uncover the truth, Su Ran asserted, keenly aware of the intricacies involved. Over the years, Xiao Gang had not returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect because he intended to manipulate his cousin, only to be driven from the family by the furious Yu engine. That would be ideal. However, I have one more question. Is love about possession? Or is it better to watch from afar, wishing for her happiness? Flanders could not help but ask, knowing Su Ran possessed profound insights into matters of the heart. The greatest love often lies in the art of letting go. If the one you cherish can find happiness and fulfillment, what is the sacrifice of oneself? At times, witnessing the woman you adore in the embrace of another man brings an immense sense of joy. When she smiles, you too find joy. Su Ran was taken aback and hurriedly sought to enlighten Flandra on the essence of profound love. Such love knows no bounds. How could mere possession ever compare? Chapter 105, Teaching the Three Maidens Yoga. As the night passed, the sun rose high in the sky. Outside Su Ran's door, the three maidens stood together, adorned in fitted attire that accentuated their distinct figures. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, while Ning Rongrong, noticing Su Ran's continued slumber in the dormitory, expressed her astonishment. In her recollection, prodigies were known for their diligence, rising early, adhering to a routine, and diligently practicing their craft. Given Su Ran's remarkable talent, She had anticipated him to be a fervent practitioner. However, why was he still asleep? He appeared even lazier than she was. Su Ran has always been like this, Zhu Zhuqing lamented. Since their acquaintance, she had witnessed his perpetual state of lethargy. He often justified it by claiming that a joyful mind and body were essential for effective cultivation. She found his excuses utterly unconvincing. Su Ran was simply indolent. Please wait a moment. I will rouse Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing declared as she pushed the door open. Su Ran, it is time to get up. You need to teach us how to cultivate soon. As she spoke, she prepared to lift his covers. Just as her hand approached the edge of the blanket, a strong hand swiftly emerged, pulling Zhu Zhuqing onto the bed. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, startled as she was drawn into Su Ran's embrace. Su Ran, no. Xiao and Rongrong are still outside, she stammered, bracing her hands against his chest to maintain distance. She dared not engage in any intimate contact with him, especially with Xiao and Rongrong waiting outside. What if she inadvertently ignited Su Ran's passions? Then what do you propose we do, my dear? Su Ran inquired, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Qing's perfectly sculpted silhouette, before locking onto her eyes with an intensity that could melt her resolve. She was all too familiar with that gaze, and it sent shivers down her spine, compelling her to avert her gaze from him. She pleaded, Su Ran, please, not now. You can have your way tonight. All right? Very well. But let us agree on that, Su Ran replied, capturing her delicate hands that were pressed against his chest. Before leaning in and kissing her tender lips deeply, he was well aware of the proprieties. Even if his desires flared, he would not choose to act during the day. Although everything was visible in the light of day, Zhu Zhuqing and the others were too bashful to accept such boldness. At night, should Su Ran leave the lights on, they would fiercely resist. This was merely a ruse, for with Su Ran's current vision, there was no distinction between day and night. He could see everything clearly, even the few moles on Zhu Qing's body. After a prolonged kiss, Su Ran finally released Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, what troubles you? Outside the dormitory, Xiao noticed Zhu Qing rushing out, her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue, but she was no stranger to such scenes. Having frequently entered Su Ran's dormitory, she had grown accustomed to his playful demeanor. However, deep within Ning Rongrong, a different feeling stirred. Although she was an innocent maiden, she was no longer a child. She understood perfectly well what had transpired between Zhu Qing and Su Ran during her 3-minute absence. The mere thought of it made her throat dry. Su Ran will be out shortly. He instructed us to run 5 laps around the village and then wait for him at the playground. Zhu Qing managed to compose herself and stated with faint calmness. This morning, the dean had announced that Su Ran would be responsible for managing and supervising their training. This meant that, aside from theory classes and the soul fighting competition in Soto City, all their future training would be under his jurisdiction. This news brought them a sense of joy. After all, exercising and training alongside someone they admired was a delightful prospect. Moreover, given Su Ran's strength, his training methods were bound to be the most rational and effective. I'll go first, Xiao exclaimed, dashing out. Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong followed suit. Running 5 laps around the village was not a daunting task, even for Ning Rongrong, a support-type soulmaster. Su Ran merely sought to warm them up and prepare their bodies for the exercises to follow. Upon their arrival at the playground, they found Su Ran leisurely seated on a chair, munching on an apple. As he observed the 3 maidens, glistening with perspiration from their exertions, he couldn't help but revel in the sight. Flander truly knows how to enjoy life, he mused. Grateful that he wasn't burdened with training the likes of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. He had no interest in men. Training his beloved while nurturing her growth was far more appealing. Su Ran, aren't you supposed to train us? Zhu Qing, incensed by his relaxed demeanor, could hardly contain her frustration. The dean seemed to show him favor. All of them required training, yet only Su Ran enjoyed such privileges. Though he was her boyfriend, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Previously, it hadn't bothered her, but now, witnessing his leisurely sunbathing while she trained made her pout in displeasure. How shameless of you, Su Ran. Yet, her curiosity about the training methods he would introduce remained piqued. Today, I will teach you a practice known as yoga. This exercise is specifically designed for women. Regular practice of yoga can detoxify, enhance appearance, and improve body curves, allowing you to maintain a youthful state, Su Ran explained. Recalling the benefits of yoga from his past life, it was indeed an optimal training regimen for women. Additionally, yoga's inherent benefits would ensure that Zhu Qing and the others retain their feminine allure, as it naturally emphasized curves in the chest, waist, hips, and legs. Of course, witnessing them practice yoga would also be a visual delight for him. After all, the technical movements involved would undoubtedly showcase their figures. For women, Beauty and physique were perennial topics of concern. Their regard for appearance and form was second only to their dedication to cultivation. Thus, when Su Ran spoke of yoga's benefits, he immediately captured the three maidens' attention. There are numerous yoga poses. We will practice them one by one. Who will go first? Su Ran inquired directly. I will. Ning Rongrong eagerly volunteered as soon as he finished speaking. Having witnessed Su Ran's extraordinary abilities the previous day, she was naturally curious about the marvelous yoga he described, especially since it promised to enhance beauty. Anything endorsed by Su Ran could not be inferior. Stand upright and raise your right leg. Su Ran instructed as he approached Ning Rongrong to guide her through the yoga movements. Following his directions, she planted one foot firmly on the ground while lifting the other, creating a perfect straight line with her legs at a 180-degree angle, showcasing her pert figure and long, elegant legs. As she held this pose, Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment. It felt excessively shameful for a girl to adopt such a position. Maintain your balance and remain still, Su Ran encouraged, noticing her discomfort. Su Ran remarked, under the bashful gaze of Ning Rongrong, as he grasped her elegantly elevated foot in his hand. Observing the alluring posture she had crafted, Su Ran felt a warmth engulf his heart. Despite his awareness of the captivating allure these yoga poses would evoke when performed by the three women, the actual sight still left him astonished. Today, Ning Rongrong donned a pair of snug white leggings, which had become partially damp from her earlier long run. At this moment, as she struck such a pose, her pert and rounded curves along with the elongated, straight lines of her legs were fully unveiled before Su Ran, overwhelming him with a sense of enchantment. Chapter 106, Teaching the Three Maidens Yoga Part 2. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment as Su Ran held her foot in his grasp, forcing her into such a humiliating position. Despite her typically bold demeanor, akin to a little demoness within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she found herself at a loss in this moment. No matter how wild her behavior had been within the sect, she had always maintained the decorum of a refined young lady, particularly regarding matters of intimacy. Su Ran, are you truly teaching me yoga? Ning Rongrong inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with suspicion. She could not shake the feeling that Su Ran might be taking advantage of her. What sort of training could possibly necessitate such a disgraceful posture? Cease your wandering thoughts, remain still, and I shall assist you in adjusting your posture. Just as Ning Rongrong's mind spiraled into confusion, a sudden tingling sensation shot through her hips, accompanied by a sharp sound. Su Ran's firm hand had jolted her back to reality. You! Ning Rongrong clutched her backside in a flurry of indignation, her heart racing. She had not anticipated such audacity from Su Ran. Did he not understand that a young girl's modesty should be respected? Yet, amidst her embarrassment, a peculiar sensation coursed through her body, igniting a warmth that made her tremble. This marked her first intimate interaction with a boy, and naturally, it stirred various emotions within her. Moreover, this boy was Su Ran, an individual whose talent, looks, and carefree charm captivated young maidens like Ning Rongrong. All girls profess to seek a reliable man for marriage, yet when faced with the allure of a rogue, they often find themselves irresistibly drawn in. While honest men offer stability, the thrill and excitement brought by a bad boy create an unparalleled allure, explaining why, in reality, the former often pales in comparison to the latter. Straighten your back, lift your hips, and keep your waist aligned. Su Ran gently lowered the hand that had been elevating Ning Rongrong's foot and moved behind her to correct her posture. In this instance, his intentions were solely to assist her, with no ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he relished the opportunity. Under Su Ran's guidance, Ning Rongrong felt utterly humiliated, her cheeks ablaze. Overwhelmed by the pure, masculine energy radiating from him, she felt weak, as if her body could scarcely muster any strength. In that moment, she cursed her own body's response, gritting her teeth in a desperate bid to resist the tingling sensations overwhelming her. Perspiration dripped from her, saturating her attire. If given the choice, she would have preferred to run laps around the village rather than endure this mortifying predicament, especially with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Su Ran's official girlfriends, watching intently. The very thought of their scrutiny intensified her shame. Su Ran, is it time? Ning Rongrong managed to utter, her voice tinged with breathlessness and a hint of tears. Yes. Grasp your foot's heel with both hands and gently press downward. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Su Ran refrained from taking further liberties. After all, his relationship with Ning Rongrong had yet to reach that level, and he felt it prudent not to overstep. Even so, Su Ran remained thoroughly satisfied. Ning Rongrong's body was undeniably supple. If he were to encapsulate her essence in a single word, it would be soft. Unlike the combat-oriented soul masters like Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong's training had been far less rigorous, rendering her physique akin to cotton candy, which prompted Su Ran to indulge in a few more touches. What of it, then? Under the guise of training, he was merely taking liberties in plain view. The system's voice echoed in his mind, deeming such actions shameless. This scandalous position was one that no young woman would typically present before a male. Even in the yoga studios of the world Su Ran had previously inhabited, Su Ran's demeanor was undoubtedly brazen. Yet, the system mused. She could execute yoga poses far more elegantly than any of them. She pondered what Su Ran's expression would be when she eventually manifested her true form. Gazing down at her own flawless physique, her ample bosom, a flat abdomen devoid of excess, and long, graceful legs, she eagerly anticipated the day she could stand by Su Ran's side, safeguarding him. What about you two? Su Ran turned his attention to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were now transfixed. Their eyes sparkled with a blend of shyness and playful reproach as they regarded him. Su Ran was not merely instructing. He was clearly taking advantage of the situation. While they, as his girlfriends, were somewhat accustomed to his antics, Ning Rongrong was another matter entirely. At that moment, it became evident to them that Su Ran harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, an attractive girl who seemed so delicate and fragile. Humph, Zhu Zhuqing huffed. Moving a short distance away to find a clean patch of grass, she removed her petite shoes and mimicked Ning Rongrong's position. However, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was strikingly alluring. Her long legs and perfect curves accentuated by the snugness of her attire. After attempting the pose, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended the level of embarrassment Ning Rongrong had experienced. Even she, accustomed to the gaze of young men, felt a rush of heat. Shameless, lecher, Xiao Wu chided, noticing Su Ran's unwavering gaze fixated on Zhu Zhuqing. Unable to resist, she too adopted the pose, executing it with a level of grace and precision that outshone both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu's legs extended well past 180 degrees, her lithe form resembling a delicate bow, her inherent flexibility surpassing that of the other two maidens. Chapter 107. What is Su Ran doing? Tang San is infuriated. Su Ran reclined in a lounge chair, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the three enchanting ladies gracefully practicing their poses. Their beauty was undoubtedly a feast for the eyes, yet at that moment, Tang San approached the playground, a twinge of worry for Xiao Wu gnawing at him. In his mind, Su Ran represented a despicable, lascivious scoundrel. What favorable outcome could await Xiao Wu in his clutches? His concerns had begun earlier that morning when Flander entrusted her training to Su Ran, igniting a flicker of dread within him. However, since he had no direct ties with Xiao Wu now, all he could do was watch helplessly as she fell into Su Ran's grasp. Throughout the morning, he was tormented by the fear that Su Ran might exploit the guise of training to subject Xiao Wu to disgraceful acts. Therefore, he felt compelled to keep a vigilant eye on Su Ran. Su Ran, do not get too complacent. Your mere 4th-level cultivation will soon be surpassed by me. Moreover, I am already delving into the study of hidden weapons. With the financial backing of my teachers, I can acquire many precious materials for crafting them. Once I create these invaluable tools, your doom will be sealed. Xiao Wu may be temporarily under your care, but as long as she has surrendered herself completely to you, there remains a chance for redemption. Tang San murmured to himself, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. That day, he had undertaken a grueling task, running back and forth from the academy to Soto City, burdened with 50 pounds of weight. Yet, he chose to elevate the challenge, intensifying his training several levels beyond what was assigned. The exertion was arduous, but the thought of Xiao Wu enduring torment at Su Ran's hands dulled any sense of his own suffering. The physical pain he endured paled in comparison to the heartache of seeing Xiao Wu taken from him. He was determined to reclaim her, even if he felt powerless at present. This did not signify that he would remain so indefinitely. His twin martial souls and Tang Sec's hidden weapons would only reveal their formidable power once he amassed sufficient strength. The contraptions he crafted now were merely rudimentary, however. The top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang Sect transcended the ordinary. They were intertwined with one's very being in soul power, allowing for the release of devastating artifacts like the Guanyin tears through meticulous refinement of one's soul energy. In that moment, he would be truly invincible, and Su Ran, no matter how cunning, would find himself beneath his heel. Host brother, Tang San is nearing the playground. The system's voice echoed in Su Ran's mind, alerting him. Oh, Tang San is coming? Su Ran arched an eyebrow, extending his psychic senses to gauge his surroundings, quickly detecting Tang San's approach. Since he is here, let me showcase my prowess, he mused, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the exquisite girls diligently practicing yoga nearby. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were immersed in their training. Initially, they suspected Su Ran was taking advantage of them, but after some time, They began to realize the benefits of the yoga poses. After practicing for a while, they found their bodies surprisingly invigorated. Despite being drenched in sweat, they felt no trace of fatigue. It was as if impurities within them were being expelled alongside their perspiration. Their bodies seemed to grow lighter with each passing moment. Yoga, after all, was a fundamental exercise honed over countless years in another world, and even in the Douluo Continent, its efficacy remained, at least in Su Ran's view. 3 hours of yoga was far more productive than 3 hours of running. More importantly, yoga sculpted the body beautifully, as exemplified by the poses he had just taught them, which targeted the curves of their hips and legs. All right, you may stop for now. Zhu Zhuqing, Rong. You two sit and rest while I demonstrate the next move for Xiao Wu, Su Ran instructed. Upon hearing this, the three ladies paused their movements, their bodies glistening with sweat. A gentle breeze enveloped them, providing a refreshing sensation. They were astonished to find their bodies responding in ways they hadn't anticipated. After a brief session of yoga, they felt remarkably revitalized, which eased their initial apprehensions about Su Ran's intentions. It seemed he had no intention of exploiting them after all. This yoga was indeed wondrous. Simple movements could effectively target numerous muscle groups, proving far more specialized and efficient than conventional training. Such a realization quelled their lingering unease. After all, Su Ran had mentioned that this yoga could detoxify and enhance beauty, a promise they were reluctant to dismiss. Beauty was a concern for every woman, and the three stunning girls from Shrek Academy were no exception. They certainly did not wish to be outshone by others. Su Ran, what should I do next? Xiao Wu inquired, her large black eyes sparkling with curiosity. They had only practiced one pose thus far, and while it wasn't difficult, it had begun to feel monotonous. First, kneel on the ground, Su Ran directed, recalling a more suggestive position. If Tang San were to witness Xiao Wu in such a pose, he would surely be driven to fury. Oh, Xiao Wu responded without hesitation, kneeling on the ground. After all, Su Ran was her boyfriend and a spirit beast. Kneeling before him seemed perfectly acceptable. Lean your head back and place your hands on the ground. Yes, just like that. Now, raise your waist, Su Ran guided. As Xiao Wu, under his instruction, formed a beautiful arc with her body, like a graceful crescent moon. The high-waisted outfit she wore accentuated her smooth, taut abdomen. Su Ran couldn't help but marvel at the flexibility of Xiao Wu's physique, which was indeed extraordinary. Is this how it's done, Su Ran? Xiao Wu asked softly. Her cheeks flushed as she met Su Ran's intense gaze. A wave of shyness washed over her, yet a sense of joy blossomed within. To die for the one who understands you, and to adorn oneself for the one who delights in you, she mused. To elicit such fervent admiration from someone she cherished was a form of happiness in itself. Xiao Wu, my dear Xiao Wu. At that moment, Tang San arrived at the playground just in time to witness the scene unfolding before him. Xiao Wu knelt gracefully, her hands supporting her weight behind her. Her waist elegantly arched, showcasing the exquisite curves of her feminine form. The gentle rise and fall of her chest, paired with her slender waist, created a portrait of beauty that was astounding. Yet, this beauty was marred by the presence of Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran's right hand rested on her waist while his left hand tantalizingly grazed her midriff, partially hidden beneath her form-fitting garment, his fingers already slipping beneath the fabric. This scene sparked wild imaginings. What was Su Ran's hand doing? No one could tell. But witnessing this, Tang San was consumed by rage. Chapter 108. Stop it. Let go of that girl. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of anger that nearly caused him to spit blood. What on earth was Su Ran doing? Indeed, it appeared that Su Ran was taking advantage of the training to lay hands on Xiao Wu. Moreover, he had the audacity to make Xiao Wu assume such an embarrassing pose. This posture was utterly shameful, and it was evident that Xiao Wu was compelled to do so under Su Ran's coercion. Su Ran was truly shameless. Not only did Su Ran make Xiao Wu adopt such an alluring posture, but his hands were also decidedly inappropriate. What was he doing with that hand? Why was it slipping into Xiao Wu's clothing? Was he groping her? At that moment, under Tang San's furious gaze, Su Ran's hand, which was pressed against Xiao Wu's abdomen, seemed to be moving indiscreetly. Although the distance made it difficult for Tang San to discern the exact nature of the movement, he could clearly see Su Ran's other hand. That hand, which cradled Xiao Wu's waist, was slowly caressing her smooth, delicate back, inching downward, almost daring to graze her curves. At this point, Tang San was absolutely livid. His body trembled with rage, his breath came in heavy gasps, and his eyes burned with a ferocious intensity. Xiao Wu, too, shot a glare at Su Ran. Feeling both humiliated and frustrated, she could not comprehend why Su Ran had suddenly become so brazen. Previously, When he assisted Ning Rongrong with yoga poses, it was manageable. But now Su Ran was behaving with utter indecency, shamelessly taking advantage of her. However, as her gaze swept around, she spotted Tang San's figure and immediately understood the motive behind Su Ran's actions. He aimed to provoke Tang San. Over the past 6 years, she had been attending school with Tang San. Although their relationship was platonic, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, prompting this outrageous behavior. This realization brought a hint of sweetness to Xiaowu's heart. Su Ran, who usually feigned indifference, had casually tossed 1,000,000 gold soul coins at her and Zhu Zhuqing without a second thought. Was this what he truly cared about? Xiaowu's mind briefly flickered to Mu Bai. Su Ran had always harbored a grudge against Mu Bai due to his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, even going so far as to confront him multiple times and ultimately expelling him from Shrek Academy. If Su Ran despised Mu Bai so, he likely held even greater disdain for Tang San, especially given that Tang San's father, Tang Hao, had once nearly caused him grave harm. Thus, it was only natural that Su Ran would harbor animosity toward Tang San. In an instant, Xiaowu grasped Su Ran's intentions. After all, Tang San's despicable nature had nothing to do with her. If Su Ran wished to provoke him, then so be it. Good job, my dear Xiaowu. Your movements are flawless. Let me help you up, Su Ran said with a smile. Withdrawing his wandering hand from Xiaowu's clothing and placing both hands gently on her slender waist. Xiaowu obediently nodded, allowing Su Ran to encircle her waist. Just as she was about to rise, her foot slipped, causing Su Ran to tumble to the ground alongside her. In that moment, Xiaowu's legs bent again, her body leaning backward, and Su Ran was pulled down onto her. Xiaowu gasped, her thighs almost folding into one another. This difficult pose was one that few girls could ever achieve. Yet, as a spirit beast reborn with extraordinary flexibility, Xiaowu felt no discomfort at all. Even in this near-extreme position, understanding Xiaowu's signal, Su Ran wasted no time, leaning in to kiss her tender lips. To outsiders, this might have appeared as a mere coincidence, but both Su Ran and Xiaowu were in perfect sync, fully aware of their intentions. They were both keen on infuriating Tang San. Good girl, Xiaowu, Su Ran murmured between kisses, uttering words only she could comprehend. He was pleasantly surprised by Xiaowu's cooperation. However, it was no wonder. Tang San's image in Xiaowu's mind had likely crumbled. To her, Tang San was merely a demon coveting her soul rings and bones. She believed that Tang San's arrival at Shrek Academy was solely for her and Su Ran. Thus, as Su Ran sought to provoke Tang San, Xiaowu willingly played along. Although she did not quite grasp how their actions would incite Tang San's rage, she was uninterested in pondering the complexities. After all, Tang San had approached her when he was merely 6 years old. Such a calculating person was hardly worth analyzing. All she needed to know was that Tang San was her enemy, while Su Ran was her beloved. No, it can't be like this. My Xiaowu. Tang San's eyes were devoid of life as he watched the scene unfold, his heart breaking. He and Xiaowu had never engaged in any intimate actions at most. They had held hands when she was still a child, far from the blossoming young woman she had become. As she matured, he had kept his distance. And after she moved out of the 7th dormitory, their hand-holding had become a rare occurrence, let alone kissing. Yet, why was it that Su Ran could do what he had never dared? Xiaowu should have been his girlfriend. Without Su Ran, she would have been his. Her slender waist, her exquisite long legs, her flawless back, everything about her should rightfully belong to him. But now, what was Su Ran doing? At that moment, Su Ran was pressing down on Xiaowu, their lips locked in an embrace. Stop it. Let go of that girl. Tang San could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a furious shout. His gaze was icy as he fixed it on Su Ran, his heart laden with relief that he had arrived in time. Had he not, Xiaowu might have suffered Su Ran's vile advances. Fortunately, he had made it just in time. Nothing had transpired yet. Otherwise, in another moment, the shameless lecher would have undoubtedly taken complete advantage of Xiaowu. But now that he was here, he would not permit anyone to harm her. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. Even if it meant his life, he would protect Xiaowu. All he sought was for her to hold a place for him in her heart. Even the slightest ripple caused by his selfless actions would suffice. That was all he desired. Chapter 109. If you lack power, do not pretend before me. Su Ran's gaze fell upon Tang San, imbued with a hint of disdain and scorn. Nevertheless, he lifted Xiaowu from the ground. For her enchanting presence was something he wished to keep from Tang San's view. Tang San, incensed by Su Ran's contemptuous look, glared fiercely at him. He began to suspect that Su Ran was feigning innocence, perhaps knowing he would arrive. Regardless of Su Ran's intentions, he had thoroughly provoked Tang San. The thought that his beloved Xiao Wu, so strikingly beautiful, had been kissed by Su Ran was intolerable to him. What brings you here, Tang San? Before Su Ran could speak, Xiao Wu confronted him, her voice icy and filled with fury. Tang San, who had been scheming to seize her soul ring and soul bone, had somehow tracked her to Shrek Academy. How relentless he was. They had fled to Shrek Academy, yet he still pursued them. Xiao Wu had yet to settle the score with him regarding her soul ring and soul bone, yet he dared to seek her out. Perhaps Tang San's arrogance stemmed from the presence of his titled Douluo father, Tang Hao. However, did that truly give him the right to believe he could claim her and Su Ran? Su Ran was a divine beast, should any misfortune befall him. The ferocious spirit beasts in the nearby gathering grounds would certainly sense it. If Su Ran were to perish, they would not fare well either. Xiao Wu, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I merely wish to warn you. Su Ran is a beast. He is far from the good person you perceive him to be. Look how he has deceived you and surrounded himself with so many women. If he truly cared for you, would he act in such a manner? Tang San's heart ached as he observed the hatred in Xiao Wu's eyes directed at him. During the month following Xiao Wu's departure from Notting Academy, he had attended classes and practiced alone, coming to a profound realization of her significance in his life. In 2 lifetimes, he had meticulously studied the arts of the Tang sect and concealed weapons. Xiao Wu was the first girl to enter his life. The moment she sweetly called him brother, he understood that she was someone he would safeguard with his very existence. With him around, no one was permitted to harm her, unless he were to perish. Even if Xiao Wu did not reciprocate his feelings, he would respect her wishes. Yet he would never allow her to be with Su Ran. Xiao Wu, return to my side, please. Su Ran is nothing but a demon. Even though Tang San believed that Xiao Wu would not return to him until he dealt with Su Ran, he still wished to try. For upon seeing Xiao Wu's exquisite visage, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. A month apart had transformed his longing into an overwhelming obsession. In the face of this obsession, all rationality dissipated. He only desired Xiao Wu back by his side. What did it matter if he stood atop the world without her? Ridiculous. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? And have you now adopted a persona of deep affection? How laughable. Moreover, I will not permit you to insult Su Ran, nor will I tolerate any affront to the bond between Su Ran and me, Xiao Wu retorted angrily, stepping forward to deliver a fierce kick to Tang San. She had not anticipated that Tang San would resort to such despicable tactics, intending to sabotage her relationship with Su Ran. Was he truly waiting for her to break up with Su Ran so he could strike? This was absurd. Su Ran was an imperial divine beast. Even if Su Ran were indifferent to her, or even turned against her, what of it? A subject must die at the behest of their sovereign. Furthermore, her relationship with Su Ran was exceptionally strong. Tang San's intentions to dismantle their bond through such vile means were utterly naive. Yet, despite finding Tang San's actions laughable, Xiao Wu felt nauseated by him. She could endure any of Tang San's other vile acts, but not the destruction of her relationship with Su Ran, that crossed a line. Ugh. Tang San gritted his teeth, refusing to evade her strike, and was sent staggering back several meters. His refusal to dodge and his feigned innocence only deepened Xiao Wu's ire. Could he still pretend after deliberately attempting to ruin her relationship with Su Ran? Xiao Wu, I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Tang San forced a smile, his pale face straining as he spoke. Even knowing Xiao Wu harbored no affection for him, the intense hatred radiating from her still inflicted profound pain upon him. I care not for your feelings. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Xiao Wu shot back coldly, preparing to strike Tang San again, only to be pulled back by Su Ran. He had never been one to hide behind a woman. Do not be angry. Such a person is not worth your ire. Su Ran enveloped Xiao Wu in his embrace, casting a cold glare at Tang San. Oh, Xiao Wu pouted, tempering her fierce demeanor, resembling a docile kitten nestled within Su Ran's arms. Su Ran, you best behave yourself. If Xiao Wu suffers any grievances while with you, I assure you, I will not let it slide, Tang San warned icily. Witnessing Xiao Wu, who had been furious just moments ago, now nestled sweetly against Su Ran, stirred a sense of agitation within Tang San. The stark contrast in Xiao Wu's demeanor towards the two of them pierced him deeply. Tang San, I realize you truly meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Must I report to you about my intentions with my girlfriend? What authority do you possess? Su Ran replied dismissively, advancing toward Tang San while still holding Xiao Wu. It had been a while since he last engaged in a physical confrontation, and he found himself yearning for that thrill of life, albeit now with Tang San's arrival. Su Ran, Tang San's heart raced, and he immediately unleashed his martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings shimmered as numerous strands of blue silver grass surged toward Su Ran. An ineffective martial soul is just that, ineffective, regardless of your royal bloodline. You remain a mere waste, Su Ran murmured quietly, charging at Tang San without releasing his own martial soul. The encroaching strands of blue-silver grass were effortlessly torn apart by Su Ran's brute strength. With true power, all else is but an illusion. Su Ran's fist struck Tang San's cheek with tremendous force. Bang! A muffled grunt escaped Tang San's lips as he was sent flying. It mattered not that Tang San was merely at level 25. Even if their strengths were equal, he could not hope to match Su Ran. Tang San, I will not entertain your pretenses. If you wish to show off before me, you must possess the strength to back it up. Su Ran approached, leaning down to regard the pained Tang San clutching his face, delivering a cold remark. Before Tang San could respond, Su Ran kicked him again, sending him flying several meters away. Ah, Tang San moaned, cradling his face and abdomen, feeling utterly powerless. Su Ran's strength had grown exponentially, rendering him no match. Yet even knowing he could not win, he had to step forward today. He could not idly stand by while Xiao Wu fell into danger. He was a man, and he had his own dignity. Su Ran, you will pay for this. Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he watched Su Ran gradually retreat. Tang San's lower lip was split by his teeth, crimson blood flowing down, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain at the corner of his mouth. He fixated intently on Su Ran's silhouette, consumed by hatred. He loathed his own inadequacy, resenting his inability to defeat Su Ran and reclaim Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Xiao Wu's demeanor towards him appeared to be deteriorating. Perhaps this was all a consequence of Su Ran's influence. The longer Xiao Wu remained in Su Ran's presence, the more deeply her thoughts would be poisoned, gradually leading to an increasingly unfavorable attitude towards him. Chapter 110. Tang San, I wonder how you will address me in the future. Su Ran, one day I shall trample you beneath my feet. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, resolute in his commitment to relentless training. He would devote himself day and night to his cultivation until his strength matched Su Ran's, at which point he would forcefully bring Su Ran down to the ground and ruthlessly trample him. He would also reclaim Xiao Wu, regardless of her current disdain towards him. It was merely a result of her being deceived by Su Ran. When the moment comes that Xiao Wu realizes the truth, she will undoubtedly feel regret. With this thought, Tang San's mood lightened somewhat. The faint resentment he harbored for Xiao Wu dissipated entirely. It was not her fault. Once she learns the truth, she too will dwell in suffering and remorse. Dragging his painfully battered body towards the dormitory, Tang San's previously settled heart was once again pierced by anguish. Su Ran, how are you? Does your hand hurt? Xiao Wu lay nestled in Su Ran's embrace, blinking her beautiful dark eyes as she held his hand, the very hand that had just struck Tang San, gently massaging it. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Su Ran broke into a foolish grin. Her knack for provoking was becoming increasingly adept. Meanwhile, Tang San stood there in a daze, his face swollen from the blow. Yet Xiao Wu chose to concern herself with Su Ran instead of him. The one who had been assaulted was he, with a bruised cheek. Yet Xiao Wu showed no concern for his pain. Earlier, he had not paid much attention to the pain in his face, but now it was undeniably excruciating. It hurts. Of course it hurts. Please help me rub it, he groaned. Su Ran chuckled, allowing Xiao Wu to embrace his hand. All right. Xiao Wu replied with a playful wink and a charming smile. After the two had walked away, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong approached. Su Ran, what on earth is happening? Zhu Zhuqing could not restrain her curiosity. Since Master and Tang San's arrival, she had sensed the tension between Tang San and Su Ran. And now she was even more certain of it. Previously, Xiao Wu and Tang San had been studying at Notting Academy, where Xiao Wu possessed something that Tang San coveted, a quality that could significantly enhance his strength. Surprised, Su Ran explained, it seems Tang San has followed us to Shrek Academy, clearly harboring some intentions toward Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Do not be deceived by his facade. I was once fooled by him. Tang San is a master of deception, and when he acts, he believes himself aggrieved. Do not let him mislead you. Xiao Wu nodded in affirmation, warning both her and Zhu Zhuqing. If he dares to lay a hand on Xiao Wu again, I shall strike him, Zhu Zhuqing declared, linking her arm with Xiao Wu's for comfort. From the moment she witnessed Tang San slandering Su Ran, she had harbored no fondness for him. And hearing tales of Tang San's past misdeeds only intensified her aversion. And me, if he dares to bully Rongrong, I will make him pay, Ning Rongrong chimed in, confidently thumping her chest. She had come to regard Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as her close friends, bound by their shared youth and extraordinary talents. Su Ran, given your immense strength, why not simply eliminate him? Ning Rongrong inquired, gazing at Su Ran. His talent was unparalleled in her experience. Possessing innate soul power of level 9 had already earned her the title of a once-in-a-millennium genius from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. What then could Su Ran be classified as? A prodigious anomaly? Tang San is not a simple adversary. He is a soul master with twin martial spirits, one of which is the Haotian hammer. His father is the renowned Haotian Douluo, Su Ran elucidated. Twins? Haotian Douluo? Both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were taken aback by Su Ran's revelation. It dawned on them why Su Ran had tolerated Tang San's misdeeds. His background was indeed formidable. Furthermore, Tang San's talent was astonishing. Throughout the continent, only the current Pope Bibi Dong possessed twin martial spirits, and historical records indicated fewer than 5 such soul masters had been documented. Does that mean you and Xiao were in great danger? The Haotian Douluo is incredibly powerful. Even the former pope perished at his hands. Zhu Zhuqing questioned with a hint of concern, disregarding the fact that Tang San possessed twin martial spirits. Her focus was solely on the potential threat posed by the Haotian Douluo. What if Tang San orchestrated an attack on Su Ran? Ning Rongrong shared the same worry, inexplicably. Her heart tightened at the thought of Su Ran's possible peril. Do not fret over me. Even if the Haotian Douluo were to arrive, I would remain unscathed. I possess a trump card. If I deploy it, I could contend even against the title Douluo, Su Ran replied mysteriously, referring to the level 95 title Douluo strength experience card. With it, he could maintain that title Douluo state for up to a day, ensuring he would not face a similar predicament as before. What trump card? Xiao, intrigued, could not help but ask. She understood that Su Ran was a rare beast, likely different from their ordinary soul beasts, but she could not fathom how he could stand against the title Douluo. A secret, one I cannot disclose at this moment. Now, hurry and take a bath, Su Ran chuckled, playfully patting Xiao Wu's rear, urging her along. We'll head off now. Wait for us outside, Xiao Wu replied. Her cheeks flushed as she shot Su Ran an annoyed glance before darting towards the dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong followed suit, and it was only then that they recognized how alluring their current state was. Their clothing clung to their bodies, drenched in sweat, accentuating their youthful figures. After the three departed, Su Ran returned to his dormitory. On the balcony, a strikingly vibrant and robust blue silvergrass was planted. Unlike ordinary blue silvergrass, its leaf edges shimmered with golden hues. This particular plant was Ayin. Following his customary ritual, Su Ran dripped a few drops of plant essence onto Ayin, prompting an explosion of blue and gold light to radiate from her. Oh, Tang San, if only you knew that your blue silver grass martial spirit originated from here. I wonder how you would feel. Ayin is now in my possession and will eventually become my woman. At that time, what would you call me? Su Ran mused, his fingers delicately caressing the leaves of the blue silver grass, sending a strange sensation coursing through Ayin, evoking an unusual feeling within her. Even in her current plant state, Ayin retained sensory awareness. Not only was her sense of touch acute, but her vision was also remarkably keen. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, Ayin had been observing his recent tumultuous escapades. Chapter 111, the little dance in a spaghetti-strap dress. Ayin completely absorbed the nutrient solution, and the golden radiance emanating from her leaves began to diminish. In that moment, Ayin appeared no different from an ordinary Ayin grass, at least from an outward perspective. She bore little distinction from the common blue-silver grass found by the roadside, save for the faint golden patterns along the edges of her leaves, which signified her royal lineage among the blue-silver grasses, hinting at her extraordinary nature. Without access to superior plant cultivation solutions, it would take Ayin another decade to recover. Su Ran murmured. Upon witnessing Ayin's unparalleled beauty, Su Ran resolved to revive her at all costs. With his current status as a noble beast, should Ayin return to life, she could join his harem. Presently, Ayin harbored deep animosity towards Tang Hao. Should Ayin be restored, she would surely confront Tang Hao without his intervention. Of course, Ayin was no match for Tang Hao. However, she could expose his misdeeds, leading to the unmasking of his vile nature and a tarnished reputation. How could a man who exploits his wife for power ever earn the respect of others? At that time, Tang Xiao would also take action against Tang Hao. After all, Tang Xiao harbored affections for Ayin as well. Once upon a time, both he and Tang Hao had been enamored with her, with Tang Xiao eventually stepping aside. The dynamics between Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Ayin were reminiscent of the relationships shared among Lu Erlong and her companions. But what would Tang Xiao think upon discovering the extent of Ayin's suffering at the hands of Tang Hao? If Ayin were to incite him further, it might lead to a tragic conflict between brothers. Ayin, the outcome rests in your hands. Su Ran cradled the pot containing iron as he proceeded towards the chambers of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Being a somewhat rough man, he felt unfit to care for Iron, fearing that his forgetfulness could lead to her wilting. To him, Iron had already become an essential part of his future harem, and he could not afford any mishaps. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory was far more exquisite than Su Ran's. The myriad of items typical of a young woman's abode were neatly organized, presenting no semblance of disorder. At that moment, Xiao Wu emerged from the bathroom. Clad in a delicate white spaghetti strap dress, her long legs and slender, fair arms fully exposed. In her hand, she held a pink handkerchief, gently drying her damp hair. Su Ran, you've arrived, she greeted without surprise, accustomed to his frequent visits. Initially shy, she had come to accept his presence with nonchalance. However, after several encounters with Su Ran post-bath, they had resolved to dress more modestly in his company, lest he engage in unwarranted advances. Despite their romantic relationship, they refrained from any displays of affection in the presence of others. Where's Zhuqing? Su Ran inquired casually as he pulled out a chair at Zhu Zhuqing's desk. She's in the shower. What? Do you want to join her? Xiao Wu teased with a playful smile, her large, captivating eyes flickering towards the bathroom. Oh. Su Ran glanced towards the direction of the bathroom, where a few pink and black garments were draped on the drying rack. Zhuqing favored black clothing, while Xiao Wu was partial to pink. The sound of water splashing echoed enticingly. However, I believe my little Wu is far more alluring. Su Ran remarked with a chuckle as he playfully pushed Xiao Wu onto her pink bed. At that moment, the strap of her dress slipped from her shoulder. Su Ran leaned in, kissing her smooth, delicate shoulder. In a moment of passion, Xiao Wu noticed the sound of water in the bathroom dwindling, startling her back to clarity. Su Ran, stop. Zhuqing will be out soon, she exclaimed, summoning her remaining strength to push him away. Su Ran, that shameless rogue, dared to be so forward with Zhuqing still in the room. What of it? You are both my treasures. Besides, you all share the same dormitory. What have you not seen of one another? Su Ran unabashedly replied, intoxicated by Xiao Wu's faint scent of milk, reminiscent of a newborn's fragrance. This unique aroma captivated Su Ran, making it difficult for him to resist. No, if you continue this way, I will be upset, Xiao Wu pouted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Ran. She was fully aware of his intentions, yet she and Zhuqing were resolute in resisting his advances, determined not to grant him any opportunities. She had learned that once leniency was shown, there would be no end to his demands. Very well, Su Ran conceded, understanding her stance. He had always respected a woman's wishes, never forcing Zhuqing or Xiao Wu into anything. Love should indeed entail a degree of possessiveness, yet it must not veer into selfishness. Su Ran gently cradled Xiao Wu, allowing her to rest comfortably in his embrace, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, his fingers tracing the delicate contours of her collarbone. Su Ran, did you come here for a reason? And why do you have a pot of grass? Xiao Wu asked, eyeing the blue-silver grass resting on the floor with displeasure. There is an abundance of blue-silver grass everywhere. You cannot possibly think of using this as a potted plant. Of course not. Take a look at this particular blue-silver grass. Do you notice anything unusual? Su Ran smiled. Is there anything different about this blue-silver grass? Xiao Wu queried, her surprise evident as she perched on Su Ran's lap, her legs swinging in the air. Wait, this is an ordinary blue-silver grass. This is the blue-silver emperor. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. Having lived for 100,000 years in the Stardow forest as a soft-bone rabbit, she was intimately familiar with this plant. By the way, blue-silver emperor. Could this be Sister Iron? Xiao Wu trembled with excitement, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Ran. Was it possible that Sister Iron still lived? While blue-silver grass was the most common plant on the continent, its vitality was remarkably resilient. A blue-silver emperor that had existed for 100,000 years would not perish so easily. Su Ran chuckled softly, explaining to Xiao Wu. Chapter 112. Bridging the Divide, is that truly Sister Ayin? Xiao Wu exclaimed in excitement, leaping off Su Ran's lap, her joy palpable. The soft-bone rabbit and the blue-silver grass have always been archenemies. However, amidst the ancient years of the Stardow forest, she and the blue-silver emperor, Ayin, had forged a profound friendship. Indeed, after Ayin was sacrificed by Tang Hao, she was left to languish in a dark cave, abandoned to her fate. It was I who ventured forth to rescue her. The name Hao Tian Douluo resonated with a chilling malice in Xiao Wu's gaze. As she uttered it, a flicker of crimson glimmered in her black eyes. Her enmity towards Hao Tian Douluo and Tang San was only slightly less intense than that she harbored for the figure within the spirit hall. If she were to rank her most despised individuals, The first would undoubtedly be the Pope of the Spirit Hall, followed closely by Tang San and Tang Hao. Do not worry, I shall take care of everything from now on, Su Ran reassured her, grasping Xiao Wu's hand. He would not relinquish a woman like Bibi Dong. Yet he held faith that he could resurrect Xiao Wu's mother, Ro, in the future, thereby resolving their conflicts. Feeling Su Ran's presence, the deep-seated hatred within Xiao Wu began to recede. Su Ran, being the imperial beast of the spirit, assured her of his capabilities. If he claimed he could assist, then he certainly could. The spirit beast emperor was an enigmatic entity of unparalleled status. With him by her side, she was confident in her quest for vengeance. Sister Yin, do you still remember me? Xiao Wu ceased her musings, squatting down to caress Yin's leaves, which affectionately curled around her fingers, indicating Yin's awareness of her presence. Both Yin and Xiao Wu were formidable soul beasts of 100,000 years, and she was well acquainted with Xiao Wu. Deming and Erming. Xiao Wu, Su Ran, who are you conversing with? Zhu Zhuqing emerged in a black strap dress, her bosom prominent beneath the loose fabric. With her hands clasped behind her head, her long hair was gathered with a black ribbon. Zhuqing's perplexity grew as she gazed at Xiao Wu, who was joyfully engaged with a sprig of blue silver grass. Zhuqing, this is Sister Yin, Xiao Wu pouted, glancing at Su Ran, who nodded in affirmation before addressing Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Yin? Who is that? Zhu Zhuqing could not help but inquire. The name Yin rang a bell. Yet she could not recall where she had heard it before. Zhu Zhuqing, have you not heard? 12 years ago, 100,000-year soul beast astounded the entire continent. Even the former Pope of the Spirit Hall met his demise due to this beast. You mean the wife of Haotian Douluo, Yin? Zhu Zhuqing gasped. Yes, that is indeed Sister Yin, Xiao Wu confirmed with a nod. Xiao Wu then recounted the events of that year, leaving Zhu Zhuqing's expression a whirlwind of emotions. She had never anticipated the love story between Haotian Douluo and the 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor to be shrouded in such profound conspiracy. But how does Xiao Wu know so much? Zhuqing, I am also a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Tang San followed me to Shrek Academy solely for my soul rings and bones, which is why Su Ran and I harbor such disdain for him, Xiao Wu continued. So that is how it is. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, momentarily dazed. After all, a 100,000-year soul beast was a legendary existence, and it was rare for anyone to encounter one in their lifetime. The reality that such a being was living alongside her was astonishing. Zhuqing, will this make you dislike me? Xiao Wu pouted, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with an innocent expression that tugged at the heartstrings of Su Ran, who could not help but feel a sense of tenderness, despite knowing that Xiao Wu's ability to feign vulnerability was a skill of hers. He and Zhu Zhuqing always found themselves softening in her presence. Xiao Wu, how could I? You are my dearest friend. We have lived together for so long, and we know each other well. How could I possibly dislike you because of your identity? The one who should be concerned is me. After all, you are a 100,000-year soul beast, and your status surpasses mine by leaps and bounds, Zhu Zhuqing replied, squatting beside Xiao Wu to gently stroke Yin's leaves. Yin, in a manner akin to her affection for Xiao Wu, curled her grass leaves around Zhu Zhuqing's fingers. Although Yin and Zhu Zhuqing were not intimately acquainted, Yin had often seen Zhu Zhuqing in Su Ran's dormitory. She was well aware of the few moles on Zhu Zhuqing's backside, so there was no sense of unfamiliarity. Zhuqing, you truly do not mind? Xiao's beautiful eyes gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, a hint of uncertainty lingering. Though their bond had flourished over the days, there remained a subtle rift. Ever since learning of Tang San's true nature, she had adopted a cautious attitude towards the world. While her sisterly bond with Zhu Zhuqing had grown close, she still held a degree of wariness. What is there to mind? We are all part of Su Ran's world. What could possibly matter? Zhu Zhuqing shrugged, dismissing the significance of Xiao Wu's identity. Ever since Su Ran entered her life, he had become her most cherished possession. Besides, there were her family and Xiao Wu. Both would eventually become Su Ran's women. In her heart, she regarded Xiao Wu as family. While others might be tempted by Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, Zhu Zhuqing was not. After all, her priorities had shifted. The time spent with Su Ran was her most treasured possession. However, while she cherished her moments with Su Ran, she would not cling to him incessantly. There were times when Su Ran sought her out, and she would even turn him away. Su Ran was an unparalleled genius destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent, and she would not allow herself to hinder his training or jeopardize his well-being. Their talents were worlds apart, and she knew she could not accompany him in battle in the future. All she could do was strive not to impede his path. Enough of this talk. It is quite late, perhaps. Su Ran interjected, reaching to embrace both women at their waists. His gaze roamed over Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing, both clad in loose-fitting dresses that swayed alluringly with their movements, igniting a yearning within him. "No, Su Ran. You shameless rogue. Su Ran." The two women exclaimed in unison, their protests echoing as Su Ran enveloped them in his arms. Instantly, a flurry of playful punches rained upon him. "What is there to be embarrassed about? I am here to help eliminate the rift between sisters." Chapter 113, The Awakening Heart of Ning Rongrong. Several hours later, Su Ran was expelled from the dormitory by the relentless pushes and kicks of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Su Ran emerged only after satisfying his hunger. With his stubborn disposition akin to that of an ox, even when faced with their persistent refusals, he would still act accordingly. Su Ran was not one to dither. When the moment called for action, he would not heed the objections of the fairer sex. While he could indulge them at times, there were limits, especially when the situation had escalated to such a degree. As night deepened, the starry sky adorned the earth with a silvery frost. Although it was late, the bright moonlight rendered the surroundings as luminous as day. Su Ran stretched his arms wide and yawned. Having just engaged in vigorous exercise, he felt no drowsiness at all. Beneath the starlit sky, the night appeared as bright as day. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit and wielding the god-slaying sword, he moved with agility, the blade glimmering with radiant light. Perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps it was the enchanting night, but Su Ran's swordsmanship exuded an air of lofty pride, as if standing atop a solitary peak, surveying the lesser mountains below. Though he stood before one, there existed an almost maddening distance that was difficult to grasp. As Su Ran devoted himself to the art of swordplay, a stunning young lady adorned in a light blue gown arrived at the scene. She wore delicate crystal earrings, and her long, flowing hair was styled into intricate braids cascading down her back. The exquisite blue gown, coupled with tight-fitting white stockings, perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Although she was not voluptuous, her elegance and a hint of ethereal charm made her strikingly captivating. Ning Rongrong, the heiress of the affluent Seven Treasures glazed tile school, possessed a noble aura that neither Zhu Zhuqing nor Xiao Wu could replicate. This innate elegance could not be feigned. If Ning Rongrong were to dress up even slightly, she would undoubtedly be recognized as a lady from a prestigious family in Soto City. Unable to sleep, she reflected on the day's training session with Su Ran, where she had unconsciously posed before him in a manner that felt almost trance-like, allowing him to manipulate her body. What was happening to her? Her emotions were tumultuous. Having been spoiled and willful since childhood, she had always maintained her purity. Aside from her father and two grandfathers, no other man had ever touched her. Yet today, she had allowed Su Ran to do as he pleased with her. The most perplexing part was that she felt no anger whatsoever. This contradiction troubled her deeply. Logically, she should have been infuriated. Why then did she feel no aversion to Su Ran's actions? In fact, when Su Ran had touched her, she had caught glimpses of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu observing her, and an inexplicable thrill coursed through her, quickening her heartbeat with a mix of shame and exhilaration that lingered within her. As she pondered, her delicate crystal shoes tapped against the stones along the path. Could it be Su Ran? Her beautiful eyes widened as the whooshing sound of slicing air captured her attention. The night had grown deep, accompanied by the rhythmic chirping of insects, making the resonant sound of slicing air particularly prominent. Leaning against a grand tree, she gazed towards Su Ran, who seemed to be in a state of perfect harmony, his foundational sword techniques appearing as if they had finally coalesced into a singular mastery. Oblivious to Ning Rongrong's presence, Su Ran was fully engrossed in his practice. Is this the true Su Ran? His extraordinary swordsmanship and fluid movements left Ning Rongrong in awe. With his naturally handsome features and the unique vigor exhibited during his swordplay, even a man would feel a sense of inferiority in his presence. Each sword strike, seemingly lacking in complexity, was in fact refined to perfection. Every move was a simple slash, cut, thrust, or parry, devoid of superfluous gestures. Yet the combination of these elementary actions was nothing short of breathtaking. The fundamentals of swordplay, derived from the insights of sword masters from a fantastical realm, was a reward Su Ran had received during a previous mission. He understood the principle that simplicity often leads to greatness. These fundamental techniques, though basic, formed the bedrock of countless powerful sword forms. Mastery over these foundational moves equated to mastery of myriad sword techniques, as revealed by the system's guidance. These sword techniques were akin to Su Ran's own soul skills, allowing him to concentrate his soul power within the sword, releasing these refined movements to yield formidable lethality. At least in Su Ran's perspective, with these skills, he could easily vanquish opponents below the rank of Soul King without even resorting to utilizing soul rings or techniques. Moments passed as Su Ran's eyes sparkled with intensity. He leapt gracefully into the air, and with a flash of his sword, he cleaved a massive rock, leaving behind a terrifying scar that measured 5 inches deep and 6 feet long. One could only imagine the fate of a person struck by such a blow. Even a Soul King would be cleaved in two. Ning Rongrong watched in a daze, her gaze gradually softening. Could this be Su Ran's unique soul technique? Such a display evoked memories of her grandfather, the sword master, back at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, renowned across the continent. The sword master wielded the Seven Killing Sword, a martial soul that commanded a domain of its own, rivaling the legendary Haotian hammer. If he were to learn of another sword genius sharing his path, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed and treasure him. She recalled that her grandfather harbored a regret throughout his life, never encountering a sword-wielding soul master as powerful as himself. He had often remarked that certain truths could only be grasped by those who had attained the status of titled Douluo with a sword martial soul. Though Su Ran had yet to reach that pinnacle, she sensed the essence of her grandfather within him. In fact, there were aspects of Su Ran's understanding that she felt surpassed even her grandfather's. Whether it was the carefree elegance with which he wielded his sword or the proud demeanor he exhibited while dancing with it. He possessed a unique aura that belonged solely to a true swordsman. Chapter 114 Su Ran, you scoundrel. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong recalled that Su Ran had yet to join a sect. What if he were to become a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Surely, her father and grandfather Jian would commend her for such an acquisition. With a talent like Su Ran's, he could potentially surpass even grandfather Jian in the future. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, being a supportive sect, lacked combat capability, relying heavily on attracting powerful soul masters to maintain its strength. Despite the outward grandeur of the school, numerous challenges lurked beneath the surface. Currently, the two guardians, Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu, though formidable, were the only titled Douluos left. There were no other titled Douluos, nor even soul Douluos above level 85. She could not deny that both Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu were aging, and one day they would inevitably depart from this world. Who would then protect the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Without titled Douluos, their enviable supportive abilities would plunge them into perilous straits. However, what if she could persuade Su Ran to join? His extraordinary talent, coupled with the might of his sword martial spirit, coupled with his youth, would ensure the school's safety for the next 2 centuries. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Su Ran suddenly appeared behind Ning Rongrong. Observing her exquisitely delicate attire, he couldn't help but express his admiration. This was the true visage of Ning Rongrong. Previously, when she visited Shrek Academy, she was clad in a simple white dress. Now, her elaborate adornment revealed a deep-seated nobility. Ah, Su Ran? Startled by his sudden voice, Ning Rongrong instinctively patted her slightly trembling chest. Though her figure was not exaggerated like Zhu Zhuqing's, it was still commendable, comparable to that of her peers. Given her potential, it was reasonable to assume she would not fall short of Zhu Zhuqing's future physique. Although Zhu Zhuqing had an admirable form, her family's genes predisposed her to early maturity. She would not develop much further. In contrast, Ning Rongrong was in a critical developmental phase, likely to rival Zhu Zhuqing in stature down the line. By comparison, Xiao was truly flat, her petite frame hardly comparable. Rongrong, are you out here in the dead of night to spy on me? Su Ran teased, leaning against the tree behind Ning Rongrong, effectively cornering her. Ah, how could that be? I merely couldn't sleep and decided to take a stroll, Ning Rongrong stammered, her heart racing as she caught sight of Su Ran's striking face, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The warmth of his breath brushed against her cheeks and neck, igniting a tingling sensation. At that moment, she dared not meet his gaze, turning her head to reveal only her delicate profile. Is that so? Su Ran smiled, gently grasping her chin to align her face with his, compelling her to meet his eyes. The depth of his black irises sent shivers through her, painting her visage with a rosy hue. As the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had never experienced such boldness from a boy. Yet Su Ran was no ordinary individual. He was a once-in-a-millennium talent. Faced with such a figure, Ning Rongrong felt no inclination to resist, only a sense of girlish shyness. What could Su Ran be contemplating? The night had deepened. Was he intending to kiss her? Her heart raced, and the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths. The silence amplified the palpable tension between them. As Su Ran's face drew nearer, she blushed deeply and shut her eyes. She was uncertain of her own feelings, having never kissed anyone before, and she was unaware of what it would feel like. With her eyes closed, she awaited his approach, anxious yet eager. Rong, what are you doing? Su Ran's voice broke the spell. You have a dry leaf in your hair. Let me help you. He held up a withered leaf in his hand. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes to see Su Ran's nonchalant expression. Her body trembled slightly, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her. Had she misunderstood? Had she been too sentimental? With her teeth clenched against her lip, tears brimmed in her striking eyes, spilling over moments later. Su Ran, you scoundrel. Ning Rongrong had never felt such humiliation. Was Su Ran truly oblivious to her allure? The thought of revealing this incident to her father, grandfather Jian, and grandfather Gu made her seethe. He would surely regret it. Pouting, she fell silent, tears streaming down her face as she glared at Su Ran, as though he had wronged her. With her proud disposition, being ridiculed left her utterly mortified. Had it been anyone else, her temper would have flared. Yet, facing Su Ran, she could harbor no ill will, only solitude in her sorrow. Wait, are you really crying? Su Ran felt a pang of awkwardness, realizing he may have crossed a line. All right, stop crying. I'll make it up to you. How about I perform a magic trick as an apology? His words piqued Ning Rongrong's interest, and though her sobs had quieted, her body still trembled with vulnerability. What is magic? She asked softly, her voice still tinged with tears, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy. Magic is, just watch closely. Su Ran cradled the withered leaf in his hands, shaking it gently before releasing it. In that instant, hundreds of glowing fireflies erupted from his palms, illuminating the surroundings. The fireflies swirled around them, ascending towards the horizon. The scene was breathtaking. Ning Rongrong stood in awe, extending her slender arms as the fireflies gradually settled in her palms. She couldn't help but glance at Su Ran, her doe-like eyes softening in wonder. Chapter 115. What I desire is this. Hey, Su Ran. Where are you going? Ning Rongrong inquired, having played with the fireflies for a while and noticing Su Ran walking outside. Unable to resist, she followed him. I'll accompany you. I can't sleep either. She hastened to catch up with Su Ran, walking side by side with him. Su Ran, do you often practice at night? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. She had rarely seen Su Ran engage in training, and he didn't participate in the sessions arranged by their teacher. Sometimes, he even trained them. Previously, she had many questions about how someone so seemingly lazy could possess such high cultivation. Now, she realized that Su Ran had been utilizing their sleeping hours to cultivate. He was not lazy, they simply had not noticed his diligence. Su Ran had always practiced during their sleep, perhaps finding the tranquility of the night most conducive to his growth. Sort of, Su Ran replied, raising an eyebrow. Typically, at this hour, he would either be sleeping with Xiao or with Zhu Zhuqing. This was his first time practicing swordplay at such a late hour. Can I come and watch you practice swordplay when I can't sleep? Ning Rongrong asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with unusual excitement. Su Ran's movements while practicing were truly ethereal. No, Su Ran stated firmly, I dislike being disturbed while practicing swordplay. Today is an exception. He dismissed the idea without a second thought. In truth, he was not usually this diligent. He only practiced occasionally. His body had been granted by the system, and his innate talent was already quite high, allowing him to grasp many things effortlessly without the need for arduous training. As for training, his physique rendered ordinary drills ineffective. If there were so many benefits, those fierce beasts wouldn't sleep for such extended periods. Contrary to popular belief, the physical conditions of soul beasts and humans are inherently different. Am I not allowed? Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of disappointment. Gazing at Su Ran's exceptionally handsome face under the moonlight, she unwittingly asked, but immediately regretted it. Su Ran seemed to have little connection to her now. Although Su Ran had nearly seen all of her, they currently appeared to be merely ordinary friends. More accurately, Su Ran was her assistant teacher, a sort of mentor. Their relationship was limited to friendship and teacher-student dynamics, with nothing more. Is that too intimate? She pondered, realizing that they were not lovers. No, Su Ran chuckled lightly. Oh, Ning Rongrong pouted. If it's not allowed, then so be it. By the way, Su Ran, have you joined a sect yet? Would you consider joining our 7-treasure glazed tile school? We are the most powerful sect among the top 3 sects today. Ning Rongrong proudly continued, our 7-treasure glazed tile school is immensely wealthy, with businesses everywhere. If you join us, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Moreover, there are titled Douluo experts who can assist you in obtaining soul rings. Since the closure of the Haotian sect and the gradual decline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Their seven-treasure glazed tile school had been subtly gaining an edge over the other two sections. In terms of financial prowess, they stood unrivaled, truly deserving the title of the richest sect in the world. Even in a place like Soto City, they had significant assets. So many that even she couldn't keep track of them. After all, she was still quite young and not yet at the stage of managing the family business. However, the wealth of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was recognized by both great empires. Never mind. I'm used to living freely and don't like the idea of joining a sect, Su Ran replied, dousing Ning Rongrong's enthusiasm with cold water. No matter how wealthy the seven-treasure glazed tile school was, it had no relevance to him. Wealth held little value in Su Ran's eyes, at least. It did not matter for his needs, as many things he desired could not be purchased with money. But even if you join a sect, you can still live freely. Our seven-treasure glazed tile school 1T imposed too many restrictions on you. Ning Rongrong took Su Ran's hand and pulled it into her embrace, stating resolutely that she wouldn't let him go easily today. As the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she felt compelled to contribute to its prosperity. She was determined to win over a talent like Su Ran at any cost. Su Ran's gaze drifted to Ning Rongrong's well-developed figure. With her holding his hand so tightly, he couldn't help but notice her physique. While her figure may not rival Zhu Zhuqing's, it was still quite admirable for a girl. Joining the seven-treasure glazed tile school could be an option, but he had his conditions. Su Ran looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile, contemplating the potential rewards of winning her over. What conditions? Ning Rongrong asked excitedly. As long as you're willing to join the seven-treasure glazed tile school, I can provide you with anything you desire. At that moment, she was oblivious to the hungry look in Su Ran's eyes. Otherwise, she might not have been so eager. Really? Of course. While our seven-treasure glazed tile school has strict rules, you are a once-in-a-lifetime genius and will certainly have privileges. You can do as you please here. Ning Rongrong said with a charming tone. And what about you, my dear Ning Rongrong? Su Ran inquired, gazing intently at her. Ning Rongrong emanated a faint scent of perfume, mingled with her unique fragrance. Next time, don't wear perfume. I dislike that scent. Su Ran's unwavering gaze left Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated him making such a request. What did it mean that he wanted her? Did Su Ran harbor feelings for her? Her heart raced, and her mind went blank, failing to process his words. At that moment, Su Ran leaned in and pressed his lips against Ning Rongrong's smooth neck and delicate collarbone. The warm breath against her skin caused her body to weaken, sapping her strength entirely. What I desire is this. Chapter 116. Ning Rongrong's heart surrenders. Su Ran gently caressed Ning Rongrong's neck with one hand, while his other hand rested on her smooth back, passionately kissing her neck and cheek. A soft whimper escaped from Ning Rongrong's throat, her mind blank as she encountered such an experience for the first time. What was she to do? Should she reject Su Ran? Yet, the thought was unbearable, despite her reluctance to admit it. She had come to realize that she had indeed developed feelings for this rogue who already had two girlfriends. Su Ran's talent and character far surpassed that of his peers. And with their ages being similar, it was no wonder she was drawn to him. In truth, her interest had sparked the moment she learned of Su Ran's exceptional abilities from Flander. However, upon discovering that he had girlfriends, she buried those thoughts deep within her heart. Yet, with each of Su Ran's playful provocations, her buried feelings reignited. After all, Ning Rongrong was still merely a young girl. And despite the wildness often associated with the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had maintained a strict distance from the opposite sex. Who had she ever encountered like Su Ran? It was a wonder she could withstand his relentless teasing. Su Ran. Ning Rongrong whispered softly, calling his name. As she lay in his embrace, her entire body felt limp, her slender waist yielding to him completely. Don't speak, Su Ran interjected, kissing her delicate lips before she could finish her sentence, silencing her words entirely. After a long moment, they slowly parted. Ning Rongrong's gaze towards Su Ran was a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Su Ran, what did you mean by that just now? She pouted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I said, if you want me to join the seven-treasure glazed tile school, it's possible. But you must be mine first, Su Ran replied, holding her close and lightly lifting her chin with his fingers. Without some advantage, why would he consider joining the seven-treasure glazed tile school? True, it was powerful. Yet he had no need for a crutch. Moreover, the current situation of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was precarious. Ever since the Haotian school had closed its doors, the Spirit Hall's movements across the continent had become increasingly frequent. Now, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School had only Yu Yuanjin as a formidable figure, while the seven-treasure glazed tile school was left with only the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. In the presence of the 20 or so title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, they were insignificant. The Spirit Hall alone boasted several title Douluo at level 95, including the likes of Qian Douluo at level 99 and Jin E Douluo at level 98. If he truly sought a powerful ally, he would not choose the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Zhu family would suffice. While they lacked strong individuals, they possessed an army. Unless faced with top-tier powerhouses, one could easily succumb to exhaustion when besieged by countless soldiers. Thus, the only allure the 7 treasure glazed tile school held for him was Ning Rongrong. Moreover, adding to his harem would grant him numerous skill points, which he desperately needed. What will it be? Are you refusing? Su Ran inquired, noticing Ning Rongrong's silence as he gently squeezed her slender waist. His tone, though inquiring, bore an unmistakable dominance that left no room for her to decline. Whoever Su Ran set his sights on would undoubtedly belong to him. He had always been selfish. Even if the woman he desired harbored feelings for another, he would not relinquish her. He would pursue her with all his might, and if he could not have her heart, he would settle for her body. He was not the type to remain indifferent while the woman he cherished lay in another's arms. I refuse, Ning Rongrong replied, a mixture of pride and annoyance in her voice as she responded to Su Ran's domineering tone. Very well, then I shall make my move right here, Su Ran declared, placing his hand on Ning Rongrong's shoulder and feigning an approach. Ning Rongrong was startled by his words, silently cursing his shamelessness. Su Ran, an extraordinary genius, was undeniably talented. Yet his audacity was unmatched, surpassing all the men she had encountered. He resembled a man perpetually insatiable, already possessing 2 girlfriends yet still greedy for more. No, you cannot do this. If you dare to act upon me here, I will truly be angry. If you do anything inappropriate, I will never speak to you again, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face flushed as she took a few steps back to distance herself from him. Caught in the heat of Su Ran's intense gaze, she genuinely feared he might act upon his desires. She still considered herself an innocent maiden and was not ready to surrender her virtue, even to Su Ran. Then what? I will agree, but I'm not yet prepared for such a commitment, Ning Rongrong confessed, stealing a glance at Su Ran before quickly lowering her gaze again. In her heart, she harbored a vague affection for Su Ran that had long been suppressed. Now that she had acknowledged it, a flicker of delight ignited within her. However, this joy, tempered by the modesty typical of a young woman, was something she dared not reveal. What sort of preparation? Su Ran teased, pretending to be oblivious as he continued to jest with her. What else could it be? Just that, Ning Rongrong muttered, her head lowered. Yet, after much deliberation, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, resorting instead to pinching Su Ran's arm in frustration. Su Ran, fully aware of her feelings, feigned innocence despite having just contemplated something more intimate. Where did you learn this from, all of you women? Why is it that every one of you employs the same tactics? Su Ran remarked, his face twitching. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao would also pinch him when upset, though not with excessive force. What intrigued him was where these tactics originated. Why is it that every one of you does this? Tell me, how many women do you have outside? Ning Rongrong inquired, her brows furrowed as she cast a disapproving glance at Su Ran. This lecherous man was surely no stranger to taking advantage of other beautiful girls. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, did he have other secret admirers? None, for now. Just you, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, Su Ran clarified. He had only been in the Douluo Continent for a month or two and wished to engage with others like Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and Qian Renxua. But even a master of time management like him could not spare that much time. However, the days were long ahead, and he could take his time, step by step, to achieve everything he desired. He had always been a steadfast proponent of harem building and was determined to establish a grand harem on the Douluo Continent. Only by cultivating a harem could he acquire abundant skill points, grow stronger, and elevate his spirits. Currently, he had only 3 women, a far cry from a harem of 3,000 beauties. Chapter 117. Only upon reaching the 7 treasure glazed tile school could one find temporary solace. Ning Rongrong cast a wary glance at Su Ran, instantly seizing upon the significance of his words. The term temporary suggested that there would be more to come, which left her feeling uneasy about the future. Su Ran chuckled lightly. The words of a man are often deceptive, and one must grow accustomed to such ways. You're a notorious flirt, Ning Rongrong retorted, rolling her eyes at him. She had come to a clear understanding of Su Ran's character. He was indeed a notorious flirt. This realization left her at a loss for words. If Su Ran were not such a womanizer, perhaps they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Yet, if he continued in his flirtatious ways, it was inevitable that other women would surround him. Enough of these worries. We shall address future matters in due time. We must live in the moment, Su Ran replied, deftly steering the conversation away from heavier topics. As one who aspired to have a harem, he certainly would not forsake the allure of other beautiful women. Sacrificing an entire forest for a single leaf was not in his nature. After all, they were adults. Why complicate matters with indecision? Naturally, he desired them all. Very well. When will you accompany me back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? If you wish to pursue that endeavor, my father must first approve of you. The consequences of his disapproval could be dire, Ning Rongrong remarked, adding a crucial note of caution. She knew that if she did not clarify this, Su Ran would not easily relent. Why wait until you are heavy with child to return? Once the deed is done, your family would surely no longer oppose us, Su Ran couldn't resist quipping, his gaze wandering to Ning Rongrong's graceful figure. If they were to wait that long, he might not be able to restrain himself. He was no sage, capable of resisting temptation. When the time came, indulgence would be inevitable. No, absolutely not. We will discuss this only after we return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong insisted, though she knew this was merely a pretext. Their relationship had only just begun, and she had never experienced such intimacy before, thus requiring time to adjust. Perhaps we shall revisit this topic when the school breaks for holidays, or when we relocate to Heavendo City. At that point, visiting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will be far more convenient, Su Ran suggested with a smile. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was in close proximity to Heavendo City, allowing them frequent visits to her father. Since Flander discovered Xiao Gang's true identity, his longing for Lu Erlong had intensified. Previously, he hesitated to approach her out of respect for Xiao Gang's feelings. However, now his emotions were purely nostalgia, sympathy, and affection. He was eager to expedite the Academy's move to Heavendo City. Are we truly relocating to Heavendo City? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Heavendo City was a place where every inch of land was precious. Could Shrek Academy genuinely afford to establish a branch there? Some matters cannot be easily explained. We are not establishing a new academy. Rather, we are merging with another institution. After the merger, Shrek Academy will retain its leadership, Su Ran briefly elaborated. Oh. Ning Rongrong nodded, her curiosity piqued yet ultimately unimportant. Initially, she sought to escape the comforts of home by venturing to the remote Shrek Academy. However, now that Su Ran was by her side, she found herself yearning to return. She simply wished to introduce him to her father and grandfathers, to showcase her unparalleled choice in a husband. Su Ran was extraordinarily gifted and talented. Having such a partner, she couldn't help but wish to boast. As a member of a prominent family and a support-type spirit master, it was customary for her to marry a powerful and loyal spirit master to uphold the prestige of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Many suitors had approached her family, but she had always declined due to her youth. However, she was aware that if she did not find a suitable partner by the age of 18, her father would undoubtedly impose a choice upon her. A support-type spirit master needed a formidable counterpart to protect the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet now, she felt no such concerns. Su Ran's innate talent was unparalleled. His true strength far exceeded that of a mere 12-year-old soul master. She had confidence that her family would be more than satisfied with him. But what if Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu discovered her relationship with Su Ran? These days, they had been exceptionally kind to her, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she was encroaching upon their territory. This thought caused her delicate features to furrow in worry. What troubles you? Su Ran inquired with a smile, gently brushing his finger against her smooth cheek, marveling at its softness akin to that of an infant. I was contemplating Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. What if they find out about us? Ning Rongrong pouted, her annoyance surfacing as she kicked Su Ran lightly. She had finally found two good friends of her age, and she dreaded the thought of causing a rift between them over such matters. Most importantly, she felt guilty for being the interloper in this situation. What can we do? Just be honest. Can this be kept a secret? Su Ran chuckled. But Ning Rongrong hesitated, her face scrunching up in frustration as she looked at him with a hint of grievance. But what? Rest assured, go get some sleep. And when you wake up tomorrow, everything will seem normal. I'll speak to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu about our situation, Su Ran assured her, taking her hand as they headed toward the dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had always turned a blind eye to such matters. As long as Su Ran did not act too frivolously outside, they would not impose upon him. In fact, ever since Ning Rongrong arrived at the academy, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had subconsciously accepted her presence. I'm off to sleep now, Ning Rongrong announced at the door of her dormitory, standing on her toes to plant a kiss on Su Ran's lips before retreating inside and closing the door. All that had transpired in recent days felt like a dream, leaving Ning Rongrong both exhilarated and somewhat lost. The moment she stepped through the gates of Shrek Academy, her life had transformed dramatically. In this academy brimming with talent, the enigmatic Su Ran had become her boyfriend, and the rapid progression of their relationship took her by surprise. However, she understood that from the moment she became a student at Shrek Academy, her life would never be the same. She would no longer be alone. She had Su Ran and her two sisters. Chapter 118. The arrival of Tang Hao and his killing intent after escorting Ning Rongrong back to her dormitory. Su Ran departed and unleashed his martial soul, 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, flashing brightly as he sped away. The reason he abruptly suggested that Ning Rongrong rest instead of seizing the opportunity to engage in deeper conversation was due to his perception of a terrifying aura approaching. This ominous presence, steeped in chilling hostility, immediately confirmed to Su Ran that it was none other than Tang Hao. Since acquiring the bloodline of the Qilin, Su Ran's sensitivity to his surroundings had intensified significantly, although he was still uncertain of the extent of his perception regarding formidable soul masters. He was confident that his spiritual awareness was at least comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Thanks to the unique nature of his divine beast heritage, his instinct for danger had become extraordinarily acute, which allowed him to sense Tang Hao's arrival the moment he appeared. As Su Ran dashed outward, Tang Hao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Little Sam was currently at the academy, and for the time being, Tang Hao wished to keep his identity concealed from him, as well as from the faculty and students of Shrek Academy. Despite his formidable powers, he knew that revealing his identity could lead to dire consequences. The students of Shrek Academy belonged to some of the most prominent families, such as the Zhu and Ning clans. The death of any direct descendant from these illustrious families would undoubtedly stir significant repercussions. Should these families trace the incident back to him, the fallout could be catastrophic. Even if he could easily escape, the current state of the Haotian sect was already precarious. Making additional enemies could potentially lead to its collapse, something he wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, upon witnessing Su Ran's unexpected departure from Shrek Academy, Tang Hao's smile morphed into a more sinister expression. Upon arriving at the academy, he had realized that the treasured 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, which he had selected as a 9th soul ring for Little San, had been snatched away by Su Ran. As Su Ran was a soul beast, persuading Xiao Wu to leave Tang San was likely not a formidable challenge. The unexpected loss of his son's coveted soul ring only deepened Tang Hao's animosity towards Su Ran, having had his beloved Xiao Wu and Ayin taken from him, resulting in the loss of an arm. Tang Hao was resolute in his vow for vengeance. After traveling a considerable distance from Shrek Academy for about a quarter of an hour, Su Ran finally halted, his gaze directed toward the distant presence of Tang Hao. Surprise. Su Ran, I didn't expect to find you here without having to venture into Shrek Academy. Huh, who would have thought you would dare remain in this vicinity? Tang Hao's voice echoed, clad in a long black robe that enveloped him entirely, rendering him a mere shadow in the night. With that, Tang Hao unleashed his martial soul. His 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, radiating with an overwhelming aura of a titled Douluo. Su Ran, if I am not mistaken, as a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, you are currently unable to wield your original powers in this form. You are merely a soul master now, nothing more. I am uncertain how you previously managed to fight using your true form after transforming, perhaps through some secret method, allowing you a fleeting access to the abilities of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. However, that power cannot be sustained. Am I correct? Tang Hao stated coolly. Indeed. While Su Ran's incarnation as a 100,000-year-old soul beast was formidable, even Tang Hao had found it challenging to gain the upper hand against him. Yet, he suspected that Su Ran could not maintain that power for long. Tang Hao remembered the last encounter when Su Ran had suddenly transformed from human to beast form, which had puzzled him at the time. He had initially believed that Su Ran was merely a powerful soul beast, a figment conjured by Su Ran's formidable spiritual power. However, after recent observations, he had come to a definitive conclusion. Su Ran was indeed human. Had he been an illusion, it would have been impossible for it to appear so authentic. Thus, after a series of deductions, Tang Hao arrived at the conclusion that Su Ran was a 100,000-year-old soul beast undergoing a reformation, capable of temporarily reverting to that form through secret methods. If Su Ran were truly such a powerful soul beast, He could have easily killed Tang Hao during their last encounter while he was injured, rather than allowing him to escape. The only plausible explanation was that Su Ran had realized his secret was about to expire, prompting a hasty retreat. A defeated general still dares to boast? Who has bestowed upon you such confidence? After suffering such a humiliating defeat at my hands, you now have the audacity to provoke me again? Su Ran. I can only say you are exceedingly naive, Su Ran replied coolly. While Tang Hao's speculations were mostly accurate, he had failed to discern Su Ran's true identity. Presently, Su Ran could not exhibit the full power of the 100,000-year-old Qilin, yet he still possessed a title Douluo experience card that would elevate him to level 95. Once he attained that level, Tang Hao would be nothing more than an opponent to be subdued. Su Ran, even at this juncture, you still dare to act cocky? If you surrender Ayin, I might spare your life. Tang Hao's eyes glinted with a chilling intent. Ayin had become paramount to him, for she was now fully aware of his past deeds, recognizing how he had wronged her and orchestrated her suffering. This knowledge bred within him a blend of anguish and resentment, igniting a murderous intent. Should Ayin survive or expose the truth of his treachery, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. At this stage, power was of little consequence to him, unless he surpassed the might of the Spirit Hall's top figures. He would continue to live in a state of fear. The only solace he found was in his reputation as the youngest title Douluo on the continent, with a love story with Ayin that inspired admiration and envy among countless souls. Although many criticized his association with a soul beast, the underlying sentiment was one of respect and reverence. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, a figure of utmost supremacy, wielded immense influence, revered as a deity by countless followers. Yet, having slain the Pope, he had not become a pariah. Rather, his love story had earned him respect. However, it was evident that should the truth of his treachery against Ayin come to light, he would be cast into infamy, transforming from a revered figure into a despicable one, leaving him with no hope of redemption. In the past, he had hesitated to resolve to kill Ayin, but now he recognized that he must eliminate both Ayin and Su Ran. With both gone, he would still be the esteemed Haotian Douluo, and his son Tang San would still be able to absorb the 100,000-year-old soul rings and spirit bones. In due time, as Tang San grew in strength, they would unite, and the Spirit Hall would be powerless against them. Chapter 119, Level 95, Godly Aura, Stirring Ancient Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Ding. The host is required to sever one of Tang Hao's arms as compensation to Ayin and reclaim Ayin's 10,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone from Tang Hao. Ding. The mission reward is 1,000 points. A gentle reminder. Dear host, do not kill Tang Hao directly. In the future, the host must publicly expose Tang Hao's misdeeds and allow Ayin to personally take revenge on him. If Tang Hao is killed now, Ayin will have no chance for retribution. Moreover, Tang Hao possesses a wealth of skill points and tasks ahead. The system's gentle voice smiled, expressing no concern for the host, but rather worry that Tang Hao might be instantly vanquished, although the experience card would elevate the host's cultivation to level 95. With the host's martial soul being the god-slaying sword, his combat power would reach a terrifying level. Even at level 95, he would far surpass the likes of Qian Douluo, Poseidon, and Tang Chen, who have cultivated to the pinnacle of 99 level title Douluo. Su Ran nodded, not intending to dispatch Tang Hao so easily. For someone like Tang Hao, death would merely be a release. He wished to keep Tang Hao alive to witness the hatred of his former love, Ayin. He wanted Tang Hao to see his former wife turn against him, his brothers betray him, his sect scorn him, and his son suffer at his hands. This, he believed, was true punishment for Tang Hao. When he had had his fill of this game, he would allow Ayin to deliver the final blow. After all, one must find joy in life. He relished watching Tang San and Tang Hao, as well as Xiao Gang, struggle futilely against him. Su Ran, what are you thinking? Are you not aware of your predicament? Tang Hao asked, unnerved by Su Ran's gaze. Was Su Ran's strength not as weak as he had presumed? Did he possess hidden cards? Yet, what could a reformed 10,000-year soul beast have up its sleeve? Though he had lost an arm, he was far from the injured state he had been in previously, having trained for a month to master techniques with just his right arm. He should not falter even against Su Ran's soul beast form. Why, then, did Su Ran exude such a sense of danger? Tang Hao pondered this. But after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to face Su Ran unflinchingly, regardless of his hidden capabilities. Su Ran was strong, but so what? If he could not defeat him, he could still flee. With this thought, Tang Hao ceased his hesitation, unleashing all of his soul pressure towards Su Ran. The overwhelming aura, nearly tangible, was terrifying. Nearby trees were crushed under its weight, and the soft grass and bushes were uprooted. With this display of power, Tang Hao demonstrated what it meant to be a top-tier title Douluo. Though he had not reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, his combat strength was comparable to an ordinary 97-level title Douluo, placing him among the elite of the continent. For Tang Hao, challenging those of higher rank was a commonplace affair. You put on a show. Let us see what cards you truly hold. It is a pity to waste a 10,000-year soul ring today, but I will claim your soul bone, Tang Hao said coolly. The value of a 10,000-year soul bone was incalculable on the continent. Even the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall possessed few, perhaps only one. Yet, Tang San would eventually have 3 10,000-year soul bones and a 10,000-year soul ring. Moreover, as a dual martial soul wielder, Tang San's future potential was staggering. There existed a chance for him to ascend to godhood. With dual martial souls and 3 10,000-year soul bones, should he venture to the city of slaughter, he could easily traverse the Hell Road to inherit the domain of the god of slaughter. Passing the divine trials would grant him the title of sure god. Sometimes, the roles of hunter and prey shift. Those who consider themselves hunters may find themselves the hunted, Su Ran remarked calmly. As his words fell, his aura surged uncontrollably, surpassing Tang Hao in an instant. Su Ran's martial soul, the god-slaying sword, was of a super-divine caliber. When Su Ran's cultivation reached title Douluo, his aura had already reached the apex of what this world's soul masters could attain. Now, with the cultivation of a 95-level title Douluo, his aura ascended to that of a first-level god. This was the essence of Su Ran's martial soul. The god-slaying sword was capable of slaying gods, and its attributes ensured that its grade far exceeded any martial soul on the continent. In an instant, Su Ran's aura reached the divine level. His internal soul power vast and boundless, almost unfathomable. In that moment, he could clearly sense just how powerful he had become. This aura transcended all living beings on Douluo Continent. Of course, the Silver Dragon King, Qilin, the formidable being lying dormant in the life lake of the Star Do Forest, surpassed Su Ran in strength. Even with only half the power of the dragon god, Qilin possessed God King level strength. However, to evade detection from the divine realm, she had dispersed most of her divine power, hiding in the life lake, waiting for her opportunity to emerge. Nonetheless, her power remained terrifying. At this moment, deep within the Silver Dragon Fortress, nearly 1,000 meters beneath the life lake, a breathtaking woman sat on a silver-white bed, in deep meditation. This was Qilin, the Silver Dragon King. In her human form, she possessed long, flowing silver hair, not only smooth but also reminiscent of shimmering silver crystal. Her ethereal hair danced without wind, complemented by her exquisite features, a true masterpiece of creation. Below, her voluptuous figure was accentuated by a slender waist, while her perfectly rounded hips and long, graceful legs rendered her an impossible sight to look away from. Each curve was a testament to the Creator's perfection. At this moment, Qilin abruptly opened her violet eyes, lifting her head to reveal her incredibly delicate visage. Her gaze pierced through the thick lake water towards the distance. In that moment, her stunning eyes emitted a terrifying silver light, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Yet in that fleeting instant, she grasped the answers she sought. Though not yet a god, he possessed an aura comparable to a first-level deity. Moreover, what connection did he have with the auspicious beast? Why had the aura of that auspicious beast emanated from him last time? Chapter 120. The Movement of the Stars Previously. When she sensed the presence of the auspicious beast, she had not paid it much heed. Though the auspicious beast was formidable, its unique aura of fortune was enigmatic and unpredictable, even influencing her, the Silver Dragon King, to an extent. However, this influence was negligible, hardly substantial. After all, she was already a divine-level powerhouse, distinct from ordinary soul beasts. Other soul beasts, even those of the caliber of the Emperor Tian, would be significantly affected by the auspicious beast. This was a crucial reason why the millennium-old auspicious beast in the Star Do Forest enjoyed such a high status. As an auspicious beast, the aura of fortune was paramount. In terms of strength, no auspicious beast had ever risen to become a powerful soul beast. While auspicious beasts were born in response to the world's fortune, accelerating the cultivation of soul beasts and aiding their breakthroughs, their own ascension was exceedingly challenging. After all, the aura of fortune possessed by a millennium-old auspicious beast was already formidable. One could only imagine the implications of a 100,000-year auspicious beast. Such a being would likely influence even divine-level soul beasts. In today's world, dominated by human deities, The existence of such a bug-level entity was naturally intolerable. Therefore, while auspicious beasts were beneficial to soul beast populations, their impact on her was limited. Could it truly be an auspicious beast? What a powerful aura! How terrifying must its aura of fortune be? Could this aura assist in my cultivation and healing? A cascade of questions surged within her, and a flicker of excitement crossed her exquisitely beautiful face. She had been recuperating in the lake of life for quite some time, with little effect. On one hand, she was evading the scrutiny of the divine realm, hesitant to allow her cultivation to attract too much attention. On the other hand, she was burdened by the divine king-level divine powers left within her by the 5 supreme gods. During the battle between the 5 supreme gods and the dragon god, even though she retained half of the dragon god's strength, the 5 formidable divine powers remained difficult for her to eradicate. The 5 supreme gods, each possessing a unique divine power, were not easily dismissed. Although given a few thousand years, she could eventually obliterate them. Having a particularly powerful auspicious beast to assist her would significantly expedite her recovery. Raising her gaze to the lake of life, her cherry lips parted slightly. Suddenly, a terrifying black dragon, measuring 40 to 50 meters in length, opened its eyes wide. It was the dragon god's guardian, the golden-eyed black dragon king, Emperor Tian. Now, Emperor Tian boasted an impressive cultivation of 880,000 years. In terms of power, he surpassed even the 990,000-year deep-sea demon whale king of the demon whale sea. In this realm, dragons were the mightiest of beast races. Emperor Tian, as the golden-eyed black dragon king, had a bloodline weaker only than the golden and silver dragons. Though the disparity between black dragons and golden or silver dragons was akin to divine retribution, it was still sufficient to showcase Emperor Tian's power. Long ago, Emperor Tian served as the dragon god's guardian, bestowed with the ultimate technique, the Dragon God Claw. This enabled him to become the pinnacle of terrestrial combat prowess in the absence of the Silver Dragon King. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's call, Emperor Tian's massive beast form instantly transformed into a tall figure clad in black robes, sinking into the depths of the lake. "Master, you called for me?" Emperor Tian knelt on one knee, gazing at Gu Yuna with astonishment. The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, had been in seclusion within the Lake of Life for quite some time. Concerned about exposure, she rarely summoned him. Did Master have something important to discuss this time? His expression grew serious. Gu Yuna was the Silver Dragon King, and she might even become the great dragon god in the future. She represented the hope of the dragon race and the Soul Beast clan. He had to devote himself fully to any tasks she entrusted to him. "Yes, I have something to assign you," Gu Yuna stated. "What is it, Master?" Emperor Tian inquired. "Help me find a person, or rather, a soul beast. A new auspicious beast has appeared on the continent. You must be aware of this," Gu Yuna said calmly. "Does Master know where the auspicious beast is?" Emperor Tian asked, unable to remain composed. Since learning that an auspicious beast had emerged in human territory, he had been unable to contain his excitement. On a grand scale, the presence of an additional auspicious beast would bolster the Star Dove forest significantly. In the future, the cultivation speed of soul beasts and their chances of overcoming tribulations would surge, making the strengthening of the Star Doe inevitable. On a smaller scale, he had already reached 880,000 years. With an auspicious beast present, his cultivation speed could double, and within a maximum of 10,000 years, he would face his own tribulation. A 900,000-year tribulation was no trivial matter, and even Gu Yuna could not assist him significantly. He would have to rely on himself. While he was confident, he could not guarantee a smooth passage through such a lengthy tribulation. However, if an additional auspicious beast could augment his fortune, the situation would be entirely different. One auspicious beast could double his fortune, and 2 could quadruple it, unless one were the most inept of beings. Overcoming the tribulation would not be excessively taxing. "Master?" Emperor Tian asked again. "Yes, the exact location eludes me. I have never ventured into the human world and do not know what the place is called. However, I can describe its appearance and the location where it resides. You shall seek it out and bring it to me," Gu Yuna replied, furrowing her brow. This auspicious beast may be somewhat unique, yet its power is exceptionally formidable. "It could prove beneficial even to me," Gu Yuna cautioned. "Beneficial even to you, Master?" Emperor Tian was taken aback and filled with exhilaration. "Indeed," Gu Yuna affirmed, extending her delicate hand to the air, conjuring 2 silver images. "Send a powerful, astute soul beast." "Understood." After engraving the 2 images in his mind, they abruptly vanished. He felt a twinge of confusion. This was clearly a human, starkly different from his impressions of auspicious beasts. Yet, he did not question further. After all, Gu Yuna had spoken, and it must be correct. Shall I send Ziji? Emperor Tian tentatively suggested. The Lake of Life housed many formidable beasts, such as Bear Lord, Red King, 10,000 Demon King, and Baiji. However, only the Hell Dragon King Ziji seemed to meet this condition. In terms of temperament, Baiji was the most reliable, yet the Emerald Swan clan was not known for combat. If she were to venture into human territory without utilizing her soul beast form, even a soul master of the Soul Douluo level might best her. Yes, let Ziji go. Her strength is adequate, unless she encounters the very top tier of human warriors. She is unlikely to be harmed, Gu Yuna decided. Very well, you may depart. Do not return until the auspicious beast arrives in the Stardo Forest. Gu Yuna said softly, her exquisite eyes closing once more as she returned to her meditative state. Emperor Tian respectfully bowed to Gu Yuna before cautiously exiting the Silver Dragon Fortress. Chapter 121. Has Su Ran encountered trouble? Tang San is targeted unbeknownst to Su Ran. An unprecedented anomaly had suddenly emerged in the Stardo Forest. At this moment, he stood in the void, sword in hand, his gaze tranquil. Only now did he comprehend the terrifying potential of his martial soul. Should he fully unleash it, he would become invincible across the realm. Although he had merely attained the cultivation level of 95, in his eyes, even Tang Hao seemed insignificant. This was the essence of his 95 levels. He may not fully grasp the strength of divine-level experts, yet he sensed that his current power rivaled that of an ordinary deity. Indeed, the aura emanating from him was distinctly that of a divine being. Such a presence was overwhelmingly formidable, should he choose to release it. Even the entirety of Shrek Academy in Soto City would face annihilation. However, despite Su Ran's efforts to restrain his aura, chaos erupted throughout Shrek Academy in Soto City. The inhabitants of Soto City awakened from their slumber, trembling as they perceived the overwhelming aura that towered above all life. In that moment, they dared not hesitate, prostrating themselves on the ground in fervent prayer. Terror and shock gripped their hearts. What manner of being possessed such a fearsome presence? Meanwhile, every teacher and student at Shrek Academy was jolted awake, their faces reflecting disbelief. Unlike the naive citizens of Soto City, they had previously witnessed the terror of titled Douluos. Yet, in the face of this aura, even titled Douluos appeared diminutive. What kind of existence was this? It was utterly terrifying. The aura was unfathomably dreadful. Flanders, Li Yusong, Zhao Wujian, Xiao Xinxiao, and several other teachers shivered involuntarily, their gazes drawn to the distant horizon where a dark, turbulent energy swirled ominously. They could faintly discern a pitch-black sword, towering several dozen meters into the air, exuding an aura of sheer terror. But why did that sword seem so familiar? Had they seen it before? Exchanging glances, Flanders and the others harbored a dreadful suspicion. Was that not Su Ran's sword? Could it be Su Ran himself? A collective gasp escaped their lips. Where was Su Ran? Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot anxiously, clad in a form-fitting black outfit and little leather boots. On the verge of tears, the other two girls, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, shared her urgency. They had searched Su Ran's dormitory multiple times and scoured the surroundings. Yet his figure eluded them. Su Ran. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, staring into the distance where the terrifying fluctuations emanated. Surely, it was Su Ran who caused this chaos. Su Ran was a divine beast, capable of anything. Yet, he must have encountered some grave trouble. Could it be the Haotian Douluo? Tang Hao? Though she could not fathom how Su Ran had suddenly acquired such formidable strength, she recognized that recklessly unleashing such power would surely entail dire consequences. Ning Rongrong's face turned ashen, her eyes glazed. Just moments ago, Su Ran had been at her side, and now he was in peril? They had only just solidified their relationship, and now calamity struck? Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed into the distance. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, Flanders, and the others, after a brief thrill, regained their composure, feeling a deep unease. They were equally uncertain about Su Ran's predicament. Though Su Ran was merely a soul master, capable of extraordinary feats, his strength could not withstand such a crisis. Su Ran, look at you now. Though Tang San was equally perplexed by the situation, witnessing the sorrow on Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's faces made it clear that Su Ran was in danger. This realization filled him with exhilaration. It was better for Su Ran to encounter trouble. It spared him the need to act. After all, Su Ran was so formidable that he was uncertain of his own ability to defeat him. In his moment of excitement, he momentarily lost sight of his surroundings. Such reactions are natural. In times of great joy or sorrow, individuals often act without rational thought. Shut up, little San. Xiao Gang felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Su Ran, ungrateful and unwilling to be his disciple, was now facing potential demise. Should Su Ran perish, Tang San would become the most powerful genius on the continent. However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments. His wife had not been stolen away by Su Ran, nor had he suffered any betrayal. Although he harbored resentment towards Su Ran, he had not yet reached the point of being elated at his misfortune. Tang San, what have you said? Xiao Wu's fury erupted, her body trembling. Seeing Tang San making light of Su Ran's predicament, she kicked him away in anger. She knew Su Ran had undoubtedly encountered Tang Hao. Tang San's agitated expression only confirmed her suspicions. After all, Tang Hao had been brought here by him, hence Tang San's excitement at the thought of Su Ran's troubles. Tang Hao, the Haoyan Douluo, was immensely powerful, forcing Su Ran to resort to his terrifying trump card. And it was Tang San who had brought him here. If anything happens to Su Ran, I will be the first to kill you, Xiao Wu declared coldly, her icy gaze sending chills down the spines of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Flanders, and the other teachers. They struggled to fathom how a mere girl in her teens could exude such an aura of dread. Was she truly just a 12-year-old girl? Why did they feel as though they were facing an incredibly fearsome beast? As Xiao Wu's murderous intent enveloped him, Tang San's complexion turned pale, his heart shattered. He could not comprehend why Xiao Wu was so devoted to Su Ran. If Su Ran perished, she would surely turn against him. He felt wronged. He had done nothing. Why would she seek vengeance upon him for Su Ran's fate? He had merely spoken thoughtlessly. Did Xiao Wu truly harbor such hatred for him? What had Su Ran done to sway her so completely? Tang San's heart ached, his eyes bloodshot, his fist clenched tightly, his long nails digging into his palms. Blood trickling from his hands. Why did the world treat him so cruelly? Who, besides his teachers, truly cared for him? Perhaps no one. Even the once obedient and charming Xiao Wu now regarded him as an enemy. Had he truly failed so utterly? If anything happens to Su Ran, our Zhu family will view you as lifelong foes, Zhu Zhuqing stated coldly, having deduced that Su Ran had encountered the Haoyan Douluo. She recalled Su Ran's claims of possessing methods to contend with titled Douluos. This must be it. Yet, she knew that employing such methods would surely inflict grave harm upon Su Ran's body, regardless of whether he survived. She could not fathom how Su Ran had acquired such terrifying power, but she understood that his body could not withstand such immense strength. The seven-treasure glazed tile school will stand with her. Ning Rongrong glared at Tang San in anger. From the moment she entered the academy, she had harbored discontent toward him. It was one thing to slander Su Ran, but now that Su Ran was in peril, Tang San seemed to revel in his misfortune. Was he even human? Chapter 122. Tang Hao kneels. His mind crumbles. Tang San stood in bewilderment. Feeling the murderous glares from the women around him, as well as the furious stares from other Shrek Academy students and teachers, he promptly fell silent, afraid to utter another word. Xiao Gang, too, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. With Tang San being publicly humiliated, his position as a teacher was also compromised. However, he recognized that he was powerless against the might of the Ning and Zhu families, prominent clans of the continent with which he could not afford to offend. Flander, when shall we approach Erlong? Xiao Gang could not help but voice his thoughts. Feeling ostracized at Shrek Academy, he naturally wished to seek refuge at Bloodline Academy, where Erlong would not marginalize him. His immediate concern was to cultivate Tang San, this extraordinary talent. Given the current attitude of Shrek Academy towards him and Tang San, he would be grateful if they merely refrained from hindering their progress. Indeed, I'm preparing to consult with Erlong soon, Flander replied, his gaze fixed on Xiao Gang, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but smirk. Xiao Gang was still considering approaching Lu Erlong, oblivious to the fact that he and Su Ran had already seen through his schemes. When the time came to expose Xiao Gang's plot, Erlong would only harbor resentment towards him. Once this transpires, our golden iron triangle will be reunited, Xiao Gang commented, unaware of Flanders' change in demeanor. His mind wandered to Lu Erlong's enchanting figure, a sight capable of stirring desire in any man. He envisioned how her alluring form would captivate him, even going so far as to entice him with playful gestures. The mere thought of her swaying in a midriff-bearing outfit was enough to ignite passion in any man. Except for him, Xiao Gang could withstand it. Yet, with Bibi Dong now the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he was acutely aware of the need to maintain a distance from both her and Lu Erlong, creating an ambiguous closeness that would keep them yearning for more. Meanwhile, outside, chaos ensued as Tang Hao was left utterly dumbfounded. Su Ran, when did you become this formidable? Is there truly such a powerhouse in this world? He stammered, trembling as he gazed up at Su Ran. In the presence of Su Ran's overwhelming aura, he felt insignificantly small. As the legendary Hao Douluo, the youngest to ever achieve such a title, he was now experiencing a profound sense of vulnerability for the first time. Are you serious? I am the renowned Hao Douluo, not some weakling. I have mentioned before, my strength is beyond your comprehension. The dynamics between hunter and prey are often fluid. Su Ran replied dismissively, his entire aura bearing down on Tang Hao, with a thunderous pressure. The force of Su Ran's might bore down on Tang Hao, compelling him. Kneel before me, Su Ran commanded, his voice dripping with authority. In that moment, his oppressive energy materialized into a tangible sword-like force, relentlessly tearing at Tang Hao's skin. The immense pressure forced him to the brink of submission. Preposterous. I, Tang Hao, kneel only to heaven and earth, and my parents. How could I ever kneel to you? In that moment, Tang Hao had no time to ponder the origins of Su Ran's strength. He was acutely aware that his demise was imminent. Yet he would not allow Su Ran to humiliate him. As the Hao Douluo, he resolved to stand tall, even in death. Tang Hao, after years of cultivation on the continent, you must understand this simple truth. The weak have no right to refuse. Su Ran smiled as he retracted the pressure that had enveloped Tang Hao. He desired Tang Hao to kneel willingly, as the force of his presence alone had already instilled a sense of dread. What do you truly want? Tang Hao's voice trembled as he spoke. His body marred by Su Ran's sword-like energy, bloodied but not life-threatening. Tell me, given my current power, do you believe I could resurrect Ayin? Once she returns, do you not think I might act upon my desires? Su Ran sneered, his gaze piercing through Tang Hao. You fiend. You cannot do this. Ayin is mine. You shall not. Tang Hao gasped in horror, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Could Su Ran truly possess divine powers capable of resurrecting Ayin? The thought of what Su Ran might do upon her revival filled him with dread. Furthermore, I might even unleash my beastly form. Su Ran continued, taunting him. You're insane. I'll fight you. Tang Hao, incensed by Su Ran's shameless provocations, charged at him with the Haotian hammer raised high. You are far too weak to comprehend the chasm that lies between us, Su Ran retorted with a faint smile, effortlessly flicking his finger to unleash a terrifying beam of sword light that struck Tang Hao. Tang Hao was sent flying, his Haotian hammer severely damaged. Though he remained alive for the time being, Su Ran had no intention of granting him respite. He would cripple Tang Hao's martial spirit, severing his tendons and leaving him utterly incapacitated. And your son, Tang San, possesses remarkable talent as well, dual martial spirits, an illustrious future awaits him, Su Ran remarked, unperturbed by Tang Hao's fury. No, you shall not harm Xiao San. Tang Hao's eyes turned crimson as he struggled to rise, roaring in indignation. Su Ran sought to steal his woman and now wished to torment his son? And your sect, the Haotian sect, will surely be disappointed when they learn of your disgraceful actions, Su Ran continued, determined to shatter Tang Hao's very existence. He aimed to ensure that Tang San would reject his father and embrace another as his own. What could Tang Hao possibly do in response? No, you cannot do this. I beg you, Tang Hao pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. The weak have no right to raise their voices, Su Ran stated coldly, delivering a resounding slap to Tang Hao's face. Tang Hao could only endure this unparalleled humiliation without flinching. With a sudden gasp, Tang Hao's mental state shattered. Su Ran had seized upon every weakness he possessed. In that moment, he discarded all pretense of dignity and knelt before Su Ran. Su Ran, I beseech you. Spare Ayin, spare Xiao San, spare my sect, and grant me mercy, Tang Hao implored, his voice quivering. Su Ran's power was insurmountable, unmatched across the continent. Even the esteemed Qian Douluo the Spirit Hall would be no match for him. Chapter 123. Tang Hao bowed his head. The eye of ice and fire. Should I spare you? Shouldn't it be me pleading for mercy? Under the Haotian crown? Su Ran gazed at Tang Hao with a hint of amusement as he slowly approached him, lifting his foot to tilt Tang Hao's chin upward. Observing the anger and helplessness etched on his face. Under the Haotian crown, I see no trace of pleading for mercy on your countenance. If given the chance, you would surely eliminate me, Su Ran spoke softly. No, I truly beg you, do not do this. Tang Hao repressed his anger, genuinely beseeching Su Ran in that moment. Ayin, Tang San, his sect, and his reputation, these were all of utmost importance to him. Su Ran wielded these as threats, and how could he not feel fear? Just the mention of Ayin sent waves of panic coursing through him. Ayin was his woman, his wife. Whether she lived or died, she belonged to him. He could not allow any man to have a relationship with her. Apologies, but I must decline. Su Ran smirked wickedly, delivering a kick to Tang Hao's jaw that sent him flying. What right did Tang Hao have to negotiate? Only those of equal standing could bargain. The unequal could only be subjected to mercy. Everything that transpired today was of his own making. He was not worthy of sympathy. When he conspired to bring harm to Ain, when he imprisoned her in that dark cave, did he ever consider that he might one day face such a fate? Tang Hao let out a wail as his body collided with a massive stone, shattering it upon impact, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Su Ran. Are you toying with me? He roared in fury. He had knelt before Su Ran, so why could Su Ran not spare him? Why? Su Ran was deliberately toying with him. No matter how he pleaded, he would still be attacked. Su Ran merely wished to see him relinquish his dignity as a man and grovel before him, reveling in his humiliation. Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly, his body flushing red with rage. His cold gaze fixed on Su Ran, wishing he could flay him alive. Tang Hao, do you still fail to comprehend my words? The weak possess no rights to choose. Their fate is one of being chosen. Su Ran chuckled, surveying the famed Hao Tian Douluo before him. Nevertheless, I wish to offer you a chance. Su Ran continued, stepping closer to Tang Hao, placing his foot atop Tang Hao's head, looking down upon him with utter disdain. No matter how powerful Tang Hao might be, he was but a waste who discarded his wife for personal gain. Su Ran held no compassion for such a person. If you bow 3 times before me, I shall agree to spare Tang San, provided he does not provoke me. What do you think? As for everything else, I cannot consent. After all, Ain belongs to our soul beast clan, and her body and fate are mine to determine. Su Ran declared, pressing his foot down on Tang Hao's head, speaking with indifference. Ain was already designated as his woman. How could he refrain from acting upon her? Ain, the blue-silver empress for 100,000 years, was something he, as a divine beast, could rightfully possess. Other soul beasts must obey the divine beasts, otherwise the divine beast would strip them of their fortune and curse them to fail their tribulations. The power to both amplify fortune and inflict misfortune upon soul beasts was the reason for the terrifying status of divine beasts in the realm of soul beasts. You. Tang Hao gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes glaring at Su Ran like a venomous snake. Su Ran had not abandoned his shameless intentions towards Ain. It was utterly disgraceful. Moreover, from Su Ran's tone, it seemed he intended to expose his future crimes. At that moment, the entire Haotian sect would regard him as a disgrace, becoming the only title de law nailed to the pillar of shame. Even so, Su Ran still sought to make him kneel and bow his head. Yet if he did not comply, what would become of Tang San? If he was no match for Su Ran, neither would Tang San stand a chance. Well, Hao Tian Douluo, what are your thoughts? Su Ran asked impatiently. How can I trust you? What if I comply and you deny it afterward? Tang Hao replied coldly, distrustful of Su Ran's character. Recalling how Su Ran had deceived him once before. Do you truly believe you have any other options? Su Ran countered with a wicked grin. Very well. I shall bow my head if you spare Tang San. Tang Hao closed his eyes, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. As Su Ran had stated, he was weak, and he had no right to choose. Now that is more like it. Rest assured, as long as Tang San does not provoke me, I shall not lay a hand on him. Su Ran smiled, removing his foot from Tang Hao's head. He was known for his magnanimity. He could not bring himself to annihilate completely. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Hao knelt on both knees, bowing 3 times before Su Ran. Are you satisfied now? After bowing, Tang Hao's complexion paled, as if he had aged considerably in that moment. Now, hand over a Yin's blue-silver empress bone. Su Ran commanded. Very well. Tang Hao retrieved a black box from his robe and handed it to Su Ran. Given the circumstances, even if he refused to surrender the soul bone, Su Ran would still find a way to acquire it. Su Ran accepted the black box, crafted from a special material, and opened it to reveal a blue-golden soul bone, emanating a gentle luminescence that brightened the surroundings. He closed the box and stored it in his soul guide. According to the system's guidance, should Ain absorb this soul bone, it would hasten her growth. Soul bones, being the essence of soul beast cultivation, also benefited the beasts absorbing them. What do you wish to do now? If you intend to kill me, then let us end this swiftly. Tang Hao closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. For him, death was a liberation. Compared to Su Ran's humiliation and torment, he would rather seek death. He, Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, would not live in disgrace. Death. Rest assured, you are not yet destined to die. Su Ran shook his head. However, while your life may be spared, you must face punishment for harming Ain. With a light swing of the god-slaying sword, Tang Hao's right leg was severed in one clean stroke. Tang Hao let out a piercing scream, the excruciating pain from his thigh causing his entire body to curl in agony. Yet this was not enough. Su Ran was determined to strip him of his combat capabilities. With another 2 strokes of the sword, Tang Hao's uninjured leg and the tendons of his hands and feet were severed. In that moment, Tang Hao was rendered utterly powerless. Even if he survived, he posed no significant threat. Su Ran, I hate you. Tang Hao roared in fury, feeling the devastation of his body. Tears of blood streaming from his eyes. His hatred was profound, overwhelming. Su Ran regarded him with a look of disdain, finding Tang Hao's plight laughable. Only the weak would scream and shout. Su Ran's gaze shifted to the horizon. His experience card had a lengthy duration remaining, and he had no intention of wasting it. His current objective was the Eye of Ice and Fire. With his strength, he need not fear Digabo, while the experience card was still effective. He could seize all the celestial herbs from that location. Chapter 124. Shock. Su Ran is once again showing off. Su Ran, indifferent to Tang Hao's incessant clamor, swiftly rendered him unconscious with a kick. The Eye of Ice and Fire lay within the Sunset Forest, which is in close proximity to Heaven-Do City. The distance from Sodo City to the Sunset Forest is not trivial. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to traverse this route. Even with Su Ran's current prowess, he would require some time, and thus, he had no intention of lingering with Tang Hao any longer. As it stood, Tang Hao was incapacitated, having 2 limbs severed and the remaining ones crippled. What threat could he possibly pose now, being unable to even stand? Su Ran proceeded to search Tang Hao, retrieving the storage soul guide from him. Inside the soul guide was a left arm bone, approximately 40,000 years old, which was previously attached to Tang Hao's left arm. Of course, Tang Hao also possessed a right leg bone of around 50,000 years. Tang Hao was equipped with complete soul bones. Yet Su Ran was not in a hurry to collect the others from him. Sooner or later, Tang Hao would meet his demise, and those soul bones would inevitably come into Su Ran's possession. Moreover, the quality of Tang Hao's soul bones was far too inferior. While they may appear exceptional to others, they were not worthy of Su Ran's attention. For Su Ran, the soul bones he sought must be at least 100,000 years old, and of the fierce beast variety. What use were these inferior soul bones to him? He would not even consider allowing his women to utilize second-hand goods, especially those extracted from a man. Such bones were merely fit for auction, familial offerings, or as favors. Their utility seemed limited beyond that. Host brother, you truly do not regard soul bones with sufficient seriousness. The system's voice chimed in, sensing Su Ran's indifference. Even she found it hard to watch. Each soul bone could incite a commotion across the continent. Even the least valuable soul bones could spark a frenzy at auction, drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall possessed a vast inventory of soul bones, no faction would ever deem them excessive. Perhaps, but I am a divine beast. What soul bones do I not desire? Su Ran chuckled. Others might covet soul bones, but he remained unaffected. Once he ventured into the Star-Do Great Forest, 100,000-year soul bone would be as plentiful as leaves in autumn. By the way, system sister, how long will it take for me to reach the Sunset Great Forest from here? Su Ran inquired. Approximately 3 to 4 hours, the system replied. Despite Su Ran's formidable strength, he could not defy the laws of nature. Then I shan't delay any further. I will address matters upon my arrival at the Sunset Great Forest, and you shall assist me in identifying immortal herbs. First, I must leave a message for Zhu Zhuqing and the others, otherwise they will surely be worried sick, Su Ran stated. Gripping the god-slaying sword and effortlessly cleaving a nearby hill over 10 meters high in two, he then inscribed a message in the stone. Each character deeply etched 3 meters into the surface. There are matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. Do not fret. Each of the 8 characters was engraved with such depth that any witness to this spectacle would be rendered speechless in awe. Could such a terrifyingly powerful individual truly exist in this world? After all, while many strong beings could cleave a hill of this size, few could do so with such fluidity, and even fewer could leave behind such profound inscriptions with ease. Host brother, truly, the system commented, observing Su Ran from within the system space. Clad in a black mini-skirt, the gentle breeze caused her attire to billow, revealing glimpses of her form. In this space, she was alone and unencumbered by societal norms, free to wear what she pleased or opt for none at all, with even a vacuum beneath her skirt. Should this scene be witnessed by anyone, it would surely elicit a cascade of blood from their noses. At that moment, the system sister gazed at Su Ran with a captivated expression, unable to resist the allure he exuded, a magnetism that would surely enthrall anyone else. It is time to depart, Su Ran declared, grasping Tang Hao's body and transforming into a streak of black light, racing toward the horizon. As Su Ran's commotion gradually faded, the 3 women grew increasingly anxious. Previously, they had been unaware of Su Ran's circumstances, fearful that their presence might complicate matters, leading them to only fret in silence. Now, with the battle seemingly at a standstill, they could no longer contain their desire to check on Su Ran's well-being. I must find Su Ran. I can wait no longer. Zhu Zhuqing stated, her face pale, as she took off towards the site of Su Ran and Tang Hao's confrontation. I shall go too. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu chimed in unison. They shared the same deep concern for Su Ran's safety. Should anything happen to him, it would undoubtedly shatter them. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts had already become filled with thoughts of Su Ran. Hailing from Earth, Su Ran possessed a carefree, roguish demeanor and an otherworldly aura that set him apart from the inhabitants of Douluo Continent. His multifaceted personality rendered him a singular figure, impossible to resist for any girl. Let us go. Su Ran is an unparalleled genius of Shrek Academy. If anything were to befall him, the Academy would have no reason to continue, Flanders solemnly remarked. He was unaware of Su Ran's current predicament or the source of his newfound strength. Yet, they needed not to comprehend the particulars. All he knew was that Su Ran was an irreplaceable treasure to Shrek Academy. If Su Ran were to meet with misfortune, what meaning would remain in the Academy's continuation? Other staff and students of Shrek Academy shared the same heavy hearts. They understood well what Su Ran represented. They had just sensed that unfathomable aura, which could only be released by him. Should Su Ran survive this ordeal, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass their wildest imaginations. Of course, two individuals were secretly reveling in this situation, Tang San and Xiao Gang. They were eager for Su Ran's demise. When they arrived at the site of Su Ran and Tang Hao's battle, the scene left them astounded. The area within a radius of several hundred meters was barren. Devoid of any vegetation, massive trees had been uprooted. The ground bore deep sword marks that sent shivers down their spines. Bloodstains marred the earth. But both Tang Hao and Su Ran had long since departed, for Su Ran would never abandon Tang Hao in such a manner. For the first time, I would like to recommend a fan fiction titled Douluo. My Disciple is the Pope. This work is set in the Douluo universe and is characterized by its harem narrative and exhilarating plot twists. It has come to my attention that many readers become so engrossed that they find themselves exploring other avenues online. You understand what I mean. The author is a friend of mine, and we are mutually promoting our works tonight. As an experienced fan fiction writer, the quality is assured. With a consistent flow of engaging content, and it is entirely free, with no intention of monetization. I encourage you all to take a look. Synopsis. The story unfolds in the nascent form of the Douluo Continent, where Yang Xian acquires a disciple system. By following the system's requirements to accept 99 disciples, he can transcend to divinity. Ding. You have accepted the dragon god as a disciple, gaining the ability to command myriad beasts. Ding. You have accepted Gyuna as a disciple, acquiring the power of the 7 elemental forces. Ding. You have accepted Tang Chen as a disciple, mastering the chaotic wind hammer technique. Ding. You have accepted Bibi Dong as a disciple, gaining a girlfriend. This book is also known as Douluo. What should I do if my female disciples all like me? And my joyful life in Douluo focusing on master-disciple relationships, farming, enthusiasm. Daily life. No female lead. Please refrain from light criticism. Staying up late to write another chapter. Tonight marks my first night of late-night writing. And to say more would bring tears. Chapter 125. Xiao Gang in despair. The weakest soul master, could it be that Su Ran has perished? Tang San exchanged a glance with Xiao Gang, their excitement palpable. If they were truly to eliminate such a prodigious talent as Su Ran, the undertaking would be exceedingly arduous. After all, the full extent of Su Ran's prowess remained elusive to them. Previously, they had been able to approximate his strength, but now they found themselves utterly bewildered. Especially tonight, how could Su Ran emanate such a formidable aura, causing such catastrophic destruction? Just how powerful was Su Ran? The enigma of Su Ran proved more troublesome than even a title Douluo. Nevertheless, the current situation was somewhat reassuring. If Su Ran were indeed deceased, they would no longer face his scrutiny. Xiao Wu, do not grieve excessively. Though Su Ran has departed, he shall forever reside in our hearts, Tang San remarked, stepping forward to console Xiao Wu. However, his insincerity was glaringly apparent. Whether before or after his transmigration, Tang San had always been rather blunt, never adept at feigning emotions. His sudden display of theatrics now was riddled with inconsistencies. Get lost. Xiao Wu said little more, delivering a swift kick that sent Tang San flying. The sight of him incensed her. Was it not Tang San who had unwittingly drawn her father into danger? Everything that transpired today was premeditated by Tang San. Yet he feigned ignorance. To add insult to injury, he appeared to revel in her suffering. If anything were to befall Su Ran, she would stop at nothing to exact vengeance upon Tang San. Just as anxiety enveloped the group, an electrifying voice broke through the tension. Brother Ran is safe. Look over there, Oscar exclaimed, his gaze fixated on a colossal stone, dozens of meters high, standing remarkably smooth in the distance, his expression a mix of awe and reverence. Not far off, a massive boulder, over 10 meters tall, had been cleaved in two, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. Inscribed with 8 large characters, "If there is something, I shall return shortly. Do not worry." It was unmistakably Su Ran's handwriting. Upon seeing these 8 characters, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Their concerns for Su Ran's safety dissipated. Simultaneously, they gazed in astonishment at the lengthy inscription. Yet before they could contemplate further, they slipped into an extraordinary state, their soul power surging with unprecedented velocity. Having experienced this phenomenon once before, they understood its significance and promptly settled into a meditative posture. Seeking to comprehend this wondrous state, Xiao Gang and Tang San were similarly awestruck by the inscription, grappling with their disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Xiao Gang felt an unsettling agitation coursing through his entire being. A foreboding sensation gripped him as he recalled their previous training mishap, draining the color from his face. He shouted, "Tang San, do not look at those words." But it was too late. The moment had passed. Whether Tang San was unharmed remained uncertain. But Xiao Gang was acutely aware of his own predicament. In a moment of sheer terror, he realized his martial soul was uncontrollably manifesting, shattering before his very eyes. His second spirit ring had, astonishingly, been destroyed. Could such a thing truly occur? In the following moments, his soul power plummeted like a deflating balloon, leaving him in a state of horror. In mere moments, his cultivation had diminished to a mere level 10. No. How could my cultivation be reduced to this? Xiao Gang was rendered speechless, utterly despondent as he felt the degradation of his abilities. He had arrived at Shrek Academy with a level 29 soul power, and now he found himself reduced to a paltry level 10. Would he soon be stripped of even that? A profound sense of despair enveloped him. No matter how inept he had been previously, he had never sunk to such depths of weakness. Level 10 signified the most feeble of soul masters. Should his cultivation sink any lower, he would become an ordinary person. The distinction of a one-ring soul master was self-evident. Only then could one truly be considered a soul master. Without a soul ring, one was merely an ordinary individual. Moreover, with his martial soul being a defective one, was he not inferior to every other soul master? Xiao Gang, in his disheartened state, could not withstand the crushing blow, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Ah, Su Ran, I shall make you pay," he screamed in agony, for Su Ran had humiliated him time and again. His cultivation had always been a source of torment, mocked by countless individuals due to his talent and capabilities. Now, it was evident, his cultivation had plummeted to the lowest echelon of soul masters, level 10. If word of this spread, he would become a laughingstock. In that moment, his resentment and hatred for Su Ran reached a breaking point. Su Ran was forcing his hand, compelling him to take action against him. No matter how formidable or gifted Su Ran might be, could he surpass his own son? His son was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a dual martial soul bearer. Teacher, Tang San, witnessing his mentor's dire state, felt an overwhelming surge of fury. What sorcery had Su Ran invoked? Why did the sight of Su Ran's characters induce a regression in their cultivation, while others experienced enlightenment? Such phenomena defied logic. His teacher, already burdened with a martial soul deficiency, was now reduced to a mere level 10 soul power, the lowest tier for a soul master, barely surpassing that of an ordinary person. Any individual would struggle under such circumstances. He, too, felt the weight of despair. Yet he found solace in the fact that his teacher had timely warned him, sparing him from witnessing those characters. The consequences of such an encounter were unimaginable. With his already meager cultivation, should it decline further, his status as a dual martial soul bearer would become a mere jest. Meanwhile, Su Ran swiftly made his way toward the sunset forest. The ice and fire yin yang eyes were located in Douluo's medicinal garden, and he knew well that Douluo had a lovely granddaughter. Douluo was surely quite beautiful. If she was indeed charming, it would yield a substantial boon in skill points. Su Ran shamelessly mused, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of Douluo's appearance. Presently, Douluo should be comparable in age to Zhu Zhuqing, blossoming into a youthful beauty, in stark contrast to the more innocent appearances of others like Qilin. Douluo was now at the age where she could truly captivate. In his harem, there was also a little poison girl who seemed quite remarkable. Moreover, Douluo's close friend was Yu Lingling, a fellow member of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. Perhaps he could seize them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 126. Douluo. Dugu Yan's bewilderment soon. Su Ran, guided by the system, arrived at the coveted ice and fire yin-yang eye. This elliptical pool, though modest in size, was distinctly divided into two sections. The waters of the hot spring shimmered in milky white and vermilion hues. Intriguingly, despite existing within the same pool, they remained clearly separated, each maintaining its territory without encroachment. The milky white and vermilion energies represented extreme heat and extreme cold, respectively. Under the system's guidance, Su Ran diligently extracted these energies, storing them in a jade box. Among the rare treasures collected were the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, heartbroken red, daffodil jade skin, nine-petal purple mushroom, and autumn water dew. These precious herbs, pivotal to the Shrek's seven devils in the original narrative, were all meticulously gathered by Su Ran. He had already devised a plan for the distribution of these herbs. Like the original tale, he intended to provide the celestial herbs to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun would suffice with a mere concoction of the herbs. After all, his relationship with them was merely that of ordinary classmates, not extending to the realm of close friends. With a plethora of potential future consorts awaiting him, these celestial herbs would scarcely suffice for others. Having thoroughly gathered the celestial herbs and other valuable medicinal materials, Su Ran leapt directly into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The energies within could refine his body, and the potential side effects that Tang San might have encountered in the original story were inconsequential for Su Ran, who was now at level 95 with formidable physical prowess. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to absorb the immense energies of the ice and fire yin-yang eye and seal them within himself, so that he could refine them during future cultivation. At that moment, as Su Ran was engrossed in refining the vast energies of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, an elderly man led a youthful girl toward the same location. The old man, tall and slender like a javelin, had hair and beard of deep green, with eyes that sparkled like emeralds. His weathered face bore no expression, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair, clad in a simple gray robe. He was none other than the renowned poison Douluo, Douluo. While Douluo's strength was not particularly overwhelming among the titled Douluo, even the most seasoned ones were reluctant to engage with him due to the peculiar and troublesome nature of poison. In battles with other formidable foes, sustaining injuries could be mended over time. However, poison could leave insidious roots within the body. A breakthrough after poisoning could lead to significant complications. Thus, despite being a level 91 titled Douluo, Douluo's status among his peers was not diminished. Beside Douluo was a charming young girl in her prime. She wore a black high-waisted top and fitted trousers that accentuated her slender legs, creating a perfect silhouette. The snug fit of her upper garment showcased her youthful curves, leaving her navel and a delicate waist partially exposed. Her alabaster belly, revealed to the air, even hinted at faint traces of abdominal definition. It was fair to say that the girl's figure was exceptional. "Grandfather, why must we cultivate in such a remote place? Can't we practice at home?" Dugu Yan pouted, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at the elder. Despite her complaints, the affection and closeness she felt toward Douluo were unmistakable. With her verdant eyes fixed on her grandfather, she remained somewhat perplexed. Throughout her life, she often accompanied her grandfather to his medicinal garden. While her cultivation speed improved there, the monotony of the place became unbearable. Her grandfather forbade her from touching the herbs, leaving her confined to her room for training, which was utterly stifling. As she matured, the frequency of these excursions only increased. Although her grandfather initially intended for her to remain there indefinitely, he eventually relented and allowed her to attend the Tiando Royal Academy, provided she visited his medicinal garden at least once a week. "There are matters you do not yet comprehend," Douluo replied, his expression softening with a hint of tenderness as he gazed at his youthful granddaughter. He could not help but sigh, his heart heavy. "Grandfather, is there something wrong with my body?" Dugu Yan could not restrain herself from asking. This question had plagued her for many years. Though she was uncertain if she was unwell, her grandfather's peculiar behavior led her to harbor such thoughts. "Nothing is amiss. You are perfectly fine." Douluo managed a strained smile, tenderly ruffling Dugu Yan's dark green hair. In that moment, his heart was gripped with anxiety. His son had succumbed to the very poison he had passed down, and his daughter-in-law had suffered a similar fate, with the poison transmitted through that means. Now, with his son and daughter-in-law gone, was it time for Yan Yan to follow suit? She was the last scion of the Douluo family. If anything were to happen to her, their lineage would truly face extinction. Though that place was mystical and could help suppress the snake venom within them, How long could it wield such power? Yin Yin, if I could start anew, I would rather be an ordinary person. What good is being a titled Douluo? Douluo lamented, uttering words that left Douluo Yin bewildered. She could not fathom why her grandfather had suddenly turned melancholic. Was being a titled Douluo not a pinnacle of achievement? Her current standing was entirely due to her grandfather's status. Grandfather, what troubles you? Douluo Yin asked. Concern etched on her face. Nothing at all. Let us proceed, Douluo replied, leading Douluo Yin to a nearby peak before swooping downward. However, his brow soon furrowed with worry as he sensed something amiss in his medicinal garden, as though it had been disturbed. Could it be that his sacred cultivation ground had been discovered? It contained numerous precious herbs, and if someone were to covet them, the consequences would be dire. Naturally, there were also bizarre and highly toxic plants he himself dared not touch. If greed had taken hold of someone, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. His greatest concern was that his medicinal materials might be ruined. What if an uninformed individual damaged his precious herbs? With a gloomy expression, Douluo held Douluo Yin close as they rushed downward. Upon arrival, they were left utterly astounded by the scene before them. The medicinal garden lay in complete disarray. Every herb, whether deliberately cultivated by Douluo or those he did not recognize, had been stripped bare. Only a few inconsequential plants remained, while the valuable ones had been ruthlessly plundered. In the face of this devastation, Douluo stood in stunned silence, and Douluo Yin, with wide green eyes, stared in disbelief. Equally flabbergasted, the herbs in this garden were treasures in her grandfather's eyes, ones she was forbidden to touch, yet now someone had audaciously stolen what he held dear. Chapter 127. The independent Douluo Yin seems quite impressive. Who is responsible for this? Douluo roared, his heart bleeding as he witnessed the complete devastation of his life's work. This was a collection of rare and precious treasures. Although he could not name many of the herbs, he understood their value. Most importantly, he relied on these herbs to conduct experiments to find a cure for both himself and Yin Yin. Douluo's fury was palpable. As the poisoned Douluo, even the imperial family of the Heaven Do Empire had to show him some respect. Yet today, he found himself in such a predicament, his cherished herb garden ransacked by another. How could he not be enraged? Douluo Yin blinked in astonishment at the pillaged garden. Amidst her anger, curiosity surged within her. She was well aware of the peculiarities of this place. Many herbs were so formidable that even her grandfather dared not approach them carelessly. How had the intruder managed such a feat? Looking around, Douluo Yin soon beheld a scene that sent chills down her spine. The eerie water pool, revered and feared even by her grandfather, was now the site of a most extraordinary sight. A remarkably young man sat cross-legged at the center of the pool, surrounded by terrifying energies of ice and fire, which he absorbed into himself at an astonishing rate. This scene left Douluo Yin utterly bewildered. She understood just how perilous this water pool was. The crimson spring water was intensely hot, while the white spring was exceedingly cold. Approaching such a place was unbearable for her, yet this young man dared to sit there, drawing in the elemental forces. How terrifying! Was this the one who had ravaged her grandfather's herb garden? Douluo Yin gazed intently at Su Ran, her eyes filled with profound curiosity, momentarily forgetting the fact that this man had stolen so many of her grandfather's precious herbs. However, as the energies of the ice and fire duality were absorbed by Su Ran and the mist dissipated, his flawless physique came into full view before Douluo Yin. Upon seeing Su Ran's striking form, her cheeks flushed crimson, her neck ablaze with embarrassment. The formidable energies around the ice and fire duality did not harm Su Ran, but they did shred his garments to tatters. Whether this was intentional on his part remained unknown. "You rogue!" Douluo Yin exclaimed, flustered. She stomped her foot in indignation and turned away, wishing to avoid Su Ran's gaze. Yet, in that moment of turning, despite her maturity, she found herself confronted with an undeniable sight that filled her with both shame and trepidation. In a state of panic, her heart raced uncontrollably as she twisted her hands together to ease her anxiety. Yet the images she had just witnessed seemed indelibly etched in her mind. Meanwhile, Su Ran continued to absorb the energy from the ice and fire duality, his consciousness attuned to the presence of Douluo and Douluo Yin. Douluo Yin is indeed lovely, even more so than I had imagined, Su Ran mused. He had initially thought that Yilingling, the most beautiful girl from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, held that title. After all, in the original narrative, Yilingling was depicted as a serene and stunning woman. The descriptions of Douluo Yin's beauty in the original text were rather sparse, leading to Su Ran's misunderstanding. At this moment, Douluo Yin, clad in fitted attire, showcased her slender and graceful figure. While her trousers hugged her form, they also appeared somewhat loose, merely hinting at her long, perfect legs. Nevertheless, the voluptuous curve of her backside, even when turned away, was still evident, its perfect fullness reminiscent of a ripe apple, causing Su Ran to steal a few more glances. Not daring to look back at Su Ran, Du Guyan faced away from him, yet she still stirred something within him. Tang San truly lacks appreciation for beauty, Su Ran thought. To overlook such exquisite maidens is beyond comprehension, especially when he remains oblivious to their allure. In the original tale, the old poison master, Du Gubo, had even contemplated betrothing Du Guyan to Tang San, only to be rejected. However, Su Ran was not like Tang San. When faced with the right opportunity, he would naturally welcome it into his harem. In the world of Douluo Continent, where power reigned supreme and martial spirits were passed down through bloodlines, having multiple wives was entirely customary. It was not uncommon to have 30 wives or even 3,000 beauties in the harem, as long as one was strong enough. Such achievements were celebrated. Of course, courting women was not paramount. The most critical task was to ensure the legacy of the immensely powerful god-slaying sword. Tang San's obliviousness had left many good women to suffer in solitude, appearing devoted while being utterly heartless. To express disinterest directly is far kinder than leaving others with lingering hope, only to face regret in their later years, Su Ran mused. Unlike Tang San, he sought to experience all the flavors of life, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. To ascertain whether a dish was delectable, one must first taste it. How could one truly know if they liked a girl by mere appearances? Human aesthetics evolve with time. What one finds unappealing today may become desirable tomorrow. Regret may come too late if one realizes a preference for a particular type after the fact. Nonetheless, Su Ran had always been quite the romantic. For him, there was only a distinction between liking, preferring, and adoring. A girl like Du Guyan was certainly not someone Su Ran would let slip away. You? Did you steal my herbs? Du Gubo's attention was drawn by Du Guyan's voice, and he immediately spotted Su Ran, who sat bare-skinned, cross-legged, absorbing the tumultuous energies of ice and fire. Surprise and suspicion filled his gaze. He was astonished by Su Ran's youth and horrified by his audacity to sit in that peculiar water pool. Even Du Gubo himself dared not approach that strange pool. The ice and fire energies were far too perilous. He had once touched the scorching waters and felt an intense heat engulf him, as if he were ablaze. Since that incident, he had kept his distance. The thought of someone like Su Ran boldly entering to cultivate was utterly unfathomable. Intriguing indeed. Yet you must pay the price for the devastation of my herb garden, Du Gubo declared, his expression darkening as 9 soul rings materialized around him, unleashing the terrifying aura of a tidal Douluo upon Su Ran. Chapter 128, Remarkable Resilience. Du Gubo's gaze fixed intently on Su Ran. The pressure of his soul, emanating from his rank 91 tidal Douluo status, appeared to have no effect on the young man before him. Could it be that this individual was a master? A grave expression crossed Du Gubo's face as he scrutinized Su Ran more carefully. What a handsome lad, and his innate talents seemed promising as well. Were it not for the grave error he had committed, he might have stood a chance of becoming my grandson-in-law, Du Gubo murmured, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards his granddaughter. In the past, Du Guyan had been fearless even in his presence, yet now she revealed a surprisingly demure side. The way her cheeks flushed as she turned away, feigning composure, elicited a chuckle from him. Had his granddaughter truly reached such an age without encountering such matters? How amusing that she would blush. Nevertheless, this young man's talent was indeed formidable, surpassing even Du Gubo's own prowess in his youth. If Du Guyan were to become involved with him, she might find herself overwhelmed. A flurry of thoughts raced through Du Gubo's mind, yet he ultimately resolved to take action against Su Ran, regardless of who or what he was. The desecration of this cherished ground and the plundering of its precious herbs warranted punishment. Humph, young man, awaken, Du Gubo bellowed, unleashing a dark green stream of soul power that surged towards Su Ran. Infused with the venom of the Bailin snake, Du Gubo's soul power posed a lethal threat. Even the slightest contact with the snake's poison could be fatal for an ordinary person. Grandfather, Du Guyan exclaimed, her heart racing as she witnessed her grandfather preparing to strike the handsome youth, but she was unable to finish her thought. Why should she concern herself with someone who had so recklessly ravaged her grandfather's treasured land? He deserved to face the consequences. Even so, a flicker of worry compelled her to glance towards Su Ran. Human emotions cannot be swayed by mere will. However, her concerns proved unwarranted. As Du Gubo's dark green stream of soul power approached within a meter of Su Ran, it dissipated into thin air, failing to even graze the young man's form. At that moment, Su Ran's tidal Douluo experience card, still active at rank 95, endowed him with godlike combat prowess, rendering even Tang Hao powerless before him. What could Douluo possibly muster? Douluo's complexion paled drastically as he grasped the reality before him. The seemingly youthful individual was, in fact, an unparalleled powerhouse. Indeed, only a being of such extraordinary strength could so effortlessly disregard him. Yin, flee. Douluo urged, his expression grave as he accelerated the flow of his soul power. Reaching the zenith of his capability, at that moment, his dark green energy enveloped him, and a massive phantom serpent materialized behind him. Grandfather, Douluo gasped. Startled by her grandfather's display, yet she understood that the man seated in the center of the pool was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse, perhaps even stronger than her grandfather. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of her typically proud grandfather, who would not so readily abandon his dignity and implore her to escape. Is he truly that strong? Douluo pondered. Momentarily dazed, but she quickly steeled herself and stood resolutely beside her grandfather. If danger truly lurked, she would not abandon him. Yin, why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Douluo urged. Anxiety etched across his face as he looked at his granddaughter, who seemed lost in thought. Grandfather, you know my character. If there were real danger, I would not leave, Douluo replied, shaking her head as she unleashed her martial spirit, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Among her peers, her cultivation was average, yet in this context, it felt woefully insufficient. What a poignant scene of familial affection. However, since you refuse to leave, it seems you are not going anywhere. A languid voice resonated through the air as Su Ran emerged from the ice and fire yin yagai, donning a flowing black robe that enveloped his bare form. Stepping forth, Su Ran released his martial spirit, and an aura far more terrifying than Douluo's surged forth, impacting both him and Douluo. Faced with this overwhelming presence, Douluo's face turned ashen, his heart churning with trepidation. What sort of formidable being had he angered this time? Such power could scarcely be found even among the pinnacle figures of the Spirit Hall. In the realm of soul masters, the strong wield everything the weak possess. Here, the might of one's fist dictated the truth. Even if Su Ran had seized his herbs and ravaged his sacred ground, he was justified in doing so. For, in the end, power is the ultimate truth. My lord, we apologize for disturbing you. Please, allow us to make amends, Douluo implored, his tone respectful. Even as a titled Douluo, the sheer terror emanating from Su Ran extinguished any thoughts of resistance. The gap in their strengths was insurmountable. If Douluo were not present, he might have resigned himself to death rather than prostrating himself before another. Yet, Douluo was still young. He could not allow her to come to harm. At this moment, Douluo's complexion had drained of color. Though the oppressive force bore down on her grandfather, the residual pressure caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. Only then did she truly grasp the terrifying power of the youthful figure before her. Spare you? Even if I were to release you, how long could you survive? Su Ran addressed Douluo, his gaze shifting to the enchanting Douluo. An elderly man pales in comparison to a vibrant young maiden. Moreover, Su Ran's eyes roamed over Douluo's form, noting her fitted high-waisted attire that revealed her smooth, flat abdomen and her curvaceous figure. He stepped closer. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air as Su Ran's hand met its mark. Soft, firm, and resilient, this was Su Ran's immediate impression. Even the bamboo girls were comparatively less appealing. Of course, this was primarily due to their youth, rendering them less developed than the nearly adult Douluo. Quite a pleasant touch, Su Ran remarked, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. How could one resist such an enticing opportunity? Chapter 129. The Visit of the Wild Goose Slave. Douluo let out a soft cry, a slight pain and tingling sensation in her lower back leaving her utterly embarrassed. Her legs felt as if they had been jolted, trembling slightly as she took a small step forward to regain her balance. She cast a glance at Su Ran, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of indignation and shyness. Despite her youthful age, she had always been quite reserved in such matters, and her grandfather forbade her from becoming too intimate with others at the academy. Although the numerous students of the Heavenly Fighting Royal Academy speculated about her relationship with Yu Tianheng, nothing had transpired between them at this point. In the original narrative, when the Shrek 7 monsters interacted with Douluo, her relationship with Yu Tianheng seemed to have progressed significantly. However, the current timeline was considerably earlier, as Su Ran had arrived at the ice and fire yin yagai a year and a half ahead of the original storyline. At this juncture, the relationship between Douluo and Yu Tianheng had evidently not yet reached such depths. While Su Ran was brazenly taking liberties with Douluo fell into a state of absent-mindedness. What had that powerful individual just said? Did he discern the poison afflicting both him and Yin Yan, leading him to believe their days were numbered? If this formidable being could see through their peril, could he not assist them in detoxifying? Douluo Bo's aged cheeks flushed with excitement. He had established this medicinal garden in search of a remedy for their poison, and now a boundless and powerful expert stood before him. Why not seek help from this esteemed figure? He raised his head to gaze at Su Ran, only to realize that the soul pressure that had once enveloped him had vanished without him noticing. The more he observed Su Ran, the more he felt that this presence was indeed an extraordinary individual. This realm was incredibly peculiar. Many herbs were too dangerous for him to dare touch. Yet Su Ran plucked them at will, completely unfazed by the enigmatic ice and fire pool. All of this was sufficient evidence of the extraordinary nature of the individual before him, surpassing anything he could have imagined. In his memory, no one could compare to this being. With a decisive movement, Douluo Bo knelt before Su Ran. What did it matter if he was a titled Douluo? At this moment, he was merely an old man afflicted by poison for many years. Beside him was his granddaughter, who had been poisoned since birth. Preserving their lives was paramount. What use was a lofty demeanor if life itself was lost? Please, great sir, guide me towards a path of salvation. If you can save both me and Yin Yan, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my days. Douluo Bo spoke with utmost reverence. At that moment, Su Ran had become his lifeline. Grandfather? What are you doing? Douluo Yin was taken aback, staring at her grandfather who had suddenly knelt. Surprised beyond words. Her grandfather had a peculiar temperament. With his pride, he would never easily bow in supplication. Had he not noticed how she had been slighted? Douluo Yin felt wronged as she rubbed her backside, still tingling from the earlier incident. Yin Yin, do not be disrespectful. You must also pay your respects to this esteemed individual, just as I do, Douluo Bo instructed. Fully aware of the slight against his granddaughter, but seeing it as a fortuitous sign. As long as this esteemed person showed interest in Yin Yan, he would ensure she would not perish young. Grandfather? Douluo Yin gazed at Douluo Bo, feeling a mix of indignation and confusion. Had her grandfather not seen her plight? Yet, she complied, though her gaze towards Su Ran was filled with a hint of grievance and an unusual sentiment. After all, it was quite a stirring experience for a young girl to kneel before a man who appeared so youthful. Moreover, she had heard that sometimes girls would adopt such postures in the evening. There is no need for servitude. I hold no interest in an old man, Su Ran replied, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the kneeling Douluo Yin. She was indeed charming, yet the idea of servitude was unnecessary. Could you possibly save Yin Yan? If you could take her in, I would be at ease knowing she would be by your side as a servant after 100 years, Douluo Bo exclaimed, sensing a flicker of hope in Su Ran's words. At over 100 years old, even if he were to be cured of his poison, he would only have a few decades left. Yin Yan, however, was still young, yet to experience the true beauty of the world. He could even depart from this life now, but only if Yin Yan were to be safe. Having been tormented by snake venom for years, he had long lost the will to live. If it were not for his concern that Yin Yan would be left alone and desolate after his passing, he would have succumbed long ago. The poison's daily torment was akin to a fate worse than death. Grandfather, what is happening? What is wrong with us? Douluo Yan's heart sank, her delicate face turning pale. She had suspected that something was amiss between her and her grandfather, and now it seemed her fears were confirmed. She had never met her parents since birth. They too might have succumbed to this affliction. In truth, we have long been poisoned to the core. Years ago, when I practiced my toxic arts, the venom permeated my very being. A regular person would have perished long ago. I have merely survived through sheer force of will. Douluo Bo lamented, his aged face etched with remorse. I do not fear for myself. It is this poison that has harmed you. Your father perished young from inheriting this venom, and you too bear its mark. Without a remedy, you may only have 2 or 3 years to live. I had hoped to let you live joyfully without burden, but now it is time for you to know the truth. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Douluo Yan's face turned ashen. Proud and strong-willed, she had never imagined that she was already afflicted by snake venom, standing on the precipice of death. The grandfather she revered was in the same dire situation. This esteemed individual can save you. His powers are boundless. He will surely rescue Yin Yan. Douluo Bo looked at Su Ran with hopeful anticipation. If even this extraordinary being could not save Douluo Yin, their chances of finding a remedy in the future would be slim. Time was not on their side. No, grandfather. I cannot bear to lose you. You cannot leave me. Douluo Yin implored. Great sir, I beseech you, save my grandfather. I am willing to give anything in return. If you save him, I shall serve you as your maid. With all her pride and shyness cast aside, Du Guyan knelt before Su Ran, grasping his leg tightly as she pleaded. Tears glistened in her eyes, for the thought of losing her only family was a burden too great to endure. Yin Yin pleads with her master, "Please save grandfather." She called Su Ran master as her voice trembled with vulnerability, enough to stir the hearts of many. Chapter 130, Upholding the Moral Bottom Line. The upright Su Ran gazed in astonishment at the kneeling Du Guyan, who clutched his calf with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Du Guyan was on her knees, her form pressing against his heels, her delicate flesh visibly indenting. The snug fit of her attire accentuated her figure, leaving Su Ran utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, the system sister expressed her dissatisfaction. With Su Ran's current prowess, he could effortlessly dispel the toxins plaguing Du Guyan and Du Gubo. Yet he chose to indulge in flirtation, displaying a flagrant disregard for propriety. "Brother, you must not acquiesce, or else she may disregard you in the future." The system sister pouted, her discontent evident. "Acquiesce? What do you mean by that?" Su Ran feigned ignorance, sensing a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Brother, do not pretend to be oblivious," the system sister said, her brows furrowing in exasperation. "You possess many admirable qualities, yet at times your shamelessness knows no bounds. Rest assured, I am well aware of my principles. You know my character. I shall not stoop to such base behaviors," Su Ran replied, despite his lecherous inclinations. He refused to descend into vulgarity. The notion of engaging in roleplay with a maid was one thing, but to genuinely treat Du Guyan as a servant would be utterly disgraceful. After all, she was humbling herself to seek his aid for her grandfather, and to reduce her to a mere maid would be beneath him. Su Ran had no intention of exploiting the vulnerable. I knew brother would not act in such a manner," the system sister remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she sensed his thoughts. Initially, she had worried he might falter, for who could resist the sight of a youthful beauty kneeling in supplication? Others might succumb to temptation, but clearly, Su Ran was not of that ilk. Master Du Guyan continued to plead, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Did she truly lack allure? After all, she was a vibrant young woman, yet his indifference left her feeling despondent. The remnants of her earlier reluctance and helplessness had now morphed entirely into a simmering resentment. As she glanced down at herself, she instinctively arched her back, accentuating her curves. Such is the nature of girls. When ignored, they question their own charm. But when met with an unabashed gaze, they are branded as objects of desire. To be a good man is indeed a formidable challenge, Su Ran mused. Very well. Rise, he commanded softly. I can alleviate your toxin without any expectation of recompense. Consider the herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire as my fee for your treatment. The value of these celestial herbs was immeasurable, surpassing even the most coveted soul bones, and their rarity only added to their worth. Though this world was governed by the strong, Su Ran felt it inappropriate to strip others of everything. Besides, Du Gubo and his granddaughter were not malevolent. Healing them posed no significant challenge for him. Is what you say true, my lord? Du Gubo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Du Guyan, however, felt a twinge of disappointment. She no longer had to serve as a maid, yet this realization brought with it an unexpected sense of loss. For the first time in her life, she felt the sting of failure. Yet, how could a man of such stature lack female companionship? With a mere beckon, he could summon the world's women to his side. Please, rise, Su Ran reiterated, assisting Du Guyan to her feet. The reason you are suffering from toxin backlash primarily stems from your toxic cultivation. Years of refining poison have merged it with your very being. Although your soul power can manage and suppress it, the toxins have become an integral part of you, thus inflicting significant harm. To preserve the toxins while preventing them from causing you damage, you must find a host for them. Therefore, we shall channel the toxins into your soul bone, resolving the issue at hand, Su Ran explained directly. I understand now. Du Gubo's eyes brightened at Su Ran's insight. Yet his brow soon furrowed with concern. The poisons had fused with his flesh. Forcing them into his soul bone would be a delicate endeavor, fraught with peril that could lead to catastrophic consequences if not executed flawlessly. Su Ran perceived Du Gubo's apprehension. Calm yourself. I will assist you in guiding the majority of the toxins to your skull. The remainder you can address at your leisure, he assured, a formidable energy enveloping Du Gubo. Strangely, this energy brought him comfort rather than discomfort. Sensing this, Du Gubo surrendered his body, even opening his mental sea to Su Ran. If Su Ran intended to act against him, he knew there would be no escape for him or Yin Yin. Thus, he felt no need for wariness. Moments later, he marveled at his body's transformation. Countless azure-scaled serpent toxins, which he had long feared, obediently flowed toward his skull under Su Ran's guidance. Douluo understood that Su Ran was not well versed in the art of poison. His prowess in this endeavor stemmed solely from his overwhelming strength. What incredible power must one possess to achieve such a feat? Douluo, a titled Douluo, felt as insignificant as a child before this formidable figure. This realization left him both awestruck and humbled. He had spent a century striving to reach Douluo status, yet in the presence of this extraordinary individual, he felt utterly insignificant. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunate indeed was he that he had merely tested the waters with this formidable being and had not truly provoked him. Otherwise, both he and Yin Yin would surely meet their demise by dawn. Chapter 131, The Mission Resumes, Tianshui Academy. After a period of time, Su Ran had successfully extracted the majority of the snake venom from Douluo, concentrating it at his skull. Douluo's skull was derived from the Serpent King Medusa, representing his most formidable soul bone. It is important to note that this Medusa bears no resemblance to the one from Douluo in the Douluo Continent. Medusa refers to a powerful and elite soul beast of the serpent lineage. Thank you, my lord. I shall never forget your life-saving grace, Douluo expressed, overwhelmed with emotion as he felt his body becoming exceedingly light and comfortable. Previously, he had suffered from venom attacks each night, enduring unbearable pain throughout his body, a sensation he would no longer have to endure. Kneeling on one knee, Douluo paid his respects to Su Ran. Although this gesture was merely a single knee bent, it signified a profound change in his attitude towards Su Ran, acknowledging his submission. Su Ran had saved his life, and with his remarkable strength, Douluo was eager to remain by his side. There is no need for such formalities. Rise, Su Ran replied nonchalantly. Yes, my lord. Douluo nodded and positioned himself respectfully behind Su Ran, embodying a demeanor that spoke volumes. My lord, does Yin Yin also require such an antidote? Douluo inquired. Indeed. Prepare a soul bone for her, and when I return next time, I shall assist in her detoxification. Ensure it is fresh, Su Ran instructed. While he possessed soul bones, they were all extracted from Tang Hao, and Su Ran, being fastidious, could not bear to provide his woman with something tainted by masculine essence. Understood, Douluo responded. As a titled Douluo, acquiring a soul bone was not a daunting task for him. In fact, he had already prepared a suitable serpent-type soul bone for Yin Yin. However, my lord, are you departing? Douluo could not help but ask. Yes, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. But we shall meet again, Su Ran affirmed. After all, his current power stemmed from a time-limited experience card. Having accomplished much today confronting Tang Hao, visiting the ice and fire yin-yang well, and detoxifying Douluo, he was acutely aware that his experience card was on the verge of expiration, compelling him to depart. At that moment, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had he known the card's duration was so limited, he would not have wasted time with prolonged discussions. You're leaving? Douluo suddenly asked, her voice tinged with unexpected disappointment. It was not merely the fact that her venom could not be cured at present, but rather a strange sentiment that stirred within her. What's the matter? Do you find it hard to part with me? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, playfully wrapping his arms around the delicate waist of the young lady, experiencing the smooth yet elastic sensation of her form. Su Ran's finger rested lightly on her petite navel. Who would miss you? You're nothing to me, Douluo retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson as she felt Su Ran's audacious touch, her heart racing uncontrollably. With the title Douluo for a grandfather, no one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner, yet Su Ran's every action ignited a peculiar feeling within her. Next time, remember to dress warmly. It's not good for your health, Su Ran advised. Perhaps due to her serpent martial spirit, Douluo's waist and hips appeared increasingly appealing to him. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention, but he found her increasingly captivating. Upon hearing Su Ran's concern, Douluo fell silent, responding softly. She stole a glance at Su Ran, his striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, combined with an otherworldly aura, made her heart flutter. I shall take my leave now. After speaking, Su Ran did not tarry, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away into the distance. Hey, you haven't told me your name yet. Douluo suddenly recalled something and called out to the horizon. Su Ran, he replied languidly. Su Ran. Isn't that the name of the newly appointed Marquis from the Xinglua Empire? The Destiny Marquis Su Ran, Douluo thought, startled. Recently, a young man from the Zhu family had been conferred a title in the Xinglua Empire, causing quite a stir. Thus, Su Ran's name had become quite renowned. In the Tiando Empire, Su Ran's name frequently graced the lips of various nobles and officials. Douluo had heard of him a few times from Prince Xuexing. Though he typically did not concern himself with political affairs, he had noted that this young marquis was recognized for his extraordinary talent. A prodigy. Awarded nobility before fully maturing into a formidable figure. This could only indicate that the royal family was certain he would rise to prominence on the continent. Otherwise, they would not take such a significant risk in backing a young man. Is this esteemed individual truly the legendary Destiny Marquis? No wonder he appears so youthful. And it is no surprise the royal family bestows such high honors upon him. Grandfather, what is the Destiny Marquis? At this moment, while Su Ran's reputation soared in the Xinghua Empire, his deeds had yet to spread in the Tiando Empire, leaving Dugu Yin unaware. The Destiny Marquis. Host brother. Only 10 minutes remain until the experience card expires. Please find a secure location to prepare, the system gently reminded. Prepare for what? During the week period? Su Ran inquired. Apprehensively. Although the experience card had significantly enhanced his power, temporarily augmenting his soul force, this was all contingent upon his current soul master body. Once the enhancement faded, his expanded meridians would retract, and he would feel discomfort in his muscles. The system explained, the experience card acts as a secret method for enhancement, which naturally entails repercussions. Why was there no adverse effect last time? Su Ran recalled his previous experience with the Qilin card. At that time, you had transformed into a human shape, thus avoiding the negative influences of the Qilin form. You can also switch back to the Qilin form now, which would prevent any adverse effects from the human form. Perhaps it is best to avoid that. Su Ran shook his head. Transforming into a soul beast in the human world was a perilous endeavor. Nevertheless, even if he faced backlash, Su Ran remained unconcerned for his safety, as he could revert to his soul beast form at will. With several thousand skill points at his disposal, he felt secure. Su Ran surveyed his surroundings, keenly attuned to any disturbances. Ding. Mission initiated. Catch Shui Binger and become the first male instructor in Tianshui Academy's history. Ding. The Academy's Dean, Shui Miao, returns to the Academy with the Tianshui Academy battle team. They had previously challenged the Qihua Academy team but were unsuccessful. Ding. Mission rewards. 1,000 skill points and 5 pieces of eternal ice marrow. The system's voice carried a playful tone, suggesting that Su Ran could recuperate at Tianshui Academy during his period of weakness. After all, the academy was filled with girls, and many of them were stunning beauties. Chapter 132, The Ladies' Panic. What level of power is this? Tianshui Academy? Su Ran's eyes brightened. He was certainly familiar with Tianshui Academy, a prestigious soul master institution among the 5 elemental academies. Among these, Tianshui Academy's admission requirements were the most stringent. One must possess a water attribute martial soul, along with additional stipulations. Firstly, they only accepted female students. Secondly, only those of exceptional beauty were admitted. Such conditions rendered the academy's students the center of attention wherever they went. The 7 selected for the Tianshui Academy battle team were veritable paragons of grace and beauty. Currently, the most renowned figure from Tianshui Academy was Shui Binger, who possessed an Ice Phoenix martial soul. Her talents and looks were unparalleled. Alongside her were Shui Wu, who had a martial soul fusion technique with Shui Binger, and her sister, Shui Yuer. Su Ran's gaze drifted into the distance, where he soon spotted the leading figure, a beautiful woman clad in a blue and gold robe. In her prime, she appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, her loose attire failing to conceal her captivating presence. Her features remained striking, as time had not diminished her beauty, but rather imbued her with a unique charm that spoke of maturity and grace. This must be Shui Miao, the principal of Tianshui Academy. As Su Ran's attention shifted to the 7 girls behind Shui Miao, he felt a surge of admiration. At the forefront was the battle team captain, Shui Binger, who seemed to be of a similar age to Dugu Yin, standing around 165 meters tall. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, neither overly voluptuous nor excessively slender. Her flowing water blue hair cascaded down her back, and her refined features exuded a quiet wisdom that compelled Su Ran to steal a few more glances. The second-ranked member and vice-captain of the Tianshui team was Shui Wu, who wielded an auxiliary ice martial soul. She could perform the martial soul fusion technique Falling Snow with Shui Binger. Shui Wu had sleek black hair and a figure that appeared slightly more developed than Shui Binger's, even in her blue school uniform, which could not disguise her youthful allure. The last member of Tianshui Academy was Shui Binger's half-sister, Shui Yuer. With short, dark green hair, she looked the youngest among the 7. Her charming face still bearing a hint of childishness. Su Ran cast a quick glance at the distinguished ladies of Tianshui Academy, instantly gaining some insight into each of them. It was time for him to infiltrate the academy during his vulnerable period. Su Ran muttered to himself. Unfortunately, Tianshui Academy was heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult for males to gain entry. How could he complete his mission or become a teacher at Tianshui Academy if he couldn't get in? After pondering for a moment, he grasped the god-slaying sword, channeling his soul power into it. The sword erupted with an overwhelming radiance, sending a dark blade of energy soaring into the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, scattering the clouds above, while flashes of lightning danced amidst the swirling sword light, creating an unsettling aura. This terrifying spectacle immediately captured the attention of the girls from Tianshui Academy. The young ladies, sensing this overwhelming energy, turned pale. At their current level of soul respect, they had never witnessed such a fearsome sight. Even among the strong of the Shui family, this was beyond anything they had encountered. Shui Miao's complexion shifted dramatically. Only she understood the magnitude of the force responsible for such a phenomenon. The ability to provoke such a terrifying celestial disturbance indicated a power that even a typical titled Douluo would not possess. Principal, what is happening? The normally composed Shui Binger could not maintain her calm in the face of such a terrifying scene. Despite her usual poise, she was still just a girl and felt a creeping dread. Her intuition told her that if that formidable being wished to harm them, it would be as simple as a mere thought. There may be a powerful being in seclusion here. Let us refrain from making any rash movements, lest we disturb this esteemed presence, Shui Miao advised, her voice trembling slightly, her body quivering in response to the overwhelming energy. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds courage. Shui Binger and her companions, still at the level of soul respect, had not fully grasped the terrifying capabilities of the continent's powerhouses, and thus their fear was somewhat mitigated. However, Shui Miao, as the principal of Tianshui Academy, had undoubtedly encountered titled Douluo before. It was precisely this experience that made her realize the insignificance of even the strongest titled Douluo in the face of such an aura. Although Shui Miao did not explicitly state it, the perceptive Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and the other astute girls sensed the underlying tension. They could not help but feel anxious. If even the principal was unsettled, how could they remain calm? Principal, is this sequestered powerhouse truly that formidable? Shui Wu, with her long black hair cascading down her back, could not help but inquire. She struggled to comprehend what kind of entity could induce such alarm in the principal. It shouldn't be possible. Even a titled Douluo should not be able to frighten the principal to this extent. The 7 girls of the Tianshui battle team turned their gazes toward Shui Miao, realizing the gravity of the situation, and their hearts raced with trepidation. Although they were all prodigies, they were still young girls who had yet to witness the true scale of power. I cannot ascertain the true strength of this being, but the titled Douluo I have encountered pale in comparison to this presence, Shui Miao replied, her gaze fixed on the horizon. She recognized that this was a peerless powerhouse with a sword martial soul, his strength far surpassing that of the sword Douluo from the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Finished? Someone more terrifying than a titled Douluo? What level of power is that? With Shui Miao's revelation, the young ladies grew even more flustered. Amidst their fear, curiosity began to blossom. Was this transcendent being a pinnacle titled Douluo or something beyond? In contrast to the others' panic, Shui Wei felt a surge of curiosity and admiration. A rosy hue graced her youthful face, and her eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Being young, she was prone to flights of fancy, naturally fantasizing about engaging in a grand romance with an infinitely powerful young man. Little girl, when did you become such a lovesick dreamer? We might not even survive this, chided a red-haired girl beside Shui Wei. Such youthful innocence. What do you know? Shui Wei pouted, her gaze still fixed on the horizon, her spirit undiminished. Chapter 133. Is that young man a sovereign? Shui Bingo gazed at her sister, who was lost in admiration, her hands pressed against her forehead, at a loss for words. Given the formidable strength of that sovereign, it was highly improbable that he was anything less than a centenarian elder. He could not possibly be as simple as her sister imagined. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent, recognizing that young girls often succumb to fanciful notions. Having heard countless tales of charming princes, it was only natural for her sister to indulge in such fantasies when faced with certain situations. Yet, Shui Binger forgot that she herself was still a young girl. In the Tianshui battle team, she was among the younger members, but her exceptional abilities placed her at the forefront among the 7 girls. Over the years, Shui Bingo had grown accustomed to the role of the older sister within the Tianshui battle team, overseeing myriad matters, with all members being girls. She even had to consider their physiological issues during training. The presence of 7 girls meant that the sin of blood was almost a constant during their monthly training sessions. Being the captain, she had to manage more responsibilities than her peers, leading her to mature far beyond other girls her age. After several minutes, the terrifying cosmic phenomenon gradually receded. The girls, relieved by the dissipating aura, breathed a collective sigh of relief. After all, the feeling of being perpetually suppressed was truly unbearable. Although the oppressive presence was not aimed specifically at them, it still evoked an indescribable fear. All right, let us depart. Everyone, mind your actions and do not disturb the sovereign. Shui Miao said, casting a wary glance toward the recently subdued aura. The being they were dealing with was not someone they could provoke. If they angered that sovereign, the entirety of Tianshui Academy would not suffice to quell his wrath. Indeed, the girls chorused in unison, their voices tinged with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Even without Shui Miao's warning, they dared not act out of line. Not good, Yuer is missing. Suddenly, a girl with long, fiery red hair exclaimed in alarm. Yuer is being reckless, daring to disturb the elder. Is she out of her mind? The other girls echoed her shock, having noticed Shui Wei heading towards Su Ran. Dean, I must leave the team. I will fetch Yuer back, Shui Binger said anxiously upon witnessing the situation. Before Shui Miao could respond, she rushed away. Shui Yueo was her sister, and if she were in danger, it was impossible for her to remain calm. Binger, come back. Shui Miao's expression shifted, and she reached out a hand, but it hovered in the air, knowing that Binger's determination would not easily waver. Moreover, with Yuer already in motion, as the dean of Tianshui Academy, she could not simply abandon Shui's Wei. Dean, the 7 members of the Tianshui battle team had trained together for many years, forming deep bonds. They had even jokingly vowed that should they ever marry, they would only marry one person, ensuring they would never part from one another. Though it had been said in jest, it underscored the strength of their camaraderie. Seeing Shui Binger and Shui Yuer walk into danger, they could not merely stand by and watch. That was not their way. Very well, let us go together. The sovereign should not hold it against us, Shui Miao decided after a moment's hesitation. Those who had reached the title of Douluo often possessed unpredictable tempers, some being quite malevolent. Given that they were all young girls, she hesitated. However, the situation had reached a critical point. If Yuer or Bingo had indeed provoked that being, they too would not escape unscathed. In such a case, it would be better to approach the elder openly. Shui Miao led the girls in pursuit of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, enveloping themselves in soul power to minimize noise as they ran swiftly. How terrifying! As the group from Tianshui Academy approached the site of the earlier phenomenon, they were struck by the scene before them. A gaping chasm, nearly 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters deep, marred the once flat ground, resembling a grotesque wound upon the earth. Clearly, this was the mark left by that sovereign. This is utterly horrifying. The ground has been cleaved open for such a distance. Is this something achievable by human effort? Had they been told of such a feat before, they would never have believed it. Despite their commendable talents, most would consider it an achievement to merely break through to the rank of Soul Douluo. Only Shui Binger and Shui Wu possess the potential to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. In their understanding, no soul master, no matter how powerful, could reach such a level of destruction. The sovereign in question could likely obliterate an entire city with ease. Do not speak. Stay behind me, Shui Miao commanded, her demeanor increasingly respectful. The sovereign, wielding a sword spirit, was far more formidable than she had anticipated. She recognized that the terrifying chasm was the result of a single strike from him. Such power in one stroke. The sovereign's strength surpassed even that of a sword Douluo, possibly being a peerless cultivator at level 99 or beyond the threshold of title Douluo. Following the fissure in the ground, they eventually came upon a remarkably youthful man clad in a black robe. He lay on the ground, a pitch-black longsword in his hand, his brow furrowed as though enduring great pain. Witnessing this sight, all members of Tianshui Academy, including Shui Miao, lost their composure. They had envisioned the appearance of the supreme sovereign countless times, but had never anticipated that he would be such a young man. His youthful features appeared even more youthful than theirs. The handsome visage, juxtaposed with the previously overwhelming aura, created a distinct charm in the figure of Su Ran lying on the ground. For an extraordinarily young and unparalleled powerhouse, it was impossible for any girl to remain indifferent. So this is what he looks like? Shui Yuer exclaimed, her excitement evident as she stepped forward. As she spoke, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Yet she unabashedly expressed her fascination with the young man before her, her bright eyes fixated on him. "Dean, what shall we do now?" Shui Bing'er inquired. The sovereign appeared to be injured and unconscious. "Let us take him back to the academy for healing," Shui Miao replied decisively. She understood that such powerful sovereigns could maintain their youthful forms, and thus would not underestimate Su Ran due to his appearance. Chapter 134. Shui Weir's thoughts. Very well. Shui Bing'er nodded, casting a glance at Su Ran, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Her heart stirred with curiosity. She pondered why that supreme figure appeared so youthful, but it was evident that this was not the moment for such inquiries. Approaching Su Ran, she gently rested her hands upon his shoulders, attempting to lift him. However, upon her touch, Su Ran involuntarily furrowed his brow. At this moment, Su Ran was not merely feigning. He had truly fainted, and it was the pain that had rendered him so. It felt similar to the soreness that follows intense exercise. Once his strength had ebbed, his entire body felt as if it had disassembled. While other discomforts were manageable, the pain in his meridians was unbearable. Of course, Su Ran had also reaped numerous benefits. The experience card had forcibly broadened his meridians significantly. Meridians are the conduits for soul power, and this alteration would simplify his future cultivation immensely. Yet, these advantages were matters for the future, while he presently faced the aftereffects of his brief enhancement. "Sister, what are you doing? You're hurting him," Shui Yuer exclaimed with some dissatisfaction, observing Su Ran's slightly furrowed brow. "Bing'er, perhaps you should take over?" Shui Bing'er shot a glance at her sister in exasperation, discontent with Shui Yuer's demeanor. They had only just met, exchanged no words. And already she was acting this way. What would follow? Furthermore, it was likely that this esteemed figure would not harbor any interest in a mere young girl. Her affections would be unreciprocated. All right. Shui Yuer nodded eagerly, taking Su Ran from Shui Bing'er's grasp, carefully tending to his form. As her delicate hands brushed against Su Ran's robust, virile muscles, her heart fluttered uncontrollably, her emotions akin to a startled fawn. As she hoisted Su Ran onto her back, the sudden weight nearly caused her to stumble. While Su Ran was not overly heavy, his height and weight were indeed a considerable burden for a girl, especially given that he towered over Shui Yuer by at least a head or two. She naturally found it somewhat taxing. "I can't manage this alone," she lamented after a struggle, her youthful face scrunched up in dismay, evoking no ire from onlookers. Ultimately, with no other option, they had to call upon the tallest among them, Shui Wu, to carry Su Ran. Shui Wu epitomized the quintessential beauty of Douluo Continent. With her tall stature, cascading black hair, and perfectly curved figure, had she not been an auxiliary soul master, she might have outshone Shui Bing'er in popularity. At Tianshui Academy, for 3 consecutive days, Su Ran remained in a state of unconsciousness. Under the warning of Shui Miao, the 7 girls of the Tianshui battle team had prudently kept their lips sealed regarding Su Ran's circumstances, even though they yearned to share the astonishing events they had encountered. They understood the importance of discretion and thus refrained from spreading rumors. During their daily training, they would often visit Su Ran. As the days passed, the fear they initially felt towards him diminished significantly. No matter how formidable Su Ran had been, he was now merely an unconscious patient. In a tranquil bamboo grove within Tianshui Academy, there stood an exquisitely elegant cottage. Inside, Shui Bing'er, adorned in a light blue gown, sat at Su Ran's bedside. Resting her chin in her hands, her eyes fixed upon him without blinking. Her dormitory with Shui Yuer was not far from here. Originally, Director Shui Miao had intended to take Su Ran back to the Shui family for proper care, but upon Shui Yuer's earnest request, he was settled here, under the attentive care of the Shui sisters and the other members of the Tianshui battle team. Sighing, Shui Bing'er mused, "Is he truly as old as the director suggests? Yet, somehow, it feels otherwise." She gazed curiously at Su Ran, her voice barely above a whisper. Director Shui Miao mentioned that this supreme figure might be an ancient being, one who has lived for centuries, capable of retaining their youthful appearance. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it isn't so. On a deeper level, she hoped that Su Ran was not an aged monster. After all, during these days of feeding him, she had already given him her first kiss. While they understood the inevitability of their situation, saving an immensely powerful entity might mean that Tianshui Academy would gain a guardian. It was all worth the sacrifice. As long as they could rescue this esteemed figure, she would willingly give not just her first kiss, but anything else he might require. However, even with this understanding, her mind would wander. No woman is indifferent to her first kiss, especially not a young girl. "Sister, the medicinal porridge is ready," It's your turn today? Shui Yuer exclaimed, clad in a pure white mini-skirt, her movements causing the hem to sway, revealing glimpses of her smooth, fair thighs, an enchanting sight. At Tianshui Academy, where all were girls, Shui Yuer's attire was unrestrained, showing little concern for modesty. Balancing a bowl of prepared medicinal porridge in her hands, she hurried to the bedside, placing it on the nightstand. Shui Yuer blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at her sister. Feeling the weight of her sister's gaze, Shui Binger blushed slightly, her cheeks tinged pink. You should go outside. Oh. Shui Yuer pouted but complied, turning to leave while saying, what's so embarrassing? I'm not as shy as you. We could just marry him together, and that would solve everything. Shui Yuer, ever bold, perceived matters swiftly. In contrast to Shui Binger's hesitance, she felt there was nothing to fret about. Such was her nature. Once she had identified what she desired, she pursued it with unreserved vigor. The moment she laid eyes on Su Ran, her heart had been captivated. Previously, when she sensed that overwhelming aura, she had merely fantasized about whether that powerful being might be a strikingly handsome youth. But upon witnessing Su Ran's true form, her fantasies materialized, leaving a profound impact on her heart. Though director Shui Miao had mentioned that this individual might be an ancient elder, what did that matter? Age should not bind love. She was enamored with a powerful being, one standing atop the world. Her perspective on love was simple. If she liked someone, she would disregard everything else. In fact, these past few days, she had sought something special to solidify her bond with him. Chapter 135. The Kiss of Shui Binger after Shui Yuer departed. The blush on Shui Binger's face faded slightly, yet her heart continued to race uncontrollably. Over the past few days, it was not her first time feeding him, but each instance when their lips met sent a distinct thrill coursing through her. Memories of childhood tales flooded her mind, stories where a prince would kiss a sleeping princess, and they would live happily ever after. Was she now kissing a prince? As myriad thoughts flitted through her mind, Shui Binger's fingers inadvertently brushed against Su Ran's face. The firmness of his physique contrasted with her own, and the sharpness of his cheekbones and taut skin ignited a special flutter within her. Her heart raced, prompting her to withdraw her hand hastily. Oh, Shui Binger, how could you, the most talented genius of Tianshui Academy, act like those infatuated girls? She chastised herself inwardly. There was an unsettling feeling within her. She often heard her teachers speak of unscrupulous men who would seduce young women, taking advantage of their vulnerability while they were unconscious. What, then, did that make her? And then there was Yuer, who had been utterly reckless in recent days. If this supreme being were to awaken and Yuer continued to show him such disrespect, would it not invite disaster? As these thoughts occupied her mind, she took a considerable time to clear her head. Although she understood the immense power concealed within the black-robed man lying in bed, she felt no fear. Her feminine intuition assured her that he was not a villain. Once the medicinal porridge had cooled slightly, Shui Binger held the bowl, gently sipping a spoonful. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Su Ran, a complex emotion flickering across her face, before she leaned in to kiss him, transferring the porridge from her mouth to his. In recent days, this was the only way she and Yuer could ensure that the unconscious Su Ran consumed nourishment. After all, how could they force open his mouth to feed him? Yet, despite this unconventional method, neither of them bore any resentment. Su Ran's appearance was one of the finest on Douluo Continent, and his strength was unparalleled. To share such intimate moments with someone of his caliber was a blessing few could ever experience. Even Shui Binger, who was not as infatuated as Shui Yuer, felt a sense of shyness rather than complaints. As for Shui Yuer, she welcomed the opportunity with open arms. Typically, Shui Binger would only linger in Su Ran's room for half an hour at most, choosing to leave for the sake of propriety. In contrast, Shui Yuer would remain for an extended period, testing Shui Binger's patience. Even if she is smitten, she cannot stay in his room indefinitely, she thought. After all, he was currently in a state of unconsciousness. Remaining alone in his quarters seemed inappropriate. On several occasions, when other members of the Tianshui team came to visit, they caught a glimpse of Shui Yuer hurriedly exiting the room, her face flushed and breathless. There were even instances where she had straddled Su Ran, lifting his blanket to feed him. Such unusual behavior left Shui Binger increasingly concerned. Su Ran slowly awakened, a slight pain radiating throughout his body, prompting him to furrow his brow. However, this discomfort was trivial compared to the agony he had experienced when his powers first waned. Although he still felt some pain, it had little impact on him now. As his consciousness gradually returned, his senses sharpened. He noticed a soft, fragrant substance on his lips. accompanied by a sweet taste flowing into his mouth. What is this? Su Ran remained impassive, using his mental energy to probe the surroundings. He soon discovered Shui Binger, blushing as she leaned in to kiss him. At that moment, she appeared stunningly beautiful, her demeanor now imbued with a youthful shyness that captivated him. Goodness, I never expected to have such fortune. Su Ran mused inwardly, for few could claim the privilege of receiving a beautiful maiden's kiss, let alone someone as enchanting as Shui Binger. Perhaps misfortune could indeed be a hidden blessing. If such indulgence were to continue, he could afford to linger in this state a little longer. Fortunately, he was well versed in the art of courtship. Before the expiration of his power experience card, he had displayed his skills extensively. Otherwise, he knew that his progress with Shui Binger would not have advanced so swiftly. He could easily deduce that the members of Tian Shui Academy regarded him as a transcendent powerhouse. Otherwise, they would not bestow upon him such treatment. It was precisely because they believed him to be an extraordinary being that Shui Binger would sacrifice her first kiss. Shui Binger was not the type to give herself away lightly. Perhaps she was willing to make such a sacrifice in hopes of forging a connection with a formidable ally for the Shui family. Among the families of Douluo Continent, aside from the Spirit Hall, the three great sects, the City of Slaughter, and Sea God Island, only a few solitary titled Douluos existed. While the Shui family held some renown, they lacked a titled Douluo, with their strongest members only possessing the cultivation of a sole Douluo. Thus, for the Shui family, winning over Su Ran represented a lucrative opportunity. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Su Ran was far from an extraordinary powerhouse. However, given his talent, it was merely a matter of time before he became one. Thus, Su Ran leisurely savored Shui Binger's kiss. The softness of her lips and the delicate fragrance emanating from her body ignited a fervor within him. Sensing that the porridge in Shui Binger's bowl was nearly depleted, he gradually opened his eyes. Shui Binger, with the porridge still in her mouth, leaned closer to Su Ran. At that moment, their faces were mere centimeters apart. Su Ran suddenly opened his deep, dark eyes, leaving Shui Binger momentarily frozen, unable to move. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, and in an instant, her face flushed crimson, appearing as if it could bleed from the heat. Ah! Shui Binger let out a sudden scream, leaping to her feet at the head of the bed. The porridge in her mouth sprayed across Su Ran's face, and the bowl she held slipped from her grasp, splattering warm porridge onto Su Ran's waist, leaving him feeling sticky and somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 136. What exactly did Shui Binger do to him? Su Ran's gaze was fixed intently on Shui Binger. Was this girl truly that embarrassed? Was it merely a kiss? What was there to feel shy about? During his period of unconsciousness, they must have caused him considerable trouble. Initially, he had not paid much attention, as he had just awoken to find a stunning beauty feeding him medicinal porridge mouth to mouth. Naturally, his focus had been elsewhere. However, after a moment's reflection, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. All of this could only indicate that he had undoubtedly been, but certainly not by Shui Binger. After much contemplation, he concluded that it could only be the audacious girl Shui Binger from the Tian Shui battle team. Aside from her, it was unlikely that anyone else would engage in such behavior. This girl, Su Ran muttered to himself, uncertain of what Shui Binger had truly done to him. He was equally oblivious to whether this bold girl had utilized her hands or something else. System miss, do you know? Su Ran suddenly inquired. Although he had been unconscious and unaware of what transpired, the system miss must have known. Wretched host, only asking me such questions, I do not know. The system miss replied, blushing with embarrassment as she shot Su Ran a glance before turning her head away in silence. She, too, recalled that scene, baffled by how a young girl like Shui Binger could possess such knowledge, yet she had indeed learned some new insights from her. Su Ran pondered in silence, but his prolonged silence was perceived by Shui Binger as the calm before the storm. I, Shui Binger of Tian Shui Academy, did not intend to be disrespectful to you. Esteemed senior, I hope for your forgiveness, Shui Binger said as she suddenly knelt upon the ground, her face reflecting a hint of panic. Yet she forced herself to maintain her composure. She raised her head to gaze at Su Ran's face, which had been splattered with porridge, and the portions of his attire that had been stained, wishing fervently for a hole to hide within. Shui Binger was the pride of Tian Shui Academy, the eldest sister of the Tian Shui battle team. Her upbringing and responsibilities had instilled in her a profound sense of decorum. She had never before found herself in such an embarrassing predicament. Not only had she been caught feeding this esteemed individual mouth to mouth, but she had also drenched his attire with porridge. What would she do if he were to become enraged? Rise, Su Ran said, shaking his head. His experience card had expired. He was no longer a mere esteemed figure. I am Su Ran. You may simply address me by my name, he stated directly. Lord Su Ran, Shui Binger noted, relieved that he did not seem inclined to express anger as she had anticipated. He appeared quite gentle instead. Lord Su Ran. I apologize for the state I have caused you to be in, she said, picking up a blue handkerchief to wipe his face. Shui Binger's movements were delicate, her cautious demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Su Ran. Clearly, she still held great reverence for his status. Not only she, but everyone present that day, including Shui Miao and the other 6 girls of the Tian Shui battle team, regarded Su Ran with profound respect. The shocking events of that day had left an indelible mark on their memories. Prior to that day, even a titled Douluo would not have seemed overwhelmingly powerful in their eyes. However, after witnessing Su Ran's might, they came to understand the true strength of the continent's top spirit masters. The sight of a single sword strike creating a terrifying chasm stretching for thousands of meters held extraordinary significance for these young talents, still sheltered within their ivory tower. Beyond their innate fear of the strong, they held a deep admiration for Su Ran. Every spirit master looks up to those more powerful than themselves, especially considering Su Ran's status as an unparalleled sage in their eyes. Gradually, Shui Bingo managed to clean much of the medicinal porridge from Su Ran's face, neck, and chest. But a flicker of hesitation lingered in her gaze. It seemed did that place also require her attention? A blush crossed Shui Bingo's cheeks. Despite the necessity of facilitating Su Ran's nourishment, the intimacy of their lip-to-lip exchange weighed on her mind. Su Ran, noticing her reluctance, spoke directly. Prepare some warm water for me. I wish to bathe. It would not be amusing to frighten Shui Binger with such a request. Moreover, he genuinely needed a bath after lying in bed for so long. A hot soak would be quite refreshing. Oh, very well. I shall attend to it immediately. Shui Binger replied, momentarily taken aback, but her gratitude towards Su Ran had increased significantly. She had heard tales of ancient practitioners who, due to years of cultivation, harbored dark emotions and developed peculiar habits. If a young girl could cater to them, it would surely bring them great joy. Fortunately, Lord Su Ran was not such a person. Shortly thereafter, Shui Binger prepared the water and tested its temperature before making her way to the headmaster's office. The news of Su Ran's awakening was something that must be conveyed to the headmaster and her aunt, Shui Miao, at the earliest opportunity. For days, her aunt had been deeply concerned about Su Ran. Although she had not voiced her worries, she had visited him 2 or 3 times daily. As the current head of Tian Shui Academy, Shui Miao had much to consider. The worth that a supremely powerful being could bring to Tian Shui Academy or the Shui family was immeasurable. Such a formidable individual could bestow immense benefits with just a casual gesture. Thus, she was determined to win Su Ran over. At that moment, Shui Miao donned a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her stunning figure, leaving little to the imagination. Her voluptuous form could captivate anyone's soul. With her blue hair cascading over her shoulders, she sat on the black desk in her office, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. The door creaked open, and Shui Binger quickly entered, greeting her warmly. Aunt Shui Miao, being a direct descendant of the Shui family, was on the same familial level as Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. In the absence of outsiders, Shui Binger naturally addressed her aunt according to their familial ties. Chapter 137. A conversation between aunt and niece. How did you come here, Binger? Shui Miao asked with a smile as she watched Shui Binger enter through the door. The subtle charm of her mature demeanor was evident. She looked at Shui Binger with a sense of pride. For Shui Binger was the most outstanding talent in the Shui family today, and the most gifted descendant in nearly a century. With the Ice Phoenix martial spirit and innate soul power at level 9, Shui Binger had the potential to become the first in the Shui family to break through to the title Douluo rank. The Shui family had never produced a title Douluo before, and Shui Binger had a chance to be the first. The resources of the Shui family could not compare to those of the Spirit Hall in the top 3 sections. Even though Shui Binger was exceptionally gifted, they could not guarantee her breakthrough to title Douluo. However, with the assistance of that esteemed individual, her chances of success would increase significantly. Thus, over the past few days, Shui Miao refrained from inviting that esteemed individual to the Shui family, considering the potential benefits that could arise if Shui Binger established a good rapport with him. And Lord Su Ran has awakened, Shui Binger stated directly. What? That esteemed person has awakened? Shui Miao exclaimed, rising from the table in excitement. Her emotions were stirred. She was not only the principal of the Tianshui Academy, but also the current head of the Shui family. The powerful forces of Douluo Continent generally had a formidable family backing them, and behind Tianshui Academy was the Shui family, known for its lineage of ice phoenix martial spirits. What is that esteemed person's temperament like? Shui Miao grasped Shui Bingou's hand, her concern evident. She worried that if the esteemed individual possessed a peculiar temperament and did not reciprocate their goodwill, her desire for his assistance would be in vain. Lord Su Ran is quite agreeable, Shui Bingou blushed, recalling the awkward scene from when Su Ran first awoke. However, her impression of Su Ran was distinctly positive. In her mind, beings of such great power were typically imposing figures, yet Su Ran emanated a refined elegance, leaving her with a feeling akin to a gentle spring breeze. Aunt, is Lord Su Ran truly an ancient being? Shui Bingou pondered, momentarily lost in thought before abruptly asking, realizing her words might be easily misinterpreted. She lowered her exquisite face and glanced at her fair legs, partially visible beneath her long skirt. What are you saying, Bingou? Shui Miao chuckled, teasing her. Shui Bingou had always carried herself with the poise of a mature adult, shouldering the heavy expectations of her family from a young age. Thus, it was rare for Shui Miao to witness her exhibit such a youthful demeanor. Bingou and Yuer were both prodigies of the Shui family. And although Bingou was not significantly older than Yuer, the burden she bore precluded her from living as carefree as her sister. As the most talented individual in the Shui family, she represented their hopes. Should she succeed in breaking through to title Douluo, the Shui family would secure a prominent position on the continent. Aunt, you speak nonsense, Shui Bingou exclaimed, her face reddening further. At this moment, she felt a heat on her cheeks. She did not harbor any particularly deep feelings for Su Ran. Unlike Yuer, who could easily swoon over someone's appearance and strength, Shui Bingou felt conflicted, having given her first kiss to him under the circumstances of caring for such a powerful guest. For a girl, the first kiss and first night should be reserved for someone truly cherished. Yet, intending to Su Ran, she had sacrificed her first kiss, and the experience had stirred her heart in unexpected ways. What thoughts occupy your mind, Bing? If I, as your aunt, cannot discern them, then I should no longer hold the title, Shui Miao said as she approached Shui Bingou, taking her hand with a smile. As for that esteemed individual, I'm not entirely certain myself. According to common knowledge, Lord Su Ran should be over 100, perhaps even 200 years old. Otherwise, he could not possess such strength. Yet, I do not perceive him as an ancient elder. When I touched his bones while he was unconscious, they felt remarkably young. Thus, I am unsure of his true age. Shui Miao shook her head. Such powerful beings were beyond their comprehension, although she sensed Su Ran's bone age was only 12. With soul power at the soul master level, it seemed implausible. After deliberation, she abandoned the attempt to fathom this esteemed individual. What they could observe was merely what this powerful being chose to reveal. However, Shui Miao's tone shifted. What do you mean? Shui Bingou asked curiously. Unable to contain herself, the age of a soul master is inconsequential. With Lord Su Ran's prowess, living for 300 years is certainly within reach, Shui Miao cautioned solemnly. If she were not already past her youth, she would have seized the opportunity to pursue such a formidable existence with all her might. Across the continent, countless men existed. Yet how many could compare to such an entity? Who among women would not be captivated by one who stood at the pinnacle? Regrettably, she was no longer young. And though her husband had passed away too soon, she had resolved to remain loyal to his memory for a lifetime. Aunt, that is impossible for me. Especially since Yuer has feelings for that esteemed individual too. I initially thought Yuer was merely infatuated, but it seems her feelings for Lord Su Ran are more profound than I had imagined, Shui Bingou remarked, recalling her sister's unusual behavior with concern. Yuer had always been bold and impulsive, and Shui Bingou feared her sister might make a grave mistake. In the presence of such a powerful being, Yuer was merely a child. Should she provoke him? How could a girl withstand the wrath of such might? Indeed, that girl Yuer. Shui Miao shook her head. Let it be. Let it be. Everything will depend on the fate between you sisters. Now, I must go meet Lord Su Ran, since he has just awakened. The 7 of you should refrain from frequently disturbing him. If you wish to see Lord Su Ran, go together, rather than visiting one by one, Shui Miao advised. It would be quite impolite for the Tianshui battle team to visit the esteemed individual one at a time. Understood, I will remind them, Shui Bingou replied. Then turned to exit Shui Miao's office, making her way to the training room of the Tianshui battle team. Chapter 138, Dean Shui Miao. There is no free lunch in this world. Su Ran, the esteemed head of the Tianshui Academy, was visited by Shui Miao, the master of the Shui family. Outside a quaint residence embraced by a bamboo grove, a captivating woman adorned in a form-fitting black cheongsam showcased her voluptuous figure exquisitely. As a gentle breeze lifted the hem of her attire, her long, shapely legs became visible, accentuating her slender waist and alluring silhouette. The combination of the cheongsam and her black stilettos brought forth the enchanting grace of a mature woman. A true enchantress, indeed. The students of Tianshui Academy were renowned for their beauty, and as the academy's dean, Shui Miao's appearance was undoubtedly remarkable, although she was in her 30s or 40s. The passage of time had only enhanced her allure, imbuing her with a unique, ripe charm. Her figure was undeniably curvaceous, possessing a softness that, rather than appearing overweight, exuded an appealing maturity. When Su Ren opened the door and beheld Shui Miao, he found himself momentarily entranced. After all, the women in his vicinity, be it Shu Qing, Xiao Wu, or Rong Rong, while stunning, bore a certain youthful innocence. It was his first encounter with a woman as captivating as Shui Miao since his arrival in Douluo Continent. Su Ren, esteemed sir? Shui Miao inclined her head slightly, noticing the unabashed gaze from Su Ren, which caused her to lower her eyes in modesty. Ah, Dean Shui. Let us speak inside. Su Ren smiled, guiding Shui Miao into the room, his gaze inevitably drawn to her ample bosom and curvaceous hips. Shui Miao's physique was remarkable. Despite her entrance into middle age, she retained an allure akin to a perfectly ripened peach, tempting enough to evoke a desire to savor. No wonder Brother Chow has such discerning taste. Such grace is beyond the comparison of mere young girls. Shui Miao's beauty was on par with the likes of A Yin and Tang Yuehua, fitting for the dean of Tianshui Academy. Though she was but a background character in the original narrative, lacking extensive description. In the realm of Douluo, figures like A Yin, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong exemplified this type, yet he had yet to seize the opportunity to pursue any of them. After all, A Yin required an extensive period to regain her strength and transform, and he currently lacked the time to engage with the others. Nonetheless, Shui Miao was a delightful diversion. A temporary respite. This time, Dean Shui and your students saved my life, and I shall remember this favor, Su Ren declared thoughtfully. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Shui Miao had brought him back to Tianshui Academy and offered him such treatment, likely hoping to cultivate a favor, anticipating a time when she might need his strength to aid either the academy or the Shui family. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. But it is merely our duty. Even without bringing you to Tianshui Academy, your unparalleled strength would have ensured your safety, Shui Miao replied, somewhat taken aback by Su Ren's amiability. She hadn't even requested anything, yet he had readily acknowledged the favor. However, she sensed an unusual intensity in Su Ren's gaze. Shui Miao's cheeks flushed. She was no longer a youthful girl like Shui Binger. As a leader of her family and the academy, she had witnessed countless scenes and was acutely aware of Su Ren's scrutiny. Dean Shui is truly stunning, even more youthful than I had envisioned. In my imagination, the heads of the 5 academies should be quite aged, Su Ren remarked, his hand instinctively resting upon her waist. Shui Miao's waist possessed a softness that stirred unfamiliar sensations within Su Ren. Our deans at Tianshui Academy have always been a generation younger than those of other academies, though our strength may not match theirs. Currently, I am only a soul emperor, while the deans of other academies possess the cultivation of soul Douluo. Her face grew warmer as Su Ren embraced her waist, causing her heart to race. The modesty of a woman urged her to escape his grasp. Yet the responsibilities tied to the Shui family and Tianshui Academy dictated that she could not afford to offend Su Ren. Otherwise, both she and her institutions would face dire consequences. She subtly twisted her body, feeling flustered, unaware of the potent allure her serpentine waist conveyed. Clad in a cheongsam, the seductive aura she exuded was sufficient to captivate countless gazes. Dean Shui, I presume you have come with a purpose. Might you share it with me? Su Ren inquired, his hand pressing firmly against her waist, deepening her blush. She was astonished to discover that the formidable Su Ren had such lecherous inclinations. Despite being in her 30s or 40s, she was not so different from Shui Binger and the others, having formed an engagement in her youth. She was left widowed when her fiancé perished in an accident before their wedding. Since then, she had devoted herself entirely to her family's and the academy's affairs, which enabled her to ascend to the dual roles of dean and family head at such a young age. Su Ren, I have come to invite you to be a guest elder of the Shui family and a distinguished teacher at Tianshui Academy. Of course, this is merely a title. If you lack the time, there is no need to linger unnecessarily. We would merely appreciate your assistance during our times of need. and we shall bestow upon you generous remuneration, Shui Miao said, a hint of apprehension in her voice. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them, questioning whether she had been too demanding. They had merely brought Su Ran to the academy, and it hardly constituted a rescue, as they had done nothing substantial for him. Now, asking for so much seemed like an overreach. Shui Miao felt vexed, as the steward of the Shui family and Tianshui Academy. Her eagerness to court powerful allies had led her to make such bold requests. Even a mere association with a powerful individual would draw considerable attention to Tianshui Academy. Very well. Yet, Dean Shui should understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Su Ran replied with a slight smile, suddenly pulling Shui Miao closer and laying her gently across the table before him. Chapter 139. The Elder and the Invited Teacher, with a resounding thud echoing through the room. Su Ran pressed Shui Miao down onto the table. Her flowing azure hair cascaded across the surface, accentuating her already exquisite features. Su Ran's hands rested on her delicate shoulders, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin, savoring the sensation. Su Ran, please. Shui Miao's heart raced. She had not anticipated Su Ran's boldness. He was brazen enough to take such liberties with her. Yet, contemplating the matter, she understood that a man of his stature could have any woman he desired with the mere crook of his finger. For him, such actions towards a woman might be commonplace. However, she could not succumb. Despite her deep respect for a powerful figure like Su Ran, surrendering herself so casually was out of the question. As the head of the Shui family and the dean of the Tianshui Academy, how could she allow herself to be reduced to a mere jest? Even if she yearned for the strength of someone like Su Ran, she could not so abruptly offer her body. Forgive me, Dean Shui. You are simply too beautiful, and for a moment, I lost my composure, Su Ran admitted, releasing her but not before mischievously squeezing her rounded form, indulging in the sensation. He mentally berated himself. Having encountered such a mature woman for the first time in Douluo Continent, he had momentarily lost control. Shui Miao exhaled, casting a furtive glance at Su Ran, her heart still fluttering with uncertainty. She pondered whether her resistance had sparked discontent within him. She was torn. She did not wish to lose her purity. Yet she was equally reluctant to offend a powerhouse like Su Ran. She had ascertained that he was likely among the pinnacle beings of the continent, potentially rivaling the esteemed title Douluo Qian. Such a formidable individual could shake the very foundations of the continent with a mere stamp of his foot. How could she dare to provoke him? Her thoughts were a tumultuous mix of regret, reflecting on how, had she acquiesced to Su Ran earlier, they might have been entangled on the table. Swallowing hard, her body trembled slightly. Although she was no longer young, she had yet to experience such intimacy. Would such an encounter on the table lead to? Shui Miao's mind raced, filled with apprehension. At that moment, Su Ran's voice dispelled her worries. I shall accept the roles of elder of the Shui family and invited teacher of Tianshui Academy as a gesture of apology to you, Dean Shui. After all, there is plenty of time ahead, he stated, realizing he needed to better understand the situation before making any judgments. Shui Miao, as a mature woman, might already be married. If that were the case, would it be inappropriate for him to pursue her? Yet, Shui Miao did not give the impression of being a married woman. Although their acquaintance was brief, he could discern her character. Had she been wed, she would not have adorned herself so alluringly. Nevertheless, clarity on certain matters was prudent. As he would have ample opportunities to interact with Shui Miao in his new roles, he could explore the possibilities when the time was right. However, he had already consulted the system regarding the implications of including Shui Miao in his harem. There would be no skill point reward. Despite her beauty, she was in her 30s or 40s, and achieving the rank of sole emperor at such an age was commendable, yet it did not meet the system's criteria. He had previously explored this topic with the system. Only those with the potential to become titled Douluos could attain a goddess-level rating, which required external assistance to break through. Shui Miao's age might allow her to reach Sole Douluo, but without external aid, surpassing title Douluo was nearly impossible. In Tianshui Academy, only Shui Binger and Shui Wu possessed such qualifications. Even Shui Yuer did not qualify. Shui Binger, with her Ice Phoenix spirit, was undeniably gifted. Shui Wu, with her Snow Element auxiliary spirit, was nearly as talented, capable of performing spirit fusion techniques with Shui Binger, giving her a chance to become a title Douluo in the future. Have you agreed? Shui Miao raised her head in excitement, having feared she had angered this esteemed figure by not satisfying him earlier. To her surprise, he not only refrained from anger but also readily accepted her proposal. Otherwise, does Dean Shui wish to spend a delightful evening with me? Su Ran remarked, his gaze appraising Shui Miao's alluring figure. Should she consent, he would not be deterred by any reservations, for he had no aspirations of being a saint. Having arrived in Douluo Continent, his pursuit was the unencumbered freedom of life, unshackled by external factors. Whatever I desire, I shall pursue, he mused. Your grace, you're jesting. How could I possibly be worthy of your attention? Shui Miao chuckled awkwardly, her voluptuous form quivering slightly, unwilling to delve further into this subject. In a room occupied by only the two of them, discussing such matters was bound to lead to complications. Moreover, she had already rebuffed Su Ran once. Should he attempt to press the issue again, she would not dare decline a second time. The first refusal had been met with understanding. A second would signify her lack of discernment. There is no question of worthiness, Su Ran replied. In any case, here are the tokens representing our Shui family and Tianshui Academy. Shui Miao produced 2 tokens from her robe. One was a pale blue token adorned with an ice phoenix emblem and inscribed with the character for water, the elder's token of the Shui family. The other was a radiant golden token, inscribed with the words Tianshui. Tianshui Academy's teachers were categorized into 4 ranks: iron, copper, silver, and gold. Only the deans held the golden teacher token, while others, regardless of their excellence, could attain at most a silver rank. Su Ran now possessed a token identical to Shui Miao's, indicating her esteem for him. He casually examined the tokens before storing them in his soul guide, signifying the beginning of a new chapter in their intertwined fates. Chapter 140, Su Ran. Instructor of Tianshui Academy. As Su Ran and Shui Miao conversed within their chamber, outside, 7 young ladies had already gathered, their voices soft yet animated. Sister, how is His Excellency Su Ran? Is his temper still agreeable? Has he noticed anything peculiar since waking? Shui Yuer, the most inquisitive among them, tugged at Shui Bing's sleeve, her expression fraught with anxiety. The other 5 young women, including Shui Wu, shared her trepidation. After all, they were about to visit a formidable figure. To claim they were not nervous would be a lie. His Excellency Su Ran, a being of such might, could extinguish their lives with but a flick of his wrist. How could they not feel apprehensive? Despite their frequent visits during Su Ran's unconscious state, which had somewhat alleviated their initial fear, the reality of his awakening rekindled their concerns. Rest assured, His Excellency Su Ran is a kind-hearted individual, Shui Binger reassured them, dispelling their worries. However, she added with a hint of suspicion, but, Yuer, you haven't caused any trouble, have you? Why are you so anxious? This is not like you. Shui Binger scrutinized Shui Yuer, her worry palpable. She feared that Yuer, typically so bold, might have taken advantage of Su Ran's unconsciousness to act recklessly. If that were the case, it would indeed pose a problem. While Su Ran's disposition may be amiable, one does not ascend to such heights without possessing a formidable nature. The other girls regarded Shui Yuer with keen interest, aware that her recent behavior was far from normal, but they remained oblivious to the specifics of the matter. Only Shui Wu's eyes shimmered with an unusual glint. She had witnessed Shui Yuer hurriedly exiting Su Ran's room, her cheeks flushed and her black pleated skirt notably disheveled. No, nothing happened. Please, do not overthink it, Shui Yuer hastily denied, yet her undeniable anxiety did not escape their notice. Yuer, regardless of your thoughts, you must not provoke His Excellency Su Ran. He is not someone of our caliber, Shui Bingo cautioned, her delicate features betraying a mix of emotions. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. Their status paled in comparison to that of Su Ran, a titan standing atop the continent. What were they, after all? They might never achieve the rank of a title Douluo, and some may even struggle to reach the level of a soul Douluo. Upon hearing Shui Bing's words, a collective sense of despondency washed over the group. After witnessing Su Ran's terrifying prowess and his strikingly handsome visage, how could they not feel a flutter in their hearts? Tianshui Academy, composed entirely of female faculty and students, seldom encountered males. Thus, the sight of someone like Su Ran, a paragon of strength, naturally stirred unfamiliar emotions within them. Sister, I understand. I am not a child. I comprehend the implications, Shui Yuer replied nonchalantly, clearly dismissive of Shui Bing's concerns. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Su Ran and Shui Miao as they exited the room. His Excellency Su Ran, Director. Upon seeing Su Ran emerge, the 7 young women rushed forward, bowing respectfully in his presence. Clad in an array of exquisite dresses, each possessed striking beauty, their reverence stirred a sense of delight within Su Ran. Tianshui Academy was indeed a treasure trove, housing thousands of enchanting maidens, which undoubtedly contributed to its illustrious reputation across the continent. Years prior, a greedy faction had sought to seize Tianshui Academy for its bevy of beauties, intending to claim them as their own. However, that faction met with utter annihilation. With all its students being female, the academy's hidden strength was not to be underestimated. Yet for Su Ran, his desires were not so insatiable. Though he possessed a roguish charm, he was not one to indiscriminately pursue every passing face. He was the sovereign of a harem, not a mere stallion. With thousands of enchanting students at his disposal, even if he wished for more, his mortal frame could hardly endure. A handful would suffice to sate his desires. What need had he for excess? Rise, no need for such formalities, Su Ran said, assisting the nearest, Shui Wu, to her feet. At that moment, she wore a white blouse, its snug fit accentuating her form, while the gaps between the buttons revealed glimpses of her allure. Her lower half was clad in a black pencil skirt, which emphasized the curve of her figure, particularly taut during her bow. Indeed, Shui Wu, with her cascading black locks, was a vision of beauty. Your Excellency Su Ran, your health. Shui Wu, once upright, felt a tremor within her heart and hastily sought a topic to discuss. I encountered some difficulties during my cultivation and have yet to fully recover, Su Ran replied. In that case, would you consider prolonging your stay at the academy for further recuperation? Shui Yue interjected, her concern evident. She was anxious that Su Ran might depart immediately, and she yearned for some resolution, irrespective of its nature. Indeed, I had that intention. Additionally, I could utilize this time to guide your cultivation, Su Ran stated. As the Academy's esteemed instructor, it was only natural for him to mentor Shui Binger and the others. This would serve to deepen their bonds. The members of the Tianshui battle team were truly exceptional beauties. His Excellency Su Ran will instruct us in our cultivation? The enthusiasm bubbled within Shui Binger and the others. Their cheeks flushed with excitement. The prospect of receiving tutelage from an unparalleled powerhouse promised immense benefits. Such an individual could impart wisdom that would elevate their skills beyond measure. At that moment, Shui Miao also felt a surge of exhilaration. The 7 members of the Tianshui battle team were the pride of Tianshui Academy, possessing some of the finest talents of their generation. Should they receive guidance from a figure as exalted as Su Ran, their futures could surpass even her wildest dreams. His Excellency Su Ran, then, they shall train under your guidance henceforth. You will be their instructor, is that agreeable? Certainly. However, my time for instruction shall be limited. Once I recover, I will take my leave, Su Ran responded, aware that lingering too long at Tianshui Academy might provoke concern from Zhu Zhuqing and the others.